Chapter 101 Fatty Strikes. On the SUV, Tang Yan's pretty face was flushed as she threw an exquisite box to Fatty. The scene just now really humiliated Tang Yan. How could she not think that Fatty liked to run around naked? Fatty awkwardly took the box, don't even know how to explain it well. He is now wearing the hospital's largest size gown, wearing a pair of brand new military shoes on his feet, sensei comfortable or not, anyway, not to show flesh, the pants inside feel empty, not readily available, so it always feels cool. Hound, a moment to trouble you a thing, you go to my dormitory to help me fetch a set of casual clothes into not this clothes to wear, run on the street, people will think that I am just escaped from the mental hospital Fatty said awkwardly. The driving hound dog stifled a laugh and agreed with a bite. Fatty then breathed a sigh of relief and opened the exquisite gift box that Tang Yan threw over. Inside was a latest model cell phone. Plug in the card, turn on the phone, wait until there is a signal. The phone immediately jumped out a bunch of messages and missed calls. There are parents, there is the old sister, there is Lu Xiang, and Fang Yuan. Fatty looked at the sky outside. The day just dawned. Everyone should be in the dreamland. It now hit the past, is not to stir up people's dreams. One night, Fatty patted his stomach and sighed. He tossed another night. It seems that he is a laborious life. It is better to be in the mountains. When you are hungry you eat, when you are sleepy you sleep, when you are bored you go to toss the gang of wild boars and wolves. Now it is good, you can't help it. The night's tossing and turning was not without its benefits, however. Since breaking through the cap poison hardened body cultivation level and reaching the royal repulsion, the cultivation realm had not stabilized and was always hovering on the fringe. Fatty wondered if he would wake up one day and fall from the royal repulsion to the cap poison hardened body again after the battle with the old sorcerer. Fatty could only helplessly dissipate all of his sorcery power in order to protect himself. It was like pouring out all of the water in the cup and absorbing. The dead chi in the mortuary was the same as refilling this cup with water. In this way, Fatty's cultivation even stabilized on the imperial repulsion of all things, and he no longer had to be wary of it. Early in the morning, when vehicles were scarce, the hound drove the buggy and sped along at breakneck speed, arriving at the foot of the mountain in only 50 minutes, and the soldiers who were on guard immediately surrounded him. All disperse and remain on guard. A colonel officer ordered with a wave of his hand. Tang Yan and the others got out of the car, and the colonel saluted and reported the situation. The 3 hills were surrounded, and basically there was a soldier with a gun standing guard every few meters, plus dozens of searchlights and flares that were constantly fired to ensure that no one ever escaped during the night, and that the enemies who had taken the researchers hostage were still on the hills. Tang Yan said a word of hard work and saluted each other before the colonel returned to his post. Fatty, can it work? Tang Yan looked at Fatty with some concern. In Tinglong Base, the battle between Fatty and Hound Dog and the others was not shown to Tang Yan, and in that valley, Fatty used the means of a sorcerer and didn't show his superhuman stature, which was why Tang Yan was worried. Can it work? Fatty shouted with wide eyes, causing Tang Yan to be startled. What do you mean, can do not a man, will never say that they cannot? Fatty shouted, suddenly lowered his voice, wriggling, like a small daughter-in-law, rubbed his hands and said, that, if I come back safely, can give some interest. Not what interest? Tang Yan didn't even react for a moment due to the fat man's words, jumping around too much. Hey, you know, Fatty said as he scowled at Tang Yan. Only then did Tang Yan react. The blush that had hardly subsided climbed back onto her face, and she kicked out angrily, get lost. Fatty. Tang Yan was shy and anxious, but just as she opened her mouth, she was accurately kissed by Fatty on her cherry lips, kissing all the rest of her words back. Has returned to the post, but the eyes are constantly aiming at this side of the colonel. Looked at Tang. Big beautiful girl was actually a lewd fat man forced to kiss, almost the jaw to shock dislocated, the heart cry out. This is the situation of God's horse. This fat man is dead. However, immediately afterward, the colonel saw that those elites among the elites didn't seem to see it at all, and continued to do what they should do, as if the fat man and Tang Dame had turned into air. It took a full minute for the fat man to let go of the limp. Tang Yan spit out his tongue and licked his lips, full energy, grant me power, I am Shiri. Then, the fat man placed his cell phone in Tang Yan's hand in the midst of a group of dazed soldiers, bent down and grabbed a handful of small stones from the ground, and rushed into the mountain forest. 5 minutes later, the fat man rushed out from inside the mountain again with a cloth hanging from his body, looking like a mess. The soldiers felt they had seen an idiot, a super idiot. Give me a knife, the vines inside are too strong. Fatty said in embarrassment. After receiving an open knife, Fatty rushed back into the mountain forest. Who is this fat man? The soldiers asked each other. A douchebag. Oh, the soldiers nodded in unison. I don't know if that's the right answer, but I'm afraid Fatty's reputation has been ruined anyway. But then again, has Fatty ever had any reputation? Fatty, hook this up. Hound brought over a set of equipment. What is this thing? The fat man asked in disbelief. Battlefield recorder, life detector. If you're in danger, we'll be the first to know. Hound replied. Fatty shrugged indifferently, allowing the Hound to hang this set of equipment weighing only 3 kilograms on the body. The head also wears a mining lamp like a thing. Fatty felt that even if he put on the tight band, but also not like the Monkey King. The forest was quiet in the early morning, no insects or birds crying, only the rustling sound of the wind blowing the leaves. As soon as Fatty walked into the forest, he had an extremely familiar feeling as if he had returned home, and the earthy aroma in the air made him unable to resist taking 2 deep breaths. These 3 mountains have not been developed into a tourist area because of the Institute. There is a garrison in place, and tourists and donkeys are not allowed to enter, so the ecological environment is quite well preserved, and Fatty saw 2 or 3 fat hares along the way, and also saw a large snake as thick as his wrist. Special forces into the forest, will be careful to carry out the search, vigilant forward, cover each other to prevent being sneak attack, while the fat man, only one person, idle, strutting, in the hands of the open knife is not a slash, will be across the front of the tree vines cut off. It was business as usual up front, but the crowd of special forces at the foot of the mountain watching the screen through the signal coming back from the battlefield recorder tensed up at once. Fatty, be careful. There are several traps in front of us. They are chain traps. Triggering one of them will trigger several other traps to attack. The hounds called out anxiously, but unfortunately, their voices, Fatty could not hear them at all. Fatty took 2 more steps forward. Just when he was about to enter the trap range in the next step, Fatty seemed to be attracted by something. Turning his head to look, it turned out to be a fat pheasant. Fatty directly reversed the direction and rushed after the pheasant with a mountain opening knife. As a result, this pheasant circled around and froze, leading the fat man around the trap area. Grandma, I should have eaten breakfast before going up the mountain. I can't even catch up with a pheasant. Fatty said hatefully as he watched the pheasant burrow into the forest and disappear. Hound Dog and the others looked at each other, unable to believe that the trap they had previously taken half a day's effort to dismantle had let the fat man chase the pheasants through it, half of which had not been triggered. The fat man just waddled, unhurriedly, to the halfway point of the mountain, and then stopped, and from the sound of it, one could tell that the fat man was huffing and puffing and resting. Fatty, watch out! Suddenly Hound Dog yelled. As the hound's bark rang out, a figure appeared in the screen, and just as this figure appeared, he raised his hand, and 3 silver lights shot in a zigzag pattern towards Fatty. The picture on the screen suddenly shifted, and with a muffled grunt, when the screen was still, Hound Dog and the others were shocked to find that the guy who had just sneaked up on Fatty had been sat underneath Fatty's butt. What just happened? Hound said, looking at his comrade in surprise. The crowd shook their heads in bewilderment. Just now the person appeared. The timing, position, the way of attack, speed. The special forces are confident to dodge away, but dodge away is one thing, will the other party to catch is another thing, and all of this is just in 5 seconds to get it done. They admitted that, in exchange for any one of them, it is absolutely impossible to do it. However, Fatty did it. Playback, slow motion. Madman called out. The hound then reacted, fumbling and pressing a few buttons to intercept the footage he had just seen and transfer it to another device to slow it down. In the screen, the enemy appeared and attacked out, then the screen shook, the fat man dipped to the left. The speed was fast enough, but still in the range of the other party's attack. Just as the other party's concealed weapon was about to hit the fat man, the screen lashed out and flashed, violently pulling up. The other party's shot of concealed weapon was already out of sight. followed by a stone appearing out of thin air, and shot out at a very fast speed. The opponent made a dodge move after sending out the concealed weapon, but it was as if he had negotiated with the stone and sent it straight to his door. The stone accurately hit the opponent's left knee, and judging by the speed of the picture just now, this would be the moment when the opponent would let out a muffled grunt. Then, this enemy in the picture went from far to near, from small to large, and was actually sat under Fatty's butt without any effort to dodge. As for why it's so certain that the fat guy is sitting on top of this guy, that's easily explained, because in the footage, the fat guy reaches into his pants and pulls out twice. Black lines sprouted from the foreheads of the crowd, and the admiration that had only been born for Fatty was instantly thrown into the air, because this action of Fatty's was also too indecent. Chapter 102, Multiple Positions. Tang Yan, who had been sitting beside Hound and watching the screen, reddened her pretty face again and secretly spat. Fatty does not understand what the battlefield recorder, high-tech well as cell phone functions do not even understand the study. The computer only needs a key to restore the system. Have to find someone to help the guy. You can expect him to understand what is called the battlefield recorder. Fatty pulled out 2 weeds from the inside of his pants, and this thing didn't know how to get in there. It tickled like hell. Hey, can you speak Chinese? Fatty asked, smoothly removed the other side of the masked scarf. This person looks extremely ordinary, belongs to the type of people thrown inside the pile of people. Is difficult to find out. Again, the guy who was pressed by Fatty and couldn't move closed his eyes with an expression of readiness for a generous death, and simply ignored Fatty. Hey Fatty, I asked you nicely, and you even ignored me. Is this your Bushido spirit? Fatty said in displeasure. The other remained silent. Humph, don't speak and don't say anything, right ninja, I'll let you endure. Fatty disdainfully said. Hands quickly probed out, crisp bone-breaking sound rang out, then the fat man's butt moved, directly crushed the other party's stomach. Turned 180 degrees, hands once again probed out. Muffled grunts sounded one after another, and by the time Fatty turned back around, the guy was already sweating profusely from the pain, but apart from the muffled grunts, he didn't even let out half a scream. You can really endure, Fatty exclaimed. He had just broken the guy's hands and feet. Remember, it was broken, like breaking a chopstick in half, instead of using the most skillful splitter to displace the other party's joints. Fatty thought about it, an evil smile appeared on his face, and his hands once again probed out, only this time his movements were very slow and gentle, as if he was facing his lover, and held the other's right arm in his hands. This picture is so gay. What followed, though, was anything but imaginative. Fatty grabbed his opponent's right arm with his left hand, while his right hand pinched the top inch of his right wrist. This person's wrist had just been broken by Fatty, and now it hurt like hell to move. But Fatty's torturous journey has only just begun. Cut it out. The crisp sound of bones breaking rang out, the ninja's eyes snapped to their maximum, the intense pain caused him to let out another muffled grunt. To avoid screaming he clenched his teeth, blood spilled from the corners of his mouth, and then he looked at the top inch of his right wrist. It had changed angle, it had been straight, now it had bent a little bit, obviously the bones here were broken. Ninja, keep holding back, I want to see how long you can hold back. Fatty heatedly laughed as his right hand moved up 2 inches and pinched down hard once again. After 5 consecutive times, this ninja's small right arm could already be bent into a circle, and the bones had already shattered into 6 or 7 cuts, so even the most top-notch bone-setting doctors were afraid that they would be at their wits' end. Looking at the images that came back from the battlefield recorder, Hound Dog and the others shivered in unison. They did not think that Fatty would actually be so ruthless. Such a tactic, to say that it was a captive was far from enough. You can still endure, admire, admire, admire. In fact, I just now specifically hoped that you are left-handed, because your right hand is ironically ruined, but now, I do hope that you can adapt to using your feet to grab chopsticks. After Fatty finished speaking, he directly switched hands and grabbed the ninja's left arm with his right hand, and his left hand began to pinch it up section by section. Bone fracture sound as if popping beans, like continuous ringing up. This pain has been very human, can endure, has been enduring the fat man torture, has endured to the human body, can withstand the pain limit of the ninja, finally could not help but let out a miserable scream. Look, If you had called earlier it wouldn't have been fine. Why hold out? The fat man said. You want me to lure my companions with my screams, right? The ninja said, staring at the fat man's round face, with a mouthful of especially authentic Chinese, which sounded even more authentic than many Chinese speakers. Fatty nodded his head vigorously and said, that's right. This mountain is too big. I have to hurry to get things done, to avenge my brother, and then I have to go back to busy with other things at Fat Master. I'm up and down hundreds of thousands of dollars a minute, but I don't have the time to waste it on a bunch of short runts like you. Humph, dream on, the ninja grunted coldly, his eyes rounded and blood gushing wildly from the corners of his mouth. In order not to let out a miserable scream, this guy even bit his tongue hard, attempting to bite his tongue to kill himself. The fat man raised his hand and slapped the ninja twice, freezing and dislocating his jaw, before slowly and methodically reaching out with his fingers and snapping out the remnants of the rewinding tongue. Uncultured, really terrible, I tell you. Oh, first, the scream is through the vocal cords, oral resonance issued, and the tongue has nothing to do with the tongue. Even if you do not have a tongue, you can still make a scream. The ninja gasped for air, occasionally choking and coughing on the blood gushing from his broken tongue. Secondly, there are two possibilities for biting the tongue. One is due to the conditioned reflex of the tongue to roll back, blocking the windpipe and suffocating, but that's not possible now, and the other is due to the inability to stop the bleeding and bleeding to death, which takes about 20 minutes. Fatty slowly broke his fingers and analyzed, and finally concluded, don't worry, I don't need too long, 10 minutes, give me 10 minutes, I can pose you in 108 different positions. I don't believe those friends of yours won't come out. Ninja, I'd like to see how long they can endure. Listening to the voice transmitted back from the battlefield recorder, the crowd once again, forehead emerges black line, fat man this, how to sound so lewd at 108 kinds, TSK will be really much, ah. Tang Yan blushed again, seemingly thinking of a pose that appeared in a movie she had once watched. First stance, old tree coiling roots. Fatty got up and shouted, lifting this unlucky person's feet up and crossing them to the back of his head, not to mention, this posture is really quite like an old tree coiling roots. Bones snapped as the ninja's legs snapped in reverse at the knees. The ninja finally couldn't hold it in any longer, and the scream rang out, traveling far and wide through the forest. Fatty looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction and nodded repeatedly. Second stance, the child worships the goddess of mercy. The fat man pushed the ninja down with one hand, then searched around for a finger-thick, arm-length strip of wood with spikes at regular intervals, aiming it at the ninja's posterior flower. The ninja yelled over and over, blindly screaming, what, this is not yet inserted into it. You wait a moment, I first study this root is not too thin, should not find a thicker, or this move is not enough image. Fatty will be in the hands of the thorny branch placed in front of the ninja, Shook said. The ninja screamed as he shook his head vigorously, regretting now that he had bitten off his tongue, causing him to be unable to utter a single, clear word even if he wanted to beg for mercy now. The fat man really did as he said, and froze to find another thicker branch to come over. The people watching the monitor have felt themselves tighten up and get a bad chill. Tang Yan, on the other hand, had twisted her head away early on, not daring to look at the picture in the monitor. Is this a violation of the Geneva Conventions? At an unknown time, a soldier standing guard nearby came over and couldn't help but open his mouth after seeing the image on the monitor. Fuck off, what do you know? But also the Geneva Convention. Geneva Convention is only valid on the battlefield. Now this place is a tourist area, not a battlefield. The colonel who greeted Tang Yan and the others just now actually came together among the onlookers and sniffed and cursed. Is this fat man crazy? Who taught him this kind of move? Another soldier asked. You know shit, people or don't know don't ask, it's a military secret. The colonel almost blurted out, but fortunately changed his mind in time. Tang Yan covered her face. Hate to find a crack to drill in, this fat man has been mistaken for Tinglong's people. Fat man with these obscene strokes, needless to say without explanation, naturally also counted in the head of Tinglong. Tinglong Special Forces, all by the fat man to ruin. Stop. Just when Fatty had aimed 3 or 4 times and finally determined the position and was ready to stab the branch in with force, an angry shout came and stopped Fatty's movements. The fat man hemmed and hawed, looking around. In the middle of the forest, more than 20 ninjas appeared wearing tight black suits, with their heads and faces wrapped in black cloth, revealing only a pair of eyes and a pair of hands. These 24 people are carrying long oriental knives, a few of them are holding the researchers wearing white coats, mouths are stuffed up with cloth and silk, the hands of the daggers sharp edged close to the researchers' throats, as long as the wrist slightly flicked. These several core researchers will die a horrible death on the spot. The crowd in front of the monitor have issued a gasp of surprise, even if there is no hostage researchers. Fatty, a person to face more than 20 single combat ability strong ninja, the chance of victory is not at all, not to mention that Fatty around a Kaishan knife, and the other hand manpower a Toyo knife, plus a short dagger, from the weapon up to the words, Fatty is also set to lose. Yo shed to come out of my second style is not yet finished it or we discuss, you first hide back, wait for me to finish 108 posture, you then come out, line not. Fatty smiled and discussed. Is this fat guy an idiot? This fat guy is an absolute idiot. Thoughts of doubt and certainty appeared in the minds of the crowd at the same time. Captain, let's go, the hound spoke anxiously. Tang Yan nodded her head vigorously. Hound Dog and the others immediately got up, quickly checked their equipment, and rushed into the mountains. Fatty, you must hold on, Hound Dog and the others thought in their hearts, becoming more and more anxious. The only thing that made Hound Dog and the others feel slightly better was that they didn't need to pay attention to the traps, they just needed to charge all the way along the path that Fatty had taken. Fatty had shown them the direction with his mountain opening knife, and if they could still be pitted by the traps, they might as well just die. On the mountain, Fatty looked at these ninjas with disdain and was ready to attack through the golden silkworm by ordering the poisonous insects that had already been ambushed, except that the researchers who were being held hostage made Fatty a bit jealous. In the name of the ninja, we challenge you. Fatty is happy, it's really a sleepy pillow, you guys are so thoughtful. Chapter 103, Good luck Fatty. Fighting Fatty is not afraid, if it is not afraid of hurting these researchers. Fatty has long been hands, gold silkworms a release, poisonous insects a move, a minute to solve the problem, and now listen to the other side of the words, suddenly happy, dueling how silly say, ah. If he were to switch to Fatty, if the two sides switched places, what Fatty would say would definitely not be a duel of eggheads, but rather, brothers on, cut the girl to death. A duel is a way of giving food to the fat man. How is this duel a bunch of you guys rushing up to chop me into dumpling stuffing? Fatty cocked his head to stifle his laughter and opened his mouth to inquire. We are ninjas who strictly adhere to the spirit of Bushido, not the kind of rogue gangsters like the Yamaguchi Gumi, the Sumiyoshi Kai, or the Inagawa Kai, so you can rest assured that we'll take turns challenging you to duels, and we definitely won't be swarming you. The ninja in the lead replied. Fatty skimmed his mouth. Having seen shameless ones, he had never seen such shameless ones. That's right, according to the other side of the argument, it is true that it will not flock to the top, but one after another on, is not the legendary wheel war? Wheel war and group beating, and what is the difference between a person? Again, how cattle, playing 7 or 8 stamina is also almost consumed, and then the back of the people can naturally play the banner of the duel, openly picking up the advantage. A duel like this is still fair. Fatty didn't know how many curses he had attracted with this sentence, not to mention that he had become a superb idiot in the eyes of the crowd. Fair and square, my ass. However, I think you ninjas under the banner of Bushido are too shameless. Not only are you shameless, but you say one thing and do another. Fatty continued. The faces of the ninjas changed greatly, although Fatty could not see their faces, he could see their eyes that wanted to kill. Of course, the premise is that the eyes can kill. Can the eyes kill? Of course not, since it cannot. Fatty directly chose to ignore, treating them as air. Saying fair and just duel on this side, but holding our people hostage on the other side. You guys are trying to make me distracted in the duel, and then you guys will be able to get the victory, right? Shameless, you guys are too shameless. Fatty pounded his chest and cursed. The lead ninja revealed a disdainful sneer. You want us to let go of these researchers so you can take the opportunity to save them, right? Fatty rolled his eyes and said, "You are an idiot, or your brain structure is different from humans, and similar to that of a dog or pig, to be able to ask such a question that only an idiot, dumbass, nasty man, trailing man, or fool would ask," said the person dry mouth, listening to the person's heart on fire. "Ninjas will be in front of this dead fat man, chopped into dumpling filling of the mind, are there, but no help before the first words put down on the spot, and now do it. It is simply the same as their own face, favoring the fat man, set up endless, rich vocabulary, even a heavy no, straight to call a person feel the more you listen to more and more angry." The ninja in the lead even hated himself for learning the Chinese language in the first place. Learning was also learning. Why will a whole lot of colloquialisms, bad language, network phrases are also learned to a proficient level now? It seems that when he first learned these, it was simply for the purpose of being scolded by Fatty today. The fat man spoke for a full 3 minutes before he had said every word he knew to describe stupidity, before pausing briefly to ask, "Do you think I'm wearing the red on the outside, or the black over my head?" Red and black. Not only the ninjas, even the soldiers who watched from the bottom of the mountain think, this fat man is not talking about the tongue twister at now this situation, and there is a half a penny? The infrared wears Superman, the black hood I don't know. A soldier whispered. Do not understand, the lack of culture is terrible. The movie do not see the infrared wear as Superman, black jacket head as Batman. The fat man disdained. The crowd was sweating at the same time. This way of describing it was really too unique. I'm not Superman for one, or Batman for another. Could I possibly get our people out of the way in front of so many of you? There has to be a limit to being brain dead. Don't imagine all your enemies to be immensely powerful, and then you can look for a justifiable excuse when you fail. Of course, if this is your Bushido, this is your so-called ninja tradition. The fat man summarized with a splayed hand. Well, let's just assume what I just heard was a fart. The ninja in charge almost burst a blood vessel at the fat man's words, and grunted heavily, "Let go of them." Ninjas were a profession with an extremely clear hierarchical class and were honored by their strength, so when the lead ninja gave the order, the researcher immediately resumed really on the ball. Fatty was secretly happy. As long as the lives of these researchers were not in danger, he could let go of his own hands. However, before taking out these guys, he still had to avenge the hound. If he took out these guys all at once, wouldn't it be too cheap for them? I have a brother named Hound Dog, a special forces soldier, who almost lost his life by the poison dart of one of you. I'm curious to know who he is, and I'm going to propose a duel to this person," Fatty said. The lead ninja stepped forward and said dismissively, "It's me." "Good, this saves time. Report your name." "Fat Master doesn't kill nameless people." Fatty clapped his hands and shouted. The ninja let out a cold snort and took off his hood and face mask altogether, revealing his true face, and said aloud, "Inoue Hiroji, Broken Water Stream Upper 7th Degree Extreme Shinobi." The introduction of the ninja, although simple, but sufficiently the rank of the ninja road. The island's ninja is divided into the upper, middle and lower 3 grades, and each grade is further divided into 1 to 9 ranks. The front is the school, followed by the degree of strength of the body. Broken Water Stream is one of the more famous ninja schools, known for its speed, claiming that the quickness of drawing a sword can break flowing water. The ninja is divided into 5 different types of hands and functions. Hidden ninja are good at hiding and gathering information. Broken ninja are good at attacking. Destroyed ninja are good at frontal attack. Stabbed ninja are good at stabbing and assassination, and extreme ninja are good at hidden weapons. The sect was Broken Water Stream and an extreme ninja, which meant that Inoue Hiroji had great attainments in swordsmanship, hidden weapons, and speed, and it was only fitting that he became the leader of these ninjas. Good, then the two of us will have a battle. Fatty clapped his hands. Just as Fatty clapped his hands, the poisonous insects that had already received orders from the golden silkworm and were ready to attack instantly. In addition to Inoue Hiroji, the other ninjas just felt a tingling pain in a certain part of their body, and then their consciousness gradually became blurred, but in a matter of 10 seconds or so, the first ninja softly collapsed on the ground and lost consciousness, and then these 20 or so ninjas fell down one after another like dominoes. "You used poison," Inoue Hiroji said in anger and shock. "I did not use poison." The fat man spread his hands and said, don't bring such a wrongful accusation, your people may be starving and faint. Inoue Hiroji was just about to retort when the fat man proceeded to block it with his words, I am the first time to come to this place, ambush me, this place is also your people picked, I can't be unforeseen in this place to prepare any poison, right? Besides, I am standing in front of you, you see me use poison? Fatty asked again. Hiroji Inoue thought about it briefly and helplessly admitted that the fat man was right, but the question was, how could his own men have fainted? Was it a psychic event? Alright, whether your men are poisoned or not is still a toss-up, but what does your men have to do with the duel between you and me? Are you going to let them swarm you in a while? Oh, I see, this is what you call the spirit of Bushido. Fatty said with an expression of sudden realization. Bullshit, how dare you insult the spirit of Bushido? I'm going to fight you to the death, and only one of you, and I will be able to leave here alive. Inoue Hiroji had already entertained the idea of attacking those researchers, but when he heard the fat man insult the spirit of Bushido that he held in the highest esteem and had learned since childhood, he instantly roared with rage. Okay, then what? Paddle down the road. Fatty returned. Inoue Hiroji walked to a stop 5 meters away from the fat man, slowly probed his hand and removed the katana hanging on his back, holding the sheath in his right hand, while his left hand gripped the hilt of the blade. His entire body slowly bowed, his legs crossing back and forth with his knees slightly bent. As long as we can kill the other party, it doesn't matter what method we use. Inoue Hiroji said in a deep voice. Tinkling of small bells. The aftermath of Inoue Hiroji's words were still in the air when a crisp sound rang out and a white chain of light flashed out with a chilling and windbreaking sound towards Fatty. Mean. Fatty, watch out. Yikes. The soldiers sitting around the monitor couldn't see Fatty's movements, but they were able to see Inoue Hiroji's attack across the room, and all of them shrieked in shock, sweating for Fatty. The fat man had already taken 3 violent steps backward the moment Inoue Hiroji drew his sword, instantly pulling away the distance between them. Inoue Hiroji's Batusai chop, which he had tried 100 times and never missed, had only struck the air. Inoue Hiroji was slightly stunned, having practiced Batusai chop to his level. He was not only able to meet the flying bullets head-on and cut them off, but he was also able to reverse the pursuit of the chop to the baseball that reached 180 kilometers per hour, but this time, he was even dodged by a fat man, which was simply unbelievably strange. But after a brief moment of dismay, Inoue Hiroji noticed that the fat man's footsteps were a bit staggered. Among those who practiced martial arts, an unstable lower body basically meant that nothing was accomplished. Being able to dodge out of the way didn't mean that it was powerful. There were times when luck played a major role in it. After making up his mind, Inoue Hiroji quickly moved his feet and closed the distance between the two of them, and then, another diagonal chop teased out. He would like to see what way this damned fat man dodged this time. Chapter 104, Who Teases Who? The picture on the monitor suddenly went haywire, causing a dizzying sensation in the officers and men watching. And in the mountains, Inoue Hiroji was almost infuriated. This fat man's luck, it really was good to the point of being heavenly. The Skybreaker chop was a diagonal line drawn from side to side with the sword, also known as a teasing strike, and due to closing the distance between the two sides, Inoue Hiroji thought that he was bound to be able to cut the fat man in two with this move. However, he did not expect that he would pursue the attack while the fat man could not stop falling back, and when his own heaven-breaking chop starting stance appeared, a branch that was not too thick appeared behind the fat man, and then the fat man turned into a rolling gourd the moment the blade overcame his body. Hiroji Inoue had to marvel at the fat man's advantage in tumbling. Just by stepping back and tripping, the fat man actually managed to bone out 3 or 4 meters. Bastard, Inoue Hiroji shouted angrily, dropping his sheath, holding his sword with both hands, quickly catching up with the fat man's back-rolling form. The tip of the top-quality battle sword fawn blade in his hand pointed to the sky, raising it high and slashing it down heavily with the momentum of a thunderbolt. The fat man's tumbling was about to come to a halt. Just when the old force had just gone, the new force had not yet been born, and at the same time was being spun around dizzily at the knuckle. Inoue Hiroji's grasp of the rhythm was wonderful, and he was beyond certain that the fat man would be splattered with blood on the spot. But what Inoue Hiroji didn't expect was that the goddess of fortune still favored the fat man, who was so dizzy that he staggered to his feet. If he had stood up in place, he would have been a standing target, at the mercy of Inoue Hiroji's slashes, but the fat man had apparently turned himself around, wobbling and actually taking a step forward. As the saying goes, one step at arm's length, one step at the end of the world, and with such a simple step, he just happened to come face to face with Inoue Hiroji. Inoue Hiroji raised his battle sword high and came eye to eye with the fat man. How the sword could not be swung? Why? It's simple, Inoue Hiroji is holding the sword with both hands. If he swings it down, besides cutting the air, he'll also hold this damn good luck fat guy in his arms. What kind of gay love is that? Inoue Hiroji jerked back 2 steps, but the fat man didn't seem to react, yet surprisingly followed with another 2 steps. Hiroji Inoue switched angles to take 2 steps back again, and the fat man surprisingly froze and followed up with 2 more. Those researchers who were no longer threatened couldn't even take a step to prepare for their escape after seeing this bizarre scene, which, if set to music, would be like a waltz, foxtrot, or a tango. It's just, why does the scene look so awkward? Inoue Hiroji saw the left turn right flash cannot get rid of the shadow of the fat man, angrily shouted, wrist turn, even with the hilt of the knife to the fat man's head ruthlessly smashed down. If this smashed solid, blood flow is considered light, maybe smashed by the head of this smash, the brain is not even possible to crack. There was already a gasp of surprise among the researchers, but the next second, everyone let out a cheer. Just at the moment when the hilt of the blade was about to hit his head, the fat man, as if he couldn't withstand the dizziness, fell straight backward, and after his body landed on the ground, his feet bounced high, his right foot standing in the air without any obstruction, while his left foot, which happened to be lifted up from between Inoue Hiroji's legs, kicked heavily at the completely undefended crotch. Inoue Hiroji's eyes almost spewed out of their sockets, an angular face rose like a ripe crab, a breath clogged in his throat, froze and couldn't even scream. The officers and soldiers behind the monitor let out cheers, and although they couldn't understand why the other guy didn't dodge, it was enough just to see the guy with that glazed expression. In order to prevent Fatty from launching an attack at this time, Inoue Hiroji hastily staggered back a dozen or so steps and retreated to a place at least 10 meters away from Fatty before stopping, his right hand holding his sword on the ground, a famous ninja sword surprisingly turned into a walking stick, while his left hand covered his penis, his mouth sucking in cool air one after another. The fat man sat up after lying down for a few seconds, shook his head, shook it, and looked at Hiroji Inoue, who was not far away, and said, "What's wrong with you?" Inoue Honji almost sprayed to death. In his view, just now the fat man's action is completely lucky, even luck. This is not. This fat man actually even kicked his own vital parts are not clear well, but the problem is, just because the fat man a look of cluelessness, more so that the Inoue Honji annoyed, he was even by the damned fat man accidentally injured. The problem is, because the fat man a look of confusion, more so that Inoue Honji, he was mistakenly injured. The damn fat Mani can't believe I was accidentally injured by this damn fat guy, who can tell me what to say. You're taking too big a step and ripping your balls off, the fat man continued with a dumbfounded look. The officers and men behind the monitors let out bursts of laughter. Ripping their balls off, it was an apt description. Inoue Hiroji breathed heavily and stared at the fat man dead in the face, neither admitting nor denying. He was too embarrassed to tell the truth to this fat man who was simply oblivious to it, otherwise, wouldn't it turn into a stain on his life? "Oh, I know, you're a habitual action. Your army is not called Team Well, you are now in it," Fatty asked again. Inoue Hiroji couldn't hold back his molestation of the fat man any longer, yelling. His left hand left his crotch, a collection and a raise, 3 points of cold light and a zigzag pattern shot toward the fat man. These 3 points of cold light only out. Inoue Hiroji's action is not stopping. His right hand let go of the hilt of the knife, a collection and a raise, and 3 points of cold light, and then his left hand moved again to receive 3 points of cold light again. The 9 triangular poison darts did not have the same speed, not one after the other like bullets, but had a less noticeable speed difference. The first 3 poison darts were slightly slower, the next 3 poison darts were slightly faster, and the last 3 poison darts were the fastest. When the range reached halfway, the second batch of poison darts had already caught up with the first batch, and when it was still a meter away from Fatty, the third batch of poison darts had already caught up and were neck and neck with the first 2 batches of poison darts. The 9 poisonous darts covered all the possible space for Fatty to dodge, like a big net, covering Fatty in a circle. "You're dead," Inoue Hiroji said with dark joy in his heart, a smug look already surfacing on his face. But in the next second, the smug look condensed on Inoue Hiroji's face, because the fat man actually grabbed a branch from the ground and madly whipped it quickly in front of his body, screaming as he did so. "Dodo dodo dodo." The sound of darts nailing into the wood rang out one after another, and when Fatty stopped his crazy movements, the poison darts attacking in the air had all disappeared, and when he took another look at the wood, there were 9 poison darts on it that were irregularly arranged, but none of them had been missed. "I dart," Inoue Hiroji growled darkly. "Honk." The fat man looked flustered, but managed to block the attack with a tree branch. "I'll dart again." "Honk." "I'll dart again and again." "Honk." "I'm out of darts." Inoue Hiroji was already speechless. He was a 7th Dan extreme shinobi on Broken Water Stream, but he was useless in his best kung fu. The fat man on the opposite side of the street looked as dumb as a bear. His movements were messy, but he was able to withstand his own attacks. Was this the legendary phase attack? "Fatty, we're here," the hound's voice rang through the forest. Due to a burst of running along the road that Fatty drove out, in a very short period of time Hound Dog and the others had already arrived at the duel site, and through the miniature communication device, Hound Dog also knew that Fatty's current opponent was only a ninja, which was why he spoke out and called out, "I knew you'd come." The fat man turned and twisted his head in greeting. "Good chance." Seeing the fat man turn around, Inoue Hiroji was overjoyed. It didn't matter if the poison dart was gone, as long as he could kill this damned fat man, with his hands. Those Chinese special forces would never be able to catch him. With the conviction of killing the fat man, Inoue Hiroji didn't care, and with all his strength, he threw the combat knife in his hand at the fat man in the position of shooting a dart. The razor-sharp war knife shot up. The Hound Dog and the others who had just stepped out were horrified to see the battle knife stabbing at the back of Fatty's heart, but it was simply too late to warn them. Just when the crowd thought that Fatty was about to die a horrible death, Fatty suddenly twisted around and poked out his right hand. His face was still facing the hound. He didn't even look at it. The 5 fingers of his right hand were like a duck's beak as he clamped it, and the war knife that flew and shot at him violently stopped in midair. Hound Dog and the others quickly rushed up, and when they saw Fatty's posture, all of them fell into petrification. Fatty just stood sideways, his right hand at shoulder level, and the 5 fingers of his right hand tightly clamped down on the blade of his combat knife. "Freeze!" Hound and the others quickly reacted, aiming their guns at Inoue Honji. As long as Inoue Honji made any movement, they would pull the trigger at the first opportunity. "Ha ha ha!" Inoue Hiroji suddenly laughed miserably. The hound and the others cried out in darkness and pulled the trigger in unison, the bullets whistling towards Inoue Hiroji. Inoue Hiroji's figure was as erratic as a ghost. There was dodging and using trees to resist, surprisingly unharmed. Taking advantage of the lull in the bullet fire, Inoue Hiroji surged out and charged towards the researchers who had been faithfully acting as spectators, completely forgetting to run away, making it clear that he wanted to kill these scientists who were unarmed, yet extremely important to China. The bullets chased after Inoue Hiroji's shadow and hit empty space, unable to hit the man in extreme motion at all. Just as Hound Dog and the others were anxious, Fatty twisted his body violently, his right arm swung out violently with the strength of his waist, and the battle knife in his hand spun sharply in the air and shot away. Inoue Hiroji's body lurched in extreme motion as his combat knife returned, only instead of returning to his hand, it hit his thigh in a highly unlikely fashion, the sharp blade, the smooth body of the knife passing through his thigh and pinning him to the ground. "Idiot, do you really think that I dodged your attack by luck?" The fat man slowly walked up to Inoue Hiroji, condescending to him, and opened his mouth to curse disdainfully. Hiroji Inoue was stunned. "Idiot, I told you I wanted to avenge my brother's death. Wouldn't it be too cheap to kill you directly?" Chapter 105, Accompanying the Exam. "Stupid stupid stupid." Inoue Hiroji's eyes gradually reddened and veins erupted from his forehead. He finally understood over the bizarre and incomparable death match just now. His hallowed water-breaking stream upper 7th stage extreme endurance was actually being teased like a monkey. A sense of shame and anger took over all of Inoue Hiroji's consciousness, and he actually grabbed the hilt of the sword and pulled it out of his own leg, regardless of the fountain of blood that sprayed out, and stabbed the sword fiercely at the fat man who was close at hand. The fat man once again probed his hand and clipped the stabbing blade afterward. Inoue Hiroji gripped the hilt of the sword with both hands and pushed the sword with all his strength, but the sword was obviously clamped by one of Fatty's hands on the blade, but it was as if it had grown on Fatty's hand, and no matter how Inoue Hiroji tried to get it to work, the sword was still not moving at all. "Idiot, don't you understand that I was just teasing you, wanting to finish you off, a matter of minutes?" Fatty disdainfully said. Inoue Hiroji's eyes cracked, stunned by the strong strength Fatty had suddenly displayed. "Hound dog, I've avenged you," the fat man spoke. "Thanks," the hound responded with a happy smile. Some of the other special forces were protecting the researchers from leaving, while others disarmed the passed-out ninjas and then used handcuffs and ropes to get the unlucky guys up. Inoue Hiroji roared out in resignation, knowing that he had lost this time, very thoroughly. The fat man twisted his right hand, and the tremendous force coupled with his grasp of timing surprisingly allowed him to easily snatch the battle knife from Inoue Hiroji's hands. Then with a wave of his hand, the hilt of the battle knife hit Inoue Hiroji's cheek heavily, and Inoue Hiroji's yells came to a screeching halt. "What's the annoyance of screaming?" the fat man said unhappily, backhanding another hilt of the knife and slamming it over. Inoue Hiroji wanted to dodge. Of course, he made a dodging motion, but the hilt of the knife still struck him accurately on his temple. How it looked made the fat man feel that it was not the fat man's accuracy in hitting him, but rather, his messy dodging motion was to look for the right moment to voluntarily send his own temple to the doorstep to be hit. Looking at the stunned Inoue Hiroji, the fat man did not stop, but walked up, his hands flashed quickly, and did a split tendon hands, scrapping Inoue Hiroji's both hands and arms before he clapped his hands and said, "This grandson can be taken away." Hound dog and the others had black lines on their heads. This fat man was too ruthless. Unfortunately, Hound and the others didn't even think that this was just the beginning. After Fatty took care of Inoue Hiroji, he walked over to the other stunned ninjas and took care of all of them with the same technique. Listening to the sound of joints clicking, the crowd felt their arms ache with them. From the body of Inoue Hiroji searched out the copy of confidential information hard disk. "This mission is completely completed. As for how these ninjas should be dealt with, that is not Tinglong's business. Naturally, there will be the Bureau of People to take over. As for the diplomatic tug-of-war, then slowly tossed to go." Before descending the mountain, Fatty pulled a researcher and asked, "The rabbits and pheasants in this mountain are not considered protected animals, right?" The question froze the researcher for half a second, and it was the hound who answered the fat man's question. "Of course it doesn't count." Then the hound regretted that he had answered that answer on the way down the mountain. Fatty waved his hand from time to time. Every time he waved his hand, there would be an unlucky hare or pheasant suffering. By the time Fatty and the others appeared in front of Tang Yen and all the officers and soldiers, there were more than 30 hares and more than 20 pheasants that made people speechless. More people are speechless, whether it is a hare or pheasant. Actually, each fat and strong, did not see a skin and bones, visible even if it is hunting. The fat man is also a good selection of prey before they do it. The crowd once again had a deepened understanding of Fatty's stance. "We're fine anyway, why don't we have a field barbecue?" Fatty said as he looked at the wild game piled into a small mountain, his eyes glowing and his mouth watering. "You guys toss it, I'm going back to bed." Tang Yen gave the cell phone back to Fatty and then gave him a blank look and said. The crowd of special forces immediately let out a cheer. Even Berserk Bull and the others who were recuperating in the hospital were picked up by the car, and it could be said that this was the first collective field gathering activity since the establishment of the Tinglong Special Forces. Unfortunately, Fatty was not destined to have this blessing. The first smoked rabbit over here had just been roasted when Fatty's cell phone rang. "Older brother, you're there? I've already arrived at the examination center to start queuing up." Sun Wen's voice clearly penetrated into Fatty's ears. Fatty then remembered that today is a big day. He promised to go to accompany his sister. Right away, right away. Fatty looked at the smoked rabbit that was roasted to a golden color and wafted with a pungent meaty aroma that was mouth-watering, and replied in a loud voice, then grasped the wooden pole on which the rabbit was skewered with his left hand, pulled the hunting dog as a driver with his right hand, and rushed towards the film academy. The movie academy had long been surrounded by a sea of people, and the fat man changed into the casual clothes that the others had helped fetch, wiped his mouth clean and got out of the car. Young people from all over the country with dreams of becoming stars and directors converge here and fight to the death for the few hundreds of places available each year. Fatty quickly found his sister, didn't even need any phone contact. His sister's colorful hair looked extremely conspicuous even in the crowd. Older brother, I passed the first round of interviews, wait for me here for a while. Big director Stephen Carter has started casting, I'll go and try it out. Maybe your old sister's luck will explode and she will pass at once and become a big international star. Sunwon called out excitedly. Sunwon around the candidates from all over the country have revealed a disdainful expression. Stephen Carter director is what people that is the international first-class director in China to select the female lead is not in order to be able to broaden the Chinese market. And even if Stephen Carter did pick among the film school students, he wouldn't pick a little girl with colorful hair, would he? Although the fat man was a little angry at the way the crowd was looking at his sister, there was nothing he could do about it. He couldn't hit someone just because of it. After his sister left, Fatty found a place to sit down at the end of the library's steps and looked around in boredom. To say that the film academy is really good, casually grab a young is handsome and beautiful, and occasionally see already some famous actresses, and even TV commercials, and the model can see a few. The only thing that makes the fat man feel disappointed is that he looked at half a day, but even a foreign girl did not see. An hour later, Fatty's cell phone rang. Oh brother, I lost the election. Oh, Director Steven said I look like a big South African parrot. Oh, came Sunwon's sobs. The fat man was instantly enraged. The sister's image is indeed problematic, but you can look with contempt, you can use disdainful expression to treat, but the fat man will never allow someone to insult the sister on top of the language. What happened to the South African big parrot that is still a protected animal? Fatty asked his sister where she was now, and then ran all the way fast, bumping into people and cursing, and finally met her at the door of a large auditorium. Although Sunwon's long hair was colorful, she didn't get any weird hairstyles, but simply tied a ponytail. With light makeup drawn on her face, she looked quite innocent and cute, but now she had turned into a kitten because of crying. Just now the interview of the film school, it is because Sunwon looks clean and lovely, talk not bad, this is easy to pass, but did not expect in Stephen Carter director here because of the hair was rejected outright, but also suffered a small blow. Grandma, if I don't make a move, think I'm Hello Kitty, the fat man said angrily, pulling his sister's hand and charging inside the auditorium. It was only then that Sunwon remembered that her own old brother was not a good person, and wanted to pull her old brother, but she simply couldn't withstand the fat man's powerful strength, and was dragged almost all the way into the auditorium. Stephen Carter's face is indeed very big. The entire auditorium was even temporarily set up as a casting ground, not with that kind of semi-closed way, but directly open, 10 girls at a time in accordance with the requirements of the appropriate actions and expressions, pass to stay, but not directly eliminate, and then through the first round of girls and then the second round of the casting test. When the fat man entered the auditorium, the second round of casting has ended, the final remaining girls only 5 people, each of them has a model-like height, devilish body, angelic face, each dressed up in a flamboyant manner. If nothing unexpected, Stephen Carter's new movie heroine will be produced from these 5 people. No accidents? How can there be no accidents where there are fat people? Older brother, forget it, Sunwon persuaded her brother all the way. But the fat man is considered to be determined to seek justice for his sister, no matter how Sunwon persuasion, he is as if he did not hear, rushed straight to the front of Stephen Carter, and then, in the crowd of staring in disbelief, kicked the table in front of Stephen Carter. The table fell on top of Stephen Carter, knocking the big director right over and flipping him upside down on the floor, gray and unruffled. Security, get Mr. Stephen's bodyguard here. The school leader in charge of liaison exclaimed, "You son of a bitch, how dare you say my sister looks like a big South African parrot," the fat man yelled as he kicked the table aside and walked up to grab the big director by the collar. The security guards and bodyguards were still very ethical and quickly rushed into the auditorium, but when they were about to make a move on Fatty, they saw the big director wave his hand to stop them, then revealed a smile that was even worse than a cry, and respectfully called out, "Fatty." "What did you call me?" the fat man bellowed. "Master Fatty." The crowd's eyeglasses were shattered. What the hell is going on here? Chapter 106, An Old Friend. Stephen Carter, British, won the Royal Knight, Sir, and other honorary titles, enjoys a very high reputation in European countries, this time to China, was received by the state guest-level reception. It can be said that if Stephen in China suffered any harm, directly to become an international dispute Fatty not to mention do not know this. Even if you know what can be done, dare to say that his old sister is a big parrot in South Africa, he does not whip him a face full of peach blossoms. This old thing does not know why the flowers are so red. Master Fatty, she's your sister, was made grey, Stephen, but anger did not even dare, puzzled to look at the girl who followed the fat man that impressed him, asked in English. "Don't talk to me in bird language, believe it or not I'll whip you for not being able to take care of yourself," the fat man said angrily. "Your sister?" Stephen asked bitterly, switching to Mandarin. "You dare to scold me," the fat man said angrily. "This beautiful young lady is your sister, fat master?" Stephen asked again, crying and laughing. "Nonsense, not my sister can still be your sister, you son of a bitch, dared to call my sister is a big parrot in South Africa. Do not want to live, is not it?" Fatty said angrily. Stephen Carter continuously apologized, "Fat master, I didn't know that you have a sister. I'm even more unaware that she is your sister. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, otherwise, if you say how I should make amends, I will definitely do it." The crowd has been petrified. This is what the situation, not to mention the identity of Stephen Carter director, even if it is replaced by any one of the reputation and status of the foreigners, by such a scolding I'm afraid that may not be able to let go. But now how to feel these two people should know, and Stephen director is very afraid of the fat man. "Who is this Fatty?" someone in the crowd questioned, but unfortunately, this question was a doubt in everyone's mind, and no one was able to give an answer at all. Fatty thought for a moment and said, "Any conditions will do." "That's fine. My old sister wants to be a big star. You see to it." Stephen Carter didn't even think about it and immediately replied, "My new movie still lacks a female lead. I think it's better to let your sister play the role, even if she can't fulfill the requirements of my new movie. I still have other director friends." "What do you mean my sister can't fulfill the requirements of your new movie? It's your script that sucks, right? Change the script." Fatty interrupted Stephen without reasoning and said. Stephen nodded helplessly. "Change the script, yes, change the script." Rewriting a script for an ordinary girl who is not even remotely famous and has not yet become a member of the film school. The surrounding onlookers are all dumbfounded. Stephen Carter is known as the tyrant on the set, where disobedient to his will of the stars, even the Oscar-winning actress will be mercilessly scolded, dare to talk directly to replace, in addition to technology, the director of the most proud of their own movie scripts, from the actors will not be modified for the script of the actor, but now. The crowd didn't know why Stephen was so afraid of this ordinary-looking fat man, but looking at the fat Steve, thoughts went back a few years. As a man of wealth, status, and great control, Stephen was as philandering as any other man, marrying for the first time at 18, for the second time at 23, for the third time at 25, and for the 8th time at 50. 8 wives, a dozen or so, and surprisingly none of them had given Stephen an offspring. Stephen had always believed that it was the woman's responsibility, but as he got older, the embarrassment of being childless at his knees forced him to make a heart appointment with his private doctor for a thorough and detailed examination, and the final result he got was that he suffered from necrospermia, which is medically referred to as spermatozoa extinction, due to his lack of moderation in his younger days and his excessive use of alcohol and overindulgence in sexual intercourse. As we all know, only the combination of sperm and egg can form a fertilized egg, and dead sperm means that Stephen's sperm is completely devoid of any vitality and is unable to burrow into the woman's egg to form a fertilized egg, which is the real reason why Stephen's wife won't get pregnant. In order to cure this problem, and in order to be able to be with his newly married supermodel wife for the rest of his life, in a year Stephen did not know how many hospitals, did not know how many medications, did not know how many treatments, but the result was useless. It was a world-class fertility authority doctor who finally gave him a direction to go to China, to the western border province, to the top of a mountain called Golden Phoenix Mountain, where perhaps Stephen would find a miracle. With the mentality of treating a dead horse as a living horse, Stephen brought his wife to Golden Phoenix Mountain and also met Fatty and the old wizard. The fat, hairy geezer in Fatty's mouth is who else but Stephen, and the big pony that makes Fatty's eyes light up is Stephen's supermodel wife, Heidi Klum. Fatty was full of expectations, but he was assigned a white-haired gorilla by his master, and the beautiful woman had no chance with him. A young, and at the same time resentful, doctor is a nightmare for Stephen, and the beginning of the treatment is the beginning of Stephen's nightmare. For the first 3 days, Stephen would be gently awakened by Fatty at 4 a.m. with a bucket of ice-cold spring water, followed by a 3-hour walk in the forest, or not, but also to run for his life, because Fatty would order some wild wolves, boars and other beasts to have a close encounter with him. He was in close contact with wolves, boars, and other wild animals. On the 4th day, Fatty took Steve to a valley and told him to lie flat and not move. Then came a scene that Steve still shudders when he thinks about it. Black widow spiders, thousands of black widow spiders crawled out of a huge cave next to the valley that was too deep to see the bottom, and then crawled onto Stephen's body. That kind of scene, it was even more creepy than a horror movie. And then Stephen returned to his country to make that big production horror movie Octopus, which was inspired by this horrible experience. Bitten to death, Stephen nearly had a nervous breakdown, but that was just the beginning. Poisonous widow spiders finished with killer bees finished with pit vipers finished with leeches, and after half a month of tossing and turning, Stephen almost chose to commit suicide to relieve himself. So much so that later on, when Fatty asked Stephen to jerk off to a fat, black, smelly female boar, he had little resistance, except that it was the first time he had jerked off 4 times in a row, and in the end, his dick bled out so much that Fatty let him off the hook. Every 3 days, jerking off until he spurted blood, 10 times in a row, and just when Stephen thought he was going to die, the fat man announced that the treatment was complete. Stephen didn't care if any treatment was completed or not. After making sure it was okay to leave, he took his wife and fled for his life away from this horrible fat man and away from this horrible mountain. What Stephen didn't expect was to hear the news that his wife was pregnant 3 months later, and when he saw the lab report he was convinced that a miracle had been born. Therefore, for this fat man, who gave him hope for life and the ability to continue his offspring, he was both honored and afraid of the changing a script is bullshit. Even if Stephen Carter was asked to rewrite a new set of scripts for Fatty's old sister, he would never bat an eye, much less hesitate. Hearing Stephen confirm the words of the female lead of the new movie, the only 5 remaining girls were dumbfounded. They had been carefully preparing for this casting for a month, just to be able to be seen by Stephen today, but now, because of a fat man, their chance had disappeared. It's not fair. The 5 girls thought with tears in their eyes. That's not fair. Fatty opened his mouth to shout. Stephen froze. How was this horrible fat man not happy again? Under Stephen's puzzled gaze, Fatty pointed at the 5 girls who were so aggrieved that they were crying and said, "Casting is supposed to be fair and just, how can you take away their chance?" Stephen was almost fainted by the fat man, and said in his heart, "Master, you are my own master, this is not what you forced me to do." But Stephen dared to think but did not dare to say, God knows the fat man will not get out of some other things too. In that case, their own end is only more miserable and definitely not the most miserable. Master Fatty, do as you say. Stephen was completely out of temper. He felt like he was the fish on the chopping board, the fat man was the chopper. He was at the mercy of the slaughter, did not have the slightest ability to fight back. This way my old sister, or to you more assured, who does not know now, this showbiz how chaotic, I do not want my old sister was made some kind of subterfuge or something, Fatty said. Stephen said in his heart, with your old man around, who would have the guts to do that? But also can't, because of my old sister Sake let them have no chance. So you just said you don't have a lot of director friends, well so, put them 5 recommended to your director friends. Female lead can't be female supporting role. Well, the worst is the female supporting role, and then poor can't be, as because of your unfairness, on their compensation. Well, Fatty seriously said. Stephen almost fainted, but since Fatty had asked, he couldn't say yes even if he didn't. In fact, this matter is not difficult. The director of the international director's friends are not necessarily all international directors. Those who have some contact with the small director is still quite a lot of. In some ordinary film, to arrange a supporting actress is not difficult. More importantly, this is also a good hype opportunity, but also can enter the Chinese market. The small director. It is absolutely a great opportunity. Fatty didn't realize that his casual remark had caused these 5 girls to soar to the top and become Oscar regulars a few years later. All he knew was that he'd done a decent job of it, both so that his oldest sister could live out her dream, and that he hadn't spoiled anyone else's dreamland. The president of the Film Academy, who heard the news, came to learn that Sun Wen is not yet a student of the Film Academy, immediately waved his hand, admitted, and master's degree, for the new student with a bright future, the green light. You can not come over to the classroom on weekdays, as long as the exam over to participate in on the line. Sun Wen exclaimed happily, and the 5 girls who had already confirmed that they were going to go abroad with Stephen cried tears of joy. Stephen, on the other hand, pulled Fatty aside and whispered, "Master Fatty, there's a patient, can you step in and help treat him?" Fatty heard, happy. He was worried about the bag, did not expect to send money to come. Chapter 107, The English Patient. In fact, the fat man is not poor. That black card is not to say. He later did the credit card inside the 3 million cash can be taken out at any time to use, but he felt that 3 million Chinese dollars is just to buy a Bugatti wheels. In order to the old sister's wish, of course he has to make more money, make a lot of money of course. There is also the fat man has already started the pharmaceutical factory program, is also a big money swallowing, only they have enough money to shorten the time needed for the program. He does not want to cheap all be taken by others. Foreign? Fatty asked, blinking his little eyes. Stephen nodded. Need to leave the country? The fat man asked again. Stephen nodded again. The other party must have paid for the round-trip plane ticket, travel, and meals. Stephen felt his neck about to break, but still had no choice but to nod. The pay is high or not high or not high, then I won't go. I'm going up and down hundreds of thousands of dollars a minute. I don't have that much time to waste, Fatty said. Stephen was about to faint and said repeatedly, "Hi, the reward is absolutely satisfactory to you." That, Fatty somewhat squirming said, "If I buy some souvenirs, can be reimbursed?" Stephen fainted straight away. The fat man was so insatiable. Originally Stephen planned to stay in China for a week. The first 2 days were to cast the female lead for his new movie, the next 4 days were to go to Golden Phoenix Mountain to find Fatty, and the last day to return. Now that Fatty took the initiative to send him to the door, and the female lead was cast, he wanted to go back immediately. The matter of getting a visa was easy. Stephen just made 2 random phone calls, and the embassy side took care of it right away, without even asking for a reason to leave the country. Absolutely efficient. Children traveling thousands of miles, mother worry, not to mention the children together abroad. Fat mom for the children prepared 2 big boxes of clothing. Half of the box is a variety of medicines that she thinks she can use at noon the next day. A special airplane carrying the fat siblings flew out of Shangjing and out of China, to a strange country. White-haired ape, tell me the basic situation of the patient first. Fatty fiddled with the oversized black widow that had evolved and asked indifferently as he sat in the wide, soft and luxurious seat. Due to the time constraints and the fact that the auxiliary materials were not yet available, Fatty could only bring all 3 main materials with him, and wait until he was in a foreign country to refine the medicine to suppress the 9 absolute vein. There were still 4 days left, so it should be enough. Stephen now, not to mention the sight of the black widow, even the sight of spiders will be shivering, but the fat man's question he cannot not answer, so he can only harden his head and introduce the patient that Stephen had asked Fatty to help treat. This time was the famous Prince George of England, second in line to the British throne. At the same time, Prince George is also the major shareholder of Iron Shell Oil Company, and has been involved in real estate, entertainment, venture capital and other industries, and has a lot of achievements, and even some of the top teams in the top 5 leagues of soccer have shares, belonging to that kind of elite in the industry elite. Prince George, like Stephen, or like Stephen 2 or 3 years ago, suffers from necrospermia. If it were an ordinary person, even if Stephen suffers from this disease as nothing, at most, there is no heir, it is perfectly possible to be a dinky family, or to hold or adopt a child. But not Prince George, because he is the second in line of succession to the British royal family. The European royal family focuses on the purity of the bloodline, focuses on the reproduction of the population. Of course, the most important thing is that Prince George's estate belongs to him personally rather than to the British royal family, and if he does not have an heir, then after 100 years, all of his property will become the private property of the royal family. It's like taking by force for a successful man who's been fighting for decades. Therefore, after learning that Stephen had actually cured necrospermia and had a child of his own, Prince George sought Stephen out, poured out his hard feelings to Stephen, who was once a fellow sufferer, and promised Stephen that as long as he was able to bring that miraculous doctor in to cure him, he would fully invest in Stephen's new movie. Stephen and Prince George were originally very good friends, and with the investment this layer of relationship, naturally agreed immediately. The fat man understood, but also assured, Western medicine on the treatment of necrosis simply do not have too good a way. The most is to play hormones, the use of the body's own immunity, resistance, and recovery of the disease to alleviate, cannot be treated or to say. And in Chinese medicine, dead sperm is also known as the extinct generation disease. There are 2 or 3 methods of treatment, but the requirements for herbs are particularly high, not to mention other countries, even in China, a large country of origin of Chinese medicine. Herbs, now want to find these herbs are very difficult to find things. As for the witch doctor, Fatty dare not say anything else, for infertility and other problems, that is his strong point. The special plane carrying Fatty and the others did not fly to England, but flew directly to Spain. That unlucky prince's home base is in Spain, and most of the scenes of Stephen's new movie are done in Spain, not to mention that even if George is in England, and wants to avoid the pervasive journalists of the paparazzi's birthplace, he will still choose other countries to complete the treatment. A convoy of stretch Rolls-Royce Phantoms, Stretch My, and several escort vehicles left the airport and drove toward Prince George's estate in Spain. Fatty was in the car as if he had entered the Grand View Garden, like Lulu, looking at the scenery of the streets along the way, whether it was the buildings or pedestrians, all gave Fatty a very novel feeling. And really let the fat man feel bright. Is the road constantly appear sexy beauty? Spain is to open, known, and now there is just in the summer, young beautiful Spanish girls wearing especially cool clothing on the street. That big white legs almost shook the fat man's pair of diamonds. Helium gold small eyes. Stephen, on the other hand, sat across from the fat man and acted as an impromptu tour guide. This city is called Madrid, is the capital of Spain, in Europe, is also considered to be very famous historical city. Every year more sunny days and less cloudy days, it is simply a mecca for tourism. In terms of food, Madrid brings together fresh, rich food from all over Spain, so it can be said that when you come to Spain, you don't need to go to other places, you can taste all kinds of delicious food from all over Spain in Madrid. As for other cultural aspects, Stephen knew that Fatty wouldn't be interested, so he casually talked about interesting things like bullfighting in Spain and the Spanish First Division. During Stephen's entertaining introduction, the car left downtown Madrid and entered the outskirts of a particularly large estate that looked like it was more of a botanical garden, with greenery everywhere. Older brother, how much do you think this place will cost per square foot if you want to buy it? Sunwen thought about her own villa and then looked at other people's manor, and asked curiously. I don't know, but I reckon that our family's villa will just be used as a servant's room or a stable here. Fatty sighed. Stephen laughed. The manor does not calculate the price according to the square meter, but according to the geographical location, the facilities in the manor, the type of plants, etc. Like this manor, the price 5 years ago was about £7 million. Even if the land price has increased in the past few years, it won't be more than £9 million. Fatty's siblings were directly shocked. not expensive, but cheap, even if 10 million pounds, converted into Chinese currency is 100 million, in the villa area where the fat man's family is located, 100 million at most to buy 3 villas, whether from the area or from the environment, there is no comparison. Seeing the fat sibling's shocked expression, Stephen laughed. China's housing prices, I'm afraid that all over the world can be ranked among the top. China's second-tier city housing prices, placed in the European countries, is enough to rival the first-tier cities, even if it is the price of cities such as Paris, New York, etc. Cannot be compared to the price of housing outside the third ring of the Shangjing in China. Fatty was directly speechless and didn't even know how to answer. The car finally stopped in front of an oversized ancient castle-type villa. Prince George with his wife had long been waiting in front of the door. Obviously they had great hope for the treatment of the hidden disease, so they showed great sincerity. As for why they didn't go to the airport to greet them in person, firstly for security reasons, and secondly, to avoid the pervasive paparazzi. The crowd got out of the car and Stephen introduced Prince George and Fatty to each other. "Hello, nice to meet you, George." The fat man spoke in an authentic Cockney accent. George hastened to greet politely and gave the fat man a bear hug, which was considered to be a gesture of intimacy and friendliness. Of course, George was happier that there were no barriers to communication between the two sides, and there was no need to match an interpreter, or else, God knows if the interpreter would take what happened in the treatment process and give it to the Sun newspaper in exchange for money. This kind of thing didn't happen often in the British royal family. Looking at George's enthusiasm for the fat man, Stephen snickered in his heart, secretly saying, "Don't look at you jumping up and down right now. Wait until the treatment starts and you'll know that this fat man is definitely a demonic character. Receiving his treatment is not much better than being abused." According to European etiquette, men, as an expression of friendship, engage in hugging, patting each other on the back during the hug as a sign of friendship. But Fatty doesn't know. "Grandma, using so much force, it is giving me a hard time," Fatty said in his heart, and added a little force on his hand. Prince George was almost shot, but had to act like a gentleman and tried to let go of Fatty, but he didn't realize that Fatty was still addicted to hugging and actually hugged and wouldn't let go. George just thought at first that the fat man didn't know how to be polite, but the fat man hugged him and not only slapped and punched him, but actually stroked his hands up and down. It has been proved that foreigners also have goosebumps, and the density of the goosebumps is not at all worse than that of Chinese people. "Does this fat man like men?" George said with a dark chill that was unmistakable. As the fat man's movements became bigger and bigger, the smile condensed on the faces of all the people, even Sun Wen, who came along with the fat man, as well as the 5 beautiful women who looked as beautiful as flowers, all showed strange colors, especially the 5 beautiful women, who had originally wanted to see if they could hook up with the fat man who had a strong strength and shocking connections. Now that they took a look at it, all of them felt a bit of revulsion. "Master Fatty. Master Fatty," Stephen rushed up to pull the fat man's arm. The fat man hugged George for a good 5 minutes, before he let go of his hands at Stephen's urging. 5 minutes, George almost ordered the bodyguard to finish off the fat fuck. Chapter 108, His Royal Highness, George. George's face was not looking good, and his wife's face was likewise extremely uncomfortable, and probably wouldn't have felt comfortable with any other person of normal sexual orientation. "That, Master Fatty, why don't you first make a preliminary diagnosis of His Highness George?" Stephen rounded off. Fatty shook his head. "No need, the diagnosis is already done." Everyone froze. "When was the diagnosis made?" Looking at the crowd's expressions, Fatty laughed. "You guys don't think I like men, do you? Just now when I was hugging George, I had already made a full diagnosis." The crowd was embarrassed. They were really thinking just as Fatty had said. "Are we going to talk about it here, or inside?" Fatty asked with a smile. Go in and talk." George said awkwardly, feeling ashamed of what he had just thought, and at the same time gaining no small amount of confidence in the fat man. Being able to diagnose the condition through a short hug was eye-opening from that alone. Sun Wen and the other 6 beauties were arranged to rest in the guest room. Mr. and Mrs. George brought Fatty and Stephen Carter to the study, and after tea was served, the waitresses and servants exited the study, leaving the space for the four of them. Mr. Son, this is George's inspection report. George's wife, Anna, took out a stack of inspection reports that started at least 1,000 pages and weighed about tens of kilograms in batches and placed them on the coffee table in front of the fat man. No need to look, I don't know English. Fatty waved his hand. Don't know English, a shocked expression appeared on the faces of Mr. and Mrs. George, and the little confidence they had in the fat man just now was gone all of a sudden. A bitter smile appeared on Stephen's face. Back then when he brought his wife to Golden Phoenix Mountain to seek treatment, he also brought a bunch of test reports up there, and as a result, the fat man said exactly the same thing then as he said now. And the most puzzling thing was that Fatty was able to speak a mouthful of pure English that was enough to make most Brits sigh in awe, yet he didn't even recognize some of the most basic words. Master Fatty, you might as well just say it, Stephen spoke up. Fatty nodded and said, both George and Stephen's unspeakable sperm are called extinct sperm, or dead sperm, in Western medicine, but they are not the same. Stephen's is true dead sperm, that is, there is sperm, but the sperm's vitality is extremely low, as if it were dead, and it cannot enter the egg to form a fertilized egg. Then the fat man looked at George and said seriously, George, your disease is not strictly speaking dead sperm, but no sperm. George's whole body was frozen. The lack of sperm vigor and the absence of sperm are two completely different concepts, just as a person who is sick can be treated through medical means and ultimately achieve recovery, while his sperm condition is just like a dead person, or there is no such person at all. Even if he is sick, then there must be this person exists and exists, in order to be able to be treated. After Anna heard the fat man's diagnosis, she took George's arm and said, honey, don't be depressed and despair. The big deal is that we don't want to have children, and when you and I both leave this world, we'll donate all of our possessions to the world's children's aid organizations or the Red Cross, okay? The Red Cross Society is even worse. It's not likely that people will take the money you donate and use it to buy luxury cars and luxury bags, then take it to the internet to show off their wealth. Fatty interjected. The couple's good word of comfort called the fat man said even a little cozy atmosphere is no longer. Stephen covered his forehead, was speechless. He at least by the fat man cleaned up for a period of time. Know that this fat man is what there is to say what people, not at all like those regular hospital doctors, in the recounting of the condition of the patient's emotions also have to take care of the patient's moods, and he thinks that disapproval of the words will be directly out, will not bother to take into account other people's feelings. Master Fatty, can you treat this disease? Stephen felt that the atmosphere was really a bit awkward and asked. The fat man shook his head. Finished, Stephen did not know what to say. If just now was to make the George couple lost hope, now the fat man directly let the two people despair. Fatty looked at Mr. and Mrs. George's tearful expressions and knew that the other party had gotten the wrong idea, so he hurriedly said, I'm shaking my head not to mean that I can't cure it, but that this treatment is very complicated and takes an exceptionally long time. Mr. and Mrs. George had been dumbfounded. They simply did not expect this fat man to speak with inflection. This kind of great sadness and great joy make two people do not know whether they should be happy to laugh, or they should grab the fat man, and do not want to what a gentleman and lady demeanor. The first fat beat to solve the hatred is good. How long will it take? Longer than when I was healing? Stephen asked. Nonsense. Well, for me, a week can be cured are not considered a disease, a month can be cured is not a trouble, a month and a half can be cured are called trouble, need 2 months can be cured is called very complex, quite troublesome. Fatty said. His Highness George's treatment needs, Stephen asked for the couple who couldn't even speak after their great joy. 2 months. Why don't I say it's very complicated, replied the fat man. Anna looked at her husband and wept with joy. Mr. Son, I'm curious to ask, if there is a disease that you can't cure in 2 months, what should it be counted as? George was a man in the end, quickly calmed down and asked, curiously. Not much. I can't cure a lot of diseases. I can't cure colds and fevers. I didn't learn how to open a knife and do surgery, and I don't have the ability to make someone's parents come up with a new one if they're missing an arm or a leg. Fatty skimmed his mouth. George and Stephen looked at each other and laughed out loud. and Anna broke into a fit of giggles, thinking the fat man was really funny. "Mr. Son, when will the treatment begin? Do you need to prepare anything?" George asked. He was a little impatient now. Looking at George's eagerness, Stephen sighed in his heart. George was afraid that he didn't know how horrible Fatty's treatment was, and when it started, George was afraid that he would regret his impatience now. "There are quite a few things that need to be prepared. One is the medicinal herbs. Is there a Chinese medicine store in Spain? If not, I'll make a list. You guys need to send someone to China to bring all the medicinal herbs I need," Fatty said. "Master Fatty, aren't you a witch doctor using medicinal herbs? It seems like it should be considered Chinese medicine," Stephen asked, strangely. Fatty wiped Stephen a glance. "Chinese medicine, collectively known as Chinese medicine, witch doctor, is also a branch of Chinese medicine. You are not feeling good now, the body with or without me to help you adjust." Stephen's face instantly went white, cold sweat instantly soaked his clothes, and he waved his hand repeatedly. "No, no." The expression on Stephen's face made Mr. and Mrs. George feel extremely strange, because Stephen looked as if he had seen and thought of something extremely horrible. "Mr. Son, please," George said politely. Fatty nodded and casually flipped an inspection report to the back, then wrote at least 30 kinds of medicinal herbs in Chinese characters on it, among which there was no lack of wild ginseng, he shou, deer antler, rhinoceros horn, and other valuable medicinal herbs, which were naturally priced at a high level. "This is just a list of herbs. I also need some poisons. Local ones are fine, Chinese ones are fine too." Fatty handed the written list to George and then continued writing again. George didn't know Chinese characters, and Stephen was only a half-assed Chinese passerby, so it was just like watching the fun when George called the interpreter in and asked him to translate the Chinese characters on the back of the test report into English under the supervision of the crowd. Not only Stephen, but even Mr. and Mrs. Stephen, who hadn't received treatment from the fat man, were shocked to the point that their faces turned white. Snakes include the Amazon killer python, the Thai golden python, the king cobra, the Turkish flat pit viper, and the Australian viper, and venomous insects include the ghost-faced spider, the black widow, the desert venomous ant, the solid black poisonous scorpion, and many more. These poisons were already terrifying enough. The thought of these poisons being about to be used on his own body made George feel a cold sweat. He finally somewhat understood why Stephen had just turned pale in fear because of a single word from Fatty. "In addition to these basic herbs, I also need various fruits. That one is easier, like watermelon, durian, or whatever. Just buy them at the fruit market when you need them. And then there are a few more things that aren't so great to get, but it's best to get them." Fatty made another list. "Not horrible, just precious. Incense wood 2 pounds, Wangwali big bed A, Wangwali bathtub A, gold toilet A, gold tableware to be all together a set, musk half a caddy, ambergris 2. Looking at this list, not to mention the interpreter, even George, who is worth hundreds of millions of dollars and as rich as a nation, broke out in a cold sweat. "George, if there is no problem, we will start the treatment. You prepare these things first. The faster you prepare them, the shorter the treatment time will be. Of course, if the quality of these things is better, the better it will be for your body," Fatty said. Okay, George nodded as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. "How's your stamina?" the fat man asked. George froze for a moment and thought for a moment and replied, "I should be considered strong. I'm a member of the World Marathon Association and I work out every day as well." "I'm asking how strong you are in bed and how long you can last," the fat man asked with a very naive expression. Anna blushed in shame. After all, this kind of small secret between husband and wife belonged to personal privacy, and it was just too embarrassing to ask about it in such a dignified manner. George said awkwardly, 30 minutes. The fat man still wasn't going to let George off the hook and skimmed, "You can't be talking about getting 25 minutes with some kind of jumping egg off fake and other toys, and then going up there for 5 minutes to surrender." George almost spurted blood. This was getting into the matter of a man's dignity, so he immediately said righteously, "Of course not, I'm talking about time to get to the point." Fatty clapped his hands and said, "That's a deal. You two go to the bedroom and get started. Do it for a full 2 hours before you say anything." George froze, Anna froze, and Stephen likewise froze. 2 hours will kill you. Chapter 109 Special Pills. European physique is indeed very good. After all, people were brought up drinking milk and eating beef. Those things on the bed is also more open, such as one-night stands and other things are relatively unconcerned, but that is the body's pleasure to enjoy. If the continuous struggle for 2 hours, it is not enjoyment, but the pain of torture. Looking at George with a bitter look on his face, the fat man got up and left the study, went to the bedroom that had been prepared for him, opened the box he had brought with him, and rummaged through it to find a wide-mouthed canning jar. For the sake of your couple's deep love, I'll give you a good thing, Grandma. This thing is gold and expensive. Fat master, I've lost a lot of money. With a heartbroken expression of digging meat from his own body, Fatty took a nail-sized, blackened pill out of the bottle and placed it in front of George. George hesitated, an unknown substance he didn't dare eat. Master Fatty, if George doesn't want it, can you give it to me? Stephen's eyes immediately lit up when he saw this black pill, and when he saw George hesitate, he immediately inquired. Even if George didn't know what it was, he understood from Stephen's expression and words that it was very precious and good stuff, and all hesitation was thrown to the winds as he grabbed the pills and glared, "I'll eat it." Then George shoved the pill in his hand into his mouth. A pungent taste almost made him spit it out. At least he forced himself to swallow it. The feeling of regurgitation couldn't be more unpleasant. The fat man looked at George's disgusted expression and hemmed and hawed, then gave Steph a high five. "Mr. Son, Stephen, you too." George had the feeling that he was being played. "It's not Viagra, it's not Indian magic oil, it's a locking pill. Take your time to feel it." Stephen laughed, getting up and leaving with the fat man. George watched the back of the fat man and his best friend, crying and laughing, but of course, he didn't have a clue about specialized names like lockdown, but he would soon. 2 minutes, just 2 minutes later, George felt a fire appear out of thin air from within his body, a fire that made him blush, his crotch tugging at his flags, an indescribable sensation welling up, even his eyes reddened like a wild animal. When George looked at his wife who was looking at him with concern at his side, he suddenly felt that she had become younger and prettier, and the long absence made him eagerly take her into his arms and kiss her frantically while tearing her tens of thousands of pounds worth of clothing with all his might. Anna had never seen her husband so crazy, although a little afraid, but still chose to cooperate, because of the age of the two people's intercourse is more like a perfunctory. Anna has not tasted the pleasure of being a woman for a long time, so quickly into the state. Enthusiastic response. Fatty and Stephen, on the other hand, sat at the gate of the old castle and watched the pretty maids of honor passing by and criticizing them. "Master Fatty, have a genuine Cuban cigar." Stephen pulled out 2 tin cans from his pocket and handed one to Fatty and said, "Good, taste how it tastes." Fatty nodded. 2 cigars thicker than an adult's thumb on 2 circles were lit. The fat man did not have experience in smoking cigars, a mouthful of it was choked and coughed, and when the coughing managed to calm down, he felt dizzy again. "Holy shit, what the hell," the fat man said as he threw out the top-of-the-line cigar worth $300. "Master Fatty, this is a cigar, not an ordinary cigarette. You can't swallow it, you have to take small sips. Let the smoke stay in your mouth and then spit it out." Stephen was complacent about having straightened the fat man once. "What crap are you wait?" Fatty said irritably, his feet stumbling a bit as he entered the ancient castle. A few moments later, the fat man walked out with a cloth bag, placing it on his lap and opening it. Inside was a golden fluffy grass that looked like the hair of a Labrador. The fat man drew a tobacco pot from his back waist, the tool Xiaolan used for smoking, twisted a pinch of golden fluffy grass with his fingers, stuffed it into the pot, compacted it, and then lit it with a lighter. A green smoke puffed out from the fat man's mouth, and Stephen, who was sitting on the side, felt a fragrance that was hard to describe in words come to his nose. "Master Fatty, what kind of smoke is this? It smells so good," asked Stephen in surprise. "Have a bite," the fat man asked. Stephen put the cigar in his hand casually on the ground, rubbed his hands and took the pipe pot handed over by the fat man, and not minding the fat man's saliva, he put it to the mouth of the cigarette and inhaled deeply. "Slightly cooler, it seems to have mint in it, but the flavor is very mellow, not as spicy as tobacco, but more so than a cigar." swallow, then slowly exhale. The fat man followed the instruction. Stephen swallowed the smoke into his lungs the way the fat man had told him to, and held it for a few seconds before slowly exhaling. A mouthful of smoke, just a mouthful of smoke. Stephen felt a sense of fatigue all disappeared, the rest is just indescribable comfort. More importantly, after riding the plane some dizzy mind instantly cleared, the whole person as if after laboring to get enough sleep, and painfully wash a 3-warm general. Master Fatty, what kind of smoke is this? Stephen asked in surprise as he opened his eyes. The fat man will take the tobacco pot back, gently inhaled a mouthful, spit out a smoke ring, said, "This is not smoke, this is called Velvet Sky Vanilla, only grows in the Enan cold. I spent a day to pick a little bit, and then first of all, to shade dry, and then with 12 kinds of medicinal herbs of medicinal broth to smoke, repeatedly to get 7 times, and then put in the sun under the sun exposure." Stephen was dumbfounded. Even the top-of-the-line cigar he had just smoked didn't have such an exaggerated production process. The smoke from the Velvet Sky herb can wake up the brain and clear the eyes, get rid of fatigue, soothe sickness, moisturize the lungs and nourish the body, and if used for a long period of time, it can nourish the yin and replenish the yang, which is a good treatment for some initial kidney and lung diseases. Fatty laughed. Stephen's eyes went straight as he listened. This is an absolute treasure, especially useful to him. No matter whether it is a big international director or a small third-rate director, he or she is the busiest person on the set. Not only do they have to form a concrete image in their minds against the script, but they also have to direct various departments to work together, and they can't take a break after the shooting is finished, but they also have to watch the finished movie several times, or even dozens of times, to find out what is not as good as it should be, or what is wrong with it. A few months of filming can definitely age a director by 2 or 3 years. If you have this kind of medicinal tobacco, not only will your work efficiency be greatly improved, but you can also take care of your body, which is simply a treasure. Master Fatty, this, can you send me some to sell me some as well? Stephen asked shyly. The fat man glanced at Stephen with slanted eyes until Stephen was almost so ashamed that he killed himself. Then he laughed. "Sell, even if we are also considered friends. No, I send you half, smoke pot you get yourself." Fatty shared half of it to Stephen, then said, "I heard you have a nickname. What is called the tyrant on the set? I can put the ugly words in front. My old sister has never acted in a movie. When the time comes to act poorly, you teach patiently. Don't put on a look of a grandpa. If I know that my old sister is aggrieved, beware of me letting you be a grandson. Don't worry, fat master, your sister is my sister, and I will treat her as if she were my family." Stephen patted his chest. If any outsiders had heard Stephen's words, they would have been absolutely shocked. But it was heartfelt for Stephen. Curing a hidden disease of the body and making one's own heir is supposed to be a great favor, but a favor is nothing more than a feeling, a word, which can be worth 1,000 pieces of gold or nothing at all. The reason why Stephen respected Fatty as much as he did was because as long as people were afraid of death, the more status and position they had, the more they were afraid of death. But people eat grains and cereals. How can not get sick? Befriend a good doctor is like an extra life, not to mention that the fat man's medical skills in the eyes of Stephen is no longer just a medical skill, but a mysterious, miraculous divine art. 2.5 hours later, George walked out of the villa red-faced, ignoring his image and sitting on his ass on the steps. "How does it feel?" Stephen asked, scowling at George. "Cool, unprecedented cool. 2 hours before I do not even dare to think about it, even if I ate Viagra, can last 50 minutes even if it is good, this kind of medicine, although the taste is not good, but the effect is absolutely first class." George laughed brightly, not caring that these private words will be heard by others. "It's good when it's cool, as the landlord. Shouldn't you do the landlord's favor?" Fatty asked with a smile. George nodded. "That's natural. Why don't we go out back and ride horses and hunt too, and then taste the Spanish specialties?" Stephen didn't say anything, but looked at Fatty, waiting for Fatty to make up his mind and make a decision. "I've heard that Spanish women are passionate. I wonder if there are any strippers in the city?" Fatty asked with a lewd smile on his face. "Of course there is. Windy Capital is the biggest, most beautiful girls and safest night club in Madrid, if you like it, mister." Son, let's go, and have a good time at night. George replied with a smile. Fatty shook his head and said, and don't go at night, go now. Now, George froze. Stephen looked up at the sky. The sun is still hanging in the sky in the middle of the day. To go to this even if it is urgent color, do not have to rush to this extent it. Yeah, right now. Fatty nodded. Although George was in a difficult situation, with the pills that Fatty had just given him, this request was something he had to agree to. So the convoy drove out of the estate to the gates of what George said was the biggest nightclub in Madrid, and then walked through the gates under the protection of bodyguards. Hi Carl. The big boss of the greeted George from his office at the news and gave him a warm hug. George, what brings you here at this hour? Carl, a fat man with a beard, asked curiously after the hug. I'll introduce. George had just opened his mouth when he was interrupted by the fat man who kept looking at the clock the whole way. Call out all the prettiest girls you have here, Fatty Tay exuberantly shouted. Everyone is dumbfounded. What's going on here? Chapter 110, Strange Therapies. There is no such idiom as daylight proclamation in the vocabulary of foreigners, most of whom simply believe that daytime is time for work, and that outside of work is time for recreation, and that during the day, one should obviously go to work rather than wasting one's time at the wrong time and in the wrong place. So as soon as the fat man's words left his mouth, George, Carl, and Stephen froze in unison and calling out all the pretty girls and hitting on them. George. Carl, hurry up, will you? I'm up and down hundreds of thousands of dollars a minute, I can't waste it on a long wait. Are you worried that I can't afford to pay? Don't worry, it's His Highness George's treat today. Hurry up and get on the pretty girls, the pretty ones, the sexy ones, the ones with hot bodies. The fat man looked like a wealthy landlord treating the guests, but his last sentence revealed that he was being generous at the expense of others. Carl looked at George with a questioning look. George nodded, although he did not know what the fat man was up to, but as a host, not to fulfill the requirements of the guests. Nightclubs are usually open after 8:00 p.m. And it's the middle of the afternoon. The resident girls who had been crazy all night got up and washed up. As soon as they heard that there were guests outside, they immediately rushed out. Anyway, there were still several hours before the official opening. A group of people serving a few guests was always easier than a few people serving a group of guests. In Fatty's words, it's called hitting a child idly on a rainy day. Dozens of beautiful women rushed out. The fat man's eyes cannot turn the corner. The nightclub that is a concentration camp of beautiful women. You want to look like Phoenix, or have the body of Pharaoh, even if you let you into, you are embarrassed to come. These dozens of beautiful women, mature, youthful, charming, short skirt, low cut, navel, long legs, long hair, very different styles, but have one thing in common, that is, the body is good to burst. Look at the people that spectacular waves, and then look at the people that the goblin like a small waist, and then look at the people that the long and white legs. Fatty felt a warm liquid in his nostrils as brewing. I do not know when it will be sprayed. You pick first, Mr. Son, George said courtesy. The fat man shook his head and said, and don't pick, come on all of them. Sound of escaping laughter. Stephen Carter was sipping his red wine when he sniffed a mouthful of red liquid that looked like it had been coughing awkwardly. Stephen was surprised. All come. The fat man nodded and reached for George. Bring out your best, seduce him, molest him, ravage him. It's a good thing George isn't tasting wine right now, or it would be him. The beauties looked at each other, dumbfounded along with their boss Carl, the great director Stephen, and Prince George. Just now when they heard the fat man say this, George and the others thought that this was just a joke, but now look at the fat man's expression and listen to the tone of the fat man's voice. It is obvious that this has absolutely nothing to do with a joke. This fat man is serious. The fat man said in a serious and righteous manner, this is just part of the treatment, I am healing you. Bullshit. If that word existed in a foreign country, I'm afraid that not only George, but also Stephen and Carl would be cursing it right now. To say that this is treatment is nothing. The main thing is, the fat man's eyes have been stuck on the breasts and big white long legs of all the beautiful women, especially the shiny saliva flowing down from the corner of his lips between words. how to look at it does not look like what he said in his math as treatment, but is more like fooling people, or this guy has a hobby of watching live Changyang. Are you sure? George asked awkwardly. Pretty sure. The fat man nodded, his eyes not even glancing even halfway to George, his eyes only had this group of hot babes in them. Come on then, George said helplessly. George was indeed helpless. If anyone else had asked him to do such a thing, he would have long ago slapped his big ear and then asked his bodyguard to beat this person into a pig's head, but the fact that Stephen already had an heir was in front of him, so there was no way for him not to choose to believe in the fat man. And even if this kind of unheard of treatment was humiliating, he could only endure it. The beauties have always been played by people, or the first time to play people. Especially play or the Hall of the British Prince, this is simply too exciting, not to mention that there is money to be made, so when George agreed, the beauties immediately laughed and surrounded George. The wide glass coffee table where the drinks were placed was turned into a makeshift stage. Two blondes stood on the coffee table and twisted their bodies, making highly provocative gestures to each other, while four beauties surrounded the coffee table, slowly removing their clothes while twisting their bodies to the music, and three others pole danced on the risers beside the sofa circle. The rest of the beauties gathered around George for a big will-teasing game. Poor George, just finished a 2-hour-long coiled battle, both memory and physical strength has been consumed, originally at least 2 or 3 days to rest to slow down the strength, and now by the crowd of beautiful women a burst of teasing, froze again to rip the flag. Not to mention George, who was in the center surrounded by beautiful women, even Fatty and Stephen, who were squeezed to the periphery, had their blood swell up watching. Stephen, okay, at least he is a world-class director. Cooperation rules over the top of the beauty of the countless, which already have a certain resistance, but the fat man cannot. This guy's experience is still stuck in the theory. The practical experience is completely zero. Authentic purebred virgin A can withstand this, unless his orientation problem is different from the norm originally, because the face is too fat, too much fat, and make both eyes perennial and outsiders can only be seen from a close distance to see his black eyes, now the two eyeballs staring greatly, not to mention the black eyes, even the pupils can be seen. Two fountains of blood gushed out from under both nostrils, running down the mouth to the chin and dripping down onto the several marble floors, a shocking puddle of blood for a few moments. The fat man was unaware of this, and wanted to kick George back to his English lair, and then take his place and enjoy the happiness of all the others. If Stephen hadn't had doubts in his mind and shifted his gaze from the beautiful woman to Fatty, it was not likely that Fatty was going to be the first antagonist in the history of wizards to die from nosebleed due to looking at a beautiful woman subjected to not bird. The fat man wiped his lips, a slap of blood hastily twisted toward the door. He was afraid to look at the meeting again, he really want to hang up. Stephen felt a little sorry for his friend by acting as a spectator, so he followed the fat man out of the club lobby as well, and the two of them got back into George's ride. Stephen took a bottle of wine from the car's mini fridge and poured it for the fat man and himself before the two of them buried their bodies in the leather seats and relaxed with a sip of wine. With a glass of wine in his mouth, Stephen finally spat out the question that existed in his mind. Master Fatty, it's the same treatment, how come the difference is so big? Stephen looked like a deep-rooted grudge holder, and it was hilarious how he looked. How big is the gap? The fat man asked in amusement. When you were healing me, you were exercising and being bitten by poisonous spiders and ants. For so long I didn't even have a day of peace, and then look at you healing George now, with pills to extend the time and dozens of beautiful women teasing and seducing him, Stephen complained in a rambling voice. The fat man smiled and asked, do you think the method I used to treat George was more fragrant and gentle? Stephen nodded heavily with an air of entitlement. Fatty let out a giggle and shook his head. All you see is an illusion. In reality, this is just the first step in curing the disease. Stephen naturally wouldn't understand the witch doctor's method of healing, and just assumed that the brutal healing process he was undergoing at the time would be the witch doctor's way of healing, isn't it? Of course not. Fatty shook his head. First of all, your disease is lack of vigor, while George's disease is really dead sperm. In Chinese medicine it's extinct sperm, so to treat you just need to improve the vigor of the sperm, but to treat George, you need to treat him physically, from the root, to improve his physical quality. That is like being born again. Fatty patiently explained. Stephen felt that Fatty was fooling him, so although Fatty explained, he still felt disbelieving. If it is not someone in the future to make a movie under Stephen, Fatty would have kicked Stephen from the car down. Fat Master Cure still need to explain with people? Come on, I'd better explain it to you lest you store any lumps in your mind. That wouldn't be pretty, Fatty said helplessly. The kind of pills given to George earlier to improve the duration of his errands were not meant to make George's conjugal life more harmonious and happy, but rather to empty George's memory and keep his body in a state of arousal for up to 2 hours, so that at the end of it, it would explode most violently. And immediately afterward, he came to the nightclub where beautiful women were gathered, and let these masters of the wind and moon scene seduce George, in order to make George get excited again, but his heart was in the right place, and his body was once again hyperactive because of the hormones. This process will last about 2 hours, when 2 hours later, George will be, because of the body's sake, mentally transformed from a state of exuberance to a state of exhaustion. This time the human body is the most empty time. In the witch doctor's view, a person's appearance is no longer how strong, as long as the inner strength will be emptied out, then the treatment will be twice the effort, and this process is not something that can be accomplished in a day or two, it takes at least a week. Which means that every day of that week George has to repeat what he did today. Waiting for this week to pass was the beginning of the real treatment, because the time needed for Fatty to dispense the medicine was not something that could be accomplished in a day or two. A week, Stephen scrunched his neck. A day or two was called enjoyment. A week would be absolutely devastating torture. Stephen never envied George again. Chapter 111, Deepening Understanding. According to Fatty's arrangement, 2 hours later, George finally walked out from the nightclub. To be precise, he didn't rely on his own strength to walk out, but rather was racked out by 2 bodyguards, especially when George appeared at the entrance of the nightclub. Fatty and Stephen could very clearly see the face of this Prince Highness. It was an ugly one. It was originally a white race, but now I guess it can be a vampire against the skin color. And with George's eyes a little lax and his body a little shaky, it was clear that those 2 hours hadn't been easy to get through. Stephen was finally mentally balanced. George was obviously shriveled up, drooped his head when he got in the car, and just as the car started, he actually snored and fell asleep, looking as if he had just run a marathon and was so tired that he was off his feet. The journey was uneventful, and after returning to the manor, George was carried out of the car by 2 bodyguards and all the way to the bedroom, and surprisingly, he didn't even wake up. The crowd went back to their assigned bedrooms to take a nap and wait for the evening meal. In the evening, Fatty received a call from Feng Yuan. Eldest senior brother, have you prepared all your materials yet? There are still the last 3 days left. Feng Yuan asked anxiously. It's almost ready. Fatty replied. Why aren't you in a hurry at all? What time is it? Don't you hurry, you don't want to die, Feng Yuan said sharply. Fatty hemmed and hawed. Second senior brother, don't worry, it's not time yet. Feng Yuan knew that even if he was around Fatty, he might not be able to manage it, not to mention that now the sky is high and the emperor is far away. But think about it, Fatty can't possibly treat his own life as a child's play, so he simply let Fatty go on his own to fool around, and anyway, the one who suffers in the early hours of the morning every day is Fatty himself. At dinner, George was at last roused from his deep sleep by his wife, and having recovered some of his strength, but not much of his spirits, he forced himself to go out of the bedroom, and, after a couple of courteous words at the table, excused himself and left to go on with his rest. For the fat man, George in or out, the meal is the same. The Spanish meal is honestly just exotic flavors worth a try, and the Chinese heritage of thousands of years of food compared to the Spanish meal and the Chinese street stalls. Fill the stomach just the same. It may sound unbelievable, but it makes sense once you know what Spain abounds in. Pigs, cows, and sheep are the 3 main meat. Vegetables are potatoes, tomatoes, onions. Seafood need not be said. The world is similar. At most is the degree of freshness and price is different. Just a few kinds of things, just how you match. Delicious is just a few kinds of only, and compared with China, the difference is far from it. The one who had the most fighting spirit at the dinner table was Fatty. When the others had already finished tasting the desserts, Fatty's main meal had only been eaten but 1/3 of it. after finishing off 12 portions of roast beef, 2 roasted legs of lamb, as well as several other plates of dishes, the crowd looked at Fatty's gaze full of amazement, and they all thought that inside this Fatty's body, there must be a beast that was super capable of eating inhabiting its son when almost looked for a crack in the ground to bury herself in. It really wasn't something to be proud of to have a brother who could eat so much. At nightfall, all of them returned to their respective rooms to rest. Fatty went back to his room first, and after an hour, he left from his room again and went to the botanical gardens in the manor, casually finding a dry place to sit down. After today, there are only 2 days left for the 9 extinct veins claiming period, and if the 9 extinct vein can't be claimed within the period, then Fatty will go to hell to report to the king of hell. Fatty is not in a hurry, no, the thing that concerns his little life. Fatty is more anxious than anyone else, but he is not in a hurry in the shortest possible time 9 absolute vein, but to use this time to feel and understand the 9 absolute vein. Even if Feng Yuan, even if their masters were afraid that they wouldn't understand what Fatty was doing now, Fatty knew that what he experienced now would be an extremely considerable fortune in the future. As an ideal, ambitious pursuit of the 3 outstanding young people, Fatty will not choose to stagnate. The royal scourge of all things is definitely not his ultimate goal. His goal is to peep into the 3 worlds, and even to reach the cocoon butterfly cultivation realm that was only reached by someone 1,000 years ago. Since the goal put so far, Fatty naturally want to figure out how to dissolve the 9 absolute vein, otherwise he is now the royal repulsion of all things cultivation. There are masters to give the formula, as long as to find all the materials on the 9 absolute vein, then wait until the cultivation of the realm of the 3 worlds of the peeps who can give him the formula. During the duel with the old witchfinder in the villa, Fatty was hit by the old witchfinder's gunshot spell while his body took damage from the other party's witch power. This was the first time that Fatty had been attacked by the invasion of witch power into his body, and at that time there was only one feeling, that of cold, as if he had been thrown from the tropics to the north and south poles all at once, but after the chilling sensation appeared, Fatty felt as if it was nothing unacceptable. What is the feeling of the 9 absolute vein that is like putting the body into the 10,000 years of cold ice, that is really cold it and already used to the 9 absolute vein to bring the feeling of cold. In the witch power invasion of the body, the fat man even did not have a little bit of unbearable feeling. I am afraid that if you change into other people, directly has been that invisible coldness made even the fingertips cannot move. At the same time, Fatty was also attacked by the other party's witch formation and sorcery, and it was extremely difficult for his body to move, but when he thought of cheating the old witch formation master by killing himself, the flow of sorcery in his body turned out to be at least twice as fast as usual. Don't ever underestimate this area of 2 times, and put it on an ordinary sorcerer. He would have to snicker at even a half-fold increase. The flow rate of witch power is just like the engine of the car. The ordinary witch engine is also 8 cylinders, which power flow rate to enhance the concept of 2 times directly will be alto for Bugatti Veyron. The changes brought about by the absolute not only is the horsepower of the enhancement, and at the same time enhancement, there is also resistance, speed, power, and so on, is all the enhancement. At this point, Fatty finally understood why males with the 9 absolute vein were the best choice to become a sorcerer. It was because the 9 absolute vein was able to perfectly fit sorcery, making the sorcerer twice as effective in battle, and in the refining of compulsion. The last time he felt the 9 absolute vein on his body was when Fatty was 1 or 2 years old. At that time Fatty was too young and his memory was not yet systematized. Now that I think about it, at that time, there were only very vague memories, and even the memories of his parents had been erased by time. And after being brought to the Golden Phoenix Mountain by the master, Fatty's 9 absolute vein was suppressed by the master with a secret method, which would not cause any harm to the life, but was able to retain the advantage of the 9 absolute vein's addition to the sorcery power. In other words, Fatty's once memory of the 9 absolute vein was merely stuck in the feeling of being cold during these 28 days. Fatty, on the other hand, was feeling the 9 absolute vein properly, although he had to endure the pain of the icy cold encroaching on his body every day from the early hours of the morning until the time the sun rose. He obviously felt that with every day that passed, his spirit would be 1 point stronger, the witch power in his body would be 1 point more condensed, and the more solid one point in the realm of the imperial repulsion of all things. Unlike the apprehension he felt when he had just entered the realm of imperial repulsion cultivation, always worrying that one day he would return to the drawing poison extractor, now Fatty no longer needed to worry about this. In the early hours of the morning, the icy cold sensation appeared once again. The fat man was like falling into the ice cellar. He felt that coldness coming out from his body, but he didn't pay too much attention to it, and pulled out the formula given to him by his master from his pocket, and thought about it while looking at it. There were as many as 12 ingredients on the formula, of which only 3 were the main ones, and all the others were for auxiliary use. The main ingredients are essence jade heart, fire dragon fruit, and earth float. The auxiliary materials are wild ginseng, Ganoderma lucidum, he shou wu, yin yang zi, lotus solanum, and cold moss. At the end of the formula, the time to use these ingredients is set at noon. The essence jade heart was not the jade used by witch array masters to perform witch arrays, but rather, it was an existence that condensed the essence of heaven and earth, and according to ancient records, the essence jade heart was able to quench witch power and cause it to undergo a qualitative change. The fire dragon fruit, on the other hand, is able to increase the amount of witch power contained in the body. The earth float itself is a highly poisonous creature, also known as the earth float, absorbing the aura of heaven and earth and growing. If the toxicity can be removed, it is simply a strong existence of flesh and white bones, but for the fat man, after using the earth float, it is not only able to enhance its own resistance to the poison, but also able to enhance the body's quality of each quality. If Fatty's body was a glass of water filled with light salt water, then the essence jade heart was able to cause the light salt water to turn into concentrated salt water, or even saturated salt water that had precipitated salt particles. The dragon fruit was able to make the capacity of the glass larger, so that the glass could hold more salt water, and the earth floaters were able to cause this glass of water to turn into a toughened glass cup, or even ceramic or metal cups. And when Fatty shifted his attention from the material itself to the material's yin and yang attributes, he couldn't help but think about it. The essence jade heart was yang, the fire dragon fruit was yang, and the earth floating slaughter was yin. If the ancient records were correct, the yang contained in either of the essence jade heart and the fire dragon fruit would be enough to suppress the yin contained in the earth floating slaughter, which meant that the main 3 materials would end up being yang, and of the auxiliary materials, when paired, they also appear positive. This is clearly an extremely masculine remedy. Coupled with the fact that this pair of medicines needed to be used at noon, it was clear that they were using the power of nature to work with the yang in the medicines to suppress the yin nature of the 9 yin absolute vein with yang. But then again, if the yang overcome the yin, is not the characteristics of the 9 yin absolute vein all stifled in that case? Although their own life is not a worry, but the 9 yin absolute vein will not be able to play out the characteristics of that case, they should not return to ordinary? The sky turned from dark to light, and the coldness in Fatty's body receded as fast as the tide. Fatty slapped his thigh. He understood the true function of this formula was not to overcome yin with yang, but to adjust yin with yang, causing a balance of yin and yang to form in one's body, and to greatly maximize the advantages of the 9 yin absolute vein under the premise of ensuring one's own life safety. Chapter 112 Preparations. Rich people do things efficiently. The list that Fatty made yesterday, just after a day and a night, most of the materials had already been prepared. Among them, there were actually 2 300-year-old wild ginsengs, knowing that even in China, 100-year-old ginsengs had been speculated to millions of dollars. These 2 300-year-old wild ginsengs would cost at least $10 million, and they were definitely priced out of the market, especially getting it in such a short period of time. The cost is feared to be doubled. As for the other materials, they were all of very good quality. At least if Fatty were to get them himself, he would never be able to get them together in a short period of time, and even if he were given enough time, he might not be able to get materials of such good quality. Yesterday, George was really tortured by the beautiful woman, both mentally and physically exhausted to the extreme, but after one night, George realized that both mentally and physically, all of them had recovered, and were even in better condition than they were before he started to receive the treatment yesterday. Although George did not know the reason, but it was more and more convinced of the fat man's methods, and after seeing the fat man again, the attitude also became more and more polite, between words and behavior, even some respectful components, so that those bodyguards who were familiar with George were secretly surprised. On the contrary, the fat man secretly strange up. Originally he thought that George today will be mentally unstable, physical strength, but did not expect, after resting for a night, George even recovered, but the fat man did not say much, decided to continue to watch for a few days, secretly find out the reason. Soon George was screaming his head off, and like yesterday, it started with 2 hours of bed work. George was fine, but his wife Anna couldn't take it. Although the woman is 30 like a wolf and 40 like a tiger, but yesterday George uninterruptedly tossed 2 hours, Anna all of a sudden cool burst, walking footsteps are a little staggering, rest a night simply did not recover, and now come again, directly raised the white flag to surrender. George, let Catherine come and help you. Anna's plea for forgiveness gave George a jolt in his heart, because Catherine was no other than his secretary and lover. George thought he had covered up the affair very well, but he didn't realize that Anna already knew about it, but she kept quiet about it, taking into account his image and face. George, don't worry, as much as I care about having to share my man with another woman, I care more about your body, and as long as you're well, I'm content. Anna said as she stroked George's chest. George was very touched by his wife's words, and secretly made up his mind that he must make more time for his wife in the future, and that he should remember to give her a beautiful and expensive gift on every important or unimportant holiday to express his love for her. 2 hours later, George arrived at the nightclub again, only this time he was accompanied only by his bodyguard, while Fatty stayed at the manor and began to get busy with the dispensing of medicine. A simple room similar to a gazebo is to be built here, with a roof and no walls, at a height of about 3 meters, it doesn't need to be too big, 10 square meters will suffice. The fat man drove the golf cart around the estate several times and finally settled on a piece of land and told the accompanying butler about his request. Yes. The butler carefully recorded Fatty's request on the manor map. Then Fatty went around the area again and said a few requirements. The butler drove back to the villa first after making sure that Fatty didn't have more requirements. He had to go and arrange for the manpower and materials in order to get all the highlights that Fatty needed in the shortest possible time. Fatty, on the other hand, stayed in the area and proceeded to set it up. Although Fatty was not a witch formation master, he knew a bit more about witch formation diagrams compared to the genuine witch formation master Dakai. He just wasn't familiar about the way of laying the formations. However, the book about witch formation that was searched out from the villa where the old witch formation master was located had solved Fatty's biggest problem, which not only gave a detailed introduction to the deployment of witch formation, but even drew quite a number of witch formations that even Fatty had not seen. So it could be said that this book was simply the same as a teaching material for witch formations. The sorcery formation that Fatty was going to set up was called the condensed sun formation, which belonged to the most basic kind of sorcery formation. Witch formations are generally divided into 3 types, which are offensive, defensive and auxiliary, and the condensing sun formation belongs to the simplest of the auxiliary witch formations, and its purpose is to be used as a heater. That's right, the condensation of the sun formation is a small formation used by wizards as a heater in winter. In addition to being used as a heater, it can also be used as a dryer, dehumidifier. To use it can be seen that 1,000 years ago, witches have stepped into the modernization, when others are still laboriously chopping wood to make fireplaces. Witches have already used the green environmentally friendly and non-polluting witch array heating. And the reason why Fatty had set up a sun condensing array was not to get warm, unless he was crazy enough to want to get a fireplace to keep around in the summer, nor was it that his clothes were wet and needed to be dried, much less that he felt that there was too much humidity in the air, but, rather, that he needed to condense the heat to form a yang area in order to facilitate his absorption of the medicinal power to go down the 9 yin Jedi vein in order to achieve a balance of yin and yang within his body. In addition to the fat man himself, with the exception of the George, is also extremely necessary. The reason why men will suffer from such as impotence, premature ejaculation, sperm vitality, dead sperm and other unspeakable diseases, is because of the body's yin and yang are not in tune with the yin, favoring yin. If the supplementation of enough yang, these problems will be healed without medicine. Those male specialist clinics in Huaxia basically want to close more than half of the clinic. Witch formation setting needs to pay attention to a few key points. One is the witch formation must be a standard symmetrical figure. In this regard, the fat man feels that the witch is really not as adaptable as the Taoist priests of Maoshan. The Taoist priests of Maoshan set up a formation, then, simply do not care about the final shape of the formation is not a rule, whether or not it looks good, as long as it works well on the line. Of course, the witch formation master can also be like Maoshan inverted like the formation, but the need for witch formation master and the cultivation of a stronger level to do, such as the layout of a first-class witch formation, the witch formation master only need to reach the broken and then stand cultivation realm can be, but if the irregular formation, and make the witch formation can be a normal functioning, the witch formation master at least if the poison quenching cultivation realm too. Be able to do the second focus is even more painful, actually is to be the same proportion of the expansion of the witch array in the array map. Fatty felt that the witch array master in the future should raise the standard of apprenticeship, not only to have a natural vein, preferably from the Fine Arts Academy graduated from the college students, as if now when the monks are at least have to have a bachelor's degree, witch array masters should be the same with the times is right. The third focus was on spending money. Those who didn't have money definitely couldn't set up a witch formation, because the materials needed to set up a witch formation were just too extravagant. A simple sun condensation formation was just a simple one. It needed 3 pieces of ancient beast bones, 3 gold bars of about 1 or 2 tails, 6 silver bars that were about 20 centimeters in length and didn't have too much of a requirement for their width, as well as a jade pendant. When the witch array completed its mission, these materials are basically waste, can be recycled and reused. Only jade pendant. Now the international price of gold and silver prices day by day higher. Get a sun gathering array, even to spend almost 100,000 Chinese coins. Nima, Northeast China's heating costs in the winter is only about 5,000. With this method of heating, is simply a luxury in the heating. In addition to the above 3 points, there are also some relatively unimportant things, such as not being able to set up a yang formation on a rainy day, not being able to set up a yang formation at night, not allowing other people to be present in the formation besides the person who set up the formation when setting up a witch formation, and the area under which the formation is set up cannot be a place where bones are buried, and so on. In the words of Fatty, this is nigh on more things to pay attention to than a female ant coming. Tying down a wooden stick to determine the eye of the formation, Fatty will shake his hand and throw out a long rope, a section of which is tied to the wooden stick, determining the 3 vertices at the outermost end of the condensing sun formation map in an extremely clever way, then narrowing the length of the rope and running around the wooden stick to determine the inner diameter. Then in the same way, using the 3 vertices as the center of the circle, each of the 3 vertices extended 2 lines onto the circle of the inner diameter, and each 2 points converged into 1 point on the inner diameter, and after a few moments, the outer lines of the triangles of the condensation of the sun formation had been completed. Next is the internal array diagram. This is not difficult for the fat man, as long as you pay attention not to draw wrong on the line. As for the size is very simple, with the measurement, in the 3 corners of the triple star to determine the number of points, and then connect these points together can be. After the witch array diagram is completed, the last step is to set up the array and start the array. Just the gazebo is not yet done. Fatty does not want to pull out those valuable materials now, in case the workers called do not have this certificate and that book. Rolled away these materials, Fatty to find who to say reason to go. 2 hours later, a pavilion that had been built was sent by trailer to the location of the fat man's establishment, or not to say that the rich, powerful, and status people do things as easy at green oil ticket smashed through. This pavilion was halfway robbed, first sent here. As for that has been waiting for half a month of the thugs, can only continue to wait in agony. The gazebo was placed in the center of the 3 main star under Fatty's direction, and the next step was to lay out the materials down. 3 gold bars directly inserted in the 3 pointed corners of the triple star, 6 silver bars pressed the 6 lines of the triple star laid. The beast bone is placed in the array diagram. The remaining last piece of jade pendant fat man is not in a hurry to take out. To open the condensation of the sun array is also tomorrow's things. Today, he is ready to still comfortably take a bath, And then enjoy a last supper. Fatty checked the array several more times after laying it out, and after making sure there were no problems, he got into the golf cart and headed for the villa against the setting sun in the west. When Fatty arrived at the villa, dinner had just been prepared, and tonight the meal was an authentic British meal, and it was said that the cook was hired by an Englishman, and every ingredient was flown in from England to ensure freshness. Fatty was envious as he walked. This is the life of a rich man. The restaurant was already full of people, and the fat man was the last. Onis. The fat man walked into the dining room, his eyes instantly coalesced on a man who had found the cause of George's illness. Chapter 113, Causes of Illness. At the long European-style table in the restaurant, in addition to Mr. and Mrs. George, big director Stephen, Sun Wen and 5 beautiful women from the film school, there was an extra one by George's side, and this one was a woman, a beautiful, sexy, flirtatious, and sultry super beautiful woman. This woman had long wavy blonde hair that was extremely dazzling under the light, as if her head was draped in gold silk, a bare forehead, slightly convex eyes, with a pair of large violet-colored watery eyes that blinked and blinked as if they could discharge electricity. Slightly curved small nose, delicate as jade, thick and thin, just right, cherry lips, and talking, always able to reveal 2 rows of white teeth, like a swan-like arc, amazing neck, wearing a black gemstone, looks and feels particularly expensive, wearing a set of black evening dress, big V low cut, revealing 2 halves of rounded plumpness, especially the deep groove between the big V, it makes people feel breathless. This woman's skin is white and flawless, like a piece of flawless jade, without the white skin plus a little freckle that is common among European women, as if it is not like a person, but more like a delicate craft in general. Such a beautiful woman. Fatty felt that all the big foreign horses he used to see from movies, TV, and magazines were all lame, and I'm afraid that the only foreign girl who can be comparable to her is Lian Yu. Mr. Sun, you're here, have a seat. George warmly greeted the fat man. As if he hadn't heard George's words, the fat man looked straight at the strange super beauty with 2 eyes, a likeness that made Sun Wen unable to resist lowering her head and covering her forehead. Master Fatty, Master Fatty. Stephen got up in a hurry and walked over to the fat man and called in a low voice. Ah, the fat man finally snapped back, shaking his head and looking at Stephen with a puzzled expression. George was speechless. Dare I say that just now he called Fatty's words, completely taken as a whisper by others, ah. Take your seats and get ready for dinner. Stephen repeated George's words. Okay. The fat man said evenly, walking around the long table and behind the strange beauty. Sorry, you're taking my spot. Fatty scratched his head. Not only this beautiful woman, even the people in the audience were frozen by Fatty's words. A place had long been left for Fatty at the long table, right between Anna and Stephen. Of course, if we look at yesterday's position, this beautiful woman did take Fatty's place, but the premise was that Fatty would have to be the host to be able to do so, because only the host had the qualification to arrange the guest's position. George didn't want to offend the fat man, so he said to the beautiful woman, Catherine, why don't you sit next to Anna? Okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Sun, I wasn't aware that this was your place. The beautiful woman hurriedly got up and said with a particularly good, polite, and courteous attitude, revealing the most basic characteristics of a fine woman. Just as the beautiful woman left the position ready to walk around George to the empty seat, the fat man reached out at once, grabbed the beautiful woman's delicate hand, a look of obscenity opened his mouth and asked, under the sun Dawe, friends call me fat man, may I ask what is the name of the lady room, age, geometric marriage or not have a boyfriend? There is no dating object beloved by the boy is how. Fatty's series of questions directly dumbfounded the crowd. Older brother, you're going crazy, Sun Wen secretly exclaimed. In fact, as long as not an idiot, should be able to see that there is an ambiguous relationship between this Catherine and George. Obviously the two are lovers. What is a lover? Lover is a man's forbidden domain, is a man's scales. The fat man even in front of George's face, grasping George's lover's hand, inquiring about this kind of embarrassing problem. My name is Catherine Jones, I am Mr. George's secretary, Mr. Sun, nice to meet you. Catherine held the fat man's fat hand in reverse and gently shook it up and down twice as she opened her mouth. Catherine's words instantly solved the awkward atmosphere of the scene, and also gave the fat man a step down, as long as the fat man casually polite 2 sentences, loosened his hands and took his seat, it was done. But the fat man is not an ordinary person, not an ordinary way to go, and definitely not an ordinary thing to do. Ms. Catherine, nice to meet you. I wonder how old you are this year. Do you have a boyfriend? What are your criteria for choosing a boyfriend? The fat man still looked piggish and asked relentlessly, with the air of if you don't answer I'll keep asking. A slight look of anger flickered on Catherine's face, and she forced herself to hold back her fire. Mr. Son is joking, I am Mr. George's secretary. You can directly make inquiries to Mr. George about my situation. Catherine's words were obviously kicking the fat man's question to George in a general way, the meaning of which could not be clearer, that is, to tell the fat man that he was George's man. You are George's secretary. In our China quite popular secretary, there is a saying how to say oh something secretary do, nothing to do secretary, you should be George's lover. At Fatty a pair of idiotic expression opened his mouth to ask. Not just Catherine, the entire restaurant all froze. Although the ambiguous relationship between George and Catherine as long as not blind can see, but there are things that we know in our hearts on it, say it is not beautiful, not to mention that George's real wife, Anna, sitting on the side of George, the fat man said this to let people how to embarrass. Older brother, someone couldn't stand to watch and reached out to pinch the fat man's thigh. As if he didn't feel the awkward atmosphere in the restaurant, Fatty continued to playfully ask, this necklace is quite beautiful. Where did you buy it? The fat man said, while the empty hand slowly stretched out, look at the direction of the hand tilt, God knows whether this fat man wants to see the necklace worn on the neck of others, or directly come to a breast attack action. Catherine finally changed her complexion drastically and wanted to pull her hand out, but Fatty's hand suddenly became like an iron clamp, grabbing her hand to death, making her struggles completely useless, and she could only use her other hand to block Fatty's outstretched hand. Seeing that Fatty's hand was about to be blocked, suddenly Fatty's hand accelerated fiercely and accurately grabbed the necklace pendant before Catherine blocked it, and then pulled it with a slight force, and a crisp metal breaking sound sounded, and this black gemstone necklace pendant came into Fatty's hand. Fatty held Catherine's hand and twisted it, only to hear the clicking sound. Catherine's whole right arm had several more twists and turns. Obviously it had been twisted by Fatty, this twisting to be hard broken. The crowd was shocked. If just now Fatty's molestation could barely be considered a joke, only a little overdone, then now Fatty's action was a complete and total harm. George was about to speak out to stop the fat man, not realizing that the fat man had just been only the beginning of the action, far from the end. After Fatty broke Catherine's right arm into 4 pieces, he finally let go of his right hand and directly grabbed Catherine's long blonde hair and pressed it downward with force. Catherine's delicate and beautiful pretty face, under the fat man's strong force, unresistingly crashed into the plate placed on the table, and immediately the plate shattered into several pieces, and Catherine's face was also scratched by the plate shards, and it was estimated that even if it was cured, it was still broken. The fat man pushed down hard and then grabbed Catherine's hair hard enough to pull it upward, pulling Catherine's head off the tabletop as he formed a fist with his left hand and blasted it into the small of Catherine's back. Fatty's power was very accurate. This punch, if he used all his strength, he could put Catherine's belly through, but now he just made Catherine scream in pain, feeling the pain in her belly like a knife twisting. Although her life was not in danger, she also suffered from light internal injuries. George can no longer hold back, although the fat man is the doctor he hired, but in contrast, Catherine and his own relationship is more intimate, just as the fat man has just said, something secretaries do, nothing to do with the secretary. In business, Catherine is considered to be his own right-hand man, is considered to be his most trusted henchman, but in life, but is his own woman. Stop! George yelled. The fat man craned his head to look at George and said with a slight smile, heartbroken. As the fat man was talking, his body suddenly moved backward in a very weird way, just this one step, but it dissolved a surefire attack aimed at him. A completely non-reflective black dagger appeared in Catherine's intact left hand at an unknown time, and the dagger's sharp edge rubbed against the fat man's stomach and scratched it. The crowd froze at this sudden appearance. "Looks like I'm still too kind to you," Fatty sneered disdainfully. Not waiting for Catherine to launch a second attack, Fatty's hands moved in succession. In the eyes of outsiders, it was as if Fatty had used his hands to have a full-body violation on Catherine. By the time those two thieving hands touched over, Catherine had already gone limp on the ground, except for her head. Her limbs could not even move half a time after doing this, and meeting the dumbfounded expressions of the crowd, Fatty, as if he had done something trivial, picked up the wet wipes on the table and wiped his hands, casually dropping the wipes on Catherine's body. "Tell me who sent you," the fat man's words came out and everyone was shocked. "Mr. Son, Catherine is my secretary, a secretary I handpicked," George said in displeasure. "Old sister, you take these beauties outside for a walk to cool off." Fatty patted his sister's shoulder and said, "This dinner hasn't even started yet, no one has moved their knives and forks, and they haven't even had a bite of soup, so what kind of walk is it? Everyone, this way please, I'll show everyone around the villa's entertainment facilities." Still the butler understands things, although he doesn't know if there is any misunderstanding in here, but as the saying goes, family scandal can't be publicized, first bring these irrelevant people out, while talking about other things later. Although Sunwon was puzzled, she could only stand up, and together with the 5 beauties from the movie academy, she followed the butler and walked out of the restaurant, and before she left the restaurant, Sunwon looked back at her brother suspiciously, only to see her brother winking at her and showing a relieved smile. "What is this?" Sunwon couldn't help but wail in her mind. Chapter 114, Spicy Hands Destroy Flowers. After Sunwon and the others left, the fat man let the waiters in the restaurant leave again, and only then did he gracefully drag his chair and sit on the side of Catherine. "Tell me who sent you," the fat man asked as he kicked Catherine's already broken arm with his foot and opened his mouth. Catherine looked aggrieved, weeping and shaking her head incessantly, and that look, as pitiful as it could be, I am afraid that even a hard-hearted person would be softened. It was just a pity that Fatty was definitely tougher than a stone heart when it came to dealing with problems, and none of the enemies that fell into his hands could get the better of him. "What are you talking about? I don't even know." "I don't know anything," Catherine replied crying. "I asked who sent you, and I hate asking the same question a third time, so don't challenge my patience." The fat man stepped on the fingers of Catherine's right hand with his foot and slowly crushed them with force, his voice sternly chiding. Catherine could only feel excruciating pain coming from her fingers, but couldn't even move halfway except to scream and wail, so she could only ask George for help. George was already heartbroken and explained, "Mr. Son, can you let go of Catherine first? There must be some kind of misunderstanding." According to George's words, Catherine was a professional secretary poached from another company through a headhunter, and in the beginning Catherine didn't agree to it at all, for reasons of loyalty, until George triple-checked and showed enough sincerity, which impressed Catherine. And then at work, Catherine also showed the ability of a professional secretary, not only organizing George's work in an orderly manner, but even defused the danger of George's life twice. At work, in the handling of crises, George gradually fell in love with Catherine, but Catherine repeatedly rejected George's adoration, keeping the relationship between the two sides as boss and secretary, which lasted for 3 whole years. Later, one of the company's clients tried to forcefully possess Catherine by drugging her, and was discovered by George, but Catherine had already drunk the aphrodisiac, and the car broke down on the way to the hospital in a place not in front of the village. And George had no choice but to have sex with Catherine. Catherine handed in her resignation directly after she sobered up, and again George did everything he could to keep Catherine, so that it took almost another 6 months for the relationship to come to fruition, and Catherine became George's secret lover, but did her job as a secretary and never asked for anything extravagant. From all accounts, Catherine couldn't have been sent by anyone either. After listening to George's words, the fat man pulled out the black gemstone necklace pendant that he had just slipped into the pocket of his leisure suit, waved it in front of George's face, and asked, "Do you know what this is?" George nodded. "I know, very rare but not precious black gemstone, originated in South Africa. I bought it at an auction to give to Catherine." Fatty shook his head and laughed. this is not a black gemstone, to be precise, this is not even a gemstone, this is a human bone, refined through a secret method of the damage spell, belonging to a kind of external sorcery products. The role is to make the spirit of the people to remain in a state of exuberance for a long time. George wondered, even if this was some kind of voodoo product, what could it do to keep the spirits high? Wouldn't it be nice for businessmen like them to keep their spirits high all the time? Forget it, lover's eyes, you may not believe whatever I say. This way, I'll ask you a few questions and then explain it to you. Fatty looked at George's expression and knew that it was useless to say anything, so he changed the topic and said. George looked painfully at Catherine, who lay limp on the floor, and nodded helplessly. Catherine became your secretary about 6 years ago, I believe, Fatty asked. George nodded. 6 years ago in March. The contact can't be shorter than 6 hours a day, can it? The fat man asked again. George nodded. Catherine is not only my working secretary, but also my living secretary. A businessman like me doesn't have the concept of a day off. Basically, he will be working 365 days a year. Think about 6 years ago, before you met her, did anyone you had a stake in find out about any condition, like a terminal illness, or anything else? Fatty asked. George shook his head. Not to mention 6 years ago, even 10 years ago, nothing had happened. The merchant who put Catherine under, have you seen him again since? George shook his head. After that incident came out, for the sake of Catherine's honor, he didn't even call the police, he just beat that person fat on the spot, and then left with Catherine in his arms. As for later, that businessman naturally didn't dare to show up in front of him again, or else he would surely be imprisoned, so he didn't care. The auction that bought this necklace should have been something unplanned, or maybe it was simply arranged by Catherine. Fatty asked again. George nodded. That's right, it was an impromptu charity auction. It wasn't very big, so the things auctioned inside could only be described as average. This black gemstone necklace was kind of the only thing I could see. It only cost £30,000. And then Catherine, since wearing this necklace, the two of you have become even closer. The number of errands are more frequent than before, and you started to feel more and more in good spirits, as if you never know fatigue. Even if your body is extremely tired, you will be able to recover completely after just a nap. Fatty asked. George listened to the words of the fat man. Think carefully, it is really so. Not only work smoothly, efficiency improved, even in bed are much stronger, even more raw than when he himself was young. But there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with that, does there? Well, now is the time to reveal the mystery. Fatty clapped his hands and said, if he asked any further, I'm afraid that George, the insider of the bureau, thinking with preconceived ideas, would never be able to find out what was wrong with it. First of all, the reason why you recognized her as your secretary after meeting her and kept going to express your sincerity is because you were hit by a heart compulsion. Don't worry, this heart compulsion won't do you any harm. It will only make you feel as if your heart is empty if you don't see her for a day. Secondly, this stone is the damaging spell of the witching spells. To a witch it will only refresh the mind, but to an ordinary person it is a burning of life force in exchange for a long period of mental exuberance. Remember why I took so long when I first embraced you in a salute? You can ask Stephen how long it took for me to use the same check on him, the fat man asked. Stephen froze for a moment and replied, I think it was just one look that told me what was wrong with me. Fatty nodded. The reason why I spent so much time on you is because I felt that your life was surprisingly over-consuming in addition to the hidden disease of extinction, but I didn't find any cause of the disease, which should have been impossible. Yesterday, the 2 hours of rooming, the added 2 hours of torture, both mentally and physically should have exhausted you to the limit, at least 2 days of rest to slow down, but you have recovered today. Your spirit is even better than when I saw you yesterday, which would have been impossible, but it actually happened. That's why I was wondering why this kind of thing that defies common sense would appear in your body, and today, when I saw this necklace, everything was answered. Fatty said. George still expressed disbelief, because he and Catherine know not a day or two, the feelings between the two close, especially this necklace is still his own by down to give Catherine. At that time Catherine simply do not want, is his own sweet words to make Catherine reluctantly agreed to down. Well, don't let me waste my breath, either you tell me the whole story yourself, or, don't blame me for using tricks on you, such as the skinning spell, which, in your outer witchcraft terms, would be called a tearing spell. As soon as the fat man's words fell, Catherine, who was lying on the ground, changed her face. There was no longer the churlishness that she had just felt, all that was left was fear, and it was boundless fear. Catherine, despite her fear, still clenched her teeth and didn't spit out a word. The fat man shook his head helplessly, made a seal with both hands, and chortled, Baruhalu, de tsk de machka, zap set then, and a cloudy wind appeared out of nowhere in the restaurant, and as Fatty's incantation sounded, it quickly condensed towards Catherine, and eventually all of it disappeared into Catherine's body. When Fatty's last syllable fell, Catherine's eyes snapped wide open, and then the crowd was able to clearly see that Catherine's body appeared differently. The human body's facial blood vessels were microvessels, not as clear as those on the backs of the hands, but now, clear traces of blood vessels appeared on Catherine's face, and on her forehead, and the blood vessels within the skin all over her body bulged out, and it looked as if someone had used a pump to pump into Catherine's veins. Fatty pulled out his cell phone and looked at the time on it and said, "You have 3 minutes left." There was fear in Catherine's eyes. You should know that the result of being hit by the tearing spell is that the skin on your body breaks away from your body piece by piece, revealing the red muscles inside, starting with your limbs, then your body, and finally your face, and at the end of the day, there won't be an inch of skin on your entire body. TSK, 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 pity about your beauty. 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Fatty added at the end. Catherine looked at the fat man as if she had seen a demon emerging from hell, while the sharp pain in her body was telling her to either choose death or to admit defeat and reveal what she knew and what she knew. There is still 1 minute and 30 seconds, oh yeah, I forgot to mention that even if all the skin on your body is gone, you will definitely not die. I will use a secret method to hang on to your life until you tell me everything I want to know. There is still 1 minute left. Oh, how did this time pass so quickly? Fatty said easily. You win, I say. Chapter 115 Royal Feud. Both Stephen and Anna breathed a sigh of relief when Catherine spoke the words of defeat, while George's entire mind went blank as if something had been lost in his life. All right, you can tell the story as it is, but before that, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? Fatty asked with a smile. With just a wave of her hand, Catherine felt all the abnormalities in her body disappear, but her mood still didn't dare to relax. The fat man's terrifying performance just now made her not dare to give birth to a trace of resistance. My name is Karina Anherd, Catherine Jones is just my pseudonym. Catherine said. That can't be, George exclaimed as if he had found something broken, and said with great certainty, after I was sure that you were my secretary, I specifically asked the Secret Service to look you up, and I know everything about you since you were a child. Fatty shrugged. That's where the heart compulsion comes in, choosing to believe rather than doubt, and the longer the contact, the stronger the effect of the heart compulsion. Anna's face looked slightly better. Just now she was really having second thoughts about divorcing George. Before I accepted the mission, my employer had already prepared a full set of personal information for me. The one you checked was a fake. Catherine helplessly said, under Fatty's leering eyes. She didn't dare to hide anything. That's impossible. George was still somewhat obsessed, still adamant that he was right. Most likely, since my employer is your older brother, the first in line to the British throne, and the current Emperor of England, His Majesty William. Catherine said. George was dumbfounded. How could he not think that the person who wanted to harm himself was his own elder brother? To know, he did not have the heart to be an emperor, not to mention that in this society nowadays, whether it is the emperor or the prince, it is just a title of nobility, it does not have much power at all, and the words that are said are not even as good as an advertisement. And with Catherine's next words out of her mouth, George finally realized why Catherine was in front of his eyes. 7 years ago, his older brother, His Highness William, checked himself out for a terminal disease that, while not as horrible as cancer, eats away at the body little by little, and won't last more than 10 years at most. According to the principle of royal succession, the first heir is William, and if William does not become the emperor, then after his death, George will become the first heir. Given this situation at that time, the Queen's health was very good, and she did not have any problem to live another 17 or 18 years, and there was no question of abdication at all. George was without an heir at the time, but there was no guarantee that anyone would be without an heir in the future, so for the sake of his son, William chose to get rid of George in a very natural way with the help of some unseemly means. And then Catherine, who changed all the information, appeared in front of George. That year that headhunter who poached was secretly set up by William, so that it looks like it was George who took the initiative to find Catherine. The first time the two met was in a tea house. Catherine is the use of that inconspicuous cup of orange juice, so that George was poisoned by the heart. All of the dangers that happened to George over the next few years were set up by Catherine, except that George had a great destiny and surprisingly managed to turn every one of them around and was equipped with a much larger number of security guards, leaving Catherine with no way to finish the job but to continue to stall and wait for the opportunity to present itself. Just as William's health was deteriorating by the day, Her Majesty abdicated and William became the new Emperor of England. Catherine could have stopped, but for the sake of George's family fortune, William chose to continue and decided to add a payoff if only George would die a normal death more quickly. That's what led to that auction and this so-called black gemstone necklace. Without the fat man's presence, George would have died in 3 months at the most, and to outsiders it would have looked like nothing more than an extremely normal death, at which point all of George's possessions, with the exception of a small amount of Anna's living expenses, would have been in William's pocket. The fat man listened to a strong shake of the head. Scandal all said that the same room, each other too anxious for the sake of power, wealth and status. The blood brothers even used this method to mutilate their own hands and feet. George had been dumbfounded, how he hadn't thought that his older brother had arranged all this, much less that the woman he had once sweet-talked and rolled around in bed with was a murderer who was out to kill him. After the shock, George looked at Fatty with gratitude. If it wasn't for Fatty, he would only have 3 months left to live. Not only that, his married wife would spend the rest of her life miserably. The wealth that he had worked so hard for his whole life to obtain would be turned into the property of a man with a human face. Mr. Son, what should I do? George was a bit messed up and actually asked the fat man. But looking at the crowd present, Anna, Stephen, and Fatty, it seemed that George really didn't know who to ask except Fatty. Fatty smiled and shook his head. This matter he was just doing his part as a doctor. As for people's family affairs, there was no place for him to intervene. I can't tell Mother about this, she's not well enough to take such a blow, George said evenly. Fatty laughed. Actually, just let her leave, you don't need to do anything. That's not going to happen. I'm not going to know the person who tried to kill me and still act as if nothing happened. George shook his head in some anger. Even if you tell all of this out, what can ordinary people who will believe that you have been hit by witchcraft? Everything she did to you was extremely normal, to put it mildly. Everything that happened between the two of you was something that you chose on your own accord. Fatty said. George, like a deflated ball, fell into a chair. He realized how clever his elder brother's tactics were. From the very beginning, this matter was done extremely secretly. If Fatty hadn't discovered the problem, if Catherine hadn't said the original story herself, even he himself didn't believe it, not to mention the bystanders. But, said George, still somewhat undeterred. Do you want to be an emperor? Fatty interjected. George shook his head. He wouldn't be sitting here if he wanted to be emperor. That's not it. Anyway, a year from now you will surely become a father and have an heir to inherit the family business. Your wealth will not fall into William's hands. We have a Chinese saying, you walk your sunny road, I cross my one-tree bridge, just go through your own way. Fatty said. George nodded, not knowing what to do beyond that. Okay, you can fuck off. Fatty waved his hand as he attached Catherine's legs. Catherine left the dining room with her arms hanging by her side like spaghetti, staggering on her feet, and it was not for the crowd to worry about how she had left the matter. Mr. Son, there are still heart parasites in George's body, Anna seemed to have just remembered and spoke. Fatty laughed. It's already lifted. It's the lowest level of heart compulsion, made with witch medicine, not with worm compulsion. As long as George sees Catherine's true face clearly, the heart compulsion will naturally be lifted. Dinner was resumed, except that the crowd had lost interest in talking, and after a hasty supper, they dispersed and prepared to go back to rest. George, how many bodyguards do you have? The fat man suddenly asked as he got up. George looked to his butler. There are 23 people on the periphery and 17 people on the inside, a total of 40 people, all with gun licenses, all retired Special Forces soldiers from the Army. There is absolutely no problem in terms of combat power, and there is even less need to have any worries in terms of loyalty. The butler immediately replied. Fatty nodded and said, for the 2 hours between 11 noon and 13 in the afternoon tomorrow, can you lend me all of these bodyguards for a bit? I need an absolutely safe place to refine my medicine. George agreed with a full heart, and anyway, he was having lunch and resting during this time, so he had no use for a bodyguard. The fat man thanked him and got up to leave the restaurant, and Stephen followed him as they tried to walk out together. Master Fatty, you really let Catherine go? Stephen hesitated, but brought the question up. Fatty heatedly asked rhetorically, what do you think? Stephen looked at the fat man and smiled back. I was preparing to take my leave of you. I am leaving here tomorrow morning with your sister. Stephen spoke from the doorway of the fat man's bedroom. So urgent, the fat man said in surprise. Stephen said helplessly, there is no way, the entire crew is waiting for me to go back to preside over the big picture. There is less than a week before the start of the show. There are still a lot of places that need to be regulated. Your sister still needs to familiarize herself with the script and cultivate her acting skills within a short period of time. Since I have already promised you that I will make your sister famous, I have to do what I said I would do. The fat man patted Stephen on the shoulder and thanked him. Thanks a lot. I should, if it wasn't for Master Fatty. I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to enjoy such a happy life as I do now. Don't you know, since we have a child, our relationship as a couple is better than before, our life is happier, and our career is smoother. Stephen said gratefully. Let's put it this way, Fatty thought for a moment, since you've decided that you'll be leaving tomorrow, then wait until I've finished refining the medicine. I happen to be making an amulet to give to you as a small token of my appreciation. Stephen naturally wouldn't refuse Fatty's kindness and thanked him before saying goodbye and leaving. Fatty returned to the bedroom, first took a good bath, which lay on the bed. Tomorrow is the most critical moment. Can live, depends on whether tomorrow he can successfully refine the medicine that suppresses the 9-yin extinct vein and regulates the balance of yin and yang in the body. Chapter 116, which Dr. Refining Medicine. God was very helpful. As soon as Fatty opened his eyes, he saw that the sun was shining outside and the cloudless sky was blue. Fatty woke up and washed up as usual and then used a hearty breakfast, discussed the treatment plan with George, and waited until the time reached 10 o'clock in the morning before returning to his bedroom and taking out the 3 main ingredients. Only 1 essence jade heart was enough for refining medicine. Fatty wouldn't be so extravagant as to use up all of it in one go. God knows if he would use this good thing again when his cultivation realm broke through the imperial repulsion of all things and reached the peeping 3 realms. Cultivation. The luck thing is kinda metaphysical, like riding a bus. The bus will always keep you waiting until you have a mental breakdown when you need it, and when it's hard to wait, it's still a can of sardines, and in winter it can make you feel the heat of summer. And when you don't need one, you can always see one go by on the main street in a few minutes, with few passengers inside and empty seats everywhere. Fatty carefully sliced off an essence jade heart with the cutter and carefully put the rest of the essence jade hearts into the suitcase. At the same time, he also decided that when he had taken care of the 9-yin absolute vein in his body, he must store the essence jade hearts in a safe place separately, and he absolutely could not be like that old witch formation master, who had put all the good things together, and it turned out to be not for nothing. A large pile of long like poop, touch and feel like vegetable green worms in general. The ground pontoon was also taken out by the fat man, with a knife to cut down about 2 or so pieces. The ground pontoon-like mouth immediately sprayed out viscous liquid, obviously able to feel the pain. Fatty is not too worried about the earth Faust, because this guy can absorb the aura of heaven and earth to replenish the damage to itself, and can continue to grow. The only thing that is needed, but it is just time. After taking care of the 2 materials and picking up the fire dragon fruit, Fatty left the bedroom and went to the specially prepared out herb room, picking the best materials he needed with all his might, and in the end, he picked up the 2 cut jade tiles and put them into his pocket. before leaving the villa on the periphery of the area that Fatty had chosen. A total of 35 bodyguards, other than the bodyguard in charge of surveillance, were already waiting. "Thank you all." Fatty bowed slightly in thanks. "Your task for these 2 hours is to guard the periphery of this area. No matter who it is, even if it's His Highness George, you can't enter into the middle of this area." The bodyguards immediately responded loudly, making sure they had received their orders. Only then did Fatty carry the box with the materials into the middle of the formation map that was set up yesterday, first placing the 2 jade tiles that he had just taken on the yin and yang eyes on the floor of the gazebo. Before opening the box and placing all the materials on the floor according to their primary and secondary, the last thing that Fatty took out from the inner pocket of his clothes was a piece of top-grade ice jade scavenged from the old Witch Formation Master's villa, the color of which was a lake blue and appeared to be exceptionally dazzling in the sunlight. From the air, it could be seen that on the empty ground was an extremely regular 3-mangled star formation, only that this gazebo appeared a bit abrupt and somewhat out of place with this 3-mangled star formation. In fact, there is no way out of things. Sorcerers are not Maoshan Taoist priests, nor Buddhist monks. If these two are on behalf of Yangjing, then sorcerers on behalf of the Yin evil. If there is no cover in the case of running the condensed sun formation, Fatty is afraid of their own small body cannot withstand the crazy heat. If heat stroke and fainted, it would be called bad luck. The fat man took off his clothes, pants, shoes and socks, and his whole body was left with a small, which made him sit cross-legged in the center of the gazebo, put the lake blue jade card on the folded legs of the coiled legs, and his hands slowly lifted up, and the sorcery power in his body surged along his hands into the jade card. The lake blue jade plate slowly lit up, even the bright sunlight couldn't hide its brightness, an invisible line of power dispersed, and the entire triple mangosteen array was instantly unleashed, and the surrounding heat quickly and steadily converged in the triple mangosteen array, and if someone came here, and walked into the array from outside the array, he or she would clearly feel the difference in temperature between the one step. If it was early summer outside the formation, it was the hottest time of the year, the summer solstice, in the formation, with a temperature difference of at least 10 degrees. As the temperature in the triple mangosteen formation rose, Fatty radiated the witch power in his body through his hands, wrapping around the materials that were placed around him in order of priority. What Fatty was doing now was to use the witch power in his body to refine these materials, extracting the active ingredients from them and condensing them into pills. This process was actually the process of Fatty dispersing all the witch power in his body. Previously, after battling the old Witch Formation Master in the villa, Fatty had also dispersed the witch power in his body, but it was not the same between the two. After the battle with the old Witch Formation Master, the witch power in Fatty's body was mixed with the witch power intruded by the old Witch Formation Master. If he used this method to disperse the witch power in his body now, what was dispersed was only his own witch power, not the hostile witch power that had intruded into his body. In that case, it would be tantamount to withdrawing the last barrier in his body, allowing the hostile witch power to wreak even more havoc. Therefore, Fatty could only use the poisonous insects to disperse all the witch power in his body, regardless of the enemy, and only in this way could he dissolve the crisis. And now, all the witch power in Fatty's body belonged to him. He had to dissipate the witch power, firstly for the purpose of refining the medicine, and secondly to facilitate the action of the medicine. If there was witch power present in his body, under the action of the 9 yin jia vein, it was tantamount to giving assistance to the 9 yin jia vein. In that case, it was not possible to achieve the balance of yin and yang that Fatty needed. The witch sex medicine refining and the Taoist sex alchemy were both similar, yet extremely different. The similarity lies in the fact that they all choose various geniuses and treasures, extract the essence of them, remove the dregs of them, and fuse the essence with each other, ultimately producing pills that have condensed the chi of heaven and earth. The difference lies in the fact that Taoist alchemy can only be operated by an alchemist, and requires the use of pure flame, heating the alchemy furnace. The higher the level of the elixir being refined, the lower the chances of success, and if one is lucky enough to succeed in refining an elixir, the results will be absolutely breathtaking. In particular, the requirements for materials were not very harsh. For example, if a material was too rare, another material with the same essence and the Same aura could be used as a substitute, and it would not affect the final result, not to mention the medicinal properties. And the witch door refining medicine first must be a witch doctor, because among the witch door only the witch doctor knows the matching of the materials, and second must be a witch, because the witch door refining medicine using is not the flame, but the aura in the witch's body. The success rate of the witch sex medicine refining was 100%, that is to say, as long as one chooses to refine the medicine, it will surely be successful, except that the pill that is refined has a direct relationship with the witch sex cultivation realm. The higher the cultivation realm, the better the effect of the medicine that is refined, and vice versa, the lower the cultivation realm, the effect of the medicine that is refined will be a little less effective. Corresponding to the success rate of drug refining is in the choice of medicinal materials. The formula are fixed, each kind of medicinal materials, more than one flavor cannot, less than one flavor cannot. If one of the materials are not available, it is simply not possible to replace them with other materials, and cannot be refined at all. This was the real reason why Fatty's master had to hand over a complete formula to Fatty. For example, now that Fatty already had the essence jade heart and the fire dragon fruit but had not obtained the earth floaters from the old witch formation master, then Fatty would not have any way to refine the medicine at all other than waiting for death. Even if the medicine was refined, it definitely could not be for suppressing the 9 absolute vein. With the outward release of witch power, the essence jade heart was lifted up by an invisible force and slowly moved in the air in front of Fatty. The jade wrapped around the outside of the essence jade heart seemed to fall off as if it was being rubbed by hand like the skin of a peanut, revealing the golden particles wrapped up in it, and as the witch power was injected, the golden particles gradually changed from a solid state into a viscous form, and then from a viscous form into a liquid state. At the same time, the fire dragon fruit is also under the quenching of witch power. The outside of the black fish scale shell have fallen off, revealing the inside of the pink, as tender meat like flesh too, flesh in the air as if squeezed, full flesh gradually dried up. The rest is completely liquid translucent pink juice. The same thing happens with all the primary and secondary materials. When all the materials had been quenched out of the essence part, Fatty did not stop, because quenching out the essence part from the materials was only the first step. The next one was fusion and secondary quenching. Only after these 2 steps, the rest of the stuff was what he wanted. It was not as troublesome as when Taoist alchemists made pills. There was no need to pay attention to anything messy such as fire, it was simply fusion. In the blink of an eye, what appeared in front of Fatty was a liquid sphere that was the size of a goose egg. Something this big. Liquid was fine if it was solid and had to be swallowed in one gulp, not to mention Fatty, even if it was the biggest mouth in the world, it was estimated that he could be choked to death alive. Fatty accelerated the speed of the witch power exiting his body, and the goose egg-sized, golden-colored liquid sphere held by the witch power began its secondary quenching. The sorcery power was like a sieve, constantly crossing over the sphere. Every time it crossed over, a layer of gray substance would come off from the sphere. After repeating the process for 3 times, the sorcery power in Fatty's body already had the feeling of being unable to follow through. Fatty helplessly sighed secretly. This is the cultivation realm is not enough. The body witch power is not enough to lead to the result. If the witch power is enough, the second quenching should be used witch power across the sphere at least 5 times. The more times, the liquid ball in the composition of the more pure, the effect is naturally better. But with his beginner's entry level and the royal repulsion of all things, being able to do it 3 times would be quite good, if it wasn't for the fact that the 9 absolute vein was able to increase the halo content of the sorcerer's body and enhance the purity of the sorcerer's power. If other sorcerers were to do it, they would be able to do it twice. What eventually appeared in front of Fatty's eyes was a golden liquid ball the size of a duck's egg, which was the 9 yang suppressing Dan that Fatty needed. Chapter 117 Life Without Fear. The Taoist and witch sect also have a distinctly different method of using the practiced elixir. The Taoist sect takes the elixir internally, absorbing the active ingredients in the elixir within the body, while the witch sect looks like applying it externally, absorbing the active ingredients in the elixir directly into the body through the power of the witch, which should be considered to be the third and final quenching. Fatty forced out the last trace of witch power in his body and wrapped it around the 9 suns Janine Dan, as if he was eating bone marrow, causing the witch power to form a channel along which the essence of the 9 suns Janine Dan surged into Fatty's mouth. When the first drop of medicinal liquid entered the throat, a burning sensation appeared at the same time, a sensation that was like drinking a mouthful of 60-degree ergwotu, a burning spicy sensation that flew down from the mouth, swooped down the throat into the stomach, and then spread out from the stomach, spreading crazily throughout the body. However, the 9 Jedi vein that possessed the power of the main field was still powerful, despite losing the aid of witch power, and was not something that anyone could encroach upon. And so the extreme yang and extreme yin fought in this situation, with you going back and forth, you advancing and I retreating, fighting for every inch of land. The human body's veins were symmetrical on the left and right, and the two forces of extreme yang and extreme yin quickly divided the area, with Fatty's brow, throat, navel, and dantian as the boundaries. Extreme yang occupied the left side of Fatty's body, while extreme yin occupied the right side of Fatty's body. If there were outsiders present, they would be surprised to find that Fatty's body had two extreme states. On the left side of Fatty's body, the skin had flushed red as if it was steaming in a sauna, while on the right side of Fatty's body, the skin was whitish as if it had been immersed in icy water for an inordinately long period of time. Since Fatty's heavenly vein was the 9 absolute vein, so amongst Fatty's meridians the extreme yin had the upper hand. When the witch power in Fatty's body was completely depleted, the extreme yang began to show a weak afterbirth, and began to be suppressed by the extreme yin, with the ground gradually diminishing, and if it continued like this, Fatty would end up with a complete loss of potency. Even though he had succeeded in refining the medicine at this time, the preparations that Fatty had laid out earlier finally came in handy. The running speed of the sun condensation formation was violently raised to its limit, and in the 3 mangled star formation, the heat was as crazy as an oven. The gold and silver bars used to set up the witch formation began to melt, and the essence of them began to integrate into the high temperature, and the yang energy quickly condensed at the position of the formation's eye and replenished into Fatty's body, not only bringing back the disadvantage, but also completely fighting with extreme yin. Extreme yin and extreme yang could not help each other, and in the end, both sides chose to compromise, taking Fatty's dantian as the center, each occupying half of the meridians in Fatty's body, slowly rotating. This also confirms that all things in heaven and earth, yin and yang, are mutually exclusive. There is you and me and you and me. As the gold and silver bars used to lay the array completely disappeared, the temperature in the 3 mangled star array rapidly dropped, and eventually became exactly the same as the surrounding temperature, and the 3 mangled star array had completely lost its effectiveness. And Fatty's skin also gradually returned to normal. More surprising is that the previously dispersed sorcery power was unconsciously replenished. Fatty secretly felt it. Compared with no refining before, not only has it ever been, in terms of purity, it seems to be 3 times stronger than before. Fatty opened his eyes, only to feel refreshed, and couldn't help but let out a loud roar. By the time Fatty's eyes turned around his body, the result was already within his expectations. The materials used for refining the medicine had all been melted away by the witch power, not even dregs were left, and the lake blue jade plaque placed at the cross of the cross legs surprisingly presented an even bluer color than before. The blue was even more thorough and pure. This is also used to act as the eye of the formation. If it is used to set up the witch formation, I am afraid that this jade tablet has been completely shattered, not to mention the color. To be able to leave some powder is considered a good result, and now, the quality of this jade token was 1 point stronger than before. In Fatty's words, witch formation master was the profession that lacked the most money, but likewise it was also the most lucrative profession. For example, when arranging a witch formation, if a low-quality jade token was used as the eye of the formation, when the formation was completed, the quality of the jade token would be upgraded by half a notch, or even by 1 notch. And the value of jade, the price, naturally, will also rise. $10 to bring, 10,000 can be sold, which the difference is more than 10 times 100 times The 2 jade tiles prepared by Fatty before, although they were not used as array eyes and were merely placed next to the body, at this time, some changes had also occurred. On the jade tiles, a set of subtle patterns appeared out of thin air, which looked like the natural formation of the jade tiles. Lines to explain in Fatty's words, these two jade tags had absorbed sufficient yang in the condensing yang formation, and coupled with the action of the witch power during the refining of the medicine, a taijutsu-like defense formation was produced, and when the wearer encountered danger, this defense formation would be automatically activated to protect the owner's safety. Of course, it was also extremely limited in terms of the number of times, only once, but if it really came to a critical moment of life and death, this one time would already be enough. Just now, also suspended in midair, 9 yang Janine Dan has turned from liquid into light golden powder. Obviously the medicinal power still exists in it, only because the fat man's cultivation realm is really not enough, so the second extraction is not sufficient to remove impurities, can be called the third extraction of the absorption, but also because of the witch power is not enough, so a portion of the medicinal power is retained without absorbing it. Fatty carefully collected the pale golden powder. Although it was of no use to himself, it was excellent for treating George's hidden illness and dissolving the yin qi in George's body. To put it in a magical way, as long as George swallowed this light golden powder, the sorcery damage he had received would be mended in an instant, and his physical condition would only be better compared to what it was before he met that Catherine. Fatty put on his clothes, pants, shoes, and socks, retrieved the jade tags used as formation eyes into his pockets, put away the paper bag wrapped with the 9 yangzine suppressing pill, picked up the 2 jade tags and walked out of the gazebo. The butler who had been waiting outside was relieved to see the fat man and greeted him with a series of greetings. "Thank you all." Fatty thanked the crowd of bodyguards. Without their protection, he really couldn't calm himself down to refine the medicine. After all, when he was refining and taking the medicine, Fatty had already entered into a state of immersion, and wouldn't be able to notice the slightest bit of anything happening in the outside world, and if an enemy appeared at this time, Fatty would be assured death. The bodyguards even said that there was no need to be polite. On George's side, there must be extra rewards for them, so it wasn't as if they had contributed for nothing. Mr. and Mrs. George, Stephen, who had already packed his traveling clothes, and the 6 beauties, including Sun Wen, were waiting in front of the villa, and when they saw Fatty return, they immediately greeted him. "Stephen, go back and find a small brocade pouch to hang around your neck. Although you can't see the results in the short term, if you wear it for a long period of time, it will be able to make your body a bit healthier and you won't get sick easily." Fatty handed a jade tablet to Stephen and said. Stephen hurriedly accepted the jade tablet with both hands and thanked him repeatedly. "Old sister, when you get to the shooting set, study hard, listen to Stephen, don't get a little grumpy, and of course, if those big bullshit stars dare to bully you, you tell Stephen, and if Stephen doesn't care, you call me, and old brother will go over and take it out on you." Fatty handed over the jade tablet to his sister while exhorting. Sunwin took the jade tablet and nodded in response, looking at her brother with a look of reluctance. Stephen heard Fatty's words and shook his head helplessly. Fatty's words were clearly meant for him. In fact, even if Fatty didn't say anything, he would treat Sunwen as if she were his own family. The same set of words that he used on ordinary actors, even world-class stars, would never be used on Sunwen. Stephen and George hugged and left in a car with Sunwen and 5 other film school girls, and the villa, which had been quite lively, was instantly chilled. "George, are we done for the day?" the fat man asked. George froze for a moment, a look of embarrassment on his face. The fat man looked at George quizzically. George pulled the fat man to a deserted place and whispered his dilemma. 2 consecutive days, 2 hours a day of uninterrupted conjugal life to Anna cannot withstand it anymore. Yesterday is very reluctant to finish. Anna today has slept until noon. Get out of bed when the feet are soft. If today also continue 2 hours, George worried that Anna's body will not be able to hold out. You can go find a lover. I can't believe you don't have one. Fatty said rightfully. George had a bitter smile on his face. Well, not only that, Catherine, a lover. I heard that you these foreigners, especially powerful and status rich, who is not 7 or 8 lovers bottom, a dozen lovers ready. Fatty surprised shouted. George nodded. There is only one Catherine, or Mr. Son, do you have any medicine there that has a similar effect to this one that was given to me? Fatty's eyes widened as he said, You're trying to die. George looked at the fat man quizzically, wondering where this wanting to die was coming from. Fatty explained helplessly. Men and women are built differently, so there is an extremely clear difference in the manifestation of desire. Women's desire is with the increase in age and growth. Since the ancients were able to summarize the words of 30 like a tiger and 40 like a wolf, it is by no means an empty cave, but after practice summarized the insightful conclusions. Men's point of desire is a little earlier than women, and women only reach the first point of desire. The time to reach the point of desire later will be greatly shortened. If the first time is 30 minutes, then the second time is 10 minutes, the third time is perhaps 5 minutes. The male is just the opposite, the endurance of the ability to be longer than one at a time. If the drug was given to a woman, it would raise her desire points near permanently. Right now, George was relying on the drug to get Anna to beg for mercy, and if the drug was given to Anna, it would be George's turn to be unlucky when he was cured of his hidden disease later. Why don't you go to a call girl? The fat man said with a bad idea. I'm the Prince of England. George reminded with a sob. You've raised quite a few animals inside this manor, haven't you? Fatty suddenly asked a question with a great leap of thought. Well, pigs and cows and sheep and horses. Why? George wondered. Pick any kind you want, Fatty said, spreading his hands. George's entire body was petrified as he realized the meaning of the fat man's words. Chapter 118, The Football Maniac. One thing leads to another, and it's Anna who ends up helping George with the task, only with the results: sore wrists, swollen lips, and cramped facial muscles. Mr. Son, are we still going to the club today? George asked hesitantly as he walked out of the bedroom fully clothed and found the fat man in the dining room who was waging an attack on a pile of food. Sure. Fatty nodded. Will you accompany me? George asked. Fatty shook his head. Is there a place in Madrid that sells poisonous things like scorpions, poisonous snakes, black widow spiders, and the like? George craned his head to look at the butler. Yes, the Madrid pet market. The butler answered immediately. It's good to have it. I need to purchase a large number of poisonous insects to dispense the medicine. It probably won't be too small in terms of expenses. Fatty said seriously. George, true to form, waved his hand and said, money is no object. The fat man did not speak, but looked at George, as if waiting for the following, and after a few moments, after not waiting for the following, reassuringly patted his plump chest with a sigh of relief. Mr. Son, you're choking on your food. George wondered. There was no choking. I was worried that you wouldn't pay for it, and there's a follow-up to that statement you just made. I was afraid you'd say it. Fatty replied honestly. What follows? George asked, in disbelief. Money is not the problem is that there is no money. The fat man laughed sardonically. George rolled his eyes and thought, I'd bought tens of millions of dollars of herbs when I said I would, and I'm still short of this 10,800,000. The butler drove the fat man, followed by a minivan for loading things. Mr. Son, I don't know if there is a list of things that need to be purchased this time. I can ask the person in charge of the pet market to purchase them so that it will save more time. The butler asked while driving. Fatty thought about it and casually named a few poisonous insects that were more common and didn't require too much quality. As for the remaining ones, he could only pick them out himself. The Madrid pet market is the largest pet market in the whole of Spain, where you can meet almost any pet you can imagine, and even some you can't imagine are just as likely to be seen, but of course, they have to be legal to do so. Lions and tigers of this kind of beasts do not have to think about. In addition to the United States, I am afraid that any country does not allow the beasts as pets to keep, otherwise an accident is 100% is a matter of human life. Be my guest, Mr. Son, as long as you fancy something, you can directly set it down. I will go over and purchase it down later. You don't have to worry about the price, as long as you need it. The butler said courteously to the fat man. Fatty rubbed his hands, excitedly agreed. Who said shopping is a woman's nature? Men also like shopping. The difference only lies in one is to use other people's money to shop, one is to use their own money to shop, two are using other people's money to shop. Idiots will not like it. Madrid pet market is very large, all kinds of pets can be said to have everything. Fatty originally thought that the animals and insects he saw on the Golden Phoenix Mountain had been full enough, And only when he arrived here did he realize that what he saw was only a small part of it. A woman's favorite alpaca, a Turkish cat that swims in Lake Van, a gentle golden python, a chameleon that doesn't move like a model, and a big talking South African parrot. The language problem is not an obstacle here. Madrid belongs to the international metropolis, although the official language is Spanish, but English can also be a simple communication. Only Fatty inquired about the alpaca only to learn that, although there are many types of pets here, but many kinds of pets are not allowed to be carried out of the country, and need to go through a very cumbersome quarantine steps. Fatty originally wanted to buy his sister and mother a few pets that were relatively rare in China, not that he was spending money on them anyway, but what was the point of buying them if they couldn't be taken away? So Fatty could only dismiss the idea. After all, he was here to cure people. Spending their money to buy pets for his own family was a bit uncouth. However, Fatty soon realized that even if he needed to purchase, the materials that could be used to refine medicines were not as simple as he thought. For example, the fat man needs poisonous snakes, what the lizards, cobras, vipers, and so on. But after inquiring only to know, the entire pet market among all the venomous snakes up to dozens of kinds, but to be poisonous one have not. All the venomous snakes in the pet market, all the venomous fangs will be removed before the sale of venomous glands sewed to death, in order to ensure that the buyer's personal safety. Fatty was greatly disappointed and gave up on purchasing the viper. Instead he wandered around the market as if he was shopping. This stroll really did allow Fatty to find a nice poisonous insect. The Colonian scorpion, originating in Africa, is a giant desert scorpion, a mutant species. From the appearance, if you ignore the long tail and poisonous stinger, the Colonian scorpion was very much like a large lobster. Counting the tail, it was about 30 centimeters long. The two large pincers were fat and thick, and the bite was amazingly strong, able to easily pinch off the finger bones, and it could easily tear through the flesh. The toxicity of the scorpion venom in the tail stinger of the Colonian scorpion was not even as good as that of an ordinary scorpion, and if the one who stung it was an adult male, it would only give a sense of paralysis that lasted for just 10 minutes or so, and it could even be ranked among the ranks of the non-poisonous scorpions. In terms of biomedical science, the Colonian scorpion has almost no use. Even the ordinary scorpion is not as good as, in Africa, this kind of mutant big scorpion can only be regarded as a relatively famous dish on the table of the local people. But in the witch doctor ancient books, this origin in Africa, from China 18,000 miles away from the Caledonian scorpion, has a detailed record. God knows that this African Caledonian scorpion will not be Persian merchants through the Silk Road to China. It is really difficult for the group of merchants in witchcraft medicine. The bones and shells of the Colonian scorpion can treat arthritis. The flesh of the Colonian scorpion can be made into a fine gold medicine, and the poison of the Colonian scorpion can treat male diseases such as impotence, premature ejaculation, and has a very good efficacy for prostatitis. How much for this big scorpion? When Fatty opened his mouth to inquire, another person asked the exact same question, and the pets that both of them were referring to were surprisingly chill scorpions. Fatty twisted his head to look. The other party was a middle-aged man with gray hair, a broad forehead, a beard, a pair of wide sunglasses, a strong body, wearing a set of black trench coat. How much is this one? I'll buy it. The middle-aged man glanced at Fatty through his sunglasses and asked in an extremely forceful tone. If this middle-aged man was amiable, maybe the fat man would still back off. Anyway, this Colonian scorpion is only relatively rare. It's not like it doesn't exist, especially for witch doctors. Colonian scorpion's efficacy on men is not even as good as black widow poison. However, this middle-aged man directly ignored the fat man, which made the fat man intolerable. How much is this one? I'll buy it. Fatty asked the shopkeeper in the exact same words. Excited expression appeared on the face of the young shopkeeper, about 20 years old. Business is the most afraid of selling goods. The most favorite is more than one guest at the same time fancy the same goods. As long as these guests do not give in to each other, will certainly continue to raise the price, and ultimately benefited from, is not he as a shopkeeper. This is the African Colonian scorpion. Whether its attack power or size, it's the king of scorpions in the entire pet market. Only my house sells them. There's only this one in total. It was only shipped this morning. The the price isn't expensive, just 200 euros. The shopkeeper exaggeratedly introduced, and eventually gave an even more exaggerated price. The price of 200 euros is not expensive, but too damn expensive, you know. Even the relatively rare immature golden python only costs 120 euros, the South African big parrot doesn't even need 100 euros, and even the silly chameleon only costs 40 euros 200 euros, which was like a rip-off, and apparently the shopkeeper had seen fit to offer a high price. 200 euros, the middle-aged man was able to tell that he was frowning even though he was wearing sunglasses. The price was indeed too high. I'll take it, Fatty said immediately. The shopkeeper immediately smiled. This kind of Colonian scorpion counting the messy tax. The purchase price is only 10 euros, all of a sudden it doubled 20 times, anyone else would be happy to die. I'll offer 210 euros. The middle-aged man seemed to be aroused by the fat man and added 10 euros. 300 euros. The fat man raised the price full of concern. 310 euros. 400 euros. The middle-aged man increased his price by 10 euros every time he raised his price, while the fat man was even more refreshing, and every time he raised his price, he ran to the whole number, and compared to the middle-aged man, the fat man's price increase was more domineering. Of course, Fatty is so overbearing because he's spending money that isn't his own. The opening price of 200 euros went up to 600 euros in an instant, and then the middle-aged man closed his mouth and glared fiercely through his black sunglasses at the fat man, who was so smug that he gave the impulse to punch over with all his might and smash that round face flat. Jose, suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Idra, what are you doing here? The middle-aged man asked, curiously, as he froze for a moment. That's what I should be asking you, isn't it? You're supposed to be on the training ground at this time of day, the visitor asked with a smile. My daughter wanted a very special pet to compete against her classmates, so I came here. The middle-aged man replied with a smile. Fatty looked at the familiar two people and felt embarrassed. He didn't recognize the middle-aged man, but the one who popped up now was familiar. It was George's butler who brought him here. Mr. Son, let me introduce you. This is His Highness's best friend, Jose Mourinho, the world's top soccer manager, now the manager of the world's top team, Real Madrid. Jose, this Mr. Son is Mr. Sun Dawei Sun, the famous doctor that His Highness invited from China. The butler made introductions for both sides. Fatty was just about to greet him when he saw the middle-aged uncle across the street sigh, probe his right hand into his pocket and take out a water pen, then spread his left hand out in front of Fatty. This is performance art begging for you, Fatty asked, strangely, as he looked at the motionless, middle-aged Uncle Mourinho's eyes froze, and the butler, who knew the reason for Mourinho's behavior, just burst out laughing. Chapter 119, Heaven and Hell. Mourinho's right hand held up a signing pen, left hand spread out in front of the fat man, directly by the fat man to a performance art, but also the kind of roadside in front of the body to set a hat or spread a piece of cloth. Walk by the road to give a 10-8 is not too much, to give a piece of 2 is not too little, to the rich to hold a money field. No money to hold a personal field of the type of the world's top soccer coach. How to embarrass. Prefer to have George's butler present, the fat man's identity hidden, lined up, so that Mourinho, the bull known as the Madman Fury, is not, hold back and not in line with their own character, a moment to hold it there on the poor. Just when the scene was extremely awkward, a scream rang out, a sound that could be comparable to a dolphin sound, and then the young shopkeeper was seen rushing to the fat man with glowing eyes and giving him a big back of the head. Oh my God, Jose, you're Jose Mourinho. Oh my God, you're my idol. I adore you the most. Can you give me an autograph? And then a group photo, okay? The fat man felt that this buddy in front of him at this moment is not by the little Shenyang to the soul possessed. This voice, this posture, live and let live, is the Spanish Shenyang. Mourinho's face finally eased, nodding proudly and glancing unwritten at the fat man. When Mourinho signed his name on the beautiful book that the young shopkeeper took out and took a picture, all the tourists around him also found out about the madman and gathered around like crazy, which in turn squeezed the fat man and the housekeeper, who were in the center of the room, to the outer circle. So it's a signature. Scared me. I thought how much money this guy owed others. Fatty sweated. Standing beside the fat man's housekeeper is directly waterfall sweat, Hart secretly said. No wonder this fat man and Stephen is so good friends. It two people have delusions. And it is very obvious that the symptoms of these two people are not light. Later, Mourinho's bodyguard came forward to solve the problem. The crowd is also more polite, see almost also dispersed. Mourinho was holding a transparent suitcase inside his hand, which was loaded with the Colonian scorpion that he had just snatched up with Fatty at a raised price, and it goes without saying that Fatty knew that it must have been the young shopkeeper who gave this Colonian scorpion to the idol of his heart. Do I need to give you my autograph? Mourinho asked proudly as he walked up to the fat man under the protection of his bodyguard. Fatty hesitated for a moment, said wait a moment, took out his cell phone, selected the external function, and then dialed the phone. Hey second senior brother, you do not want to be embarrassed, what do you call? The butler was on hand to synchronize the translation. Jose Mourinho. Mourinho's face was a little ironic. Yeah, Hoa-os, do you want his autograph? Do not know, I want him to sign. Why nothing to do, I still have a surgery this side, big brother you that thing are done no danger right Feng Yuan also think of the body of the fat man It's done, it's easily done, there's no danger. Oh well then, I'm booked up for surgery today, so I'll leave you to it. Fatty dialed a different person. Hound dog, idol so what, do you want an autograph from a guy named what's his name, soccer coach? It's Jose Mourinho, the manager of Real Madrid in Spain, right? The butler continues to act as a translator. Mourinho's expression turned good, though it turned ironic again the next second. I want that stupid signature. Why you saw I watch football only see our Chinese national football team. You still watch the Huasha national football team's matches? I'm not afraid, Fatty asked in shock, although he did not watch sports programs, but those who often surfed the internet, it was impossible to ignore the netizens' comments on the Huasha national football team. Look at it when you have internal injuries. Just to spit the bruises out of your body, replied the hound. The fat man got the message and hung up after a few more words with the hound. Mourinho is close. Fatty made a few more phone calls, but his circle of friends is really too small, and among the people he knows, there are not many who like soccer, mainly because Chinese soccer is really too watery, too many shady things, so that people would rather go to watch the NBA, and would rather go to watch badminton and ping pong, but also do not want to waste their time on this. Sorry, no one needs your autograph. The fat man hung up the last call and put the phone back in his pocket, spreading his hands. Mourinho almost had a direct brain hemorrhage. Why? Don't your friends know the preciousness of my autographs? Don't you go on the shopping network? One of my autographs would cost at least €200 a piece if it was auctioned. Mourinho roared angrily. Fatty's eyes lit up instantly, and calling out to wait a moment, he randomly chose a pet store and rushed in, dropping a few crumpled bills in exchange for a pile of toilet grass paper and rushing back. Come on, don't be polite, you like to sign as many as you want to sign as many as you want to sign, €200, TSK get rich. The fat man's eyes glowing said Mourinho completely fainted, seemed shameless, he really has not seen such shameless it. People want to sign is to collect, in order to be able to show off to their friends. Fat can be good, want to sign simply because Mourinho's signature can be taken out to sell, and the price is quite good. Under the butler's embarrassed apology, Mourinho finally slowed down a bit and looked at the fat man as if he had seen an enemy. What is Mourinho that is a god on the pitch, a super soccer coach who is even bigger than a big sports star, a first-rate bull with his own nickname, and now he is being despised by a fat man, which makes him how to swallow this breath. Mr. Son, I don't know if you have time tomorrow, I would like to invite you to watch Real Madrid's team training, and if you have time the day after tomorrow, I would also like to invite you to the stadium to watch the ball game. Mourinho said seriously. Fatty felt that this uncle, how so annoying, this if in his place, was given so much face, would have been a slap in the face, a kick in the past, how this guy even shy-faced to invite himself to watch what the game. But Fatty did have a lot of time on his hands lately. George's illness couldn't be cured in a day or two, and aside from the treatment, Fatty simply didn't have anything else to do but eat. Is it going to trouble you? The fat man asked with fake politeness, opening his mouth. Of course not, and you're a doctor who happens to have some constructive ideas for Real Madrid's teen doctoring methods. Mourinho forced a smile. Yeah, the fat man agreed loudly. Only then did Mourinho exchange phone numbers with the fat man, before excusing himself and leaving with his bodyguard, Mr. Son, it's best if you don't go tomorrow, Jose, he doesn't really want you to visit. The butler looked at Mourinho's back and spoke. Fatty nodded. I know, Al was so humiliated by me actually can still invite me to visit. Obviously no good intentions. This guy is holding a stomach of bad water ready to tease me it. The housekeeper looked at the fat man in disbelief. This fat man obviously knew everything, how could he still agree to it? Fatty laughed. Anyway, it's idle. I heard that cheerleaders are made up of big beautiful women, so it's a good idea to go over there and take a look. Maybe we can find the one we want and fall in love at first sight. The housekeeper was dumbfounded and didn't have the heart to tell the fat man that soccer is not football, much less basketball, and that there are no cheerleaders at halftime because the game is so long that the audience is going to go to the convenience of the halftime, and no one is going to look at them if there are cheerleaders. Fatty had only gotten some of the materials he needed, and there were still some vipers that George would have to figure out on his own in the evening. George, who had been tortured by the beautiful women at the nightclub, also returned to the villa. George felt that in the past, he always liked to sneak into nightclubs to have a good time, but after experiencing these 3 days, he felt that when he got better, he was afraid that he would not enter the nightclubs one step in his life. What others see as heaven, in George's eyes, is simply hell, and a super hell that is tortured from the mental to the physical. Mr. Son, how long will this special treatment take? George couldn't help himself during the meal and asked. It depends. Fatty put down the chicken leg in his hand and patiently explained. The human body is a very mysterious existence. A lot of things cannot be explained by science, such as the body's acupuncture points. Do not look at the development of Western medicine is now a unique situation, but just cannot understand the acupuncture points. Exactly what is the meaning of acupuncture and why it can be a cure for disease, and even a lot of difficult and complicated diseases with the means of Western medicine cannot be cured, with acupuncture will be able to cure now. The process that George went through is known as release, the release of excess in the body by this extreme method, and after a certain point, the body naturally responds, one in the form of an increase in intake, and the other in the form of an increase in sleep, which is actually all about the body regulating itself. And the fat man is to stimulate George's body to repair itself through this extreme release. By the time this stage is over, and with the use of medication, George's sperm extinction will be greatly improved, and he will be converted from sperm extinction to dead sperm, which is also referred to as sparse sperm count and sperm inactivity in Western medicine, so that's how it is. George came to a realization and his impression of Fatty immediately went up a notch, so he still thought that Fatty was fixing himself. It turns out that everything Fatty did to himself was to cure his disease. Mr. Son, then according to my current situation, it will probably take a few more days to finish the first course of special treatment, George asked with anticipation, feeling like he was about to hang up. Another week is about right, Fatty affirmed. Bam, George and Anna slid off their chairs together and got under the table. Chapter 120, Specialized Therapies. George felt he didn't have to wait until 2012, because right now he felt like it was the end of the world, and except for the first day, he had endured the next 2 days, and with another week, he wouldn't have been able to just. Diana, on the other hand, was even more devastated than George, who used to feel that George didn't try hard enough in his conjugal life, and couldn't always satisfy himself like he did when he was younger. Now, Anna just wished she could have a good 2 days of rest. Although the extreme mental pounding was great, too much of it turned into pain. Fatty watched as the butler helped the two distinguished couples to their feet, smiled, and pulled out the paper packet from his pocket, revealing the light golden powder inside. Please pour me a glass of red wine, Fatty said. The waiter standing behind Fatty immediately poured a glass of red wine that was at least 20 years old for Fatty, and the scarlet liquid emitted a blood-like glow under the light. George and Anna both looked at the fat man strangely. Fatty stretched out 2 fingers, twisted a small pinch of golden powder, and sprinkled it into the red wine. The scarlet wine changed color at the instant the golden powder fell, at a speed visible to the naked eye. The blood-like scarlet color seemed to disappear out of thin air, and moments later, the entire wine in the glass, all of them turned light gold, looking not like wine at all, but more like a royal salute, exo type of wine. Drink it and the time will probably be shortened a bit. Fatty signaled. It is. George couldn't help but hesitate. Although George trusted the fat man, but did not dare to get these inexplicable things into their stomachs indiscriminately. After all, this is a matter of life and death. Of course, this is what is often said, that the higher the status, the smaller the guts. Drink it or not is up to you. As for the effect, whoever uses it knows. Fatty said indifferently, continuing to launch an attack on a chicken leg. George considered for a moment, thought of Fatty's miraculous means, gritted his teeth, took the cup of golden liquor from the butler's hands, and like a generous warrior, tilted his head back and drank the golden liquor completely. George snapped as he downed the golden liquor, followed by a wide-open mouth and a hard harumph. A light scent sprayed out of George's mouth, a scent very much like the scent of a flower, yet much lighter, as if it were the body odor of a virgin's body. George felt a wave of warmth appear out of nowhere in his already exhausted body after he hailed this, instantly surging from his stomach to all parts of his body. The tiredness lessened a lot after the warmth, and his whole spirit felt much better in only 2 or 3 minutes. George felt that his entire being was dramatically different, as if he had just regained his strength from a full night's sleep, and even if he were to hold his wife for 2 hours now, it wouldn't be a difficult thing to do. It's amazing. Mr. Son, I feel very sorry for the doubts I just had about you. I should have trusted you. I should have trusted you completely and unconditionally. George was a true gentleman and immediately apologized to Fatty after understanding his mistake. Nothing, this chicken leg tastes good, a few more. Fatty waved the chicken leg bone in his hand and called out. A few black lines rose from George's forehead. Not to mention George, even Anna and the housekeeper felt that George's thanks were so worthless, and that the fat man cared more about the chicken legs. Mr. Son, what is this golden powder? Anna put the question out for George. Fatty laughed. It is a medicine that I refined with 3 top materials and several precious materials. The top materials I am talking about are not something that can be measured with money. Even if you have more money, you may not be able to buy it. 300 years of wild ginseng is very expensive, right? Compared to these 3 top materials, it is simply worthless. George and the others revealed surprised expressions. They had used tens of millions of dollars to purchase 300 years' worth of wild ginseng this time around. Fatty looked at the surprised expression of George and the others, satisfied, then said, the material is only a part of it. This kind of top material, even if there is no one who can refine the medicine, then this kind of material farts cannot be counted. I refine this kind of medicine, is the use of heaven and earth spiritual chi, all the materials in the most essence of the part of the extraction, and mutual fusion. In order to increase the persuasive power, the fat man pinched a seal in his hand and muttered a few incantations under his breath. The entire dining room was suddenly gusty and the temperature seemed to plummet several degrees, but the candle flame on the dining table didn't even swing drastically, and after showing off, the fat man waved his hand, and all the ghastly winds disappeared, and the temperature was restored to normal. George and the others looked dumbfounded. In their eyes, the image of Fatty became taller all of a sudden, and they were even more convinced of Fatty's medical skills. The first time I met you, I embraced you for several minutes. It was to carry out a diagnosis of your condition. At that time I realized that there was a very shadowy energy in your body. This energy was extremely consuming your life, and boosting your energy with the excessive consumption of your life, and this shadowy energy was, at the same time, the main reason for the aggravation of your hidden disease. This powder is called the 9 Suns Yin suppressing powder in my division, and it is specialized in repelling dark energy from the body. So you are feeling particularly spirited right now. It's because the dark energy in your body has been suppressed, but in a moment you will feel particularly tired. This is a very normal situation. As long as you insist on taking the 9 Suns Yin suppressing powder, after 3 to 5 days, the dark energy in your body will all disappear. George's face took on an angry expression, and after a moment the expression changed to one of helplessness, and finally, one of gratitude. Mr. Son, then why don't you give me all of them at once so that the shadowy energy in my body isn't eradicated all at once? George asked. It's okay as long as you're not afraid to die, Fatty said indifferently. George scowled at the fat man's words. Why is that? Anna asked, curiously. Well, little Shenyang is once again possessed in this moment. In the eyes of our traditional Chinese doctors, the human body is like this heaven and earth. We are talking about the middle way, we are talking about the balance of yin and yang. Lone yin does not grow, lone yang does not grow. Only when the yin and yang are balanced, the human body can be healthy, Fatty said. George and Anna listened in confusion, having no idea what the fat man was talking about. Fatty thought about it. After all, this kind of problem can be quickly understood by Chinese people, but for foreigners, you talk to them about yin and yang, it is like talking to a cow. You know about planting flowers? Fatty asked. Mr. and Mrs. George nodded repeatedly. Planting flowers involves the problem of yin and yang. In the planting of flowers is to be watered. Watering too little, flowers will wither because of insufficient water, and if watering too much, flowers will not be able to absorb so much water and rot the roots. The flower is like the human body, and this water represents the yin and yang. Whether watering too much or too little, the flowers are not going to reach the optimal growth state. Only watering to the right degree, the flowers will bloom incomparably bright and colorful. Mr. and Mrs. George finally got it, and the analogy was simply too easy to understand. In our traditional Chinese medicine there is a saying that sickness comes like a mountain falling down, and sickness goes like drawing silk out of a cocoon. It means that when illness comes, it comes in an instant like a mountain falling down, while treating it is a very slow process, like drawing silk from a cocoon. The yin poison in George's body has been accumulating for a long time. It has penetrated deep into the flesh, blood, internal organs, and bone marrow. This situation is already very serious. If George hadn't met me, I'm afraid that sometime next year will be the time when Anna will be sweeping your grave. Although the fat man is right, but it is a bit alarmist, because sorcery in the casting, directly after the action of the human body, there is no process, do not need any long time to accumulate. But George didn't know that, so the look of gratitude grew on his face. In our China, the number 9 is the largest of all numbers, also known as the extreme number. This 9 Sun yin suppressing powder itself is the strongest medicine for removing yin poisons. It can remove yin poisons extremely quickly and greatly. It can be considered the nemesis of all yin poisons. Fatty didn't lie about this. The 9 Sun yin suppressing pill was able to even the 9 yin extinct veins, not to mention the district's sorcery. Even if there is no residual powder of the 9 Suns Shanin Dan, this small sorcery for the fat man is just a show of hands. The reason why the fat man made it so complicated, but just want to mix for a few more days, to the time to go to make more money. After all, the money of the foreigners do not make money for nothing, who still want to make less ought to make more. But if you take too much 9 Suns Shanin powder, it is likely that the opposite will happen, and it will transform from a yin poison to a yang poison, and then it won't be easy to treat it, so only take a little bit of it to make it easier for me to observe, and more favorable for George's body to recover, Fatty said seriously. Oh my God, thank you, Mr. Son, you are our savior. Anna covered her mouth and shouted in surprise. George nodded his head and said very sincerely, Mr. Son, thank you, you are my George's friend forever. The fat man smiled faintly with the expression of a tall man and nodded his head haughtily. Of course, if I didn't treat you as a friend, how could I possibly use such an expensive drug on your body, knowing that this drug can play a miraculous role in bringing the dead back to life at a critical time? George was fooled by the fat man grateful, thank you and flattering words crazy from his mouth. Listening to the fat man that called a meat numb, goosebumps all over the body burst up, almost burned yellow paper beheading chickens, and the fat man worshipped, but the fat face maintains a modest smile, but the heart is secretly muttering, a shit foreigners, just know to say good sound. How not to come a little practical action, all those foreign cereals inside is not that the noble foreigners Moving to send people gold and silver, it even if not send me gold and silver. Directly to the money can also line off fat master my pockets inside a few dimes left. Chapter 121, The Power of a Kick. The fat man's wish was not realized in the end. George in the eyes of the fat man is simply the light of the word, is not practicing the false style. Good words all over the good words, but not even a tiny bit of practical action. Fatty had no choice but to devote all of his attention to the food in front of him, turning his depression into a meal, and froze his best meal to date, looking at George and the others dumbfounded, but immensely certain of the fact that Fatty was not an unusual person. That's right. Can an ordinary person eat 20 chicken thighs, 2 smoked rabbits, 2 pork knuckles, plus other dishes, soups, desserts, and drink 3 15-year-old bottles of XO? The fat man put down the fork in his hand and wiped his cream-stained lips with a wet wipe before he spoke, as if he had thought of something. George, I think it's necessary for you to enhance your security and bodyguard force. George nodded slowly as the fat man spoke to the saddest part of his heart. The dinner that had a good atmosphere ended on such a sad note, and Fatty instead left with 2 smoked rabbits as if nothing had happened, which was his midnight snack tonight. Having taken care of the Nine Jedi vein and having no worries about his little life, Fatty finally had a peaceful sleep after having breakfast and urging George not to forget to continue today's treatment. The butler drove the fat man to the Real Madrid training ground, which he was able to enter after contacting Mourinho. The training ground has long since begun basic training, can be said to be a big name. If a real fan to come in, I am afraid that after seeing these stars will only be left crazy. It was a pity that Fatty didn't watch sports programs at all, let alone soccer matches. To him, watching a group of people grabbing a ball was really a meaningless thing. With this time, he would rather study what was the difference between men's and women's body structure, to accumulate more theoretical experience for his farewell to the journey of virginity. I say, old ho, the fat man called out as he stood beside Mourinho. Mourinho wanted to tell the fat man that his last name was not he, but he also knew that there was nothing to argue with this fat man, so he kept silent, crossed his arms over his chest, and continued to maintain his cool posture, lifting his hand to make a wolf whistle from time to time, pointing out the problems that the players were having in training, and every move Mourinho made drew wild chants from the fans outside the stadium. What do you think of this team of mine? Mourinho asked proudly. All male. Fatty looked around and froze without seeing a single cheerleader. Mourinho suppressed the fire in his heart and continued to ask, what do you think of the physical quality of my players? There's just no one fatter than me. The fat man's words directly made Mourinho very angry, and he wanted to yell, I am a team here, not a pig farm. Robert. Mourinho shouted. The fat man watched as a very strong, just not very tall, balding player ran up to him. Coach. The bald guy said, take a shot as hard as you can. Okay. The bald man responded, turned back to the training ground, brought the ball at his feet to just outside the box, stopped, backed up, boosted, sprinted, and shot hard. The soccer ball blasted into the goal with unparalleled accuracy, and the machine screen behind it showed the top speed of the shot, which was 142 kilometers per hour, drawing loud shouts of approval from the fans outside the stadium. How? Mourinho said triumphantly. Too little power, too slow. Fatty said honestly. Mourinho's body stumbled and nearly fell, finally couldn't hold back his fire and roared, the power is too small, the speed is too slow, you go up and kick one for me. If smashed flowers and plants, crashed the goal and so on, is it not necessary to pay? Fatty apprehensively asked. No, if you can tear this stadium down, it's on me. Mourinho shouted angrily. The fat man immediately answered, in full view of the public, ran up the court, stood on the position where the bald man just stood, looked around, pointed to the nearest player who was a little chubby and said, the one with buck teeth, don't look at anyone else, say you, it's the buck-toothed man who got a peach shape on his head, that's you, give me a ball. The fans outside the training ground were all stunned by the fat man's words, this fat man who inexplicably, out of nowhere, called Ronaldo a buck-toothed man, which Ronaldo is a little annoyed, he hates it when people talk about his incisors, but this is a training ground, and there are still onlookers outside, so he can only suppress the fire in his heart for the time being and kick the soccer ball over. The fat man wanted to stop the ball in style, but the result of stepping late, the soccer ball rolled from the foot, and hastily turned back to chase, after catching up with the ball to see the ball to step on the ball to stop the ball. The result of the ball not only did not stop, but instead rolled back. The fat man's body violently vacated the air, fell a big fart crouch, attracted the laughter of all the people, accompanied by whistles occasionally the sun. Fatty cursed and rose from the ground in a sorry state. This time the fat man did not dare to play any tricks, honestly used both hands to set up the soccer ball, and then followed the action of the short bald man just now, slowly backed up a few steps, helped run, accelerated, and kicked out with all his strength. The crowd's eyes instantly turned from the fat man to the goal, and as a result, they found that the display on the meter was 0, and the soccer was surprisingly gone. Where's the soccer ball? The crowd wondered. They had just clearly heard a snap. Wait a minute. Wasn't the pop supposed to be a bang? The crowd only then reacted, turned his head to look at the fat man. This guy is the soccer ball from the shoes off it. Brand new soccer ball, now has been poked a big hole, set on the fat man's feet. The crowd first let out a roar of laughter, but gradually, the crowd's laughter stopped very abruptly, and even though Fatty's current golden cockerel movement was very comical, no one laughed anymore. As long as the people who know the ball know that the toughness of the soccer ball skin how exaggerated, in the 100-year history of soccer, even if the most early kind of poor quality soccer, have not appeared to be kicked out of the situation. After all, the soccer is round, the circle will be in the case of force to unload a part of the force, and the second is that the soccer ball is not fixed to the ground, but the pendulum is placed in the ground, and the force will be in motion rather than stay in place. This shows how appalling Fatty's kick was. The fat man wasted a lot of effort and finally managed to get the soccer ball off his shoe. Looking at the dumbfounded crowd, Fatty scratched his head awkwardly and pointed at Mourinho. He said he wouldn't let me pay for it even if I destroyed the whole soccer stadium. The crowd cried and laughed, compensating the Real Madrid will care about a soccer ball. Fatty scanned the surroundings, and finally placed his eyes on a training ball. Can I borrow this ball to kick it? Fatty asked. The goalie and assistant coach who had stopped goalie practice froze for a moment, and it was the assistant coach who finally reacted and threw the ball to the fat man. This ball belongs to the goalkeeper, specifically used to train the waist and abdominal strength, as well as hand throwing with the training ball. The volume and the soccer ball is the same, but the weight is 10 times the weight of the soccer ball, used to kick. Even if the power is big, the speed is not fast. Fatty steadily caught the ball, weighed the weight of the ball, nodded with satisfaction, placed the ball in front of his body, and moved the toes of his right foot. Just now that kick, he kicked it with his toes, so now there is a feeling that his toes are broken off, and this time, he wouldn't dare to kick it with the toes. The fat man slowly backed up, constantly adjusting his breathing, and he decided to let Mourinho know with a stone-cold kick why he said these men were not good enough in terms of either power or speed. Foot back 10 meters, the fat man stopped, and then in the attention of all the people in the middle of the just that short balled as fast as the pad step, and then violently speed, as a wind like rushed up, 10 meters of distance, the blink of an eye completely disappeared. Fatty held his breath and roared, his right foot raised back like a steel whip, and with all his strength, he used the back of his foot to viciously whip on the training ball. Shit, the kick was off. Fatty kicked out and immediately screamed that it was not good. Just now when he kicked he just noticed the power, especially when he kicked the ball. He felt some pain in his toes, so he couldn't help but deviate from the position a bit, and kicked on the training ball leaning outward. If there was a slow motion capture camera filming it, you could clearly see through the machine that the training ball visibly flattened down a chunk as the fat man's fat kick hit it, before it went flying violently. The training ball traced an extremely graceful C-shaped arc in the air, appearing to be kicked off the pitch, but it turned an extremely pronounced arc halfway through and turned back to the goal position. Door banging shut. The crowd felt their hearts jerk as if they had been hit with a hammer, and when they took another look, they all sucked in a breath of cool air in unison. Fatty kicked out the training ball, not only in the air out of a beautiful arc, but also accurate and incomparable hit the goal post, although it is hollow, but strong enough post froze by the ball was smashed into the bend, the whole goal is tilted, and then look at the back of the speedometer, which clearly hit the fat man just at the ball of the speed of 170 kilometers per hour, although not standing in the goal, a long distance from the goal to do the training of the main goalkeeper. The two substitutes keeper looked at the curved goal post, all together, broke out in a cold sweat. They originally thought that Robert Carlos's heavy artillery shot was already considered the most terrifying existence, but after watching Fatty's kick, they only felt that goalkeeping was really a high-risk sport, and when the training was over, they must go and buy a high-dollar life insurance policy. Looking at Mourinho's dumbfounded expression and listening to the silence of the stadium, the fat man was so pleased with himself that he raised his right hand and extended his right index finger, waved his hand in front of his body, and bared his teeth in the most famous gesture of the little dragon brother, strength, you can't do it. The fans outside the practice field let out a loud cheer at that. Chapter 122, Sprained Ankle. The fans cheered. Mourinho is considered to be a fierce soul, looking at the fat man as if he saw a monster, but also do not want any image. Crazy General rushed into the training ground, grabbing the arm of the fat man. Want to say. The fat man was apprehensive, hesitated, but still firmly pulled out all his money, 2 $1 coins from his pocket. As for the paper bills, the fat man yesterday in the pet market when the purchase of Spanish grass paper to let Mourinho's signature has been used up. I only have $2, you said I don't have to compensate for damaging things. Ah, the fat man said apprehensively, do not have to compensate, you even if you shoot the whole goal is rotten, do not have to compensate you, Mr. Son, are you an athlete? Ah, do you have a soccer player qualification certificate? You. Mourinho shook his head and asked repeatedly. No. Fatty replied honestly. Do you want to become a soccer player? Do you want to become the world's top soccer star? As long as you nod your head, all the formalities I will find someone to do for you, as long as you can join Real Madrid after becoming a soccer player. Mourinho had completely forgotten about the previous squabble with Fatty, all his thoughts were on Fatty. Mourinho is the world's top soccer coach, has seen numerous soccer players, among them there are genius type, speed type, technical type, power type, but has never seen the fat man such as both speed and power are extremely amazing type. Just now the fat man ran that 10-meter distance, although there is no stopwatch to calculate, but Mourinho guaranteed that the fat man absolutely did not use a second of time, almost between breaths has skipped the 10-meter distance, such a sprinting speed. Even if it is a famous sprinter is afraid that also does not have. And more let Mourinho stunning, is the fat man shot that kick, not to say arc, only to say speed and strength is enough to let a person surprised, to put it mildly, if there is such a big killer on the field, when the field cannot be opened, let this fat man go up to kick on a few feet, estimated that the opposing players are rubbed to the side to be down, if the goalkeeper dares to block, is definitely a foot of a disabled one. With the likes of Fatty, trying to get a win on the pitch becomes a very straightforward affair straight away. I'm a doctor, I don't want to be an athlete, much less a soccer player. Don't you think it's very silly for so many people to grab a ball? Replied the fat man very firmly. Very silly, said Mourinho, petrified by the fat man's words. That goal really don't need me to pay for it, right? Fatty felt it was better to ask again, lest this guy who didn't seem to have a good character backtracked. Absolutely no need for you to compensate, Mourinho affirmed. The fat man cheered at once, looking like a small child. Mourinho no longer has the heart to guide the training. Anyway, the training ground are all professional soccer players. Even without the coach's command and supervision, they will do their best to complete the daily training. On the contrary, the fat man relaxed after not having the worry of losing money, pretending to play with these ball players who were absolutely big names in the eyes of outsiders. Fatty, how about a 100-meter race? Asked Ronaldo, the buck-toothed man in Fatty's mouth. You're so fat, can you run fast? Fatty asked with extreme contempt. Ronaldo angry almost, he felt that this fat man must be God his old man sent to make him angry. At first this fat man called him buck-toothed man, and then said that he was fat. These 2 points can be his dead center. All by the fat man point all over. Just be able to run past you. Ronaldo exasperated. Fatty shrugged indifferently. In terms of running, he really wasn't afraid of anyone. On the starting line, Ronaldo did a professional athlete's crouching posture. That posture, don't mention how standard. On the contrary, the fat man, standing straight behind the starting line, not to mention running, even walking posture is not out. "You're ready?" the assistant coach asked frostily. "Well, start." "It is not just run 100 meters." "Well, with what to prepare?" off Fatty disdain. The assistant coach nods, raises his right hand, and shouts, "Ready to run." The moment the last word left his mouth, Ronaldo showed the superb reflexes of a top athlete, rushing out of the starting line like an arrow out of a string, and then looking at the fat man. It took a full second before he reacted and lifted his leg to run. Ronaldo isn't exactly in peak physical shape anymore, but there really aren't many soccer players who can outrun him in sprints. When the fat man successfully provoked the fire, Ronaldo felt that he ran as if he was back to his youth in general. It was called a comfortable, it was called a relaxed. The final result of this competition, there is no doubt at all, the victory must be his. "You run faster," the fat man's voice rang in his own ears just as Ronaldo was getting carried away. Ronaldo couldn't help but take a sideways glance, and was shocked that this guy who weighed more than himself, had shorter legs than himself, and started slower than himself had caught up with him, and not only did he do so, but he also chatted with himself with ease. "Really slow. I'll go over first." "You take your time, there's no rush," Fatty said while slightly accelerating his speed. The fat man's speed is not much, is slightly faster than Ronaldo, so a line, let Ronaldo hissed and shouted, ran as hard as he could, can only look at the fat man's broad back first then his own step over the finish line. Once again, the crowd was dumbfounded, looking at Fatty as if they were seeing a monster. To say that the power is big, that is relatively easy to understand. After all, the body of the fat man there, not a saying, body strength is not a loss of power. Well, so heavy body, the power is also considered to be a more reasonable thing, but so fat body, even faster than the Ronaldo run. This is puzzling. Mourinho took a look at the reaction of the players, and instantly woke up. If you let this fat man continue to perform, I'm afraid that their own players do not even have the slightest confidence, so he quickly called over the assistant coach and asked him to pull the fat man to the team doctor's room. Fatty does not matter to go there, anyway, he's just idle, nothing to do, come over to play. But before leaving, he also waved his hand to Ronaldo. "Fatty, you have to lose weight. If you are thinner, I really do not know how to run over you. By the way, you'd better go to the beauty and plastic surgery hospital. A trip, the buck teeth to flatten the cost of a few dollars." Ronaldo was almost exasperated, but did not know how to retort, and could only sit on the sidelines with a puff of air. Okay, group against group," Mourinho called out in a hurry, fearing that his players would be exasperated. The Real Madrid team doctor's office is not a room, but a building, a 3-story building. Fatty is also considered to have seen what is called the rich and powerful. This inside the detection equipment, recovery equipment, treatment equipment are all the world's most advanced. The only thing that makes the fat man feel unhappy is that the doctors here are all big men, even a female doctor, women are not. Half an hour later, the team doctor's room, which was still quite quiet, was suddenly in chaos. All the doctors rushed out as if they had received some order, and moments later, 2 strong security guards carrying a stretcher were carried in under the crowd's front and back, and were carried in under Mourinho's anxious and grim countenance. Fatty fixed his eyes. Hey, lying on the stretcher was not a stranger, it was the buck-toothed fat man who handed him the ball and competed with him in the 100-meter race. "What's going on here?" Fatty asked curiously. "Collided with a teammate and injured his ankle, hopefully it's not a bone injury," a team doctor replied. Ronaldo bared his teeth, just short of tears, and lay down on the examining instruments with the doctor's assistants. It doesn't really take a shot to see that Ronaldo's ankle is swollen up. After the film came out, Mourinho only felt both happy and sad. Happy that Ronaldo's bones are fine, just a sprain, sad that tomorrow's opponent is a strong enemy in the league in hot pursuit. Missing Ronaldo, it is the same as the lack of a sharpest knife on the front line. Sprained ankle, at least a week's rest, definitely won't be able to go on tomorrow's game. The team doctor gave his final conclusion. Mourinho sighed heavily. A week tomorrow is the last game of the league, there's still a week to go there. Just as the entire team doctor's room was enveloped in a dreary atmosphere, there was a sudden snort of disdain. "It's just a little thing, and you still need an hour a week to do it." The crowd immediately turned their gazes to the place where the voice came from. Who else could have said such words except for that fat man who had nothing to do and was bored? An hour, how can it be healed? The chief team doctor was extremely disdainful of the fat man's credulity. Oh, you tell me why it's impossible to heal in an hour, the fat man asked. The chief team doctor said seriously, not to mention anything else, just to reduce the swelling and bruises, it will take at least 2 days to do so, and if you count the slight strain on the ligaments, you'll need to rest for at least 5 days, with the last day of recovery training, before we can see if we can decide whether or not we'll be able to play. Is it that troublesome to reduce the swelling and eliminate the stasis? 5 minutes is enough. I'll massage him again. An hour, I'm talking some more, so as not to scare you guys. Fatty disdainfully said. Mr. Son, are you telling the truth? Mourinho suddenly thought that when George's housekeeper introduced the fat man to him yesterday, he was talking about the miracle doctor that George had invited from China, and suddenly the fire of hope burned. I can't kick a soccer ball. To say something about medicine, you guys can't. The fat man said with certainty, if you don't believe me, let me do it. 1 hour, I guarantee to give you back a living buck-toothed fat man. Ronaldo, after hearing the fat man's name for him, there is a feeling of crying and laughing. Buck-toothed fat man can be more insidious. Chapter 123, Miraculous Medical Techniques. Mourinho hesitated for a moment, decided to still believe in the fat man, whether it is identity or status or wealth. Ronaldo cannot compare to George, since George is able to give his body to the fat man, clearly proves that the fat man's medical skills are awesome. Otherwise, so many top doctors around the world, why George will choose the fat man? After deciding, Mourinho asked, Mr. Son, do you need any drugs? As long as we can get them, whatever you say. The fat man shook his head. Nothing, it's just a small thing, a massage will do. The crowd was speechless. Sprains, massage treatment is certain, but should be used to activate blood circulation and eliminate blood stasis. Of drugs to assist only a simple massage, the effect can be strong there. Do you need hot water and towels? The head team physician asked thoughtfully. Fatty suddenly realized, nodded vigorously and said, of course it is necessary, or you think, well, this buck-toothed fat man may not have smelly feet, athlete's foot fungus. It really should be a hot water bubble first, kill the poison and eliminate the bacteria. Alas, if it is not that I cannot wear gloves for massage, I really should wear a pair of gloves. The crowd immediately felt very speechless. The team doctor supervisor said that the hot water towel is used to do hot compresses, not used to soak the feet, but the fat man said it. They can't even refute the words. After all, none of them have the ability to make Ronaldo recover within an hour. Hot water and towels were quickly fetched. Fatty tried the temperature of the water and nodded his head. Just right, you guys go out first. I don't like to be watched by others when I'm healing, and even if you do, you won't be able to see anything. Mourinho immediately waved at and led the way out of the room. The crowd left after Mourinho, only to see Mourinho heading towards the other end, and realized that the team doctors, the assistant coaches, and the big-name players, all followed Mourinho and turned into the other room. In this spacious room, it was clearly the monitoring room of the entire training place, because the room where Fatty was belonged to the room of valuable instruments and equipment. In order to prevent theft, naturally installed monitors, and now it was turned into a place for the crowd to witness the miracle. Here, wash your feet, the water is just the right temperature. The fat man picked Ronaldo up by the waist and easily walked to the chair and placed Ronaldo on it. The crowd in the monitoring room stared with wide eyes. Never mind how the fat man's medical skills, this strength alone is enough to make people feel surprised. Ronaldo is considered to be the fattest player in the whole team, weighing at least 156 pounds, and the feeling of the fat man hugging up, as if he was hugging a petite, lightweight little girl in general, not at all strained. Ronaldo nodded with some embarrassment and put his bare feet into the basin of water, then. Ow wow, Ronaldo let out a scream that smelled like tears and sounded like sadness. The hot water in this water basin, there's water temperature is just right. Not much farther from boiling water. After all, the hot water used for hot compresses cannot be cold. But fortunately, Ronaldo's thick skin and fast reaction, after feeling hot immediately after the feet out of the water basin, which if put a little longer, directly to become boiled pig's feet like a little pussy. What's this scalding? The fat man said disdainfully, trying to put his hand in the basin of water, and then the next second. Holy shit, why is it so hot? The fat man shouted as he jerked his hand back. The people in the monitoring room rolled their eyes in unison, daring this fat man to not know how many degrees this water temperature is. Ah. Poor Ronaldo. Already people are starting to cross themselves on their chests. Boss, there's not going to be any problems with this, are we? We didn't even check to see if this fat guy has a license to practice medicine, the head of the team doctors asked worriedly. Mourinho shook his head. He's a doctor specially hired by His Highness George, he should have a license to practice medicine. The team doctors rightfully nodded. Also, His Highness George, that is what status of the big man may invite a Mongolian doctor to treat their own illness? Unfortunately, everyone guessed wrong. In fact, Fatty really didn't have a license to practice medicine, because he wasn't a graduate of a professional school and hadn't gone through any of the exams, so how could he have a license to practice medicine, unless he was looking for a fake license from a fake license dealer to make it possible after testing the temperature of the water. The fat man smiled somewhat awkwardly at an angry Ronaldo. When the temperature of the water had dropped a bit, Ronaldo inserted his feet into the basin with a stern face, bared his teeth, washed his feet, and dried them with a towel before looking at the fat man who had nearly tossed himself to his death. But Ronaldo didn't look at it, but he almost sat on the ground in shock. Fatty took out a long cloth bag at an unknown time and drew out a golden needle that shone with golden light. If it is only a golden needle, Ronaldo is not afraid. He once received acupuncture treatment, naturally understand the magic of acupuncture. But acupuncture needles are all finger-length needles. The first time I saw a gold needle with a length of about 20 centimeters, such a long needle, inserting a pair of penetration are not any problem. What are you doing? Ronaldo asked with a shaky voice. Don't be afraid, don't ever be afraid, the fat man hemmed and hawed. The fat man's smile, the fat man's voice, as obscene as it could be. Don't be afraid that if Ronaldo hadn't sprained his ankle, he'd be running for the door by now. Boss, do we need to stop it? The head team doctor asked as he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and opened his mouth. Mourinho looked at Ronaldo, who was like a little girl about to be ravaged by a strong man, and then looked at Fatty, who had a lewd expression on his face, and gritted his teeth. There's no need to stop it, let him treat it. The crowd tensed up and looked at the screen. Fatty grabbed Ronaldo's injured foot with his left hand, twisted the golden needle with his right hand and stabbed it quickly, then bent this long golden needle and stabbed it into another acupuncture point. This was only the beginning. Then the fat man did not stop, quickly drew out a golden needle from the needle bag and stabbed it into the area around Ronaldo's ankle, and in just the blink of an eye, more than a dozen golden needles were stabbed into it. If a Chinese medicine titan was here, he would be surprised to find that the fat man was using the more classic Tong Luo and blood circulation needles of acupuncture, a formation that had not been lost, but not many people knew how to use it anymore. 13 silver needles are needed to pass the blood through the channels, and through moxa fumigation, the medicinal power is injected along the silver needles into the injured or diseased area, using the sparing method of acupuncture to dissolve the bruises and blood, and to pass the veins and channels. Of course, acupuncture is not omnipotent, even if the most powerful Chinese medicine acupuncture expert here is only able to activate blood circulation and remove blood stasis. Want to recover, or need a period of time to rest before it can be absolutely impossible, and the fat man said, with an hour's time to cure, at least need 3 days of time. As for the fat man began to use that about 20 centimeters long gold needle, I'm afraid that no one can read. This is not at all the contents of the discipline of acupuncture and moxibustion, even if it is the ancient books have not recorded a word. After the fat man stabbed the golden needles, his right hand flexed his fingers and used his index finger to quickly pop on a golden needle. This pop did not seem to use much force, but it made so the golden needles trembled madly. Fatty flicked on each of the gold needles except for the long one, then clamped his right index finger and thumb on the center of the long gold needle. The witch power in Fatty's body slowly poured into Ronaldo's ankle along the ends of the long golden needle. After the 13 needles of vitality and blood circulation landed on the acupuncture points, Ronaldo only felt that his ankle was as if it was wrapped in a red-hot iron, and the whole ankle seemed to be burning as if it was on fire, and as the fat man used the popping needle technique, the heat became more and more pronounced and more difficult to tolerate. Just when Ronaldo was about to reach the limit of tolerable, the fat man's finger twisted in the middle of the long golden needle, a cold current surged into the ankle out of nowhere, the coolness after the extreme heat, as if he had taken a cold shower on a 3-volt day, and then sat in the cold air-conditioned room and ate a popsicle, which was so comfortable that it was hard to describe in words. Ronaldo grunted involuntarily, squinting comfortably, like a pig that had just eaten its fill and was sleeping on the ground. And the crowd in the monitoring room could only be considered outsiders, although they were able to see every action between Fatty and Ronaldo, and were able to hear even Ronaldo's grunts. They had no idea what was happening to Ronaldo. 10 minutes had passed, and Ronaldo had fallen asleep in his chair, making loud, hearty noises, and it was probably hard for him to wake up even if it was thundering outside right now. "Oh my God, you guys, look at those needles, they're even twitching!" A team doctor who saw it lost his voice. This team doctor's words immediately focused all of everyone's attention on those normal-length golden needles, and when the monitor pulled the image closer, everyone couldn't help but let out a gasp. That's right, these golden needles started to tremble after the initial flick by Fatty, and Fatty didn't even touch these golden needles even half a time after that, yet these golden needles were still trembling, although the amplitude was no longer as obvious as it was just now, but they were really trembling. The crowd immediately had a new concept of Fatty's medical skills, or at least they wouldn't be able to do it to such an amazing degree. "Look, you guys, the swelling's gone down." Robert, the short bald man, exclaimed as the crowd focused their attention on the quivering golden needles. The crowd only then saw Ronaldo's ankle, just swollen as if stuffed inside a small dumpling, but now has returned to normal. Even the traces of the bone can be seen clearly, especially the skin. Usually after the sprain, the skin will be reddish. If there is bruising, it will also come through the black, but now, Ronaldo's ankle has been completely restored to the color of flesh. If not just the crowd have witnessed this part red and swollen, I'm afraid it is difficult to believe that Ronaldo's ankle has been injured. Fatty closed the needle, using witch power to kill the bacteria on the golden needle, which put away the golden needle. Looking at Ronaldo, who was sleeping soundly like a pig, his eyes rolled, looked around and searched for a signing pen, hemmed and hawed, and drew it on Ronaldo's face. The crowd in the monitoring room chilled in unison, and in their hearts they all said, "This dead fat guy." Chapter 124, The 4 Great Ballplayers. Ronaldo didn't know what was going on when he was woken up. He just felt energized and couldn't help but yawn widely and get up from his chair. "Oops, boss. Sorry, I fell asleep, I'll go to training." Ronaldo, obviously sleepy and confused, after seeing Mourinho's strange expression, hastily screamed and rushed outside, just ran 2 steps to find the wrong place, looked down, lost his voice and screamed. "Really good, no more pain at all." Ronaldo looked at his ankle, just those 2 steps running up, no pain at all, suddenly Happy shouted. The expression of surprise only flickered on the faces of the crowd, and was immediately replaced by a strange expression, an expression that looked as if it was hard to hold back laughter, similar to constipation. "What's wrong?" Ronaldo asked in disbelief. A big handsome man that the fat man didn't recognize took the mirror that had been prepared long ago out from behind his back and placed it in front of Ronaldo. Ronaldo took one look and was shocked, followed by anger, because on his face, it had been drawn in a mess. Above the lips, there were 2 wide, black mustaches, and below the lips, the same 2 8s, and in the cheek area were 2 black mists that looked like black blush, and above the head there were a few extra leaves under the specially trimmed peach shape, and the ends of the eyebrows were drawn up, and 2 curls were made on the forehead. "The makeup painting is as weird as it gets, and as funny as it gets." Ronaldo roared angrily. "Who did this? Come forward." The gazes of all the people gathered in unison on the fat man sitting in the corner, who crossed his legs, holding a local newspaper in his hand, pretending to look at it, tooting his mouth and whistling, with a look that it was none of my business, which really made people feel like crying and laughing. Ronaldo looked at the fat man, the gas also subsided. He cannot be enmity, it can only helplessly shake his head. "Go to the restroom to wash his face." "Mr. Son, thank you." Mourinho said sincerely. Fatty stole a glance to make sure Ronaldo was not there, then smiled and shook his head. A small matter, by the way, if the game is tomorrow, those guys had better not play, otherwise they will be easily injured. Mourinho froze at the fat man's words. If Fatty had said this when he had just come to visit Real Madrid, Mourinho would have absolutely scoffed, but Fatty's magic had just been on display, so the fact that it was said made Mourinho think about it. Championships come and go every year, but the bodies of the players are more important, and if one disregards the bodies of his players for a championship, then he is not the world's top soccer coach. Who are all? Mourinho asked in a low voice. He has made up his mind. If it is not an important player, then do not have to play tomorrow, and if it is an important player, at most, only play half a game of football, fight a little bit, win if you can win, lose the game. He also has nothing to say. That short bald guy, his thigh muscles are already on the verge of exhaustion. If he runs fast tomorrow and has an intense confrontation, he'll have to strain his muscles in less than 20 minutes, and that Mediterranean head, he has a hidden injury in his back. If he goes on the field, as long as his opponent bumps into him, he's guaranteed to go to the hospital. Oh, and that handsome guy with the cocked head, you've got a hidden injury to your lower back, and that big handsome guy, you have a hidden injury to your lower back. You also have a hidden injury in your waist. Fatty said as he pointed out one by one. Mourinho nearly spurted blood. The short bald guy is Robert Carlos, a defender, the Mediterranean head is Zinedine Zidane, a midfielder, the cockney handsome guy is David Beckham, a midfielder, and the big handsome guy is Raul, a striker. These four people are indispensable to the Real Madrid team in the absolute super main force. If all of a sudden go down 4, even if only half a game, I guess the end of the game do not have to think about it, a steady loss, unless the opponent's main force also go down 2 or 3, which has the power of a fight. Mourinho depressed. Real Madrid this season can only be regarded as the general state, and the nemesis of Barcelona's state is obviously better, and now the two teams' points only 2 points difference, that is to say, the next game is the battle of life and death. Real Madrid can win, can be tied, but if you lose the game, it is the same as the efforts of the season's title in the hand. If Real Madrid really lose the game, not only the club's owner can't spare Mourinho, even those crazy fans won't spare Mourinho. Can it be treated? Mourinho asked the fat man with the best of hopes. Fatty thought for a moment and nodded. The cure is definitely possible, but it's too late. Their hidden illnesses will take at least a week to cure, but if it's just a game tomorrow, I have a way to make their hidden illnesses absolutely not flare up, but after the game, they will have to follow me to recuperate for at least 3 weeks, or else their future athletic careers will surely come to an end early. The fat man's words were like a flame, igniting Mourinho's confidence and dispelling the darkness in his heart. Please, Mourinho said gratefully. It's a small thing, the 4 of them won't have to go back at night. You ask someone to get a few beds here, they'll surely be treated very late at night. Fatty laughed indifferently. Good. Mourinho immediately agreed and arranged for someone to do it. Do you need any more medication? Mourinho asked. Fatty shook his head and said, nothing is needed. By the way, you let that buck-toothed Fatty stay, in case we get hungry. He can also help buy some good food. Not only Mourinho, Real Madrid's other players feel their foreheads rise out of the black line. Let Ronaldo as an errand boy. I'm afraid the whole world is only in front of this fat man can do it. Mourinho naturally could not refuse. The sacrifice of Ronaldo won, but the happiness of the entire Real Madrid. The day passed quickly, and after having dinner in George's villa and saying hello to George, Fatty took a car back to the Real Madrid club, where 5 of the world's top soccer stars were already waiting in the room. I won't say any more nonsense. Leave one, take off all the rest. Fatty said very directly. The 4 top stars were collectively dumbfounded, although they already knew that Fatty was treating their injuries and illnesses for them, and treating illnesses naturally required undressing. But the problem was that the same words came out of Fatty's mouth, so why did it feel so strange? Ronaldo hid on the side and covered his mouth and laughed hard, as if he wanted to get all the ridicule he received in the morning back at once. Seeing the 4 bulls hate to see this fat boy first stripped naked and thrown out. Move faster, Fatty said with some impatience. Like big girls, the four superstars wriggled out of their dress pants, revealing their strong muscles. Let me make it clear first, what I'm going to use in a while is a kind of extreme acupuncture. This kind of acupuncture will make you guys very uncomfortable, well at least for 20 minutes. Within these 20 minutes, you have to grit your teeth and stick to it. It's best not to move around, otherwise the effect will be greatly reduced. After the competition is over tomorrow, you guys will come with me, and it will probably take 3 weeks to a month's time, and I will completely remove your hidden diseases within your body. Fatty said seriously. Is it something that will never happen again after it's cured? Ronaldo asked. That's right, Bucktooth Fatty. After your knee's last surgery, your recovery can only be considered average. You also have a hidden disease that will strike after about a year. If you can afford to spend a lot of money, I can also consider making this knee of yours as good as new. But of course, if someone specifically kicks you here, even God can't save you, Fatty said seriously. Ronaldo first froze for a moment, followed by ecstasy. His biggest worry is the knee. If the knee can be intact, then his career will at least extend a few more years. Alright, carry it over and stand. If you're afraid of pain, it's best to go find something to bite on first, so as not to interfere with the treatment. Fatty said. The four superstars looked at each other, and surprisingly, a comparison was born, and none of them went to look for something, but turned around in unison, leaving their backs to Fatty. Begin, Fatty yelled. His left hand grasped the needle bag while his right hand kept pulling the golden needles out of the bag, lightning fast shooting the needles onto the backs, waists, and legs of the four people before using the flicking needle method. Again, the four of them hadn't felt anything wrong when the golden needles pierced into the acupuncture points, but when Fatty used the flick needle technique, an indescribable feeling appeared out of nowhere. This feeling, as if someone had grabbed the muscles on their body with both hands and then grasped them tightly and firmly, made one feel uncomfortable all over. Take your time and enjoy these rare 20 minutes, the fat man said with a hefty grin. The four superstars have been difficult to speak. If not, fat people have a word in advance not allowed to move recklessly. The four of them hate to immediately seize the door and escape. Looking at the constipated expressions of his four brothers, Ronaldo laughed happily. Bucktooth Fatty, don't be idle, go and fetch a few buckets of cool water, then ask the staff if they have any ice. Get some, you'll need it in a while. Fatty himself could be idle, but he was most unwilling to watch others being idle along with him. Ronaldo shrugged his shoulders and obediently went out to do his job. This situation in the usual cannot be seen, but now Ronaldo has a request from the fat man. The district is just carrying water, it's not a thing at all. Fatty looked at the four people's difficult expression, slightly nodded. He is now using the needle method in Chinese medicine called corrective acupuncture. The hidden disease will be fixed within a certain range. At the same time, the hidden disease will not break out within 12 hours. The only disadvantage of this needle method is that it can only be temporarily controlled, cannot treat the symptoms and cure the root cause. When the time of control is over, it is necessary to use a much longer period of time for treatment. Otherwise, the hidden disease will turn into a real disease, and then you want to treat it again. It would not be an easy thing to do. Chapter 125. Good luck, Fatty. How long is 20 minutes? A relaxing trip to afternoon tea, a quarter or so of a soccer game, 2 games, foreplay in bed with my girlfriend. In normal times, 20 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, but now, for 4 of the world's top players, this 20 minutes is simply a century longer than a century. The muscles at the needle, as if tangled, twisted, churning, this feeling, then scratching and strangling is more intolerable within these 20 minutes. The concept of time seemed to have completely disappeared. Expectation and waiting, enduring and persevering became the theme, and when the fat man removed the golden needles from the affected areas of the 4 people, the 4 people had a feeling of escaping from death in unison. Sit in a circle and apply cold compresses on the affected area with ice to each other for 5 minutes. Fatty ordered loudly. The 4 didn't need to sit in a circle, as Carlos' injury was in his leg, which could be handled with one hand, and it was enough to free up the other to help the others, with the team's oldest brother, Raul, naturally enjoying the service without having to put in any effort of his own. Why do I feel that this image is so familiar, but I just can't remember where I've seen it before? Ronaldo thought hard and finally couldn't help but bring this question up. The four of them simultaneously turned their gazes to this buck-toothed fat guy who usually liked to joke around, but they didn't really know what exactly this guy meant by that. Fatty looked at the four people sitting in a row and hemmed and hawed, "Doesn't it look like a monkey catching lice?" Ronaldo slapped his thighs and called out, "Yes, that's right, that's the kind of image I've seen at the zoo, several monkeys sitting in a row back and forth, with the ones in the back helping the ones in the front to catch ticks." Fatty laughed and said, "I'm going out to do some errands, I'll be back in a while, so you can help them count the time, just a minute more." Ronaldo nodded seriously. The fat man didn't go far from the room, but was leaning against the wall right by the door. A minute later, when Ronaldo shouted to stop, the voice sounded, the room came from the sound of the chair was moved, followed by Ronaldo's screams, "Want to escape?" and "Where there are four fast, want to fight back. It can really be difficult to beat the four hands," screams one after another. This is to see the watch, but also to talk about the end of the story. The next day, the team assembled and headed to the Santiago Bernabéu Stadium by bus. Huashanou. 1 TV Channel 5 Sports, this is live reporter Su Haiyang. Hello everyone, I'm reporting live from Madrid, Spain. Real Madrid's bus is slowly approaching us, and as we can see, tens of thousands of fans and tourists from all over the world have already gathered along the way. The bus is close, we can now clearly see the stars inside the bus: Raul, Zidane, Ronaldo, Carlos, Beckham. They are waving to the fans who support them. Gee, I think I see an oriental face. An extremely typical fat oriental face appeared on the screen. It can be said that in any part of the world where there are people, you will be able to see the faces of the orientals, but to see the faces of the orientals on the Real Madrid team bus is simply impossible, because the Real Madrid team, from the manager to the players, there is not a single one of them is oriental, and there is not even an oriental lineage. Of course, this is what the Chinese think, replaced by a Korean. Surely will be proud to say that this car all oriental, trace the ancestral roots. Beckham ancestry should be Jeju Island, Carlos ancestry in Seoul. It would have been fine if a fat oriental face had simply appeared. Maybe it was some extremely lucky fan who had been rewarded for attending a world branding event, but instead of sitting there and appearing in the camera lens, this fat man appeared from the back of these top soccer stars in an extremely domineering manner. Stretching out two hands, the left hand raked Ronaldo's head to one side, the right hand raked Carlos's head to the other side, and that's not all. Froze between the two bodies, squeezed to the window, squeezed. The two superstars bared their teeth, almost pasted on the window of the car, and only then probed to look at the situation outside. The cheers on the street stopped in an instant. The fans and tourists were all surprised to see this fat man who came out from nowhere. The main thing is that what this fat man is doing right now is just two gnashing of teeth. The fans of Ronaldo and Carlos are not as many as those of Raul and Beckham, but there are definitely quite a lot of them, and when they saw that the idol of their hearts was treated like this by a fat man, they suddenly had an impulse to go mad. The crowd on the two superstar temperament are well aware of, both Ronaldo or Carlos, that are unruly characters. Able to manage these two people are few and far between. Anyway, definitely not a fat man with an oriental face. The media people in various countries realized that there was going to be a big news. The news of two superstars beating up a fat man with an oriental face on the Real Madrid team's bus was definitely going to attract more eyeballs, even more noteworthy than the Real Madrid team's appearance. However, what made the glasses drop was that after these two superstars were treated like this, not only did they not show any expression of annoyance, they even accompanied the fat man with a smile and took him by the shoulders, so that their image would not be too ugly. Fatty felt super uninteresting after watching for a while. He felt that the carload of people were like apes, locked in mobile cages, and now they were being put on exhibition precisely. Su Haiyang had searched for half a day's worth of information, but he had not been able to find any information about Fatty. Not only was he alone, but even the staff of the first Chinese television station was also frantically searching for information, but Fatty was not a celebrity, and trying to find out a person's information from amongst the billions of people of China within a short period of time was simply an impossible task. This young man with an oriental face should have won the PepsiCo annual award, so was allowed to ride the Real Madrid team bus. We can see that Ronaldo and Carlos, two stars, are very tolerant. and did not get angry at the young man's behavior. Su Haiyang can only now make up an explanation. As for PepsiCo, cannot wait for someone to be able to advertise for free. As for PepsiCo, they can't wait for someone to do free advertising. The bus entered the interior parking lot of the ballpark. Mr. Son, are you ready to go to the room with us, or to visit the stadium first? Mourinho's attitude towards the fat man is naturally not bad, and I have to say that the fat man is now considered to be a person with more status and position among the Real Madrid team. I'll go to the scene to visit it. Cheerleaders are not before the game and during the game to perform well, Fatty hastily replied. He did not want to go to the room to see a group of big men to change clothes. The crowd rolled their eyes in unison, daring the fat man to visit. The real reason is to see the beauty of the cheerleaders. The Santiago Bernabéu Stadium belongs to the home of Real Madrid, a stadium capable of seating 75,000 people at a time, but of course, in an event like today's do-or-die battle between two of La Liga's top teams, an event that will determine the eventual winner of the league title, it is estimated that at least 10,000 people will flock to the stadium, and the audience that will be watching the game outside of the stadium, in taverns, cafes, and in front of televisions will be in the hundreds of millions at the very least. Under the leadership of the assistant coach, the fat man came directly into the stadium, which should be considered a super treatment. After all, there are only a handful of 100 people who can watch the game so close. It was a pretty nice day, sunny but not blinding, a little warmer but not unbearable, and Fatty got to meet the cheerleader mascot just as he had hoped. After the simple entrance ceremony, with the referee's whistle, the whole stadium was covered by a sea of flashing magnesium lights, and the cheers went up to the sky. The fat man is sitting on the coach's seat. This position should belong to Mourinho, but this guy is always standing on the sidelines, so this position belongs to the fat man. Not to mention that the fat man's neck also hangs a sign, which reads Assistant Coach. I do not know what the fat man can teach these top soccer stars. Is it to eat? Real Madrid field opponent is Barcelona, is also one of the top soccer giants in Spain, whether it is history or honors, in no way inferior to Real Madrid, only in the total price of the player's value, directly by the Real Madrid thrown out of the three streets. After all, Barcelona and then powerful cannot afford to. Real Madrid is the world's top stars in each position. I'll be damned, buck-toothed Fatty, I finally found someone even uglier than you. Fatty said to Ronaldo, who was sitting on the sidelines. Ronaldo followed the direction of the fat man's finger and nodded his head deeply. The person the fat man was pointing at was the absolute core of Barcelona, Ronaldinho, who looked like a monkey. Both teams are fully staffed. The difference in strength between the two sides is not great. The field you and I exciting. Now the only thing missing, I'm afraid, is just a goal. Fatty only watched for a few minutes and then felt bored. 20 people on the field to grab a ball, but ultimately get the ball is always on both sides of the stand with a nervous face of the goalkeeper. Yesterday I was browsing the official website of Real Madrid. I saw a message, Ronaldo in training, and teammates collided with sprained ankle, at least a week off. In many forums, I also saw the fans watching the training to send up the photos. From the photos can be seen, Ronaldo is really hurt very seriously. The ankle is swollen and the same as the buns. That's right, our press box is located right behind Real Madrid's coaching box, where we can clearly see that Ronaldo's ankle has been wrapped up in a thick plaster cast, and it seems that the injury is going to be more serious than expected. But we can see that Ronaldo's name is on the team list, and it's unreasonable to include a player who can't play, knowing that each team can only change 3 players per game. Just when the domestic noted host talked about unreasonable, Ronaldo surprisingly stood up, and the referee on the sidelines also signaled a change. Ronaldo on. It doesn't make sense. Chapter 126. Barcelona's manager saw Ronaldo take off his cast and run onto the pitch, and was furious with his nose. After all, the world's top strikers can't be replaced by ordinary strikers, and a world's top striker represents a qualitative change in the aggressiveness of a team. Equally dumbfounded was the famous Chinese host in the press gallery, who had just been talking about irrationality. Zhao Guide, I heard before the game, the 3 major European bookmakers for this game opened the handicap, extremely optimistic about Barcelona. Sitting next to Su Haiyang hastened to change the subject to help solve the problem. That's right, now Barcelona's odds are 1:1. 2. Real Madrid's odds are an all-time high of 1:2.5, which is obviously extremely unreasonable, because Real Madrid has a more luxurious setup than Barcelona's, whether it's the front line or the midfield, whether it's the back line or the goalkeeper, even the manager. In the coach's seat, an assistant coach whispered inquiring about the fat man. Mr. Son, did you bet yesterday? Place your bets, the fat man wondered. Just went to the bookie's office to place a bet on the game and I bought €1,000 for a Real Madrid victory. Fatty fumbled in his pocket and pulled out 2 shiny coins and asked, do they accept $2 for betting? The assistant coach coughed awkwardly, he didn't even know how to answer the fat man's question. The game on the field and the back and forth in the 20 minutes, the score is still 0-0, but the situation on the field, but it is Barcelona has the upper hand, pressed Real Madrid in the fight. The most puzzling thing is that after a few days of rest and yesterday's recovery training, the 5 absolute starters were with Fatty again last night and didn't go to a nightclub or spend time with their wives and girlfriends, but it's only after only 20 minutes that the action is a bit out of shape. Looking at them, it wasn't like they had just played a 20-minute game, it was more like they had gone through a whole game and were now in overtime, each one of them looking like they had been fished out of the water. Real Madrid easily obtained a free kick in front of the field, the position in the penalty area outside the 3 or 4 meters, Real Madrid fans immediately excited, the position of the free kick masters in the Real Madrid is simply a gift, whether it's Bay's crescent-shaped knife or Carlos's heavy artillery, or Zidane, Raul, can be easy to hit. Now standing behind the soccer ball are the 2 Beckhams and Carlos. That's right, it's definitely the logical way to go. Beckham is good at curling the ball and Carlos, although his reputation as a heavy hitter is widely known, also possesses a good curling kick. These 2 free kick masters, just any one of them would be enough to give Barcelona a headache, not to mention that both of them appear behind the soccer ball at the same time. I guess it should be Carlos taking the penalty, because in this position, his curved ball is harder to defend, both in terms of curvature and speed. Su Haiyang made his own judgment. No, it's irrational, precisely because of the speed and intensity. This reasonable commentator has only just said half. The pitch rang the referee's whistle, Beckham accelerated fiercely, Carlos followed, but in reaching the soccer, Beckham suddenly did a fake shot to avoid the action, so that the wall of people in front of them jumped up in unison, taking advantage of this opportunity. Carlos a heavy shot, the soccer stick to the turf through the space of the wall of people jumped up, and then there was no more then. The soccer ball that had passed under the wall was surprisingly getting slower and slower, and the goalie just ran 2 steps before he took the soccer ball, which had lost its strength and was just tumbling at a not-so-fast pace, in his arms and launched a fast attack with his big foot. Real Madrid's free kick had most of the players crowded in front of the center line, and the Barcelona keeper's kick went right over it. Barcelona's strikers and midfielders went crazy and chased after them. Real Madrid's players were not willing to lag behind, and they also tried their best to catch up, but this run went wrong. Barcelona's players were getting faster and faster and getting closer and closer to the soccer ball. On the contrary, Real Madrid's players, who had just gotten closer to the soccer ball, were getting slower and slower, and getting further and further away from the soccer ball. The performance of the players from both teams on the field was very normal for Barcelona, but Real Madrid's players looked like they hadn't eaten. As the Barcelona striker playfully kicked the soccer ball into the goal, loud boos rang out from the stadium, and each and every one of the Real Madrid players stared at the soccer ball indignantly, unable to figure out why they had such a bad day. The whistle blew at the end of the first half. Real Madrid players one by one drooped their heads and walked off the field. Mourinho wanted to yell a couple of words, but found himself just standing at the side of the field to watch half the game. The clothes on the body was actually wet with sweat, even if it is now summer. This situation is extremely rare. The fat man frowned slightly and did not choose to stay on the pitch, but followed Mourinho into the players' tunnel. As soon as he walked into the main team room, Fatty had an extremely depressing feeling. All the players, assistant coaches, even Mourinho, who just entered the room, all looked breathless, one by one hanging his head, as if he couldn't feel any hope for this game, and even despaired and was ready to give up on this game. Mourinho, known as the madman, opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he couldn't get a word out. The oppression that Fatty felt was not coming from these players, but from the entire chamber. Is there any difference between this chamber of yours and the previous chamber during the competition? Fatty opened his mouth and asked. The difference? Mourinho looked quizzically at the fat man, then turned his head to the furnishings of the chamber and shook his head. No, it's exactly the same as before. It's a little different, the lights seem a little dimmer today. Oh, a couple of them are out. One of the assistant coaches looked up to the roof. The ceiling of the room features dozens of white energy-saving lights, which used to be all on at halftime, but now a few of them aren't, except that the light doesn't change much, and you'd never feel it if you didn't notice the ceiling. Fatty looked carefully at the pattern formed by the lit white energy-saving lamps and realized that there was nothing subtle about it, while the position of the unlit energy-saving lamps was even more random. Bucktooth Fatty, move over, Fatty said as he tapped Ronaldo on the shoulder. Ronaldo makes position. The fat man stepped on his chair and stood up, tiptoeing to remove an unlit CFL without anything suspicious. Strange. Fatty was puzzled by this. Immediately after that, the fat man unscrewed down another lighted bulb, and after taking a good look at the bulb, he revealed a puzzled expression. In this surface should be smooth energy-saving lamps. There is a shallow line. These lines are intermittent. Even if you hold it in the hand is only a feeling that the quality of these energy-saving lamps have a problem, and will never be suspected to other aspects. But after the fat man flipped the CFL over and turned the head of the lamp towards himself, he noticed the difference. The tubes of the energy-saving lamps were spiral-shaped, and although the thin and shallow lines on them were intermittent, if one looked at them like Fatty was doing now, it would be obvious that these lines were actually connected together, forming a subtle pattern. Fatty had looked at it for half a day, and was on the verge of becoming cross-eyed, but he froze and couldn't see what the pattern represented. The intermission was short, and the fat man, knowing that absolutely no time could be lost here, called out, "Turn off the lights, take off all the lights." Although they didn't know what Fatty was going to do, the crowd trusted him, and immediately, the entire chamber was plunged into darkness. Fatty felt it, and the dull, depressing feeling in the chamber was fading away. "Everyone listen to me," Fatty exclaimed. Mourinho nodded. "Everyone listens to Mr. Sun." Mourinho made the most correct decision. There was little he could do in the current situation. Morale wasn't something that could be boosted with a few words. Everyone take off their tops, then sit down cross-legged, sit on the floor if the chair is not convenient, close your eyes, raise your hands, cover your ears, don't care about anything, don't think about anything. Fatty shouted. Everyone did as the fat man asked, and the entire chamber fell silent, leaving only the sound of ragged breathing. "Heck click tsk, condense your breath and gather your strength." The fat man whispered the incantation and used the sorcery on the player in front of him. Fatty was now casting the concentration of chi and gathering of strength spell, which belonged to a relatively low-end type of auxiliary sorcery amongst sorcery spells, and served to quickly restore physical strength and be able to maintain abundant physical strength for a certain period of time. In fact, if Fatty had to choose, he would rather go for the concentration formation, or the awakening formation, except that setting up a sorcery formation required materials and setup time, and the short 10 minutes of halftime was simply not enough, and besides, Fatty couldn't possibly carry the materials for the formations with him, and so he could only use the dumbest way possible, to cast sorcery on each and every one of the players who had been inflicted with sorcery. Immediately felt a coolness pouring into their bodies, and for their newly exhausted bodies, it was as if water had reappeared in a dry river, as if the parched earth had been watered by rain, and their lost stamina was recovering rapidly. When Fatty had applied the chi condensation and gathering spell for the last person, his entire body was as if he had been fished out of the water, and all of his clothes were soaked through. Although this sorcery belongs to the low-end auxiliary type, but cannot help but need to cast too many people, up to the coach down to the players, more than a dozen people. It is fortunate that Fatty is now the royal repulsion of the realm of cultivation, which is still in the draw poison to quench the body of the cultivation of the realm of the fat man. "I'm afraid that the current has been living tired to pass out." Mourinho looked at Fatty with gratitude in his eyes. Not only Mourinho, but all the assistant coaches and players of the entire Real Madrid team. Fatty not only restored their physical strength, but also gave them the foundation to compete for honors. "Don't let the fat man down with his hard work and expectations, finish Barcelona off," Mourinho roared. "Finish Barca," the crowd roared, rushing out the chamber doors. Chapter 127, The Mastermind Behind the Scenes. A body are wet with sweat, close pants stick to the body, do not mention how difficult, so the fat man first went to take a hot shower, casually grabbed a set of jersey to wear, which grabbed the light bulb to leave the room. Huge cheers poured wildly into the ears, and in just 10 minutes, Real Madrid had actually recovered a goal. After 45 minutes of the first half of the game, the physical strength of the Barcelona players has had a significant decline. On the contrary, the Real Madrid players, one by one, as if they had just come on the field, full of energy, long darting, it looks as if playing chicken blood. Only Fatty knew that the effectiveness time of the cheek condensation and gathering spell was only a short hour, and if they couldn't take the match within that hour, there would be no need to play in the later matches. Condensation spell can quickly restore physical strength, but with greater consumption as the price, these players run on the whole game at most is tired of body fatigue, and when the effect of the condensation spell disappears, it is not body fatigue, but directly out of strength. By then can stand up or two. Say, however, it was the last game of the La Liga being played, it wasn't a case of having to decide a winner, there was no extra time and even less penalties, so Real Madrid would have won the league as long as they kept the tie until the end. "Hee, how come that fat guy also wore a jersey out?" a sharp-eyed host spoke up. "Let's see the number of the jersey, it's Ronaldo's jersey, does it mean he's going to replace Ronaldo on the field?" The fat man, unaware that he was too much of an eye-catcher in his jersey, still held the light bulb as he walked towards the Real Madrid coaching box. Choosing Ronaldo's jersey is also something that can't be helped, although most soccer players are very stout, but the fat man's body is more voluptuous. The entire Real Madrid among only Ronaldo's jersey can barely wear in. As for Beckham's jersey, they can't wear in at all. As a result, this new jersey was wrapped tightly around Fatty's body, revealing the curves of Fatty's voluptuous upper body perfectly, making people only feel unable to hold back when they saw it. There are a lot of cameras on the field. Also, do not pay attention to the game, directly into the fat man, into the lens. This fat man not only wearing a set of ill-fitting jerseys, the hand is holding an energy-saving light bulb, so people wonder what this fat man actually want to do. The cameraman and the many spectators didn't understand the fat man's move, but in the topmost office of a skyscraper, a middle-aged man slammed the coffee cup in his hand fiercely against the wall, splashing the curry-colored liquid and blurring the clear stadium picture. "Go get Count Rosa," the middle-aged man roared angrily. This middle-aged man, named Win West, is one of Europe's 3 major gaming groups, the president of the One World Gaming Group, worth tens of billions of dollars, under the banner of more than 30 legal casinos. The most famous is the Pyramid Casino in Las Vegas, as well as the Sphinx Casino in Macau, gaming business halls all over the European countries of the various cities. This year's La Liga is extremely rare. Both Real Madrid and Barcelona, usually 2 or 3 rounds ahead of the championship, has been locked, so that the latter game lost suspense, but this year the 2 top teams even fought to the last game of the league. For the betting industry, this is a great opportunity to make money. Looking at the whole season, Real Madrid and Barcelona's several games, the final result is that Real Madrid won. After all, in the staff configuration, Real Madrid is more dazzling and more reasonable, especially in the madman Mourinho's command. Barcelona is even no hope of winning. A game without suspense is the most difficult for the betting group, so Wyvern West thought of an underhanded way, not only to prevent Real Madrid from winning the league title, but also to make a fortune on this game. As long as the game Barcelona win, after paying taxes, can also be at least profit of more than 100 million euros, and the other 2 profits will never be less than this number. 10 minutes later, a middle-aged man wearing a tuxedo and a black cape, but with an extremely thin figure and a pale face that looked as if he had just been very sick, walked into Win's office. "Count Rosa, what did you tell me before the game? You said that your sorcery would never be seen through by anyone, and you said that you were able to guarantee that Real Madrid would lose this game, but look at the score right now, look at the performance of the Real Madrid players." Wing West roared angrily. Rosa looked at the big screen. The score had now been changed to 2-1, the home team was in front, and there were less than 10 minutes left until the end of the game, which meant that in half an hour's time, Real Madrid had not only equalized the score, but also completed the counterattack if Barcelona wanted more titles, and if West wanted to make money instead of losing it. They would have to score at least 2 goals in the remaining 10 minutes and make sure that Real Madrid didn't score a single one to do so, something that has still never been seen in any of the previous matches between the two teams. Someone broke my body drain spell. Shit, it's just a low-level consuming sorcery. 2 people in different locations called out the name of this sorcery at the same time, only called it differently. I don't care if someone breaks whatever shit spell you have, I want a win. I want Barcelona to win this game. If Real Madrid wins I will lose at least 3 billion. Know what 3 billion is? The concept of I can hire the world's best assassin to make your family disappear from this world 1,000 times, 10,000 times, Win roared angrily. Humph, I hate being threatened, especially by my family, Rosa said in a cold voice. As if he had thought of something, Wyvern West pulled open a desk drawer and a delicate silver pistol appeared, but before he could grab it, a chill surged through him, setting all his movements on the spot. I will let this man who broke my spell die, but anyone who dares to threaten me, threaten my family, will die just the same, Rosa said in a cold voice. Moments later, Rosa left the office, fluttering away. Win's female secretary then walked into the office, only to find that everything was business as usual in the office, and Win was intently watching the game live on the big screen, which was still the last 3 minutes from the end of the game. As the final whistle blew, the entire Bernabeu stadium became a sea of joy. The players on the pitch roared loudly and rushed to the coach's box. Just as Mourinho was preparing for the jubilant manner in which the players were celebrating, the crowd of players brushed past him and rushed towards the fat man who was dozing off. Victory! We are the champions! Fatty was lifted up to the cheers of the crowd, then thrown high, then caught, then thrown high again. Help, don't throw me, I'm afraid of heights, Fatty shouted loudly. When the prize was awarded, the players felt their strength disappearing all of a sudden, and braced themselves to walk up to the podium and receive the championship trophy. But the celebratory action became extremely tame because everyone could not wait to lie down in bed and sleep right now before it was too late. After the presentation of the trophy, the crowd gathered in the center of the stadium for another team photo, and the fat man was pulled in and took the most central position, standing shoulder to shoulder with Mourinho, and the image clicked into eternity. At the post-match press conference, Mourinho talked about tactical maneuvers and staffing, but when asked by reporters about the identity of the fat man, he simply said that the fat man was the new team doctor in the team, a doctor with excellent medical skills. And those players were united with Mourinho on all topics involving the fat man in their interviews. After the game, in the sports world, a wave of Chinese medicine, originally not understood by the world, and even in China are not valued. Chinese medicine is considered to borrow the fat man to the world. I'm afraid that should be regarded as the fat man made a contribution to Chinese medicine, right? At the same time as the final whistle of the match sounded, Wing West's entire body lost its essence, and in front of his secretary's horrified gaze, he pulled out the pistol from the drawer, opened his mouth and raced the pistol into his mouth, and then pulled the trigger amidst the secretary's screams. Pale-faced Rosa left the headquarters of the Universe Gaming Group in a luxury saloon car, where he made a few phone calls, and then stared grimly at the chubby figure being thrown up and down by the Real Madrid players on the in-car TV. After the Real Madrid players underwent a doping blood test, the team was dismissed on the spot and a short vacation began, and in less than a month they will have to reassemble to fight for the Europa League title. 5 of the world's top players who received treatment from Fatty did not travel with their wives and girlfriends as they did in previous years, but followed Fatty on the team bus through the city of Madrid to George's estate, where they were to undergo a month-long treatment to completely remove the body's hidden illnesses. Kind of funny. Fatty laughed as he sat in the car with a light bulb in his hand. Before, the fat man has not been able to understand this light bulb on the pattern of what exactly represents the meaning. Even if he painted this pattern on the ground, also did not figure out, if this is a witch array, it can be this pattern, but there is no border. There is no border is definitely not a witch array, but if it is not a witch array, then how can it be on the player's stamina to quickly consume? It wasn't until the fat man moved his finger in accordance with the pattern that he figured out that this was clearly a seal of sorcery. A sorcerer's seals need to be typed out by hand, and there are incantations accompanying the seals, both of which are indispensable, but the person who carved the seals on the energy-saving light tubes is definitely a genius, who surprisingly carved the seals by superimposing them, and replaced the incantations with electrical energy, opening up this physically exhausting sorcery. Afterwards, as long as you spend a little money to buy off the stadium staff, or sneak into the stadium, change all the light bulbs and destroy them, absolutely unnoticeable. Too bad it met me, Fatty said. The fat man didn't realize that his move to crack this sorcery had attracted enemies for him. Chapter 128, Obstructive Women. George welcomed the arrival of Ronaldo and the others and decided that he would cover the cost of treatment for all 5. The reason why he is so generous is because George himself owns the shares of Real Madrid Club, which is considered one of the shareholders of Real Madrid, plus he placed a bet of $20 million before the match to buy Real Madrid to achieve victory, and now he spends all the money that the betting company loses to him. In a word, George is not bad for money now. Madrid International Airport, a small private plane slowly landed and parked into the hangar. An extremely thin, skin and bones looking old man stepped off the plane, followed by his entourage carrying 2 suitcases. Elder Boca, you actually came in person, Rosa, who had come to meet the plane, asked in surprise after giving a nobleman's salute. How could I not come when something like this happened? The old man's voice was like glass rubbing together, giving goosebumps. Yes, my subordinate is incompetent. Rosa bowed his head apologetically. You handled it well. It would have been a disaster for the family if we had let Win reveal the failure of our mission. Luckily the idiot didn't tell the other 2 betting syndicates what happened, or we would have been considered to have lost our reputation this time. Boca said. I'm afraid Win would have to die if he knew that his little scheme had turned into a death wish. Before the game, Win invited a very famous in Europe, but not known to ordinary people, wizard, and then in order to be able to consolidate the position of the betting group in the betting industry, he was certain that Real Madrid is bound to lose. The news sold to the other 2 betting group bosses, which is why the betting group is not optimistic about Real Madrid's victory of the handicap. Appeared both gamblers and Real Madrid's fans around the world have been attracted either by the handicap or the heroes in their hearts to place their bets on Real Madrid. Unfortunately, the final result was that Real Madrid won. The 3 major betting syndicates lost a lot of money, and those who bet on Real Madrid made a lot of money. The bosses of the other 2 betting syndicates thought that Wyvern West had bribed the referee and didn't realize that Wyvern had hired a wizard to cheat. This fat man entered the country from China a few days ago. His name is Sun Dawei, a doctor invited by His Highness George. I asked a private investigator from China to investigate. He is a student of medicine, and the vice president of Shangjing's 31 hospital, Fang Yuan, studied under the same person, and his medical skills should be quite high. His father operates Shangjing's largest real estate development company, and his mother operates a very small scale. His father runs the largest real estate development company in Shanghai, and his mother runs a very small trading company. Conclusion. Boca interrupted Rosa's introduction as he sat in the car. The conclusion is that this fat man should not be a sorcerer, but just inadvertently destroyed the sorcery I set up and used his superior medical skills to temporarily restore the strength of the Real Madrid players. You see the comparison of the Real Madrid players at the beginning and end of the second half of the game. Boca nodded in approval. I have sent people to follow this fat man. Now this fat man is in His Highness George's manor. The defense force in this manor is very strong. There is no way for me to break in and finish off this fat man alone. That's why I asked for the family's help. Rosa said. Well, first let the fat man have his fun. Tomorrow night, that's when he dies. Boca chilled. Fatty, who didn't know that he had gotten into trouble, was eating in a depressingly large amount of food. George Manor restaurant, long table filled with people. In addition to the fat man, all are a pair of pairs. The 5 world's top football stars, whether girlfriend or wife, either models or stars, whether it is the appearance or body, are first class, especially Beckham's wife. That is popular in Europe and the United States of America's idol group Spice Girls. One of the members of the combination of laughing and joking is always able to attract the attention of others. Fatty is depressed here, he is alone, looking at other people in pairs, always sour heart, if now sitting next to the Lotus language or Tang Yen, even if it is that big breast's brainless Chu Ling, at least it is better than a person But unfortunately, I'm afraid that Lian Yu should now be regarded as Fatty's nemesis. Even if he appears here, he won't look good to Fatty. Tang Yen is busier than the President of the United States, and it is simply impossible for him to appear here. And as for Chu Ling, as soon as he thinks of Fatty, he's full of fire. He helped her so much, and in the end, this mindless policewoman almost made Fatty suffer from imprisonment. Lonely and lonely, lonely and lonely. Fatty shook his head and sighed darkly. Mr. Son, I have a few good sisters who are in Madrid right now. Why don't I call them to come and keep you company? Victoria said with particular politeness. Fatty politely refused Victoria's kind offer. If it was George who had made this suggestion, he wouldn't have thought twice about it, but if Victoria had made it, he definitely wouldn't have agreed to it. Fatty feels that Bay's wife is quite snobbish. Just after entering the manor, she was very attentive to George, and only after learning that she was able to restore Bay's soccer career to its peak state, she made a false flattery to herself, which is obviously a woman who sees the wind and only knows the benefits. In fact, Fatty still has a yearning for Hollywood actresses, such as Megan Fox, Jessica Alba, and so on. If he meets them on other occasions, it is not likely that Fatty will be able to be transformed into a stargazer, but for now, forget about it. Fatty belongs to the type of people who don't want others to be comfortable if they're not happy, not that they're careful, but mainly because they're a bit childish. Let's start the treatment from tonight. The earlier the treatment, the sooner you can recover. This will also not affect your future matches. Let me say a few points first. During the time of treatment you five better stay together and abstain from sex, Fatty said seriously. The 5 stars who were talking about love with their girlfriends and wives were all dumbfounded. George smiled without saying anything. He already probably knew what kind of person Fatty was, so he didn't point it out. Who let him still begged for Fatty. If Fatty moved a little bit in the back of the treatment, it would be enough for him to drink a pot. People who can become athletes, that are extremely physical strength, hormones than normal people, more vigorous strong people. In order to today's duel, they have been abstaining from sex for 3 or 4 days, and now it is not easy to win the championship, is ready to release the memory of the night. It did not think that the fat man is sentenced to let their plan bankruptcy. Mr. Son, it doesn't seem like curing diseases and abstinence have anything to do with each other, does it? Victoria asked with some irritation. Fatty didn't even look at Victoria and opened his mouth. Beckham's hidden disease is in his lower back, and today on the pitch I used a secret method to forcefully boost his stamina. Now his body is on the verge of breaking down. Even if he's completely passive when engaging in conjugal life, he will still consume a large amount of stamina, which will definitely add insult to injury to both his body and his hidden disease. It was then that the fat man looked at Victoria, disgruntled. If you want him to say goodbye to the game early, feel free. If you want to prolong his athletic career, then don't question my treatment plan, or I have the right to refuse treatment. Refuse to treat? You are a doctor. How can you refuse to treat a patient according to the doctor? Victoria, although softened, but still some indignation. The fat man waved his hand and interrupted Victoria. I don't even have a license to practice medicine. To use the terminology, I'm practicing without a license, so don't think of me as a doctor, thank you. Hearing Fatty's words, not only Victoria, but also the other ballerina's female family members hesitated. Needless to say, I'm sure Mr. Son will be able to cure my hidden disease. Beckham was tough for a rare moment. Ronaldo also nodded his head and said, I definitely believe in Mr. Son. If it wasn't for Mr. Son, the Golden Boot Award in La Liga would have nothing to do with me. The other 3 soccer superstars chimed in. If it wasn't for Fatty, they would have already lost the game today, and the strong and mysterious medical skills that Fatty had shown had convinced them. Victoria's sentence almost made the crowd turn against her, and she could only obediently shut her mouth, and if she said anything else, I'm afraid that His Highness George would be furious. After the meal, the 5 superstars followed Fatty to the treatment room that had been prepared out. The treatment plan is like this. The 4 of you have a more serious hidden disease, so you have to soak in a medicinal bath every night, and during the day, There is a professional sports injury recovery professional who lists a recovery exercise schedule for you. You just need to follow the plan. And maybe it won't take a month's time for you to be able to recover to your peak state. Fatty said. Ronaldo asked anxiously, what about me? The fat man looked at Ronaldo and said, you'll be in trouble, you'll need a cast. Ronaldo smiled shyly and said, if you wear a cast, it won't affect your conjugal life, right? Fatty nodded, indeed, it does not affect, but as the saying goes, we share the same blessings and difficulties. You are comfortable, but what do the four of them think? Ronaldo took a look at the four Raoul's gazes that could kill, and instantly shrunk his neck, pretending he hadn't mentioned it. Mr. Son, if Victoria has offended you, I'm here to apologize on her behalf and I hope you can forgive me. Beckham hesitated for a moment, but still spoke the words out. Fatty waved his hand and said, it's fine, I just don't really like women who are particularly strong towards men. I don't think there's anything wrong with women being strong, but being strong towards their own men makes me feel awkward. Alright, that's out of the way, start the treatment. You four strip down and sit in the tub, put on blindfolds, and whatever happens, don't pay any attention to it. Fatty said. The four of them nodded. They were all big men anyway and didn't need to be shy about anything, so they quickly stripped down and sat in the tub and put on the blindfolds that had been prepared long ago, and all of a sudden they couldn't see anything. The fat man made a shushing gesture to Ronaldo before he opened the box that was ready in the room. Ronaldo just took a look and turned pale. In this box, all of them were finger-length live centipedes. Thousands of centipedes wriggled, making people feel their stomachs violently twitching. Ronaldo finally realized why he had to wear an eye patch and gloated when he understood. Fatty glanced at Ronaldo and said in his heart, laugh for a while and it will be your turn to cry. Chapter 129, Buck-toothed Fatty. The fat man did not bother with the centipede, but opened several other boxes, in which there were flat-headed vipers, open. There were spiders with teeth and claws, as well as scorpions that made attacking postures, and of course, there were also the Chinese herbs that Fatty had asked George to get earlier. Mr. Son, Ronaldo couldn't help but ask. You can call me Fatty, my friends call me that. Fatty said. Ronaldo nodded his head. Fatty, what's this about? Fatty laughed. What I'm going to immerse them in is a secret recipe passed down from my master's clan called dragon bone and tiger tendon soup, which belongs to the external use of tonics, and these barrels are equipped with an automatic heating device, which can make the medicinal ingredients in the tonics enter the body quickly by heating and maintaining the temperature. That takes a month to soak, Ronaldo asked in disbelief. Dragon bone tiger tendon soup uses centipedes and scorpions. These two poisonous insects are members of the 5 poisons, and if they are used without treatment, the soup will contain 2 poisons, and if you add in the other ingredients, the soup is poisonous, and if it is used in large quantities, it will kill people, Fatty explained. Poison. Ronaldo's face turned strange. Fatty laughed, big surprise. In the view of you foreigners, poison can only kill people, but in Chinese traditional medicine, poison can not only kill people, but also cure diseases and save people, as long as the amount of medicine is mastered. As long as there is a secret recipe, poison is a holy medicine, and vice versa, it's just something that kills people. Ronaldo nodded his head in disbelief. Fatty didn't think so. How could a foreigner understand the profoundness of Chinese traditional medicine? Hogweed, snake neck grass, figs, snowdrops, and a relatively rare cactus were placed into the prepared medicine urn, and Fatty picked up the pestle and mortar and pounded it vigorously. Hogweed is a famous tropical insect-eating plant, and in the Odyssey, the Queen of Egypt gave Helen a potion called Nianthasherican, with Eni meaning no, and Enthos meaning sadness, meaning a potion to forget sadness, which can also be called forgetfulness of sorrow or forgetfulness of love. Hogweed actually contains an alkaline enzyme, an ingredient that soothes and relaxes muscles, and when used purely for medicinal purposes, the side effects are muscle soreness and bone weakness that lasts for at least 3 days. Snake neck grass is because the dry neck is thick and long, covered with fine scales, shaped like a snake and named, has the magical effect of strengthening muscle fiber tissue. Only modern medicine is not successful in the extraction of this ingredient within the snake neck grass, so it is only in the test, and there is no finished product appeared. but in the witch doctor. As early as 2000 years ago the snake neck grass has already been used in the treatment. Of course, it is not mainly for treating people, but for strengthening the muscles for the compulsion beasts of the compulsion masters. Animals can use it, people can naturally use it, but how effective it is, except for the fat man, I am afraid that even the ordinary witch doctors can't give an accurate answer. Figs, also known as tianxian fruit, bright eyes fruit, reflecting the sun fruit, etc. The fruit of figs is rich in sugar, protein, amino acids, vitamins, and mineral elements. Figs contain malic acid, citric acid, lipase, protease, and hydrolase, so they are considered the holy grail of fruits, and eating figs regularly is extremely beneficial to the body, and that's not what Fatty was looking at when he used figs in his treatment of the 4 soccer superstars. He wasn't using ripe figs, he was using unripe figs. The unripe fig pulp is rich in psoralen and fructoslactone, which can strengthen bones more effectively than calcium. Snowdrops, slightly bitter flavor, hot, poisonous, into the liver, spleen and kidney meridians, can remove cold, tonifying qi, aphrodisiacs, regulating menstruation, stop bleeding. The reason why Fatty used the snow lotus was that what he saw in the snow lotus was the point of tonifying the kidneys, and while tonifying the kidneys, it was actually a process of strengthening the bones and strengthening the muscles of the whole body. Scorpion venom has the efficacy of dispelling wind, detoxifying, relieving pain, and opening up the channels, while centipede has the efficacy of fixing the qi and condensing the spirit, activating the blood and strengthening the body, only that these 2 kinds of venom belong to the category of poisonous, and the dosage shouldn't be too large. When Ronaldo saw Fatty put a handful of centipedes into the medicine urn and mashed them up, and grabbed a handful of scorpions to throw in, he almost spit it out, not to mention looking at it, and even thinking about it made him feel uncomfortable. All of these are poisonous. If Ronaldo knew that Fatty was not a Chinese medicine practitioner, or that Fatty was a witch doctor, who specialized in playing with poisons, I am afraid that he would not dare to let Fatty help with the treatment even if he died. The spiders and scorpions were crushed, and the flesh and blood in their bodies fused into the herbs, mixing with the juice of the snow lotus and the pulp of the unripe figs. Although Fatty did not heat it or steam it, the active ingredients in the various materials began to slowly fuse with each other as he kept pounding the pestle and mortar, and the harmful ingredients were dissolved and the active ingredients were formed in this pestle and mortar. "Hold your breath," Fatty shouted. All 5, including Ronaldo, simultaneously closed their mouths and stopped breathing. Fatty divided the already made sticky medicinal mass into 4 parts and threw them into the 4 bathtubs. A pungent medicinal odor rose up from the tub just as the medicine ball was thrown in. It was summer now, and the last thing in the manor was all sorts of little flying insects, and when this medicinal qi rose up, the little flying insects flying in the air of the room violently stopped their movements for a moment, and then they crashed to the ground, quite dead. From this, it could be seen how strong the toxin contained in this medicinal qi was, and it was simply comparable to the most efficient insecticide. "Alright, you guys can remove the blindfold now," Fatty spoke up. The 4 of them removed their blindfolds on command, and after their eyes had adapted to the light in the room, they immediately lowered their heads to look into the bathtub, only to see that the clear water in the tub that was still clear just now had now turned into a light purple color, and this kind of purple color was different from the kind of purple color that they had once seen, but it was a color that had an ethereal violet light, which appeared to be extremely bizarre. Fatty set the temperature and closed the lid of the tub to make sure that even if these 4 people fell asleep, they wouldn't stick their heads into the tub, and then he nodded with satisfaction. "Fatty, you don't need to use these 2 to treat me, do you?" Ronaldo asked, pointing at the box that housed the centipede and scorpion, already feeling the urge to take the road and run away. "Of course not," Fatty laughed. The 4 Raoul's couldn't see it even if they stretched their necks, due to the angle and the lid of the tub, so they didn't really know what was in the box. That's good," Ronaldo celebrated, then gloated and looked at his 4 teammates with a hefty grin. But Ronaldo's smile soon froze on his face as the fat man grabbed a snake out of a box, a snake about half a meter long with a flat triangular head and a colorful body, a venomous snake. "What are you doing? You don't come over." Ronaldo is not afraid of many things. Snakes are not in the ranks of his fear, but the problem is, not afraid of snakes does not mean not afraid of a snake that constantly spits out cores in the approach to their own. This is if they are bitten on the bite. It is not possible to hang up. Don't worry, it'll be fine. One bite, just one bite. Fatty laughed. The fat man's smile was like a devil's smile in Ronaldo's eyes, causing all the goosebumps on his body to ripple up and his sweaty hairs to stand on end. Don't come over, I'm going to scream for help if you come over again. Ronaldo called out with a shaky voice. Shout, I've already ordered long ago. No matter any loud noise coming from here, no one is allowed to come in. You shout your throat out and no one will come in to save you. Fatty laughed. Ronaldo turned around and tried to run, but how could he be faster than Fatty, who caught up with Ronaldo in just 2 steps and then placed the snake on Ronaldo's leg. The snake was not at all polite and opened its mouth on the thigh that was brought to its door. Ronaldo only felt a not-so-intense pain coming from his leg, and then the leg lost its sensation and seemed to no longer belong to him. I'm poisoned, I'm poisoned, I'm poisoned, I'm poisoned, I'm poisoned, I'm going to die, Ronaldo screamed with a trembling voice, and his extreme fear made his voice sound like a dolphin. And the 4 soccer superstars had been completely dumbfounded when they saw the fat man bite Ronaldo with a snake. In their minds, poisonous snakes were creatures that existed in the realm of danger. Call an ambulance. Raul, as the captain of the team, as the big brother of these stars, immediately struggled to get out of the tub to make a phone call, but the lid of the tub was already locked, and all his movements were in the middle of the tub. Don't worry, you can't die, this snake's venom won't be fatal, Fatty said with a sense of concern. In the worried gazes of Raul and the others, the fat man effortlessly picked up Ronaldo's chubby body by the waist and placed it on a recliner, then offered golden needles and stabbed them into Ronaldo's calves and thighs. The needle technique that Fatty was now using was called the ceiling demon needle technique, not the crazy demon needle technique that inspired potential. Both sounded the same, but the effects were completely different. Demon sealing acupuncture is the means of witch doctors. The role is to seal the poison, while the crazy demon acupuncture is the means of traditional Chinese medicine. The role is to enhance the potential of the human body. The two are completely different both in terms of effect and attribution. Even if the old man Wang is here, I am afraid that he can't tell the difference between the insiders and the outsiders. Ronaldo panicked for a while, found that in addition to the loss of consciousness in the legs, the body does not have any other strange feelings, gradually put down the heart, only to look at the side of the box of venomous insects and snakes, still cannot help but scalp numbness. Do you know why you used to be strong, but now you have an excess of fat and have turned into a chubby guy? Asked the fat man. Ronaldo nodded his head and said, I ate too much. The fat man continued, what you're thinking is definitely not the right answer. In fact, you're putting on weight because you have a problem with your legs. Not just Ronaldo, but even the 4 of them, Raul, Carlos, Beckham and Zidane, were dumbfounded. The cause of obesity is a leg problem. This seems to be Uncle Zhao Benchen's theory of fooling around, right? Sensei believed them or not, but Ronaldo, in the guise of Chef Van, did anyway. Chapter 130 On-Site Surgery. The rest of the fat man's eyes saw Raul's 4 people rolling their eyes in unison, so he knew that they didn't believe what he said, but Ronaldo, who looked stupid, believed it instead. I've read 2 textbooks on Western medical theory, Fatty said. 2 books, Ronaldo asked in disbelief. Fatty somewhat embarrassed, dry cough, embarrassed to scratch his head. In fact, there is only a little more than 1 book, less than 2 books, because I learn not Western medicine. Reading the textbooks of Western medicine is also just comparing some of the differences between each other. The 5 superstars just feel funny, but do not feel that there is something wrong with it. As if they are soccer players, basketball on the field rules they know little. This is a different line of work, as long as the one they use proficient, in fact, will be enough. Bucktooth Fatty, your leg was at that time a broken lunate plate and a fractured kneecap. During the treatment, because of the use of Western medical means, it is inevitable that drugs containing hormone ingredients will be used to stimulate the body to recover faster. This is very common in Western medicine, but hormones can be not a good thing, and your fatness is because of this, Fatty explained. Not only Ronaldo, even the other 4 people nodded. This point of medical common sense they still know, just before did not even think in this direction, now hear, then think, feel just what the fat man said is really right, Ronaldo's fat is really because of his legs caused. The treatment I'm going to perform is called tinkering in the system of medicine I studied. Fatty said. Ronaldo and others have a strange expression on their faces. Tinkering. Ronaldo. Broken is the bones of the leg, not the walls and roof of the house, not to mention dolls or other toys. Tinkering. How to fix it. You all know about toothpaste and you've all used it, haven't you? The new toothpaste nowadays contains a very tiny ingredient that can repair broken parts of the teeth. That's modern mending technology. In fact, modern medicine, that is, the level of science and technology in Western medicine, has been able to repair the bones, just do not have the right materials. There are a lot of experts and professors say that this needs to be used in nanotechnology, just that the modern science and technology in nanotechnology is not mature enough to be applied to medical treatment. Could it be that the medicine you studied, Fatty, can already apply nanotechnology to treatments? Ronaldo asked in surprise. The fat man shook his head. Ronaldo was instantly a little disappointed, but the fat man continued, there is no such thing as nanotechnology in the traditional medicine I learned, so naturally, it is impossible to apply it to the treatment, but, 1,000 years ago, my predecessors, they were already able to renew people's broken bones, and what I'm using now is the same method that was used 1,000 years ago. Ronaldo and others were fat words to the shock. 1,000 years ago is the concept of what to know. The history of the United States is only 200 years. The United Kingdom in a few hundred years is still living a life of blood and heret. Alright, I'm going to start now. You'd better close your eyes, otherwise, I'm worried that you'll pass out. Fatty said seriously. Ronaldo thought about the treatment that Fatty had just given to Raul and the others, and felt that his ability to withstand it was still very strong, so he shook his head firmly and said, don't worry, I can hold it. The fat man shrugged indifferently and casually grabbed a black widow spider from the box beside him. Ronaldo, for a moment, rolled his eyes and fainted. That's what I call being able to hold it together, the fat man laughed. Raul and the others laughed reluctantly, because they could roughly deduce from Fatty's actions what ingredients were in the medicinal liquid they were soaking in. No wonder Fatty had just asked them to put on blindfolds. Fatty didn't use the Black Widow to bite Ronaldo like he did just now. Instead, he reached out and grabbed the Black Widow's mouth and broke off 2 of the Black Widow's teeth, followed by the second Black Widow's teeth, and after pulling out 10 Black Widow's teeth in a row, the small bowl in front of Fatty already had 10 pairs of white, ghastly Black Widow's teeth in it. Mr. Son, what are you doing? Raul asked with a trembling voice. The teeth of spiders belong to a weak calcareous body, different from the bones and teeth of animals, plus the Black Widow spider belongs to the most venomous type of spiders. The teeth are equal to being quenched by venom every day, and are highly toxic in themselves, so as long as the harmful parts are removed, the rest will be the beneficial parts, Fatty replied with a smile. Raul and others, although they believe the words of the fat man, but do not know the real purpose of the fat man to do so. After all, the flesh is a perfect whole. If the spider teeth will be stuffed in, how will not feel comfortable, even if it is a repair? The human body is not a wooden chair, the legs of the chair is loose, set in a wooden bar to fix it. Fatty didn't explain, he just grabbed a 5-step snake, peeled the snake's mouth open, knocked the snake's 2 sharp fangs onto the rim of the bowl, and the snake's poison flowed into the bowl along the channels in the fangs, gradually drowning the 20 spider teeth. The 4 men looked on with numbness, but they didn't know what they should say. Fatty casually tossed the 5-step snake to the side, grabbed another pigeon egg, opened it and poured the egg white of the pigeon egg into a bowl, then spat a mouthful of saliva into it. The 4 of Raul almost vomited. The fat man's move was just too disgusting. At the same time, they also mourned for Ronaldo's tragic end. The buck-toothed fat man was going to have bad luck now. Fatty did not say the reason to. In fact, the human body is divided into weakly acidic and weakly alkaline 2 kinds of people. Weakly acidic body of people belong to the yin, weakly alkaline body of people belong to the yang. Generally said that the fire, in fact, is the alkaline body caused by, and diarrhea, cold and fever, is because of the acidic body caused by. Fatty was a 9 yin jia qi, belonging to a body that was a little more acidic than weakly acidic, but would not have diarrhea. colds or fevers, and his saliva naturally contained acidic substances. 5-step snake venom was among the top few snake venoms, but it was a weakly alkaline venom, able to be fused away partially by Fatty's saliva and then partially by the Black Widow poison. Even if it was still poisonous, the toxicity wasn't too strong, and it definitely wouldn't take a person's life anymore. Pigeon eggs are cool and lean in nature, and they contain an enzyme with adhesive properties that promote wound healing, which is the real reason why people in recovery eat pigeon eggs and drink pigeon soup. The pigeon egg whites also have the property of softening the Black Widow's teeth into a semi-solid, semi-liquid gel, which is like glue commonly used in the office, in a sticky consistency, but then when some time has passed, it turns into an elastic solid. There is a game that children like to play very much, which is to stick 2 coins together with glue, and when the glue solidifies, it can't be split even with a knife. The fat man shook the bowl of viscous liquid to make sure that every spider tooth was incorporated into it, and then opened a white alcohol-smelling bag to reveal surgical paraphernalia glistening with a chilling light inside, including scalpels, fixed pliers, and so on. Then in front of Raoul and the others, and without using anesthesia, he picked up a scalpel and cut Ronaldo's leg open, from the knee all the way down to the ankle. Oh, my God. God. Raoul's 4 men screamed with wide eyes, hardly believing what their eyes were seeing, that this fat man had operated on Ronaldo without any anesthesia, much less in a sterile room, right here in this shadowy room. It would have been fine if it was just a surgery, but this fat man's knife skills were terrible, and this one wound was twisted and extraordinarily oozing. The fat man, apparently trying to do the scary thing, went so far as to break Ronaldo's cut open with his hand, revealing the white calf bone inside. God, Robert Carlos, who looked the strongest but was actually the most timid, screamed, his eyes rolled back in his head, and he fainted. The fat man ripped again, this time revealing a white kneecap. Mommy, Beckham swooned along. The rest of Raoul and Zidane, although forced not to pass out, but the face has not half the color of blood, white as a piece of white paper in general. The fat man didn't bother with the fainted 2, but licked his lips and smiled at Raoul and Zidane, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Raoul and Zidane shivered and fainted, directly following in the footsteps of their teammates. None of these 4 guys noticed that after Fatty cut the skin of Ronaldo's leg with a scalpel, only a few drops of blood oozed out slightly. There was no gushing of blood after the wound was ruptured, and even when he tore open the muscle with his hand, there wasn't a large amount of blood gushing out. Is that normal? This was certainly not normal, but to Fatty, it was most normal, because the function of the demon sealing needle technique was to seal the spread of the poison, which spread through the blood, and in fact, the real function was to seal the flow of the blood, which was why there was no blood gushing out. Using a scalpel to carefully pick away the muscle attached to the bone, revealing the complete calf bone and knee bone, Fatty grabbed a handful of ants and placed them on the edge of the bowl. Before using the golden silkworms to order these ants to begin the repair work. This is not ordinary black ants or red ants, but from the primitive forest, with strong teamwork, even if the jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards are afraid to avoid the man-eating ants. The small man-eating ants are only 1/3 of the size of the ordinary ants. The construction of the skeleton has an innate magical ability. The huge size of the man-eating ants, wherever they go, there are only white bones left, while this small man-eating ants, wherever they go, even the bones will not be left, because their teeth alone on the bite, even more powerful than the crocodile. The bones for them, and the tofu, there is no big difference. The reason why Fatty used cannibal ants to repair bones was because this type of cannibal ants had an extremely keen ability to sense gaps and cracks in bones. Ronaldo is happy because Fatty is about to build him a brand new leg, but he's also unfortunate because he wakes up during the cannibal ant's mending process, and as a result, naturally, his eyes roll back in his head and he faints again. Chapter 131, Skincare Gifts. When Ronaldo woke up, it was already the next morning. The first thing this guy woke up is bawling, but should be the fat man's words, laugh a while, there are times when you cry. Legs. My legs. Ronaldo's cries woke up 4 of his teammates who had also passed out, or slept, and as soon as Raoul and the others woke up, their first reaction was to turn their attention to Ronaldo's legs. In the last moments of their memories, the fat man used a scalpel to slice open Ronaldo's calf, and then tore the muscles in Ronaldo's calf, revealing the white bones. But now look, the 4 people froze, in Ronaldo's legs where there is what bloody wound, not to mention the wound, even the wound scars are not half a point, looks like everything has not happened in general. No, where's the original scar on your leg? Raoul asked in surprise as he blinked hard. Raoul was referring to the scars on Ronaldo's legs that had been left after several surgeries, and the centipede-like scars left after the incisions, stitches were removed were surprisingly gone. Ronaldo stopped crying, wiped his eyes, and looked down towards his leg, only to see that it was intact, no scars present at all, even those from previous surgeries were gone. If last night woke up from fainting and saw a swarm of ants crawling on his bloody calf was false, then the scars left by his previous surgery would not have disappeared, right? This kind of scar, even the world's top plastic surgery hospitals cannot be removed, at most, can only make the traces of the scars become lighter, but now, it is really gone. Ronaldo incredulously stroked the scar that used to be on the side of his knee and felt nothing out of the ordinary, pressed hard on his knee and calf, and there was no pain whatsoever. It was as if nothing had ever gone wrong with the leg. "What's going on?" Ronaldo exclaimed in surprise. Don't say Ronaldo feel unbelievable, even Raoul. 4 people feel that they are hallucinating. After all, the appearance of this kind of thing is really too metaphysical. Wake up 5 sleeping beauties. Fatty's loud voice resounded outside the door, followed by the door to the room being kicked open from the outside, revealing Fatty's trademark chubby face. "Yo, all woke up from your sleep, that's good, start working out that buck-toothed Fatty, don't move yet, I still have to put you in a cast," the Fatty called out. The 4 Raouls looked at each other and remained silent, for they hadn't felt awake until now. "My leg is cured." Ronaldo held his tongue for half a day, finally stifling the question that all 5 wanted to ask. "Hush!" Fat man in front of the lips raised a finger, looked back at the outside, flashed into the room, casually closed the door, which then whispered, "Do not yell, of course, but you have to keep it secret, absolutely cannot be said, understand? I do not want to be too shocking, get caught by the Research Institute to slicing, especially in Europe, that gang of grandsons, what damage I'll do out." Ronaldo was in a state of petrification, and even though the fat man had admitted his problem himself, he still felt that it was just too unbelievable. The fat man set a tub of plaster on Ronaldo's side and wrapped gauze around Ronaldo's leg. "First, all remember, absolutely cannot say out, otherwise, humph, I can cure your injuries, but also equally able to make your injuries recur and aggravate, understand?" the fat man threatened. "Understood." Ronaldo nodded obediently. Well, the fat man looked disgruntled at Raoul and the others. "Understood. Understood." Only then did the 4 Raoul's men wake up and replied in succession. At the same time, they had more confidence in Fatty's medical skills. "Mr. Son, can I know if what we saw last night really happened?" Raoul hesitated, feeling that if he didn't figure it out, he would absolutely rack his brain until he wanted to die. "That's right." Fatty nodded. The look of astonishment in the eyes of the 5 people grew stronger. "But a scar that long?" Raoul asked in disbelief. "I have a magical drug that can remove all scars and heal wounds quickly. This kind of small matter is nothing at all." The fat man waved his hand with care, the plaster liquid on his hand splashing. The 5 were even more breathtakingly impressed, unaware of even the plaster liquid splashed on their faces. While the plaster solidified, the fat man unlocked the tub and released the 4. Standing up from the tub, the 4 of them realized that their bodies were not different at all. There was absolutely no wrinkles or pallor from being immersed in the liquid for too long, but instead they were very red and moist, as if they had just had a skin essay, and their skin was delicate and taut and elastic. "Not bad, huh?" Fatty asked smugly, his nose about to turn up in the air. "Not bad, not bad," the 4 incarnated as answering insects, nodding their heads in response. "That's a must, Fat Master. I'm a perfectionist, I just can't look at scars and stuff. This stuff is for your girlfriends and wives, lest they complain that I'm insensitive and don't let you enjoy your married life." Fatty shook his head while placing 5 crude little boxes on the chair. In fact, this surgery performed by Fatty, step by step, was a divine miracle absolutely unseen by ordinary people. First of all, use a poisonous snake to bite Ronaldo a bite. The venom of this snake is not fatal, but it will make people feel paralyzed. Through the sealing needle method, the poison will be controlled a little. This poison will become the top-of-the-line anesthesia. There will be absolutely no side effects, not to mention that it will also promote the wound healing. Then small cannibal ants were used to move the gelatinous substance to repair the cracks and gaps in the bones, and when the gelatinous substance solidified, it turned into calcium similar to bones, and even with X-ray scanning, I'm afraid that I couldn't see any cracks in the leg bones and kneecaps in the end. What Fatty used was not some secret medicine, but a repair with witch power, which was able to promote the growth of muscles to combine at a rate of hundreds of times during the repair process, and after the wound healed, absolutely no scars would be seen. As for the surgical scars on Ronaldo's legs, it would be a mere lift of the fat man's hand to eliminate such a minor problem. Only Raoul and the others didn't know, and even if they saw it with their own eyes, they would never understand the mystery, so naturally, what the fat man said was what he said. Ronaldo opened the box and took a whiff, only to feel that the smell was pungent and very pungent, kind of like the smell of fried chili peppers, and then mixed with the smell of mustard. This smell, is it a condiment? Ronaldo asked suspiciously. Fatty, what is this? I call it snowflake cream. It's what you use to rub your face, a skincare product. Fatty replied with a smile. Snowflake cream, the five asked curiously at the same time. Not only these 5 people, I'm afraid that even a lot of young people in China have not heard of this kind of thing. Now they can hear, know, understand, can choose to buy, or what Estee Lauder, SK2 and so on, the high-level stuff, like the snow cream. This generation of their parents, and even the grandparents' generation use cheap products. I'm afraid that it is really unheard of, and unseen. Anyway, it's just a skincare product, for wiping your face, just know this. Fatty said with some impatience. The 5 of them responded repeatedly, but their hearts were flooded with mutterings. Skincare products, cosmetics, they certainly know. Well, at least they have bought this stuff for their girlfriends and lovers as a gift, but those things either do not have any flavor, or should be with an ethereal aroma. Is right, how could it be the flavor of chili oil mixed with mustard? So, all 5 of these guys are wondering if this stuff rubbed on their faces won't disfigure them. Once the cast on Ronaldo's leg was hard, the fat man took the lead and walked out of the treatment room and into the open air, with Ronaldo following behind on his crutches, and then behind him the 4 superstars of Real Madrid. 5 people's female family members are waiting outside, see their own men, also cannot care, and fat man greetings, immediately toward their own sky, their own land. Their long-term meal ticket surged up. Hush hush, good sweet. The fat man skimmed his lips and moved a recliner to sit under the shade of a tree, then nudged at the 5. The 4 superstars certainly knew what Fatty meant, but it was precisely because they knew what Fatty meant that they didn't know if they should really take the stuff out. In the end it was Ronaldo who benefited the most, who gritted his teeth and took out the snow cream in the humble box. Honey, here's my gift for you, skincare products, for wiping your face. Ronaldo somewhat awkwardly gave the gift to his girlfriend. The other 4 took a look and didn't need to insist, offending the fat man. They were going to have bad luck, so they could only close their eyes and pull out the stuff, placing it in front of the ladies. The 5 superstar women. What luxury cosmetics have not seen such humble packaging? From the first impression on, the feeling of despair, but still put on a cheerful look, took over. However, when these 5 great beauties opened the lid of the box and smelled the contents, they frowned in unison. What is this garbage thing? Beckham's wife Victoria. The first seizure, after all, she and Bay 2 people, she is to occupy an absolutely strong position. It can be said that she asked to go east, Bay would not dare to go west. She asked to ride a horse, Bay would not dare to lead a donkey. Beckham's face immediately showed an embarrassed expression, and he didn't dare to look at Fatty. On the contrary, Raoul's wife, Maman Sands, although she frowned because of the pungent smell, quickly spread her frown and kissed her husband before turning her head to express her gratitude to Fatty. Carlos' wife Alexandra, Ronaldo's girlfriend, and Zinedine Zidane's wife all similarly expressed their gratitude, thus bringing out Victoria's arrogant character directly. It's best if I don't have to, I'm not the one who regrets it anyway. Fatty got up indifferently and picked up the box Victoria had dropped. As it happened, this was George getting ready to go out with his wife, and the fat man casually gave the box to Anna. Anna took the gift from Fatty and first inquired if it was handmade by Fatty, and after receiving an affirmative answer, she thanked him repeatedly and rejoiced. "What the hell is going on here?" Victoria gaped. Chapter 132. Victoria was dumbfounded when she saw Anna happily accepting Fatty's gift and joining George in thanking him with extra special politeness. The wives and girlfriends of Raoul and the others accepted this gift, perhaps for the sake of the fat man's treatment for their men, but Anna, who was a great person at the level of the crown princess, how could she not only accept the gift, but also join His Highness George in thanking this fat man, who just looked very detestable? After Fatty finished delivering the gifts, he went back to the shade of the tree and slept. He had been feeling a little restless since last night, always feeling as if something was going to happen at the time of the great cultivation realm of drawing poison and quenching the body. Fatty could judge the person's chi within a week by the color that appeared on the head of the other person. Of course, whether it was good or bad, Fatty only knew that it happened at the time of the week, and it was not clear when exactly it happened in this week. Although this ability of Fatty's was gone after he entered the realm of the imperial repulsion of all things cultivation, he had an extremely subtle sense of his own well-being, and if there was danger, he would feel unsettled. For example, when he went to chase after the car thieves with Chu Ling the other day, he had a palpitating sensation, and it seemed that his breathing was impeded, and then the near death of the fat man in the villa proved it, and now, this feeling appeared once again. Therefore, Fatty did not go back to rest last night after completing the treatment of Ronaldo, but quietly waited for the arrival of the enemy, and as a result of waiting for too boring, he made a few copies of the snow muscle cream out of it. Anyway, this thing can be made with the edges. Not only is it not a waste, but it should be considered as a waste of money. The villa's defense force was strong during the day, so Fatty could rest in peace. After George and Anna left, Victoria thought for a moment and walked over to Raoul's wife Mammon and begged in a low voice for a few moments. Both Mammon and Raoul, the couple, were the type that were particularly giving and never shirked from helping others, and in the end Victoria got about a third of a box of skincare products from Mammon and then hurriedly departed. Although Fatty had his eyes closed, he knew everything that was happening around him clearly, even if it was a few dozen meters away from the whispers. As long as he wanted to know the content, other people absolutely couldn't hide it from him, because after reaching the cultivation level of royal repulsion of everything, the witch power could already be externally released as he wished, and fetching things from across the sky would be a bullshit, but it would be enough for eavesdropping. Victoria drove to the Madrid Health and Quarantine Department's lab, found the lab supervisor, handed him the white gelatinous substance in a plastic bag, and sat outside quietly waiting for the results. In fact, Victoria's behavior in the manner was not a haughty attitude, but rather her habitual reaction, which, in Chinese colloquialism, was simply a matter of personal cultivation. A woman who is worth a lot of money, her husband is the world's top soccer superstar, and who uses luxury goods as daily necessities. Basically, as long as it is something she wants, there is nothing she can't get, and will instinctively feel disgusted by something worse. To explain it in 4 words, the fault of inertia. Half an hour later, the supervisor rushed out of the lab with the lab report form. "Victoria, what brand of skincare is this? Amazing, simply amazing," the supervisor asked with a look of amazement. "Why?" Victoria queried. "Estée Lauder doesn't seem to have any new products on the market lately, right? Could this be a trial product you took from Estée Lauder's headquarters? Geez, you're way out of your league. I'm sure that Estée Lauder's stock price would definitely climb like crazy if this skincare product were to go on the market." The supervisor spoke what he thought was the answer. Victoria was even more surprised. The supervisor looked at the expression on Victoria's face, thinking that his performance had startled the person, and explained with an awkward dry cough. "This kind of skincare product with the pungent odor of chili oil mixed with mustard should be mixed using biotechnology extraction, and among the ingredients that can be detected are kale, soluble silk protein, caviar extract, alcohol, grape seed, and so on, and as for the undetectable ingredients, there are even more. This skincare product has the pungent flavor of chili oil and mustard, and this flavor is from the kale. After at least 3 layers of quenching after the superessence of the substance, Now the world will be able to achieve this extraction standard, only Estee Lauder headquarters laboratory. That's why the supervisor labeled this skincare as Estee Lauder as soon as she opened her mouth. Kale has a strong stimulating properties. After experiments have shown that the moderate use of kale extract can effectively stimulate the skin, so that the skin cuticle off, so that the sweat pours for rapid expansion, contraction of the movement, and ultimately to achieve the miraculous effect of skin tightening. Just because people's skin type is different, this moderate amount is difficult to be widely applied to everyone. As for other ingredients, such as soluble silk protein, conducive to skin absorption, can make the skin elasticity enhancement, more than ever. Caviar essence is actually embryo essence. Even the cheapest fish roe, 100 pounds inside, can be extracted out of 100 grams of essence. Can be snickering. These are just the ingredients that are tested, and there are many more that are not. According to the judgment of the top inspectors in the laboratory, the effect of the ingredients that have not been tested is probably that they can increase the absorption capacity of the skin, remove wrinkles and dead skin, and even have a certain restorative effect on some of the old scars on the skin. The key is that so many effective ingredients are perfectly fused in this small piece of gel cosmetics. Not only is there no exclusion between each other, but also to stimulate the most effective components of each, so that the skin's absorption speed is faster, the effect is naturally more obvious. All in all, this kind of skincare product can kill all the top skincare products on the market in terms of effect. Of course, the cost of this kind of skincare product, I'm afraid that it is also necessary to add up the price of all kinds of luxury skincare products on the market, which is enough to see the preciousness of this kind of skincare product. Of course, this kind of skincare product has transcended the ranks of cosmetics and skincare products. If you want to use a more precise scope to define, this should belong to a kind of medicine that specializes in solving all kinds of skin problems. Victoria's bowels were about to turn green after hearing what the supervisor had to say. Dairy commercial vision of Victoria immediately saw the oversized commercial value contained in this skincare products. If you can put the skincare products into production, Estee Lauder, what the world's top skincare products are simply crumbs. Thinking that she had offended Fatty, Victoria was in a difficult situation. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity she definitely did not want to miss, so after thinking about it, Victoria decisively took out her cell phone and dialed Anna's number. Anna, I want to ask, did you know what was contained in the box before you accepted that Mr. Sun's gift? Victoria asked awkwardly. After all, Anna's box of skincare products was the one she discarded. I don't know, Anna replied, but as long as it's something that Mr. Sun took out, it can never be something ordinary. Even if the smell of this stuff is particularly pungent, one could even say it's unpleasant. When Anna answered, she naturally thought of the kind of pills that Fatty had given to George, which also had a very strong stimulating effect, but the effect was quite exaggerated. 2 hours of uninterrupted sprinting, a woman wouldn't be able to withstand it, and even if she was sexually frigid, I'm afraid that she would turn into someone who was full of interest in the underbelly of the bed. Hearing Anna's answer, Victoria's mind was even more torn. Anna, what kind of man is Sun? I want to apologize to him, Victoria asked awkwardly. Anna thought for a moment and said, Mr. Sun is a cheerful and funny young man, but unlike the Chinese we know, he is more opinionated and follows his own feelings, and never changes his attitude because of the other person's position or status. Stephen and I said that Mr. Sun will not pretend to be a good person if he meets someone who doesn't see eye to eye, and that if he is not happy with something in his heart, a lot of people would be out of luck. Stephen Carter, a big Hollywood director, the one who is now shooting a new movie in Spain, he was once a patient of Mr. Sun as well, and according to him, it was the moody Mr. Sun he encountered at that time, and as a result, he was tortured to the point of almost committing suicide. Anna laughed. As she said these words, she seemed to think of Stephen's bitter melon-like face at that time. Victoria dumbfounded, she did not think that this hated fat man has such a strong network. To know, her biggest wish is to let Beckham leave the sports world, into the film and television development, and the world's movie world. The most bullish place is naturally Hollywood. Now can be good, offend the fat man. God knows that the fat man will not be a word blocking Beckham's way to the development of the world of film. So if I apologize to him? Victoria asked hesitantly. Anna thought for a moment and said, Mr. Sun's character is similar to that of a child, it's very careful, but if you are sincere and full of sincerity to apologize, I think Mr. Sun should forgive you. Isn't there a saying in Chinese, the one who doesn't know doesn't commit a crime? Slightly relieved, Victoria thanked Anna and hung up, driving back to George's estate. Returning to the manor with great care, Victoria saw the fat man at a glance, but what made her dumbfounded was that the fat man was waving a shovel and digging for something. The most exaggerated thing is that not only the fat man alone, but also his own husband, Raoul, and other 5 top stars actually waved a shovel and dug for something in addition to Victoria. The women of the other 4 ballplayers are likewise doing the grunt work. What the hell is going on here? Victoria couldn't figure out the situation. Chapter 133, Extraordinary Functions. Yo came back then, don't be idle, follow along and dig. See the sticks I stuck on the ground? Wherever the sticks are stuck, dig a pit half a meter deep with unlimited width. Fatty saw Victoria and greeted him, handing over the shovel in his hand, and said. Victoria took the shovel with only a moment's hesitation, picked a spot, and followed the other's example, digging clumsily. The shovel the fat man handed Victoria was the last one, so he just walked around with his hands behind his back, just like the overseer. Mr. Sun, are you planting trees? Victoria felt her back aching and her arms tingling after just a few minutes of shoveling and inquired cautiously after seeing Fatty approaching. Planting trees is as good as you get. Fatty nodded and turned away again. I say, David, this person has status, temperament, looks, body, character. How did you marry such a delicious and lazy bitch? Fatty rounded to the side of Beckham, who was a long way away from Victoria, and asked in disbelief. Beckham laughed bitterly and shook his head, a question he had no answer for. Men have to have a man's look, big things and small things. You have to do the main thing. In a word, can't be anything by the nose of the woman. What do you want to do? No matter what is right or wrong, you have to do it. The woman can only support and can't express the opposition. Do you use me to teach you a trick to ensure that she is submissive to you? Fatty asked. Beckham's eyes lit up when he heard the fat man's words, and he nodded his head repeatedly, waiting for the following. Beat her, as the saying goes, beat to the wife kneaded to the surface, treat this kind of bitch, then you have to clean up. 3 days. Do not beat the upper room, beat her obediently, to ensure that they do not dare to blow up the thorns again. Fatty seriously said. Beckham barely fainted, punching Victoria off. Victoria could have snickered if she hadn't punched herself. The fat man saw Beckham's wifely look and shook his head helplessly, saying in his heart, this grandson is hopeless. A good end of a manor turned into a construction site. Not only the 5 ballerina couple, even the manor of the bodyguards had joined the ranks of digging pits. Fortunately, the George couple went out, if they are in the words of the fat man, as a drudgery with a certainty that may be tired to death, and finally have to look at the potholes of the manor to cry without tears. These earth pits, one on the left, one on the right, one in front and one behind, seemed extremely irregular, but if someone took a helicopter and looked down on the entire estate from the air, they would realize that these pits were like star charts in the night sky. Although they were arranged extremely irregularly, as long as they saw it, they would feel especially subtle. In fact, Fatty was not idle with nothing to do, but he was lying on the recliner, and the feeling of heart palpitations was getting stronger and stronger, even a little stronger than the feeling before he fought against the old witch formation master. So Fatty decided that he still had to do some preparations before it was good to do so. And so there was a mobilization of the whole nation to collectively dig a pit. These pits were constructed with a pentagram array as the edge and an ancient fortress-style villa as the eye of the array, the pentagram array set with a triple star array, and the triple star array set with several small triple star arrays, layered on top of each other to form an overall defense network, so that no matter which position the enemy launched an attack from, the witch array could be activated to capture or kill the offending foe, and the enemy could also be introduced to the small witch array to fight a guerrilla attack. Fatty was confident that as long as he was well prepared, even if an army came, he would be able to face it with ease and ensure that his life would not be in any danger. Fatty needs 108 half-a-meter deep pits dug out. Fatty grabbed a plastic bag of gold, silver, jade, and ancient animal bones, began to go from pit to pit, In addition to being located at the outermost end of the 5 apexes of the pits, each dropped a piece of gold, the other pits less than thrown into the 2 kinds of materials, more than thrown into the 3 kinds of materials, or even 4 kinds of materials. In Fatty's words, this was the kind of mine formation that a sorcerer could use: defensive, offensive, auxiliary, confusing, and composite. So a pit could be the corner of a certain defensive sorcerer's formation, or it could be the eye of another offensive sorcerer's formation. It was also fortunate that Fatty's brain was good and his memory was superhuman, otherwise with this mess of pits, throwing a wrong material could lead to 1 or 2 witch formations not being able to function. In that case, the loss would be huge. Alright, fill up all the pits. Fatty nodded in satisfaction as he carried the empty plastic bag. The crowd could only express their speechlessness at Fatty's behavior of not giving a reason at all and just letting things be done. Fortunately, these people either have to ask for his star and his family, or George's bodyguards. No one raised objections. If replaced by simply "do not know the fat man," the fat man so dug a hole to bury the pit of the torment, put down the challenge not to do as light, not likely to come up with anger to the fat man punched into a panda's head are possible. The crowd had been busy all morning, and when George and Anna rushed back to join everyone for lunch, the entire villa had been restored to its original state, and if one didn't look closely, it would be hard to tell that hundreds of pits had once been dug into the ground before dinner. Victoria gathered the main female family members in the villa together and then took out the lab report. In fact, Victoria was not willing to take out what was destined to be a sizable fortune and share it with others, but she understood that despite her efforts to dig and fill in the holes, Fatty's attitude towards her still had not changed much, and if it was up to her to bring it up, there was a high possibility that it would be rejected. But now Victoria pulled on Anna, Mammon, as well as other ball players' wives or girlfriends. The success rate is naturally much larger. China is not a saying, "Do not look at the face of the Buddha face." Well, even if the fat man does not give them these women face, at least have to give face to His Highness, George, Raoul, Ronaldo, and so on it. There is no woman who doesn't like money, and now that an opportunity to make a lot of money is in front of them, these 6 beauties immediately formed a united front. So, at lunch, Anna, as hostess, brought the subject up. "Mr. Sun, thank you for giving me this skincare product." Anna used a roundabout way to speak. As soon as Anna opened her mouth, the other 4 women who had been given the skincare products naturally chimed in. Fatty didn't even know the little schemes these women were playing, and with an extraordinarily modest look, he waved the chicken leg in his hand and said, "You're welcome. This is just made from some edges, it's not worth mentioning." "Mr. Sun, what is this skincare product made of?" "Ah, it's very complicated, right?" Mammon smiled and opened her mouth to ask. Fatty didn't have any reservations at all and thought for a moment. There are quite a few things to use, including orchids, pig skins, grape seeds, fish roe, the edges of raw jade, the spider venom of black widows, and lobster shells. Fatty said more than 10 kinds of materials in one breath. Hearing the crowd was dizzy. "And the fat man so unreservedly will material out." Victoria and other women not only did not feel happy, but feel extremely incredible. The reason is very simple. The report on the analysis of things not to mention did not analyze things, even pig skin, and so the edges of the original stone, black widow spider venom, lobster shells, and so on, it is actually a garbage disposal or skin care products. Ah. Pigskin is what that is, absolutely cheap things. In the eyes of these women, that thing is white, or even pouring on the money will not want. The most horrifying is the black widow spider venom. This thing can also be when the skincare products is simply a joke. Ah. Could it be deep refining extraction technology? Victoria thought darkly, poking Anna without a trace. Anna hesitated for a moment, but still opened her mouth. "Mr. Sun, we all like this skincare product, and we also want to make this skincare product serve more women. I wonder if you can give us the formula. Of course, it's not like you're giving it for nothing. The 6 of us will form a new cosmetic company, and we'll give you 40% of the shares." George heard Anna's words, immediately showed dissatisfaction too. He is after all the head of the family. This kind of thing. Anna even did not say a word in advance and their own. The main thing is that Anna is a relatively simple person, and there is no business mind. It is clear that this matter is being flung up, being used as a gun. The person who looked at his wife in the same way as George was Raoul. Only the two had different attitudes. Raoul and Mammon married more than 10 years. Mammon has always been behind him, quietly support him, never show their faces, never ask for anything, every day to take care of the children and the elderly, take care of the family. Raoul feels owed a lot of his wife, and now Mammon was able to get out of the house to break into the society of the idea of the Raoul is naturally raised his hands in favor of it. Mr. Son, if you agree, I cannot want any endorsement fees, free endorsement, free shooting of advertisements, and free publicity. Raoul immediately made his attitude clear. So can I. Beckham could only throw up his hands under his wife's gaze. Ronaldo and the others nodded their heads in turn. If Fatty had agreed to it, I'm afraid he would have been the major shareholder of a world-class skincare and luxury goods company by now, earning money from foreigners, but could he have agreed to it? I'm sorry, I'm afraid that only a very few people can produce this thing, but among those very few people, you are not included, Fatty said helplessly. Fatty, aren't the shares too small? Ronaldo hesitated and opened his mouth to ask. Fatty shook his head, casually picked up a handful of grapes, which power surged out, wrapped the grapes, followed by a variety of impurities like rain fell. Just a few seconds later, left in the hands of the fat man is left with a grain of small grapes as big as the point of the milky white substance. This is grape essence. Fatty dropped what he was holding on the dining table. Special powers, the crowd looked at each other. This was naturally not supernormal capabilities, which were special abilities only possessed by birth or mutation, while the fat man was using sorcery power, which was gained through, of course, being considered a supernormal ability. The fat man was naturally exempted from superfluous explanations. But is the truth really as the fat man said? Chapter 134, Snowy Skin Divine Cream. The answer, naturally, is no. Fatty showed such a small hand. One is to break these people's infatuation, and the other is to set up a powerful image in these people's mind. In fact, the composition of the snow muscle cream is indeed as tested in the laboratory, but the process of making it is not complicated, unlike those who fiddle with advanced instruments and equipment all day long who think that it is exaggerated, and what extraction equipment, and the fusion of various ingredients. Snow cream in the hands of witch doctors have been passed down for thousands of years, and the treatment of fox odor of the clear pollution overflowing aroma formula is almost the same age of things, 1,000 years ago, not to mention the land of China does not have those high-end extraction equipment, even if Europe, I'm afraid that time a lot of places are barren, right? Snow muscle cream with the material, as the fat man said, there is nothing out of the ordinary, the real focus is not the material, more a few kinds of less a few kinds of simply does not matter, as long as there is a thick leaf orchid as the main material on the line, just like stewing meat, first of all, there should be meat, as for the addition of anything else, depends on one's own needs. To make snow muscle paste, first of all, you need to pound the thick leaf orchid into a paste, then if you want to add something else, you just need to mash the other ingredients and add them in. The only thing you need to pay attention to is that before you add the other ingredients, add a little bit of aged vinegar. If you don't want to have the color damaged, add white vinegar on the line, and at the end of the day, add a little bit of facial alkali. To put it bluntly, it is the use of acetic acid to blend the active ingredients in various materials together, and finally add the face of the alkali, one in order to neutralize the acetic acid, so that the snow cream is more neutral, suitable for any skin type. The second is in order to be able to strengthen the effect of the extraction, a kind of secondary extraction. The third is in order to be able to make the active ingredients in a variety of materials to blend even further. During this time, there is no need to add heat, no need to add water, no need to add anything except the ingredients, rice vinegar, and flour base, and the only thing that is consumed is physical strength, as one has to keep pounding and mashing the various ingredients with the pestle and mortar. And that's it. It's simple. You could even say it's very simple, but it works surprisingly well, and that's what makes witch remedies the most amazing. However, Fatty would never tell the production process for the simple reason that he wanted to make more money. In the past, Fatty wanted to make money in order to let his parents and family live a better life, so that his family did not have to worry about money, but since the collection of the Witchfinder Decai, and the decision to learn the Witchfinder, Fatty knew that the witchfinder's profession is really not to take the money as money, it is simply to regard the money as dung. The most materials needed to set up a witch formation were ancient beast bones, rare metals such as gold and silver, and jade of excellent quality. Ancient animal bone at least 20 years, this is not difficult. With antique dealers' counterfeiting means, the bone sticks sun to remove moisture, directly buried in the ground, after a year or two, in the quality than 20 or 30 years of ancient animal bone is better. But gold and silver and other rare metals are required to be as pure as possible, that is to say, the purity needs to be 4 nines. Jokingly, gold and silver and other rare metals are simply hard currency, is the basis of the existence of all the banknotes. Matchboxes so big as the gold, with the banknotes to buy it, 3 or 4 million is simply not enough. The most pitiful place lies in the jade. The higher the quality of the jade, the more able to bring out the effect of the witch array. The better the jade used, the better the effect. If you take the bad street of goods to make up the number, ensure that even a fart cannot be seen. And high-quality jade, casually are hundreds of thousands of dollars, not a bit of wealth, can buy it? What is the most profitable these days? Fatty, although living in the mountains for almost 20 years, but does not mean that he does not know anything. The most profitable these days is a monopoly. Look at the oil companies, telecommunications companies, water companies, electric power companies, all monopolies, where they are making money simply robbing money. In addition to the monopoly industry, ranked in the second grade is the pornography, gambling, and drugs. This fat man is absolutely impossible to dip, illegal or not to mention the sorcerer's rules of the division does not allow to touch this thing, not to mention that the fat man will not be, is not the heir to the hall sorcerer's family to run to be a chicken head, to raise a few miss not. And in the third slot is cosmetics. Don't look at how many of those Ferraris, Lamborghinis, BMWs, and Mercedes are sold a year, but they actually don't make anywhere near as much money as the cosmetics companies do. After all, the car is not consumables, cosmetics is, as the saying goes, the man is responsible for making money to support the family, the woman is responsible for the appearance of flowers, want to look ageless. Relying on cosmetics is not Botox, no collagen, 20 women a flower, to the 30 or flowers, but it is the willow flower. Fatty has made up his mind, this time to George to see a doctor to get the diagnosis fee, and then let mom sponsor some, go back to keep mortuary spiders on the farm to buy down, and then get a loan to get a production line, then the main 2 kinds of skincare products, a kind of mortuary spiders as raw materials for high-grade cosmetics, as the world's luxury goods to sell. What Estee Lauder, what SK2, that is the dregs. Another is the snow cream, monopolize the market of high-grade cosmetics. The domestic price of $399, sold to the United States will become a US dollar, sold to Europe will become the euro, slaughtered that gang of Guilo. The atmosphere in the restaurant because the fat man showed such a hand and became dull. After all, there are no idiots here, a good end of a fortune is so lost, who can be happy? Actually, it's still easy to cooperate. Fatty's words broke the silence in the restaurant. The crowd suddenly looked up at Fatty. I have a pharmaceutical factory in China that produces skincare products as well, but they are more advanced and more precious than the skincare products I gave you. The eyes of the 6 women immediately glowed. That skincare product not only removes wrinkles, it even removes scars. Bucktooth Fatty, how do you think the scars on your knees disappeared? Fatty said. In fact, the surgical scars at Ronaldo's knees and calves were eliminated by Fatty with witchcraft, but this is something that no one else knows at all except Fatty himself, so Fatty's use of skincare products as an excuse not only won't be demolished, but will also increase the confidence of the crowd. Raul and others are aware of the disappearance of Ronaldo's surgical scars, but the other women do not know. Even Ronaldo's girlfriend does not know. Ronaldo took off his cast and showed everyone his big, hairy, thick leg, which immediately sparked a gasp. After all, Ronaldo's original scars were backed up by photographs, and now, the scars on his legs were gone, leaving not even the slightest trace that they had ever been there. I'll give you £100 million for 5% of the shares. Victoria called out. Not for sale. The fat man scorned. Victoria grudgingly looked at the fat man. She did not know where she offended this fat man. Is not the face of the natural born to match? Fatty knocked the table and said, pharmaceutical factory shares will not have to be considered, but not without the possibility of cooperation. Huaxiao, even if I can let you to take on the role of this kind of skincare products in your country's general agent, I am responsible for the provision of skincare products, and then provide you with a minimum friendly price. How much you can earn depends on your own skills. The 6 women were instantly excited, and the atmosphere in the restaurant was back to being lively. Everyone was beaming as if they had become the richest man in the world. If they knew that the price of friendship that Fatty was talking about was higher than the price of hatred, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to laugh. In the words of the fat man, if you're not of my race, why should you get the big bucks? After the meal, Fatty shut the 4 ballerinas in the middle of the tub like pickles, then went back to his room, opened the suitcase he brought with him this time, and drew 2 knives from the compartment. Fatty slowly drew the 2 knives out of their sheaths, only to see that the 2 knives were black in color, one long and one short. Not only was it not reflective, but instead it gave a feeling that it was going to suck people's souls in. What was even more exaggerated was that when the 2 knives were sheathed, a ghastly wind erupted out of nowhere from the body of the 2 knives, causing a ghostly howling sound. The blade of the long knife was about 1 meter 2 or 3, the handle was a full 30 centimeters, nearly 40 centimeters, and the blade was about a finger wide and half a knuckle thick. The blade of the short knife was about 40 centimeters, the length of the handle was only slightly longer than a grip, and the thickness of the body and back of the knife was the same as that of the long knife. It wasn't until Fatty took the knife back into its sheath that the strange sound completely disappeared. The knife sheath looked plain and ordinary, and apart from the grain of the wood itself, there wasn't even half a bit of carving or inlay decoration. If someone from the witch sect had been present, they would have been surprised to find that the sheaths of these 2 knives were actually made of yin-yang wood. The yin and yang wood should be considered a type of fossil, at first merely ordinary fossilized wood, which in the course of geological evolution was transferred from the ground to lie horizontally on the ground, half in the swamp and half floating on the ground. The swamp is a place where filth, death, and poisonous insects converge, so it can be called yin, and above the swamp is yang, and after tens of thousands of years of yin and yang invasion, the formation of yin and yang wood that doesn't seem to be too different from ordinary wood. Yin and yang wood cannot be used as a material to set up a witch formation, but it can be. Water and fire do not enter the poison, positively can suppress the yin, negatively can suppress the yang, used to suppress the house, accompanied by the burial is an excellent choice, even better than the effect of some magic weapons, used as a knife sheath. It is a waste. But the fat man, these 2 knives is not a mortal knife. There are these 2 knives recorded in the ancient books, the earliest even to the Spring and Autumn and Warring States period, and the ancient books on the origin of the knife is not detailed, only know that these 2 knives at that time has been considered an antique. From this, the history of these 2 knives in the Spring and Autumn and Warring States period and then back in years, the material of these 2 knives is very strange, heavier than gold, but able to float on water. The long knife can absorb iron, the short knife will have a repulsive effect on iron, the blade is not sharp. Ordinary people take these 2 knives to cut tofu, and even can only be called smashing, because the cross-section of tofu will be extremely rough, as if you take an iron bar and smash it down. Not only that, these 2 knives, whenever the sheath is always able to cause gusts of wind, as if in the knife locks a lot of ghosts and tragic souls in general, the body of the knife cold like ice, touching the water that is condensed. The degree of solidity is also exaggerated. The fat man once tried to cut with a kitchen knife. The results of the 2 knives of the knife body is not even an imprint of the knife, and more than a dozen kitchen knives have turned into a saw blade. Of course, the chopper didn't mean anything, and the hardness could only be better demonstrated if a drill was used, but if the fat man went through with it, it wouldn't be an experiment, it would be a defeat. Chapter 135, The Arrival of the Enemy. The fat man took out another leather-like band from the compartment, and after putting it on his body, he inserted the 2 knives, the long knife slanting behind him, revealing the hilt from above his right shoulder, and the short knife sticking horizontally in his chest, with the hilt tilted downwards. These 2 knives are not inserted this way just to be cool, but after countless times of previous experience with life and blood, the long knife absorbs iron. If there is a long arrow hurtling towards the back of the head, it will be attracted by the magnetic force of the long knife, so that the wearer avoids the danger of killing, and the short knife's position is just at the heart, like a heart mirror to protect the heart. The two knives are extremely convenient whether to take or put away, against the enemy with a long knife, and with the enemy with a short knife, but also at the same time the two knives out of the sheath. As long as the left and right hands work well together, the lethality of the enemy will be on a higher level, so that the enemy cannot be defended against if there were outsiders present. The first impression would be that these were two Oriental, or Japanese, swords. But if this was heard by Fatty, he would definitely use all his strength to accumulate all the thick phlegm and spit this person head over heels. The Oriental sword, also known as the Japanese sword, originated from the Eastern Tang dynasty, and is said to have been created in the early years of the Western Han dynasty, with a history of more than 2,000 years. At that time, it was called the long sword, and gradually evolved into the stranger's sword, which was known for its ferocious slashing and chopping on the battlefield, and was later renamed as the Miao sword. However, in modern times, the ones who really carry it forward are not the Chinese, but the dwarfs on the island, which has to be a pity, and at the same time, it should be a kind of helplessness. The witch sect that Fatty was from was extremely famous throughout the entire witch world, but it didn't have a witch name on the side. In the words of Fatty's master, this sect is only passed on to one person per generation, so the master is the head of the sect, and the disciple is the next head of the sect. There is no hooking up, there is no trivial trouble, each generation of the heir is attentive, and the mind is free of distractions, and the name of this sect has instead become something unimportant. Coupled with the thinning of the population, the name of the witch door gradually drowned in the river of history, and even if you look through the ancient books, you will not be able to find it. And Fatty's generation of old sorcerers had taken in a total of 5 disciples, which was considered to have broken the unspoken rules of this sorcerer's sect. But the only person who had received all the inheritance of this sect was Fatty. The witch sect where Fatty was from was known for its witch doctors, but on the contrary, Fatty was a compounder and proficient in witch formations, able to physically fight with battle witches and spar with arcane witches, which in turn made the technique of witch doctors inconspicuous. That's probably what you'd call unprofessional. It was because of this simple reason that Fatty possessed these 2 treasures of the Ben Witch Sect's township. When he went down the mountain, Fatty had these 2 Miao knives with him, but they had been in the bottom of the box, never taken them out and used them, and when he was on the Golden Phoenix Mountain, even if he was facing hundreds of sorcerers at the same time, Fatty was able to take care of them lightly, relying on his hands and the golden silkworms. After going down the mountain, the first enemy encountered Witch Formation Master Deki, and was restrained by him from the beginning. Even the Witch Formation was not laid out before being cleaned up, which made the fat man proud. Self-confidence burst, until he encountered the old Witch Formation Master who possessed carcasses as a natal compulsion, which was defeated and nearly lost his life. And the old Witch Array division of this battle, the fat man finally understand a truth: the tiger pounces on the rabbit still with all its strength. Their own skills in the face of a strong enemy is a slag, this time luck, that next time it do not forget that there are people outside the people, outside the sky. If the next time to encounter a more powerful than their own enemy, there is still the possibility of good luck to escape from the day of life. Therefore, Fatty brought out the 2 Miao knives when he left the country this time, and it was fortunate that he took the VIP channel when boarding the plane, otherwise, he couldn't even pass the first security check. Equipped with 2 knives, Fatty walked out of the room, came to the door of the villa and sat down on his knees, his heart palpitating more and more strongly. Obviously the enemy will definitely come tonight. As for the strength of the enemy, how? Then the hands to see the real chapter it. Tonight somehow, the daytime is still sunny and cloudless, but the night has turned into a big cloudy day. The sky is covered by a thick cloud, not to mention the stars. Even the moon cannot be seen, such as if not the manor in the presence of some night lighting. I'm afraid the whole manor can be said to be unable to see the fingers of the hand with weather like this. It's simply the best time to kill someone. Fatty waited for an hour, although there was no impatience, but felt bored. Gradually, the mind emptied, unexpectedly, unintentionally, into the state of meditation. In fact, it is only a very general statement, Some people can sense the surge of aura between heaven and earth, some people can feel the flow of energy in their own body. Ordinary people into the fixed will only feel the body empty whether it is the first or the second. For the person is the sense of heaven and earth, the sense of their own an excellent opportunity, but the fat man into the third state of immersion. No other, no I, no heaven, no earth, everything is reduced to nothingness. Seems to melt in the nothingness, become part of the nothingness. If there were other people standing beside Fatty, they would definitely be surprised to find that Fatty seemed to have turned into a black hole, and was crazily absorbing the air around him, and the speed of the absorption was still particularly fast, and they could even hear a sound similar to that of pumping wind. I don't know how long it took. Fatty suddenly felt a piece of pain coming from everywhere on his body, and opened his eyes with a violent shiver, only to see that the golden silkworms had somehow detached themselves from his body, and were flying in the air at an extremely fast speed, and with every attack, a poisonous insect died, but the golden silkworm was only one after all, and the number of poisonous insects that were the enemy was surprisingly dense, to say that there were tens of thousands of them. I'm afraid it's not quite enough. Only then did Fatty notice that his body was already covered with all sorts of poisonous insects, what with spiders and scorpions, and killer bees, and man-eating ants, and more dead poisonous insects around him, obviously killed by the toxins in Fatty's body, and even so, there were still more poisonous insects rushing up in a forward and backward posture. Dare to play with poisonous insects, baby, in front of Fat Master, let that idiot taste the power of poisonous insects, Fatty thought with a hefty smile. To say that other things Fatty may be a little afraid, but the poisonous insects, well, to say a bad word, Fatty in the Golden Phoenix Mountain is prohibited from hunting, can see a pile of a bunch of game but cannot eat. How difficult. So a variety of poisonous insects on the replacement of the beasts became the object of Fatty barbecue cravings. Over the years, Fatty had eaten 80,000 poisonous insects without 100,000, not to mention that he possessed golden silkworms as his own parasites, so he was not afraid of any poisonous insects at all. However, soon Fatty realized that something was wrong. His order had already been sent out. According to the normal situation, these poisonous insects should listen to the order of the golden silkworm to retreat and attack the master who instructed them, but these poisonous insects still rushed up defiantly, not caring at all about the golden silkworm's order. Does it mean that foreign poisonous insects have to be controlled by local words? Fatty was puzzled, but the person did not stay where he was, but stood up fiercely. Fatty's idea was of course nonsense. Foreign venomous insects were also venomous insects. As long as they were venomous insects, they should follow the orders of the golden silkworms, and now this situation had obviously gone beyond Fatty's expectations. De pa coolie hulu, de cha blaze. The fat man pulled out a jade tablet from his pocket and recited the incantation quickly under his breath. Half a minute later, as Fatty spat out the last syllable, the space around the entire manor suddenly changed, and the temperature seemed to climb up violently. Immediately after that, the poisonous insects within the range of the witch formation ignited without any fire, and not only did the air echo with the cries of all kinds of poisonous insects before they died, but at the same time, there was also a smell of roasted poisonous insects that Fatty was particularly familiar with floating around in just a few seconds before and after. Not a single poisonous insect could be seen within the range of the witch formation anymore. Fatty was using an upgraded version of the scorching insect formation called the blazing flame formation, which was specialized in dealing with poisonous insects. The range was large enough and the speed was fast enough. The only drawback was that it could only deal with low-level poisonous insects for a little while, and when it came across the opponent's native parasites, the move would be crippled. The blazing flame formation had a minimal consumption of witch power, but the range of effect was enormous, and among the means of the witch formation master, this move was originally intended to detect the enemy's location, but he did not expect to skew the dense poisonous insects, and saved a lot of trouble. Fatty reversed his direction and headed towards the west of the villa. From the information transmitted back from the blazing flame array, there were only 2 enemies in total, both positioned in the west of the villa, and were traveling towards the villa, with a distance of roughly 50 meters. Fatty's footsteps were neither fast nor slow, and he seemed to be walking idly, and about 30 meters to the west of the villa, Fatty finally stood opposite these 2 people. A gust of night wind blew through, the dark clouds in the sky were unexpectedly blown open, and the moonlight took advantage of this opening to shed its light on the earth, and also allowed Fatty to see these two people standing on the opposite side. When Fatty saw these two enemies, he couldn't help but shiver, not in fear, but feeling surprised. These two men, one middle-aged and the other elderly, both have a lot in common. Both men were wearing white shirts with black bow ties at the collar and a black tuxedo over them, and on their feet were black leather shoes with slightly upturned toes, sort of like Chaplin's shoes on this dress. How can one not imagine that these two guys are over to seek revenge nuisance, but more like two gentlemen, come to participate in the dinner, of course. If these two people are still standing by the side of the two beautiful women dressed in evening gowns, I am afraid the fat man will certainly think so. What made Fatty shiver was the color of these two guys' faces. These two people's skin is extremely white. It is said that European white people's skin is particularly white. People don't take a bath for 3 months are much whiter than other races who just took a bath, but the whiteness of these two people's skin is not a normal white, but completely without a trace of blood color, like paper, like a tragic white. It looks like a zombie in the Chinese ghost movies. On the contrary, the lips of these two people were red, and it was a sultry red, as if they were wearing lipstick. The moment he saw these two people, the fat man thought he was seeing a zombie. That's why he shivered. Chapter 136, The Enemy is Tough. Stick, the middle-aged man asked. Have you ever seen a stick with double eyelids? The fat man asked rhetorically. Japanese, the middle-aged man asked again. Have you ever seen a Jap so tall and powerful? The fat man asked again rhetorically. Then you should be a Chinese sorcerer. How, looks like my previous guess was wrong. The middle-aged man laughed with great certainty. The laughter sounded like it gave a particularly unpleasant feeling, as if there was a fox clawing at your heart and scratching it with its claws. What guess? Asked the fat man. It is not that the fat man does not want to do it immediately, but the foreign sorcerer he is still the first time to see, always have to understand each other, in case the future will meet similar opponents. The more you understand, the greater the chance of winning. What's more, these two foreign sorcerers can't be alone, they should still have a backer, a henchman, and so on. Cut the grass to get rid of the roots. Originally I thought that the body exhaustion spell was unintentionally broken. I didn't realize that I guessed wrong. No wonder Real Madrid's players were able to physically explode like crazy in the second half and didn't know how to get tired. It looks like Wyvern West didn't lose unfairly. The middle-aged man laughed. Fatty instantly understood where these two were coming from. It was obvious that these two were the culprits who had caused the Real Madrid players' physical strength to drop wildly, and also the ones who had gotten the sorcery on the energy-saving lamps and cast it with the help of electricity. All right, report your names. Fat Master, I don't kill nameless people. The fat man's body was slightly bent like a bow ready to fire. This is the Honorable Duke Boca. I am Earl Rosa. We are members of the Adelhout family from England. The middle-aged man introduced the two people from his side and then made a gesture of invitation, seemingly waiting for the fat man to make an introduction and as if inviting the fat man to make a move. You can call me Master Fatty, Fatty said lightly. His feet powered up and he pounced on his enemy like a cheetah. A disdainful look appeared on the middle-aged man's face, and instead of retreating, he advanced, blocking the way of the fat man's attack, while the elderly foreign sorcerer named Boca flew backward. Fatty does not care whether he kills the middle-aged man or the old man first, so as soon as he arrives at the range of the attack, he immediately shortens his body, supports the ground with both hands and does a forward roll, half a week over. His left leg flips up from behind, and smashes hard at Rosa's chest from the top to the bottom. If he is smashed by this, he will lose half of his life if he doesn't die. Rosa faced disdainful backward a small step, just this small step, can see how accurate his control of the attack distance. Fat man, this thunderous kick, grazed Rosa's chest fell, not only did not hit Rosa, and even the tuxedo chest on the body of Rosa did not even graze. Just when Rosa wanted to take advantage of the fat man's footfall, the old force is gone, the new force has not yet been born to launch an attack. Suddenly a dangerous feeling came, the foot that stepped forward violently stopped, and the whole person's body was like a wooden stake leaning backward at the same time. When Rosa fell down, The right foot that the fat man just seemed to have no effect and was only used to keep his body balanced stomped out like lightning. The target was clearly Rosa's belly. Rosa this one down, but has temporarily dissolved the crisis. Otherwise, Rosa, if according to just planned to step forward, just fell into the fat man's right foot attack range. This foot, and before the downward slamming of the foot compared to both the power and the speed have been too much, if by this kick, even if it is an Iron Man will be kicked to be rotten. Rosa fell to the ground with a loud thud, his forehead slightly seeing cold sweat overflowing, obviously frightened by these two kicks from the fat man. But if Rosa thought he was out of danger, it was too soon. Fatty feet smashed empty kick empty, according to theory is just the new force is not born of the gap moment. The next fat man should readjust the balance of the body, and then again launch the attack, this adjustment time at least in 3 or 4 seconds or so. It is the other side of the attack of a good opportunity. But at the same time when Fatty kicked out his right foot, his left foot had already landed on the ground, and the left leg of the left foot, which should have lost its force and needed to readjust its balance and build up its force, had become the supporting leg, and before his right foot landed, Fatty had already used both hands to forcefully support the ground, and the whole person bounced up from the ground as if he were a spring, and as if he was using the two-ended rolling stakes. He smashed down heavily. Rosa's pupils shrunk violently, watching the fat man's huge body like a hammer to his own, but it just so happens that this moment is just the key point of his old force just gone. New force has not yet been born. Want to dodge all, do not have enough strength and balance to regulate, can only watch the crisis come. Just when Rosa thought he was going to be unlucky, the fat man unexpectedly rolled over and flipped from his body, and 2 flashes of black light flashed and brushed against the fat man's body. This was just the beginning. The fat man did not stop after dodging away, but kept supporting the ground with both hands, and his feet kept pointing at the ground, just like a gymnast. His body did not land on the ground, and with his limbs alone, he kept rolling on the ground, and a path of black light flew past his body. After 5 consecutive times, the aurora never appeared again, and Rosa stood up. The old man named Boca stood not far away, his hands drooping on both sides of his body, standing steadily, his eyes glancing at the fat man with an expressionless face, as if nothing could move him. But Fatty knew that this old family queen was definitely a tough one. Just now that 2 groups of black light was released by this old guy, the timing was just right. The first group was exactly the key moment when he was about to attack Rosa, and all his attention was on Rosa. This time human's attention is the most concentrated, and at the same time, it is also one of the key points most likely to be attacked by other enemies. If it wasn't for the fact that Fatty often had to face packs of wolves and wild boars when he was on the Golden Phoenix Mountain, and had already practiced the ability to see and hear the world, I'm afraid that Boca's strike, when he seized the key point, could have killed Fatty. However, the other party had obviously underestimated Fatty's agility, and the several rays of black light behind him were narrowly dodged by Fatty, even though they were incredibly fast. The first round between the 2 sides was kind of a bare draw. Fark, you old man is too no gentleman, too no chivalry, even engage in sneak attack. Is your mother gave birth to you after you do not care about you? Even a little bit of basic morality are not so despicable and shameless. Nasty. I see that you must be a lack of love from childhood, grow up lack of calcium. The fat man scolded loudly. Boca still had that expressionless look on his face, completely indifferent to Fatty's scolding accent, as if Fatty was scolding a bystander, not him at all. Instead, the middle-aged Rosa was furious. This does not blame Rosa, in fact, to say sneak attack, that is also the fat man first hands, how also not the turn of the fat man to say others, but the fat man favor a look of innocence. To the Boca is a scolding, and scolding to scold surprisingly no repetition, which led as a subordinate Rosa how to be able to tolerate. Rosa roared, his hands formed claws and rushed up, grabbing the fat man fiercely. Then the moonlight that appeared and disappeared. Fatty could clearly see in Rosa's fingernails not only have 5 or 6 centimeters long, nails are specially repaired into a sharp type, with a blue light on it, at a glance is coated with a poison. Although Rosa's attack was vicious and extremely fast, his and Fatty's strength was obviously not on the same level. Fatty was only using backing up or moving from side to dodge, his mouth still spewing out an insidious and incomparable Cursing accent, his target didn't change at all, and was still resting on Boca's body. Rosa became more and more furious, faster and faster, with more and more power. In order to match the increase in power and speed, Rosa's movements became bigger and bigger without him realizing it, and the wide open movements naturally revealed the open door. Idiot. The fat man's voice suddenly trailed off and he spat out 2 words. Rosa felt bad at once. And the fat man, just after spitting out the word idiot, the body violently stopped dodging, with extremely fast speed to meet Rosa's attack, the right hand into a palm, only to hear the 2 sounds of snapping sound one after another. Rosa felt both hands back of the hand of pain, grasping at the fat man's 2 claws were suddenly fanned out of the 8-mile land far. Simply cannot pose any threat to the fat man. That's not all, because the action of grabbing was from left to right and from right to left, so after Fatty slapped out these 2 slaps, Rosa's arms happened to make a cross in front of his chest. Fatty's right hand just at this critical moment probed out for the 3rd time, but it was not slapping at Rosa, but a hand grabbed the cross point of Rosa's arms. Rosa was shocked and wanted to back away to break free, but found that the fat man's right hand was like an iron clamp, firmly imprisoned his arms. He just struggled for a moment, he felt his arms numb, his body was unharmed, only how his arms could not make half a bit of strength. Go to hell. The fat man's gaze was fixed on Boca's body, but the words were addressed to Rosa. Rosa watched in surprise as the fat man's left hand very stealthily wiped at his chest. At the same time the fat man's chubby body tilted violently, closing the distance between the 2 of them, and then a black shadow attacked with a ghostly sound. Rosa looked at this black shadow in surprise. His whole body was as dumb as a chicken, completely without any movement, as if his essence was all sucked out by this black shadow. This black shadow cut through the sky like lightning and ruthlessly stabbed into Rosa's brow. Rosa only felt a sharp pain coming from his body, and all the physical strength, all the power, all the energy in his body, as if it was attracted to the black hole, madly surged out from the center of his eyebrows. If there were outsiders present, they would be surprised to see that Rosa's small body, although not strong enough, but still a bit of meat, dried up at a very fast speed. Just a few seconds, only skin and bones remained. Even if he was not dead, he could still compete with mummies for a bit of stature. What's a bonehead? This is a bonehead. Chapter 137. The old man Boca seemed to have just been scolded by the fat man, and didn't have any reaction until Rosa fell to the ground, not to mention making a decisive move as he did just now. After Rosa's death, Boca's face still had that look of immortality on it, as if what had died was nothing more than an ant that had nothing to do with him. The fat man wiped his left hand and put the short sword into its sheath, and everything was back to normal except for an extra mummy-like corpse in front of him. Snap. Applause erupted as Boca, standing at a distance, nodded approvingly and smiled at the fat man, clapping his hands gently on his chest in a way that felt very eerie. You're sick. Fatty couldn't help but open his mouth to curse. If you don't grieve for your companion's murder, but applaud for your enemy, what kind of infernalism is that? Boca was still clapping his hands as if he hadn't heard the fat man, still smiling and nodding. Just when Fatty still wanted to curse, suddenly a creepy feeling appeared. Fatty's pupils contracted violently, and his body was like a ghost with a string of residual shadows rushing towards the side. With a soft sound of poof, Rosa's body burst open violently. The dried-up skin was like a blown-up balloon, pieces of skin fluttered like sharp blades, while the bones in Rosa's body broke into countless pieces, like chopsticks that had been broken, with 2 sharp ends that shot out in all directions like small daggers. Dense chunks of shredded skin and bones that had cracked countless times faster passed through the fat man's body. Huh, came Boca's surprised voice. That's a good move. All what's its name? The fat man asked appreciatively as his form stopped and slowly walked towards Boca. No wonder Boca issued a surprised voice. This move is a human weapon, although not a human compulsion, but the victory in the launch of no warning. Not only the coverage is oversized, the lethality is even more amazing. The degree of density is needless to say, but 100 tries of a move, but by the fat man easily dodged the past, not to mention the hit the fat man. And even the fat man that the body of the incongruity of the leisure suit did not cut through a mouth. Instead of answering the fat man, Boca changed his clapping to moving, his hands making a quick black line across his chest. The fat man didn't move, just stared fixedly at Boka's movements, putting the black lines together in his mind. The fights between sorcerers are nothing more than the four ways of sorcery: compulsion, sorcery formations, and physical combat. Sorcery words must be released in the body. After all, external release of sorcery consumes too much sorcery. If there is not a hit, it is tantamount to losing the first strike, consuming sorcery for nothing, giving the other side a big gift. If the parasites, Fatty is not afraid. He does not think that there are any native parasites in this world that can be more powerful than the caracal, and there will always be no caracal appearing in foreign countries. As for the parasites and parasitic beasts other than the caracal, Fatty is not afraid at all. Witch formation words: there is no arrangement of witch formation materials. Is it with witchcraft out of thin air arranged out of witch formation? Not this possibility is not no. It is said to have reached the cultivation realm of peeping into the three worlds. It is still possible, but in front of the eyes of this Boka, obviously has not yet reached such a high level of the realm. As for physical combat, with such a long distance, it would take time to rush up, not to mention that Fatty didn't fear anyone at all in physical combat. But soon Fatty strangely realized that he had never seen a pattern made up of dawning black lines. Fatty was at least considered to have read all kinds of ancient books, sorcery patterns, witch formation patterns, and so on. Basically there was nothing he hadn't seen before, but the pattern composed of black lines drawn by Boka right now even gave him an extremely unfamiliar feeling. With the end of Boka's last action, a kind of rustling sound rang out. This kind of sound was very familiar to Fatty, back then when he was on the Golden Phoenix Mountain. In order to catch a black widow spider emperor, he had once entered into a cave with hundreds of thousands of black widows, and this kind of sound was the sound that was made by the extremely amazing number of insects crawling on the ground. Using a poisonous insect, you don't have a broken head, do you? Fatty snorted disdainfully and unleashed the blazing flame formation. Once again the temperature in the extreme witch array jumped up, but the fat man was dumbfounded by what happened. Obviously in the blaze array and the poisonous insects, not at all, as just a spontaneous combustion from the body, one by one, as if playing chicken blood ate stimulants. As if not afraid to die, rushed up. The blaze array of these poisonous insects is completely useless. How is this possible? Fatty exclaimed in surprise, once again increasing the output of his sorcery power, raising the temperature in the blazing flame formation by 2 times again. The facts proved Fatty's surprise. The blazing flame array was completely useless against these poisonous insects. This was simply impossible. There was no longer any need to try again. It would only be a waste of the witch power in his body. The fat man felt that he had seen a ghost this day. Before he used the vital compulsion of the golden silkworm to order the poisonous insects, but to no avail, and now on the poisonous insects killing the most powerful blazing flames array actually failed. This is what reason is it that these poisonous insects are all in front of the old man's vital compulsion is not absolutely impossible. After all, this life compulsion is not to eat ordinary food to maintain their own energy consumption, but need to absorb the master's body of blood. The number of less words, okay, the number of slightly more, as the master is likely to be the life compulsion sucked to the face of the yellow muscle. If the number of more, without the enemy, alone a large number of this life compulsion will be enough to kill the master. Something that surpassed Fatty's perception caused Fatty to freeze for a moment, but Fatty quickly snapped out of it and rushed up regardless, and at least several poisonous insects were stomped into meat paste with a single kick. Fatty is not afraid of the poisonous insects. The toxicity is not enough for Fatty to stuff his teeth with it, but the problem is that the number of these poisonous insects is too much. One by one, bite up. Poison can't kill, but can hurt people. So Fatty decided to do a tackle. Things beyond his cognizance were caused by this old guy Boka. As long as he was taken out, all those unbelievable things would come to nothing. Fatty's speed was extremely fast, but Boka's response was even faster, and with just a wave of his hand, countless poisonous insects unexpectedly leapt up and impacted Fatty with their own flesh and blood. The most unbelievable thing was that the speed and strength of these poisonous insects were extremely surprising. The feeling of rushing up was like a water column in a high-pressure water gun, striking the body of Fatty, causing Fatty to have a feeling of suffocation, especially since these poisonous insects were not water, and after hitting Fatty, they immediately grabbed a firm hold of Fatty's body, and stabbed their chelae, fangs, and tail spines into Fatty's body fiercely in just a blink of an eye. Fatty was surrounded by a huge number of poisonous insects in 3 layers. Fatty would not be poisoned to death by the venom of these poisonous insects, but the attacks of these poisonous insects caused Fatty unbearable pain. This was the first time Fatty had encountered this kind of thing, and there was no way to describe the feeling of helplessness at this time in words. Against these poisonous insects is not no method, but the conventional method is useless. If you use fists and feet weapons to get it, it is estimated that these poisonous insects are not dead. Fat people have to be exhausted first, and the use of gold silkworms to attack, get a 10 days and a half a month may not be possible to finish off all the poisonous insects, but by that time, fat people are afraid to have been bitten to death helplessly. Fatty shook his body furiously and retreated backward furiously. While retreating, he used his hands to slap the poisonous insects that were still hanging on his body, and the golden silkworms also flew out to help Fatty get rid of these abominable poisonous insects. Old son of a bitch, have the guts to go on your own, don't let the junkies do it. Fatty shouted angrily. Boca was not angry, and with a smile on his face, like an old cat molesting a mouse, he steadily maneuvered the varmint to continue his charge. Fatty circled around twice. Although he was very fast, he couldn't hold up to so many poisonous insects that this old guy didn't know where he got them from. No matter which direction Fatty circled around, he was bound to be greeted by a tidal wave of poisonous insects. Fatty committed nausea, angry, almost scattered. Not to fight, do not bring so play, do not use the witch array without witchcraft, without physical combat, in favor of using a tide of poisonous insects to consume, so on. Fatty either can only choose to retreat, or will be consumed by these poisonous insects to the living dead. What the hell, are you having the guts to fight me for real with the Fat Master? Fatty jumped and cursed in anger. Boca breezily smiled slightly. Look at this situation, even if you don't use poisonous insects to pile up the fat man to death, you still have to make the fat man die alive. You lack of virtuous smoking son of a bitch, you give the Fat Master to me to wait. Fatty roared, turned around and ran towards the villa. The door of the villa was kicked open by Fatty, and then rushed in with a flourish. Fortunately, in the villa to the Master George couple, down to the servants, were all used by the fat man's sleeping spell. Even if the grenade explosion cannot be heard, otherwise such a big noise, enough to alarm everyone. 2 minutes later, Fatty rushed out from the villa's front door, carrying 2 20-liter capacity plastic buckets full of liquid in his hands, which shook as Fatty ran. After leaving the villa for a dozen meters, Fatty stood still and unscrewed the lids of the 2 plastic buckets, and a pungent smell of gasoline wafted out. Boca, who was too far away, couldn't see the fat man's movements at all, and could only see a blurry silhouette standing in the distance. Fatty lifted the 2 plastic buckets upside down and ran wildly. The gasoline in the plastic buckets poured out. Under normal circumstances, the poisonous insects smelled the gasoline smell has as far as to escape, but now, these poisonous insects still do not stop rushing towards the fat man, completely ignoring the pungent smell of gasoline. The fat man made a big circle, emptied the plastic barrels, turned around and rushed out of the encirclement as fast as he could, returned to the villa, and a few moments later, ran out with 2 more plastic barrels of gasoline. After 3 repeated runs, the fat man ran out with a red wine bottle in his hand, 2 red wine bottles in his pants pocket, and 2 red wine bottles in his shirt pocket. "Grandson, here comes the fat man," the fat man yelled as he rushed toward Boca. Chapter 138. Boca smiled disdainfully as he watched the chubby figure of the fat man come into clearer focus, but in the very next second the smile froze on his face as a pungent odor of gasoline rushed through the air into his nostrils. The wind had just been blowing from behind Boca, so although the smell of gasoline was pervasive, it had been blown away by the wind, and it was only now that the night wind had stopped that the smell of gasoline had spread to where Boca was. Boca instantly turned pale and cursed angrily, "Fark, you fat fucking pig, how dare you disobey the rules of the game?" Rules of the game? Fatty froze for a moment before he realized what Boca meant. Boca was trying to say that Fatty had broken the rules of the fight between wizards, right? "Idiot, there's no game I've ever played without using a plug-in, Fat Master." Fatty arrogantly laughed, clicked his lighter, lit the cloth on the bottle of red wine on fire, and threw the bottle of red wine at Boca. Boca is not an idiot, naturally know how horrible this kind of simple incendiary flask, immediately dodged to the side in a mess. The crowd of vipers suddenly panicked into a mess, quite a bit of panic, but Boca was fast, just escaping less than 5 meters before standing still and repositioning his hands in front of his chest as the vipers that had just fled converged again. Fatty felt a flash of light in his mind, as if there was something that he had vaguely realized, but it was not caught by him. The red wine bottle landed heavily on the place where Boca stood just now, but what made the fat man speechless was that the quality of this red wine bottle was really too good, and of course, it also had something to do with the fact that this piece of land was all dirt ground, not concrete. The red wine bottle actually did not burst, but gurgled and turned around a few times and then extinguished the fire. "Grandma, there's still this kind of thing, I'll let you perish." The fat man was instantly enraged, pulling out another red wine bottle from his pocket, lighting it and throwing it at Boca once again. Boca just took a step forward this time, and that 10,000 bugs of chaos that just happened didn't happen. When Fatty threw away all the red wine bottles in his pockets, something tragic happened. 5 red wine bottles froze, none of them burned. "What else do you have up your sleeve this time?" Boca asked, with a disdainful grin. Fatty hemmed and hawed and said, "There's no need for any methods, because I know how you control these poisonous insects." Boca's face changed, followed by a disdainful shake of the head. He simply did not believe that the fat man could see anything. After all, sorcery is not elementary school math, as long as you know the final answer, but high school math. It is not only necessary to know the answer, but also the process of solving the problem. Fatty's hands quickly traced in front of his chest, while sorcery power surged out of his hands, forming a mysterious pattern in the air. Boca's eyes were rounded, as if he had seen a ghost, because every single one of Fatty's movements was exactly the same as the one he had just made, without a single mistake, a perfect replica of the one he had just made. When Fatty finished his last action, an extremely majestic force spread out like the shockwave of an atomic bomb explosion, covering a wider area than the blazing flame formation that Fatty had already set up. All the venomous insects stayed in place as if they had been casted with a fixation spell. Even the venomous insects that had climbed onto Fatty's body had stopped all their movements and were dumbfounded without knowing what to do. Fatty shouted, waving his hand and pointing. A feeling of being untutored arose out of nowhere, as if by doing what he had just done, the water was ready to flow. The countless poisonous insects violently reversed their direction and rushed towards Boca, who had just controlled them. "Stop!" Boca bellowed angrily as his witch power exploded out and all the venomous insects were held in place. "Kill!" Boca bellowed again, and the gang of vipers that had just mutinied once again rushed towards Fatty on command. The fat man skimmed his lips and made more witch power. Then the group of poisonous insects turned around and pounced on Boca. Shocked and furious, Boca once again increased the output of his witch power as the poisonous insects attacked the fat man. Undaunted, the fat man increased his witch power, and the poisonous insects. The two of them, Boca and Fatty, were engaged in a contest of witch power here, and the poor group of vipers were like headless flies, just rushing towards Fatty and then having to turn back to Boca and then twisting their heads to rush towards Fatty again, completely without a shred of mastery. "Golden silkworm, out!" Fatty shouted, once again increasing the output of witch power. Boca dumbfounded. The golden silkworm itself is the king of all insects, can order all insects. These poisonous insects were originally controlled by his sorcery, and do not fear the golden silkworm. Now the fat man using the same method to control all the poisonous insects. The two sides in the sorcery competition can only be regarded as equal, within a short period of time, as long as the two sides of the sorcery did not consume all the power. The fight can only be stagnant in the field, no one can do anything to each other. But the appearance of the golden silkworm was like adding a lead balloon to one end of the scale, directly breaking the balance. What is the concept of a 10,000 bug reversal? Boca is afraid to cry. In this situation, Boca couldn't even run, but he didn't panic, and his hands once again formed a seal in front of his chest. Fatty's two eyes were glazed over, staring at Boca's every move. This new technique for him was definitely something that could boost his strength. For example, if Fatty encountered a compass master who was about the same strength as himself and also possessed golden silkworms, he could utilize this method to torture to death and exhaust the other party to death in a hard way, while he would definitely not suffer any damage, and no matter whether the other party was using sorcery or sorcery formations, they would all become furnishings and decorations, and abuse the other party to death completely. Bokeh this time is not only the hands have movement, the air is reciting a raw and difficult to understand incantation. When all the movement stops, the last syllable spit out, all the surrounding poisonous insects unexpectedly of flesh, and then all softly fell to the ground, no longer have any reaction. Fatty knew even without doing any probing that all of these poisonous insects were dead, although he was a bit surprised. Fatty smiled instead. Without these poisonous insects, what else could this old man get up to? Bokeh was also exhausted after taking care of the vipers, and his breathing became very ragged, as if someone who hadn't exercised for a long time had just finished running 1,000 meters. Fatty hemmed and hawed and said, "Not much of a skill left, then it's my turn." After the fat man finished, he smiled and walked toward Bokeh, each step a small padded step, meaning he could charge up at any moment. Bokeh's face remained unchanged, and with a forceful wave of his hand towards the fat man, 2 black lights flashed with astonishing speed. The fat man's ass twisted his head and both black lights fell short at the same time. "If that's all you've got, I advise you to hurry up and surrender. Maybe, Fat Master, I'll be merciful and allow you to redeem yourself with monetary possessions." Fatty flirted with the knife. Bokeh's eyes narrowed slightly as he let out a cold snort and swung his hands up quickly. Fatty originally thought that this Bokeh was trying to continue to attack himself with a concealed weapon, but did not think that after Bokeh waved his hand, a whirring fan sound rang out, followed by the rapid movement of a huge dark cloud overhead. Ordinary dark clouds move in the sky and rarely change in height, but this huge dark cloud unexpectedly descended and was strangely fast, and just when Fatty was wondering, this dark cloud suddenly became countless portions, and then frantically pounced on him. Fatty fixed his eyes, suddenly changed his face. "Boy, this is what dark clouds are. This is simply composed of countless bats to cover the sky and the moon bat swarm. Ah." These bats all had a common feature. The head was, needless to say, it was similar to a rat, but the body was the same as that of a pterodactyl from the Jurassic period, and surprisingly there were 2 claws in the curved part of the wings, and 2 claws at the end of the legs as well. These bats were red in color, giving off a strong sense of bloodlust, making one feel chills at the mere sight of them. These bats are particularly large. Ordinary bats, even if they open their wings, is as big as 2 hands, and these bats alone have a body as big as a hand. After opening their wings, it is as big as a small basin. The key is that the number of these big bats is particularly large, and densely packed to look at let a person's scalp numb. This bat is named blood bat, and unlike those bats that feed on mosquitoes and insects, this bat also has the very name of vampire, which exclusively feeds on the blood of animals. In many places in Europe there have been strange things. Some of the livestock in the pasture in a night's time died. Half of the dead, all the dead are all dried up, the body of the blood have been sucked out. Looks like a vampire patronized some. The teeth of this blood bat were extremely sharp with a strong anesthetic. Once bitten by a blood bat, even an elephant would become dumb and motionless for a short period of time, and then the blood bat would pounce on it, stabbing into the target's body with a tube tooth in its mouth that was like a snake's tooth, sucking the blood. Fatty quickly retreated, while these blood bats, as if they had been ordered and recognized Fatty, chased after him without stopping. Fatty took out a fire engine, lit it and threw it on the ground. At once a line of fire quickly spread along the gasoline on the ground. The speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, this open clearing by the villa turned into a sea of fire. Bokeh sneered and kept gesturing, guiding the blood bats to attack the fat man. Blah 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 blah. Stock system occur. Chad heck. Follow machine fights. While running, Fatty pulled out the jade tablet from his pocket and chanted loudly. The space around the entire manor changed with the fat man's recitation of the incantation, and a ghastly wind whistled out of thin air, carrying flames to the sky, and a black gas shot out of thin air from the ground, like a long arrow to the sky. The number of blood bats was indeed large to an exaggerated degree, but it could not hold up to the intensive damage in the witch formation, which was originally prepared by Fatty for the enemy, and now all of them were hardened by these blood bats. Thousands of blood bats were burned to death by a third in just the blink of an eye, and the rest managed to dodge the rushing flames, only to fly into Fatty's newly learned 100 Deadly formation. Fatty was almost killed by the 100 Deadly array last time in the courtyard of that deserted villa. Not to mention these bats, these blind men can only use ultrasound to locate and identify obstacles, and the witch array is simply empty. All things with killing power are made up of yin chi triggered by the power of the witch, and are simply invisible. As a result, the remaining 2/3 of the blood bats just got out of the sea of fire and into the sword forest, and in a moment died 99%, and the rest of the blood bats couldn't hold on for long. Just when Fatty was ready to accept the fruits of victory, a scene that Fatty would never forget appeared in his eyes. Chapter 139, I'll Let You Fly. 2 huge wings appeared out of thin air on the back of Boca, the old foreign sorcerer, making people feel like they were seeing an angel. With the flapping of his wings, Boca's thin body actually slowly left the ground. What do you mean by shocking? This is called shocking. If those believers in God see this, I am afraid that they will already fall on their heads and worship, and then shout "Long live God." However, even if the fat man will not believe in God, the sorcerer believes in is not a foreign god, but the Chinese evil god Qi Yu, so the fat man cannot possibly stand by and watch the results of the hand just flew away, and immediately drew his legs and rushed up. Damn Chinese fat pig, just you wait, the blood demon is about to descend. Not only will you die without a burial place, even your friends around you will accompany you to hell. Boca looked at the fat man, who was catching up, and shouted with a sense of humor. It was estimated that not to mention Boca, even if he was replaced by any other person, after leaving the ground for at least 10 or 20 meters would definitely not worry about the enemy on the ground. After all, the other party didn't have a firearm, and wanting to attack to this height was simply impossible. Even if he attacked, he would have enough time to dodge away. Originally, the fat man ran a dozen meters were ready to give up. After all, he did not have the habit of wearing red on the outside, cannot be transformed into Superman, and even more unlikely to get a couple of eggs paste on the eyes pretending to be Ultraman. But Boca flew on the fly, but also out of words to provoke a little, as if not come to a threatening words on the body uncomfortable like. Friends and family are the most precious treasure of the fat man, but also the fat man's scales. If Boca hooted and hollered and flew away, even if, on the contrary, he also had to say a threatening word, which can be the fat man to the anger. You'll be waiting for me, Fatty. Fatty yelled as he pointed at Boca. Emboldened, Boca stopped in the air and provocatively hooked a finger at the fat man. Fatty looked around. There were only 2 buildings in this manner. One was an ancient castle-type villa, the other was the gazebo that he got when he was refining pills. Other than that, it was all sky-high trees. On the ground around Boca, the tallest tree was 12 or 13 meters high with many branches and leaves, and Boca was just 3 or 4 meters above this big tree. Here comes the fat man, the fat man shouted, rushing toward Boca as fast as he could. Boca is more disdainful smile. In his view, this fat man jump is certainly not jump so high. The only possibility to draw the distance between the 2 sides is to climb the tree. Have seen the fat man climb the tree? That has to be how funny scene. Ah, such a high tree. Wait for that fat man climbed up. I'm afraid that also tired of half dead it. Immediately afterward, Boca was as dumbfounded as if he had been struck by lightning. This tree is indeed very high, indeed very thick. The following 3 or 4 meters or so only bare trunk only, not even a branch and leaf fork. If replaced by any fat man, even if the hands are quite good, Hong Jin bow over, I'm afraid to look and sigh, can climb up the possibility of minimal. But Fatty is not an ordinary person. Initially in the Golden Phoenix Mountain in those years, he is not at all the wolves and wild boar group of rivals, but also always run to provoke people. The result is often chased all over the mountain run. There are times when it is really cannot run. He played the trick to climb the tree, not to mention this big tree. Even 6 or 7 meters are trunks without branches and forks of the tree he can easily go up. Developed to later, the fat man is really bored, just run in the tree, chasing squirrels to grab people's hard-to-pick pine cones, so much so that later even the squirrels hate the fat man. Only to see the fat man with a string of residual shadow came to the lower end of the tree, did not stop at all, not to mention any preparatory action. Feet alternately stomped on the tree trunk, the whole person violently soared 3 or 4 meters, hands clasped the branch with a force, the whole person came to the middle of the tree's lush branches, tightly ran 2 steps, has come to the top of the tree. Fei, Boca shouted in panic, 2 huge wings flapped hard, the whole person once again rose 3 or 4 meters, so that even if the fat man stood at the top of the tree, the distance between the 2 sides is at least 10 meters or so. The distance of 10 meters is simply a mote of the sky. It is not humanly possible to cross. Fatty did not even have the idea of ascending to the canopy of the tree, as if he knew the reaction that Boca would make. His figure flashed and disappeared, the dense branches and leaves hid Fatty's figure, and Boca looked carefully for half a day and froze, but did not find Fatty in any place. Just when Boca thought that Fatty had given up, a silhouette shot out of the dense foliage like an arrow. Who else could it be if not Fatty? Boca was shocked, and he immediately understood how the fat man had done it. This fat man was just hiding in the bushes, apparently picking thick branches that were strong and tough enough, and in a similar direction, then using the branches as a bowstring, and himself as a sharp arrow, to have a human cannon. Although Boca understood, it was too late to try to fly high, but the fat man's speed was getting slower and slower, and I'm afraid that if he wanted to attack him, he was still at least about 2 meters short. Just when Boca thought that the fat man had done something useless, the fat man's waist and abdomen exerted force, and hardened in the air with a stagger that could only be seen on a basketball playing field, while the long knife that had long been in his hand swung out violently under the infusion of sorcery power. A meter-long blade chi appeared out of thin air on the blade of the long knife, reducing the distance between the 2 sides to 0, and ruthlessly chopping down on Boca's left wing. That wasn't all. After the fat man used his slash, he once again slashed twice, thoroughly churning the wings on one side of the Boca before dropping towards the ground with a smile on his face. Boca's remaining wing danced wildly, but unfortunately, there was no such thing as a bird with one wing that could still fly, not even a birdman, so Boca followed the fat man, screaming miserably as he fell. The fat man in the air did not wait, but saw the right time to grab a branch of a large tree closer, such as through the apes and monkeys as fast as jumping in the tree, and finally landed steadily on the ground. And Boca is not so lucky, although there is a wing whirring to save his life, but still cannot change the fate of the fall. The whole person was dropped in a 7 dizzy, a large mouth of blood sprayed out. The face is even more miserable a few points. Fatty quickly wiggled his hands on Boca's limbs, a sound of bones breaking rang out, and Boca screamed miserably, directly fainted from the pain. So little endurance, and still want to come out to mix, Fatty disdainfully said. A foot will be fainted. Boca kicked over a body. He wondered if this Boca is the legendary Birdman, how the wings have it. As soon as Boca's body was turned over, Fatty understood what exactly the wings were. It wasn't any wings at all, but a bunch of large blood bats that were bigger than a face bowl. The 6 blood bats at the innermost end were in groups of 3, biting at Boca's shoulder blades, while the other blood bats were biting the legs of the bats in front of them in a certain order. And hundreds of blood bats were connected to each other to form 2 gigantic wings. Although there was nothing out of the ordinary about the wings, Fatty realized that there was a problem coming. According to reason, if Fatty wants to get 2 wings out to make a show, it is absolutely no problem, as long as the command is issued to the golden silkworms. The golden silkworms will naturally follow Fatty's order to arrange the position of the insects, and eventually form 2 huge wings, and can also move slowly, and at a slightly distant place it looks as if the 2 wings have really grown. The reason why it was possible was because the golden silkworm was the king of all insects and could order all insects to do things. However, the blood bats are not the emperor. There is no emperor. I'm afraid that the blood bats are the most equal animals among all bat species, set out together to forage for food, and return to the roost to rest together, completely in accordance with the laws of nature for the survival of the fittest. Robbing not to eat not to be full is their own bad luck. Do not have to care about the other blood bats, their own tube on their own good. Moreover, Fatty had never heard of the emperor of the 100 beasts who was able to command all the beasts, and the tiger was the king of the 100 beasts, which referred to the fighting power, not the commanding power, and the golden silkworm was not comparable at all. Therefore, to be able to order so many blood bats to form 2 huge wings at the same time, and to be able to flap them neatly, and very regularly, and to be able to make a person of about 100 pounds fly was an extremely incredible thing in itself. However, such a thing happened right in front of Fatty's eyes, so Fatty decided that these giant blood bats should all be Boca's original parasites, because only the original parasites would completely follow their master's orders, and ordinary parasites would not be able to do so neatly at all. But just because the fat man came to such a conclusion, only to feel unbelievable, on his body, raising 3 or 5 instinctive compulsion no problem, raising 10 instinctive compulsion is bad enough, if you raise 100 instinctive compulsion, he is directly to be drained. Fatty do not understand, but this thing does not need to bother his brain. This is not a living person and well arrested and tortured on what problems are solved. Fatty believed that fell in his hands on the secret of not pulling out. These blood bats were also unlucky. Half of them were infused by Fatty's sorcery power into the long knife, and were hardened by the blade to be stirred up, while the remaining half received Boca's order and desperately tried to lift Boca's falling body, but as a result of this flinging, even the blood bats were thrown into a daze. Fatty was absolutely not going to let go of any opportunity to strike his enemies, and directly stomped all the blood bats into mush with 1 foot at a time. Boca and Witchfinder Decay were not the same. If Boca was a Chinese identity, maybe Fatty would still let him off the hook, but he was a foreigner, so there was no wonder Fatty was ruthless. Hundreds of blood bats native compulsion, all died in the hands of the fat man under the feet. It is estimated that when Boca woke up, but also to be alive gas fainted, refining so many native compulsion itself is an extremely good big project, coupled with the native compulsion was extinguished, the compulsion master will also suffer great damage, at least have to recuperate for a long time in order to recover from their injuries. As for back to the peak period, not a year or 2. Do not think about it. Chapter 140, The Origin of the Blood Clan. Boca woke up to find himself in a dimly lit hut with an eerie breeze blowing through, causing him to shiver and barely lift his head to look towards his body. He was so ashamed and annoyed that he nearly fainted again. It turned out that there wasn't even a covering on Boca now, laid out on all fours on a table, the intermittent throbbing pains coming from his limbs seeming to tell him that what had happened earlier hadn't been a dream and that was just the beginning of Boca's nightmare. As he twisted his head to look at his surroundings, the relief on the wall caught his attention and then sucked in a breath of cold air, while tears nearly welled up in his eyes as he took a good look at the substance that made up the relief. This relief is a witch formation diagram, and it is the simplest witch formation diagram. It is believed that hundreds or thousands of years ago a certain witch left China and traveled to a foreign country, and should have brought this basic witch formation here as well. This witch formation belonged to a single witch formation type, with no combinations, no profound meanings, and represented only one meaning, allegiance or death and endless pain, and the name of this witch formation was called the reverse soul formation, also known as the 7 reversed soul-taking formation. The reverse soul formation belonged to one of the oldest sorcerer formations, one of the sorcerer formations used to prevent his subordinates from defecting and turning against the water. Different from the single sorcerer formations that could be remotely commanded such as the soul regeneration formation and body bursting formation, the soul regeneration formation and body bursting formation were active sorcerer formations. As long as the caster felt that his subordinates betrayed them, he could trigger it directly to cause them to die, while the reverse soul formation belonged to the passive type of sorcerer formations. When the reverse soul formation is applied to the body of the enchanted person, the mind of the enchanted person will be mandatorily added to a prohibition. Whenever he has a different heart to the enchanted person, his brain will have a kind of severe pain of being strangled by an iron hoop, and after 2 times, the 3rd time when he has a different heart, he will feel that his brain seems to be inserted into a red-hot iron bar, and by the 5th time of having a different heart, the mind of the enchanted person will produce hallucinations, which will simulate all kinds of horrible scenes, causing the enchanted person to be in a kind of pain that is hard to describe, and this kind of pain won't cause any harm to the body of the enchanted person, but just purely from the mental torment. By the 7th time, it would be more than just a horrifying scene. The enchanted person would be festering all over his body, just like 10,000 ants that are thirsty for flesh, itchy and numb, and that feeling is not just superficial, but an overall unbearable feeling from bone marrow to bones, and from muscles to skin, and usually the enchanted person would keep scratching at his own body, clawing at and rotting his own body's skin and muscles, and ultimately be scratched to death alive. By himself in this extreme agony. The reason that made Boka's heart ache was that this reverse soul formation was actually set up with the corpses of blood bats. These blood bats were huge. Boka was able to recognize these blood bats at a glance, that these blood bats were precisely his own vital parasites. With the vital parasites gone, the parasites also became waste, and now he only felt that he had become a fish and meat, to be slaughtered by others. "Don't you want to kill yourself?" The familiar, yet hated voice of Boka rang in his ears. Even without looking with both eyes, Boka knew that the owner of this voice was that damned Chinese fat man. Boka slowly turned his head and followed the source of the voice, casting his eyes to where it came from, only to see that the fat man he hated to the marrow of his bones was sitting in a chair with a big horse, and beside the fat man was a table, on which all kinds of objects were neatly arranged. Even the tuxedo had been folded up neatly. The fat man had a smile on his face that Boka hated, and was fiddling with a ring that had a black gemstone set on the front, and a circle around it that was all set with large carats of diamonds. If the diamonds weren't glass, they could be sold for more than $100,000 each, and I'm afraid that the diamonds alone would be worth millions of dollars in this ring. Seeing the ring in Fatty's hand, Boka's pupils shrunk violently, and his heart ached with pain. "Don't you want to kill yourself?" the fat man asked with a smile as he turned his gaze from the ring to Boka. Boka's face showed an extremely complicated expression, and it was obvious that his mind was also struggling with this question. "I won't kill myself, and you wouldn't dare to kill me, because I am a blood, the vampire family you mortals talk about, and we bloods are a noble race with the purest blood. If you kill me, your future will be shrouded in the fear of the endless pursuit of the bloods," Boka threatened. "Ah, poof!" Fatty directly spit Boka a face of saliva. "This disdain. Blood, you think you are a bat? I'll learn 2 hands of Chinese sorcery. Think they are noble to say so? I am an authentic sorcerer. Is not it even more noble than your lineage? Also noble it in our Chinese. The nobility has been long gone. Have long been gone, now it's the people who are in charge. Fark, we bloods are not comparable to you Chinese clowns. Our ancestor was a blood demon, who ruled over 1,000 armies back in the day. Beaten like a dog by Genghis Khan. I know, it's all in the history books, don't brag there, it's all written in this book of yours. The common problem of sorcerers is that they are always shabby, and the things that record things are always carried on their bodies, for fear that they will be left in the house and be stolen by someone." Fatty disdainfully patted a thin leather book placed on the table and said, "Impossible, you can't read it, I wrote it in the oldest characters of the bloods." Boka shouted in shock, but disbelief. His already broken voice was even more unpleasant to listen to. Fatty disdainfully skimmed his mouth and said, "The oldest script of the blood clan, please. This is simply the most basic script of a sorcerer. If you write it in English, I wouldn't really be able to read it." Seeing Boka's expression of disbelief, Fatty grabbed the thin book, casually flipped a page, and recited in English, "Absorb the blood of the enemy, and quench the essence blood in itself." Boka was dumbfounded. He really didn't want to believe it was true, but the facts were right in front of him, and he couldn't afford not to believe them. Not only was the history of the blood clan recorded in this thin book, but also the methods of the blood clan, the methods of raising the benthic compulsion, and some of the more important sorcery patterns of the blood clan, which would be an absolute disaster for the blood clan if they were to be circulated. Fatty had already read through the contents of the thin book while Boka was unconscious, and had a general idea of what the so-called bullshit bloods were. In N years ago, a certain should be regarded as the evil way of compulsion master traveled far away from the ocean to the swarm of insects at the time of the United Kingdom, and then by virtue of sorcery and compulsion to own a piece of land, selecting people born with Moorine veins to teach sorcery and compulsion, and according to their own mastery of sorcery as the basis for the expansion and development of this evil way of compulsion to a compassionist. The most important one was the cultivation realm, and the second was the native compulsion. But for sorcerers, the realm of cultivation is the most difficult to improve. 1,000 sorcerers, there can be one to reach the royal repulsion of the realm of cultivation is not bad. To reach the realm of cultivation of peeping into the 3 realms of the people is even more rare. As such, this evil compulsion master turned the direction of improving his strength from to the benthic compulsion. Compass masters can all refine compotes into insta-compasses. Insta-compasses feed on the essence blood in the body of the compounder. The number of insta-compasses a compounder can carry is actually not too strict a requirement. The greater the proportion of yin vein in the heavenly vein that occupies the vein, the greater the number of insta-compasses that can be refined. For example, Fatty's heavenly vein is the 9 yin absolute vein, so the number of insta-compasses that he can refine is unlimited, but ultimately the key to constraining the number of refining instinctive compulsion is not the proportion of yin veins, but the number of one's own essence blood. A drop of essence, 10 drops of blood. This essence refers not to sperm, but essence blood. From 10 drops of blood can only be extracted from a drop of essence blood, which shows that the preciousness of the essence blood. That evil compounder started with the essence blood, and since the amount of his own essence blood was not enough to supply a large number of instinctive parasites, he looked for them from other people's bodies, and as a result, there was the blood clan. The method is very simple. The first choice of target must be the body of a strong man, or a woman with a special physique. Second, the use of sorcery to make the target body of the essence of the blood convergence of the neck of the aorta, because the aorta blood pressure is relatively high, can shorten the time to absorb. Third, after absorbing the essence of the blood of other people, directly through the body of the sorcery for quenching, transformed into their own essence of the blood, stored and supplied to the life of the third is that after absorbing another person's essence blood, it is directly quenched through the body's witch power and transformed into one's own essence blood, which is then stored and supplied to the parasite. Originally, this is only the method of evil parasites to enhance their own strength, but was blackmailed, gradually evolved a so-called blood out, coupled with the messy legend filled to the history of the bullshit blood. There is a complete set of systems. As for what the blood demon is simply bullshit. In the Western legend of the gods, there is no such thing as a blood demon with this base premise. What follows becomes extremely easy to explain. Why are vampires afraid of garlic? Because from garlic can be extracted from the garlic essence component. This kind of thing in the witch battle is specifically used to crack each other's witchery witchcraft with a very low success rate. Utility is very similar to the Taoist catching ghosts used when the woman Inca, black dog blood, black donkey hooves. Under normal circumstances garlic is just a flavoring, but for the bloods, it can upset the balance in their bodies, causing their bodies to extract the essence of blood that is not fully transformed enough, leading to a blood crash and death. Why vampires fear silver? Because silver has stripping properties that will completely block the connection between the absorbed essence blood and their own essence blood, and these so-called bloods will be sucked alive by their own native parasites. As for the blood race has a super long life, this is easier to explain. The more the amount of essence and blood in a person's body, it means that the stronger the person is, the more vigorous the vitality, the faster the metabolism, the more abundant the stamina, the slower the aging speed of the body organs, and the longer the life naturally is. Why vampires cannot be active in the daytime? This can only be said and the character of the compulsion master. The evil compulsion masters generally do not move in the sun. One is to enhance their own sense of mystery, and the other is to avoid the enemy chanting. There is also the last one. The blood race can quickly recover after being hurt, as if it has an immortal body. This is even more bullshit. A gunshot to the head, guaranteed to die, can no longer die, can quickly recover from injuries. That is after reaching the cultivation of the imperial repulsion of all things. Their own witch power has been strong to a certain extent, can repair the wounds in a short period of time. Fatty used this special ability when he healed Ronaldo's leg. To summarize, the blood race, in fact, is a branch of the Chinese sorcerer. On the basis of seniority, Boca has to call Fatty's grandpa. Chapter 141, Torture. Fatty watched as Boca's eyes always flicked from time to time to the ring he was playing with in his hands, and playfully tossing the ring around in both hands. He then saw Boca, as if he were a cat being teased by his master with a ball of thread, move his eyes in time with the ring's movement, even though his head didn't move. Come on, tell me, what material is this ring made of? Fatty stopped teasing and opened his mouth to ask. Boca kept his mouth dead shut. I know, even if you don't say it. This is something you guys use to hide your strength with. I just want to know what it's actually made of. Fatty said. When he saw Boca and Rosa outside the villa, Fatty felt strange, because from the body of these two people, he could only feel a very weak witch power. if this witch power was transformed into a cultivation realm, he had not even reached the cultivation of drawing poison to quench the body, and on the other hand, these two people could order countless venomous insects to launch an attack. This question was not answered until Fatty rummaged through the loot. The problem was in this ring. When Fatty removed this ring from Boka's finger, he immediately felt the huge witch power in Boka's body. Not only was it the royal repulsion of all things cultivation realm, it was even a little higher than Fatty's cultivation. Judging by Fatty's perception, Boka was at the very least at the intermediate level of the imperial repulsion of all things cultivation. This sparring match was honestly really normal for Fatty to win, but if he were to be replaced by a sorcerer with the early stage cultivation of the imperial repulsion of the 10,000 things, he would be guaranteed to die 100 times if he fought 100 times. One was because Fatty himself was a body of 100 poisons, and was simply invulnerable to all poisons. All the toxins of the venomous insects would be useless to him, and would only cause his resistance to the toxins to increase, while definitely not causing any danger to his life. In this way, the other parties most proud of the poisonous insect's attack has become oppose, want to poison Fatty. Even Caracal, this kind of super poisonous monsters cannot, these fat people as a plaything and food poisonous insects, and cannot help Fatty. Secondly, Fatty is not a mere witch doctor. His attainments in compulsion can be comparable to the best compulsion masters, and although his attainments in witch formation are not as good as witch formation masters, he has countless witch formation diagrams in his mind that have been lost, so as long as we give him time to learn some witch formation properly, then even the best witch formation masters may not be as good as him. And in terms of hands, Fatty grew up in the primitive forest of Jinfeng Mountain. His opponents are the beasts in the primitive forest. What leopard, wild wolves, wild boars, and vipers. It can be said that his hands are not fancy, there is no routine, completely from the actual battle practiced out of the body of the skills. Even if it is a war, sorcerer may not be his rival, not to mention compulsion-based blood race. Thirdly, the fat man's heavenly vein for the Ninine absolute vein. Ninine absolute vein brings the fat man extremely strong memory, and the lotus language in the classroom competition is enough to illustrate this point. Boka, good luck not to die in front of the fat man to show compulsion control. This is not like sending the cheap masters. Fatty could use it after seeing it once, just in time to use his spear to attack his shield, breaking Boka's proud compulsion control technique. The body hand Boka cannot. The most powerful compulsion control art was stolen by the fat man. Speed and strength Boka also cannot, so this fight, the fat man won, although not easy. But the result has been predetermined from the beginning, unless the fat man's brain cramp, or else the victory must belong to him. Hurry up, don't make me wait too long. Don't look at me as fat, but I'm an acute person. I don't have much patience. You can either kill yourself and keep this secret forever. Anyway, I know what you look like. I can ask His Highness George to check it out for me. I don't believe that you guys can just keep your hands off of each other in England. Either you hurry up and tell me, so as not to suffer later. Fatty said impatiently. Boka remained tight-lipped and didn't say a word. The fat man got up, walked over to Boka's side, and probed and gently squeezed the joints of Boka's limbs. A sharp pain caused Boka's forehead to immediately overflow with cold sweat, and his entire face became distorted, but he didn't spit out a single word until he passed out from the pain. Grandma, why do I feel like the bad guy torturing the underground party? Fatty rolled his eyes and lifted a bucket of ice water from the side that had already been prepared and poured it over Boka's head in a circle. Stimulated by the icy water, Boka awoke with a violent coughing fit. I'll never tell even if you kill me. Boka roared angrily. Then you kill yourself, Fatty disdained. Did he say that he would not allow Boka to kill himself, a sorcerer? There are countless ways to solve their own lives. There is no need for the enemy to do it, if extreme, not only to die themselves, but also to take out the enemy. For example, blood explosion magic and other sorceries. You can do this. I would never kill myself. Boka growled. So tell me, the fat man said. Even if you beat me to death, I won't tell. Boka growled. Fatty is speechless. Is this guy sick? You're tough, the fat man said, giving Boka a thumbs up, turning around and pulling the short knife from the table and waving it in front of Boka's eyes. The whistling ghastly wind on the short blade, the extreme power caused Boka's face to change greatly. He had witnessed this short blade sucking Rosa into a mummy in an extreme amount of time after stabbing him in the center of the brow. How could he not be afraid? But he was still holding on to it, he just wouldn't say anything. The fat man shook his head helplessly, and with a flick of his wrist, he stabbed the short knife into Boca's thigh, then quickly withdrew it. Boca's breathing became rapid all of a sudden, breathing heavily as if he had just choked in that moment. This short knife is named soul-devouring, that long knife is named soul-breaking. I guess the material should be heavenly meteorite iron, which belongs to the holy relics of the sorcerer's world. It can absorb all the sorcerer's power and essence in your body. Oh, don't hold on to it forcibly, or else you'll only be able to watch your cultivation continue to drop and finally turn into an ordinary person. Fatty very much introduced. The special effect of the short knife is very bull. If the sorcerer's body's witch power is compared to the water in the cup, then the special effect of the short knife is to absorb the water in the cup, and at the same time, the cup will also become smaller. For the sorcerer, this is the reduction of the realm of cultivation. Just now the fat man's knife went down. Don't look at the time is very short, but Boca's cultivation in the royal repulsion of all things at least 1/5 fell down. I said, Boca called out when he saw that the fat man was going to take another stab. Fatty disdainfully skimmed his mouth. This grandson is also too unfaltering. He only stabbed a little and then recanted. I should have known that just now I used it. It can save a lot of saliva. Don't tell lies, oh, or you know the drops. The fat man said as he waved the short knife in front of Boca's eyes. Boca swallowed hard, eyes dead on the short blade, and nodded. Why don't you kill yourself? The fat man asked. Bloods can't commit suicide, or their souls will be introduced to the blood pool and suffer for eternity. Boca immediately replied. Gotta, it goes without saying that this is false, and belongs to one of the ways of mental confinement of superiors to subordinates, so that subordinates dare not resist. What is your cultivation realm? Fatty asked. I've just crossed over the cultivation realm of the unified 10,000 insects, and I belong to the early stage of the unified 10,000 beasts cultivation, Boca replied. The fat man raised his eyebrows and looked at Boca in disbelief. Tell me more. Boca is a smart person, immediately understand that the fat man simply do not understand the details of the imperial repulse cultivation realm. If he had known this, he would have directly said that he was an intermediate level of the imperial repulse cultivation realm, which is good, and so on, 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 and so on. Since he had already opened his mouth, Boca didn't have any more heart shackles, so he simply told Fatty the details in his head. Breaking and standing, drawing poison to quench the body, imperiously repelling all things, peering into the 3 realms, and breaking the cocoon into a butterfly were the 5 major realms of a sorcerer, of which breaking and standing and drawing poison to quench the body only had 3 stages, the early stage, the middle stage, and the late stage, and if one counted the big one, that is, the half-legged step into the next cultivation realm, then it would be 4 stages, and after reaching the realm of imperial repulsion cultivation, it could also be said to be divided into 3 or 4 stages, but with each stage reached, one actually possessed more powerful abilities. Therefore, it can be said that the royal repulsion of all things is the name of the last stage. The first stage is the royal repulsion of 10,000 insects. Through the secret technique, one can control all the poisonous insects in a wide range. The native parasites of other parasites are not in this category, while the poisonous insects that are being controlled will have certain characteristics of the native parasites, only that they do not have a self-thought, and they will not be afraid of the dangers when facing the dangers. That's not right. At the beginning, when I used the blazing flame formation, I could kill all the poisonous insects within the formation. Fatty asked in confusion. Boca helplessly explained, those poisonous insects are controlled by Rosa. He only draws poison to quench the body of the late stage of the cultivation, through the blood clan secret method to force the cultivation of the repulsion of 10,000 insects to the cultivation of the realm, in front of the pseudo control of the poisonous insects with the life of the compulsion of a certain ability, but itself is still an ordinary poisonous insects, so cannot be affected by the golden silkworms, but not to resist the damage of the blazing flame formation. Then why didn't you use secret techniques to forcefully raise your cultivation when you fought against me? Fatty asked, strangely. Boca shook his head and sighed. I also want to, but only the blood race of the broken and rising and drawing poison hardening cultivation realms can use this secret method. After reaching the imperial repulsion of all things cultivation level, if you use this secret method, it will only cause the energy to backfire. Even with the breaking and rebuilding and drawing poison quenching cultivation, forcing the use of secret methods to raise the cultivation realm can only last for about an hour, and the wear and tear on the body is extremely high. If it wasn't for the fact that Rosa wanted to prove his ability in front of me, so that I could put in a good word in front of the other elders to alleviate the punishment for his failure in this mission, by virtue of the ability of the two of us, we wouldn't have lost at all. If Rosa hadn't been the son of my nemesis, the failure of this mission would have been too damaging to the family's reputation, and it would have been less easy for me to plead my case to the other elders, or to watch you kill Rosa. Fatty understood. Dare this old man still carry his own little mind in the sparring match? He deserved to lose. Chapter 142 Black Demon Stone. There is no regret pill to eat in this world. If there is, I'm afraid that Boca scattered his family's wealth to buy one and eat it, either not to come out to carry out this retaliation mission or not to watch Rosa being killed by the fat man during the sparring match. Regretting it fiercely in his head, Boca continued the presentation. The first stage of the Imperial Repulsion is named Imperial Repulsion of 10,000 Insects, and the second stage is named Imperial Repulsion of 10,000 Beasts, which is considered an upgraded version of the Imperial Repulsion of 10,000 Insects, and allows one to control beasts within a certain range for one's own use to launch an attack on the enemy. Boca has only reached the primary stage of the Royal Scourge of the Beasts, and can only control those blood bats that are not native parasites to attack, wait, and leave, but is not able to control the bugs as smoothly as if it were his own arm, or else Fatty would not have been able to handle these blood bats so easily. Fatty nodded his head slightly, although he used the witch formation to easily take care of these blood bats, but that was because the attack route of these blood bats was too singular. If these blood bats' attacks came from all directions, from the top of their heads, and they were able to avoid the range of the witch formation's attack, the one who would be unlucky would be him. The third stage is the royal scouting of all birds. Aren't you able to control blood bats? This doesn't count as the third stage, Fatty asked, strangely. Boca despised the fat man fiercely in his heart before explaining. Bats belong to mammals, not birds. To be precise, bats belong to one of the 10,000 beasts. The fat man was not happy. Just more, fat master, I did not go to school, did not learn these basics. Cannot. Boca's eyes moved frantically along with the short sword wielded in the fat man's hand, cursing in his heart, illiterate line my ass, not even knowing this kind of basics. It's a shame to lose in the hands of this kind of person. Of course, Boca just thought about it in his heart. Under the threat of the short knife in the fat man's hand, he had to be soft and said, okay, of course, I just corrected it, and did not mean anything else. What you say is what you mean. So, would you say bats are beasts or birds? Asked Fatty Special carefully. It's the beast, Boca said hesitantly. It's clearly a bird, it has wings to fly. Isn't it a bird? The fat man said angrily. It's a bird, definitely a bird. Looking at the fat man who was about to stab the short knife over in the next second, Boca hurriedly called out. Bullshit, bats are mammals, how are they birds? The fat man growled. Boca was about to cry at the fat man's repetition, and after thinking about it, he said in a special aggravated manner, I see, if you say a bat is a beast, then it is a beast, and if you say a bat is a bird, then it is a bird. Satisfied and relieved, Fatty nodded and said, that's right. Boca sighed darkly. Well, I'm afraid this is sort of a modern-day finger-pointing. Rather hard for Boca, a modern man of learning and insight, to be forced to speak against his will under the threat of a short knife. However, Fatty thought for a moment, as if he really hadn't heard of a composter's natal compulsion being a bird of prey. Dekai's natal compulsion is the purple sable, considered the fastest of the beasts in terms of speed of action. In the villa, the old witchcraft formation master's natal compulsion is the caracal, which also belongs to the beasts. His own natal compulsion of the golden silkworm, needless to say, belongs to the venomous insects. Fatty's master's natal compulsion is the Unicorned golden scaly python. Suddenly, Fatty froze as he seemed to think of something. The intrinsic compulsion was equipped with human-like thinking ability, with its own unique judgment. For example, when Fatty was resting, if he encountered a danger that he didn't even notice, the golden silkworms would take the initiative to protect him. Durkya's intrinsic compulsion, the purple sable, would actually take the initiative to beg for forgiveness after his master had been threatened, requesting Fatty to give Durkee a way out of this situation in that case. Fatty instantly figured out that he really hadn't heard of anyone's natal compulsion being a flying bird, but he had seen it with his own eyes, Brother Eagle. All along, Fatty thought that Brother Eagle was the master's pet, and the rock bird, a divine bird that was only recorded in legends, was naturally considered by Fatty to be humane and capable of thinking on its own, and now he realized that Brother Eagle was not only a spirit bird, but also one of the master's native parasites, which was under the master's order to protect himself. Fatty finally figured out why ever since he was in danger in the forest and only survived under Feng Yuan's desperate protection, he had never encountered such an extremely dangerous or even life-threatening thing again. The master didn't just stay in the house as a wooden sculpture every day, but he protected himself with the intrinsic compasses of the same mind. The fat man twitched his nose hard, took his own cell phone out of his pocket, and dialed master's number. "Eater, what are you calling me for in the middle of the night?" Master's voice was still so familiar. It's just that this way of addressing him really made Fatty feel the corner of his eye twitch. "Master, how did you know I called?" Fatty asked strangely. After all, he was not the only one who knew Master's phone number. "Because there is caller ID off." Fatty was petrified. These days, even the old wizard used high-tech products, really high-tech, to facilitate life. "Eater, is there something wrong? If not, I have to go back to sleep." Fatty hummed. "Nothing, I just wanted to say thank you for protecting me all these years." The opposite side of the phone fell into silence. It seemed that the old wizard was moved by Fatty's words, so he covered the microphone, not wanting his choked voice to reach Fatty's ears. Fatty couldn't help his eyes from getting wet, but after waiting for 2 or 3 minutes, there was still no sound coming from the opposite side. Fatty was anxious at once. After all, the master is old, even if it is a witch doctor, but witch doctors are not omnipotent. In the face of birth, old age, disease, and death of this natural law, is still very powerless. Such a long time without a movement, how can the fat man is not anxious, not worried about it? Master, Fatty shouted anxiously, why haven't you hung up yet?" Master's voice made Fatty finally drop his heart hanging in his throat back into his stomach. "Master, you just tell the body there is no uncomfortable?" Fatty worriedly asked. "Nothing, just sleepy." Unknowingly fell asleep. Well, there is something to wait for dawn and then call me, or when you return to the Golden Phoenix Mountain and then talk to me. I'm going to sleep, in the middle of the night, but also do not let people rest. The master hung up after that. Fatty forehead emerged black line. He previously felt that his character is born, and now realized that there is an idiom said too fucking right near Zhu Shur Chi nearing Shur black, his own character, simply is the master to bring out awe. Boca had thought that his bad luck had passed. After all, people who are touched have soft hearts, but he did not expect that after hanging up the phone, the fat man wiped a handful of tears from his face and immediately changed his face. "All right. Now you can tell me what material this ring is made of." Fatty turned fierce again and asked viciously, while waving the short knife in his hand. "What kind of person is this?" How to say flip-flop? Boca was about to cry by the fat man's change of face. "The ring is just a plain platinum ring with Namibian square diamonds, each one of top quality, at 10 carats. Boca replied. The fat man tapped the black gem on the front of the ring with his finger and said, "That's what I asked." Boca sighed and said helplessly, "It's called obsidian." "Obsidian? Who are you fooling? Obsidian is the lowest grade black gemstone, made into a bracelet. Stalls to buy $10 a string. Such a big point of the thing. How much can it be worth? I have only heard of the red flower needs green leaves lining. I have not heard of the stall goods with diamonds lining." Fatty said angrily. He felt that Boca was bullying him for not having much insight. "It's black demonite, not obsidian," Boca corrected. "What the heck is a skyrocket?" Fatty asked in disbelief. "You should know that the black demon stone is the essence jade heart of the essence jade heart. Boca said. You're talking about tongue twisters, the fat man said angrily. Boca felt a kind of showman meets soldier, how can not say, can only patiently, detailed explanation to the fat man. The essence jade heart was a heavenly treasure condensed from the essence of jade, and the conditions for generating it were extremely harsh, while the black demon stone was more precious and rarer than the essence jade heart in every aspect, and the conditions for generating it were naturally even harsher. There were two of the most precious types of jade, one was blood jade, one was ink jade, and it was said that there was also a kind of purple jade, only that it had not been seen so far. Whether it is ink jade or blood jade, or the rarer ice type emperor green, when certain conditions are reached, the quintessence jade heart will appear. The quintessence jade heart is golden, and when the quintessence jade heart then after tens of millions of years, or even hundreds of millions of years of natural refining, it will give birth to a more pure quintessence jade heart, which is the black demon stone. The black demon stone belonged to the heavenly Yan thing, which was unknown how many grades higher than the extremely Yan thing like the essence jade heart, and the black demon stone on this ring was utilizing the yin and yang to hide the sorcery power, which was why Fatty couldn't see what Boca's strength was actually like when sorcerers fought each other. If one of them possessed the black demon stone, they could hide their sorcery power, that is, hide their strength so that their opponents could not see through it. If your side is a little stronger, then you can completely crush the enemy. If your side is not as strong as the enemy, you can also take advantage of the enemy's gullibility and steal the chicken, or you can confuse the enemy to escape. After saying that, Boca looked at the fat man, waiting for his verdict, the result, but saw the fat man beautifully set the ring from finger to finger, and finally stuck in the middlemost knuckle of the little thumb. Let the fat man, how to force, how this ring can not go down. What is this broken ring? Ah, who designed how to set not in? Ah, the fat man roared angrily. Boca rolled his eyes, and said darkly, that's for Skinny to wear. Chapter 143, Conquering Boca. Looking at the fat man's fat face reddening with anger, his hand grasping the short knife and waving it more and more frequently, Boca shrunk his neck in fear and said, actually, you can find a jewelry store at random, and get it with the tools used to expand the ring. Fatty glared angrily at Boca and said, you don't have to spend money to find a jewelry store to get it. Boca was speechless. He really cannot figure out whether the fat man is too stingy, or do not know the market. Expand the ring just, even if the world's top jewelry store cannot spend a few dollars, just a hand up. Ah. I've got a couple £1,000 in my wallet, that's enough, take it and consider it my treat, Boca said helplessly. Bullshit. Fatty's eyes glared and said, what do you mean you invited me? Am I the kind of person who is greedy for small favors? Boca felt a little unable to see the fat man, but the fat man's next words made him swallow that feeling back. You are captured by me as my captive. What is yours is mine, what is mine is still mine. This wallet all belonged to me. How do you call you please me? This is my money. You use my money is still called please me. Say, your credit card password is how much? The fat man straightened up and said. It was only then that Boca saw that the cash and credit cards inside his wallet had long been pulled out by the fat man, and he could only cry and laugh as he gave out his password. In the end, the fat man can only helplessly find a rope, the ring as a necklace pendant set on the neck, and at the end of the 2 turns, special satisfaction nod. Boca felt how he was so bitchy. Why bother to open this mouth more? Now it's good, he is kind of clean and slippery, but nothing has changed. Okay, now you can say what family. Rosa said it once before and I didn't remember. The fat man asked as he slipped a wad of pounds into his pocket and casually tossed his empty wallet into the corner as if it were trash, patting his pockets. Boca was tempted to tell the fat man that the wallet was a customized Hermes version, platinum trimmed, logo diamond encrusted, and worth £30,000, but thinking about what had just happened to the ring and his own fate, Boca dutifully chose to skip it. Both Boca and Rosa were the main members of the Adelhout family, and the ranks of the members in the family were arranged in a pyramid-type arrangement according to their strengths, with the head of the family being Prince Hoagie, who possessed the cultivation realm of the great circle of the imperial repulsion of all things. Secondly, there are 3 dukes, Boca is one of them. The strength of the 3 is similar. The highest is just the imperial repulsion of all things in the imperial repulsion of all beasts advanced cultivation. The other duke is Rosa's father, and Boca's cultivation realm is the same. Below that were 9 marquises, 18 counts, 24 viscounts, 36 barons, and many internal members who had no cultivation realm and specialized in raking in money for the family. The Edwards family is not famous, and the United States of America's Rockefeller family, the Morgan family is not comparable, but if the family history, look at the whole of Europe, I'm afraid that there is no family can be comparable to the Edwards family. The history of the United Kingdom in many major events are able to see the shadow of the Edwards family. Prince Duke, all of your family have noble titles? Fatty asked in surprise. Boca nodded. Recognized by the British crown, the fat man was startled. Boca shook his head. Bragging, the fat man said dismissively. Our family has been Emperor of England at one point in history, so, Boca explained. Fatty understood, and the little plan in his heart began to crackle, and a moment later asked, what family you have here should be very rich. It's the Adelhauds, Boca corrected, scowling at the fat man's angry glare and answering, it's not so bad, I guess. Ha ha ha, the fat man laughed, so how much is your what's-his-name family willing to pay if they want to ransom you back? It's the Adelhaud family who don't want to make a move, and are willing to pay a big price to make sure you can be satisfied, Boca corrected again, calling out immediately after the fat man brandished his short sword. Big price, then make yourself a price first. If it's right, I'll let you go. The fat man looked like a crooked businessman. Boca thought for a moment and carefully opened the bidding with £1 million. The fat man waved the short knife in his hand and said, Can £1 million, I now cut off one of your toes to your what's-his-name family to mail back. It is considered that I give your what's-his-name family £1 million. Well. Boca didn't bother to correct the fat man's statement, and hurriedly shouted, I was joking, how can it be £1 million? At least it should be £5 million. The fat man shook his head, you're too insincere, you said I'm ready to let you go, and you're still pussyfooting around with me over these few cents. Boca's forehead rose out of the black line, secretly, this is a matter of a few cents, this is not in the roadside stall to buy cheap clothing, this is a ransom. Name your price. Then Boca had no choice but to disguise himself as a stall owner, except that it was himself he was selling. Do you have a Bugatti Veyron in your what's-his-name family? The fat man asked. Boca gaped. Isn't it too expensive? Fatty asked carefully. Boca was about to cry at the fat man's question, and said with a wailing face, Bugatti Veyron's newest and most expensive super sport model is less than €2 million. Didn't I say 40 or 50 million? The fat man asked in surprise. You're talking about Chinese coins, aren't you? Boca asked. The fat man nodded. €2 million is the factory price, into the Chinese market, then, but also to add tariffs, luxury tax, landing tax, purchase tax price naturally 40 to 50 million, if you want, I can buy a more top super customized version for you, €3 million, and then is responsible for shipping you to China, and do all the formalities. How to? Boca asked carefully. Fatty thought about it, and suddenly felt that it seems that killing this Boca is not a very good way to deal with it. If you can get this what family under your own hands, and you become the invisible boss, wouldn't it be the same as having an old hen that lays golden eggs in the future? If you want to get something foreign, you can do it with a single phone call. Boca, how many people are loyal to you within your what's-his-name family? Fatty asked. What do you mean? Boca didn't correct the fat man, because he already knew very well that the fat man had said that on purpose, and what's more, the fat man's subtext seemed to have something that Boca was after. The Rosa that was killed by me is the son of one of the other 2 elders, right? It is equivalent to say that he was killed by you. If you just go back, the other side will definitely turn on you. At that time, even if the prince above you won't lay hands on you, I'm afraid that the position under your ass won't be able to sit steadily, right? The fat man said. Boca nodded. The family was willing to pay the ransom for him for sure, but as the fat man had said, Rosa's father would never let it go. There would be no problem on the name, but secretly there would definitely be a vicious battle. With his own already weakened strength, he couldn't fight them at all. Let's say I take out the prince above you, and then I get your counterpart killed. Do you become the head of whatever family that is, and become a prince? Fatty asked. Boca nodded, his eyes glowing. Clearly what the fat man had said was exactly what he was after. Then it's a done deal, I'll let you go, but you have to swear allegiance to me. I'll help you get a more powerful insta-compass, and then after a while, when I'm a bit stronger, I'll come over and make you a prince. How about it? Fatty asked. Boca nodded vigorously. Boca Saya, in my capacity as blood demon inheritor too. Your name is Sundawe? Boca asked uncertainly. Fatty nodded. Pledge allegiance to Sundawe and on behalf of the members of the family loyal to me to Sundawe, and if there is any doubt, they will surely suffer the pain of the silver fall of the piercing head, turn into ashes under the sunlight, and their souls will enter the pool of the blood devil and suffer for eternity and eternity. Fatty nodded with satisfaction. His hands quickly made sealing decisions in front of him, unleashing the 7 reversals soul-snatching formation on the wall. Several black yin chi condensed in the witch formation, shooting at Boca's whole body like a searchlight. Boca immediately felt that there seemed to be something extra in his mind. There was no need to ask. It must be the effect of the 7 reversed soul-capturing array, but Boca did not resist. As long as he could become the prince of the family and sit in that position he had dreamed of and peeped at for his whole life. So what if he became a servant of the fat man bowing down to the strong? This was a law of nature. After the formation was completed, Fatty neatly connected all of Boca's arm and leg joints back together, and then threw all of his clothes and pants to Boca. Boca quickly put on his shirt and pants. It was embarrassing to be naked at his age. Fatty thought about it, took off the necklace pendant hanging around his neck and threw it to Boca. Since he was going to act, he naturally had to act the whole thing, or else if he was seen to be broken, wouldn't he be a chicken and egg, and he wouldn't be able to gain anything. Boca did not think that the fat man really returned the ring to himself. After all, this is a symbol of the family's identity and status. Originally Boca thought that it would take a great deal of effort to do so, but did not think that the fat man was so painfully, and was moved to almost tears. This person is cheap. Originally is his own things, now people give him back, but also touched. Then Boca retrieved the wallet that the fat man had left in the corner. The fat man sighed and handed the credit card back to Boca. When it came to shelling out the money, the fat man hesitated, embarrassed. It is not that the fat man is greedy for money, but the fat man is now really too poor. All over the body only a total of 2 coins, or Chinese coins. It is said that a man cannot be a day without power, a day cannot be no money. The fat man does not care about what the status of the reputation, but he does not want to see the things that he likes, but cannot even pull out the money. You can keep the money as a small token of my filial piety. Boca naturally saw why the fat man was in trouble and said fawningly, "Shit, you're so rich, only so little money as filial piety." Fatty was furious. Boca cannot wait to give himself a slap. He is cheap. Do not speak, not just finish it. Chapter 144, False Grade Car God. Walking out of the dimly lit hut, looking at the faintly bright sky, Boca had a feeling of reincarnation. He knew very well that if not for the fat man's change of mind at the last moment, he would have been a dead man by now, and if a man dies, then there is nothing left, even if he leaves behind a beautiful name that is good enough to be recited for 1,000 years, but does that have any half of a penny to do with him? I can help you catch whatever insta-compassion you want. It better be powerful. It's also considered my compensation to you. Fatty and Boca stood side by side, looking at the slowly rising sunrise, faintly asked. Boca hesitated, thought hard for a moment, and asked, carefully, would a bloodthirsty bat do? Fatty was tempted to ask Boca if he couldn't think of any other beasts, besides bats. But on second thought, Fatty couldn't really blame Boca for that. Now that we are in a modernized society, human footprints have spread to every corner of the world, and any of the wild animals that are threatening to human beings are either locked up in zoos or driven into protected areas, and with the exception of a handful of uninhabited areas, it's just about impossible to see aggressive and ferocious beasts in the wild. Vampire bats are beasts that can be found more easily in the wild, with strong aggressiveness, with the advantage of being able to fly, especially for the Edelhout family that Boca is a member of, who has been using the blood bats as their native parasites for thousands of years, a legacy that cannot be replaced by any other beast. So, Fatty understood Boca's choice, just by thinking about it. What is a bloodthirsty bat? Fatty asked in disbelief. Bloodthirsty bats are an extremely rare, but extremely vicious blood-sucking bat, and the largest of the bat populations. Many reports of vampires being seen somewhere taking sheep away are actually the work of bloodthirsty bats. Boca explained simply. No way, can you take the sheep? That would have to be how big? The fat man asked in surprise. The wingspan is probably capable of reaching about 1.5 meters. Fatty was almost scared to death. The wingspan can reach 1.5 meters, able to catch the sheep to fly away. This is still a bat. Was it subjected to nuclear radiation, and the lizard mutated into Godzilla, right? This bloodthirsty bat, although relatively rare in numbers, is found in Spain. Boca continued to gush. Bloodthirsty bats can be said to be the enhanced version of blood bats. Boca, who has blood bats as his native parasites, naturally hopes that his offspring can have bloodthirsty bats, so after much research and spending countless amounts of money, he finally determines that hundreds of bloodthirsty bats live near the small town of Ronald in Spain. However, Boca with his son was soon killed back by the convergence of the feather. The aggressiveness of these bloodthirsty bats is really too strong. It is not the power of Boca alone can handle, in the spirit of their own cannot get also absolutely cannot let the opposite side of the mentality, bloodthirsty bats of the matter was hidden by Boca. Is it far? The fat man asked. It doesn't even take a day to get there by car, and up to 3 days for a round trip. Boca replied. Fatty got excited and called out, then let's go, just so I can drive. Of course, Fatty couldn't just leave. After having breakfast and exhorting George and the 4 ballerinas to stick to their treatments, that's when he borrowed a car from George. The car is a good car, the top configuration of the Lamborghini Cayenne off-road car. The body is modified with titanium alloy, the chassis is thickened, and the glass is replaced with bulletproof. The modification fee alone is enough to buy 2 top Cayenne. In George's words, this car can be driven as a tank, and the safety is absolutely guaranteed. But there was a little problem with who was driving. The relationship between Fatty and Boca is, to put it vulgarly, that of master and servant, and to put it modernly, that of boss and employee, and Boca naturally asked him to drive the car, and although he is old, his spirit is definitely not inferior to that of any young man. But the fat man saw a good car, immediately feel the hand itchy, have to drive their own, never mind recognize the road. The car's navigation system is not oppose master. In any company, there is no such thing as a boss chauffeuring an employee, unless that employee is a superb beauty and that boss has special intentions. Boca used facts as an example, trying to convince Fatty. Master is a good title. Since I'm the master and you're my servant, then you naturally have to listen to me. Good boy, get in the passenger seat. Fatty hemmed and laughed. The feeling of being called master was still great. Of course, if Boca was replaced with a beautiful woman in a maid's outfit, it would feel even better. Boca shook his head helplessly and could only pull open the door and sit in the passenger seat. Fatty sat in the driver's seat and searched for the key jack. Boca, where is this key supposed to be inserted? Asked the fat man. Boca nearly slid out of his chair and underneath. You don't have to insert a key for this one, just take it with you and reach a certain distance to start the car keyless, Boca replied. Fatty nodded, but a moment later, scratched his head and asked, keyless activation, how do you activate it? Boca would like to grab the collar of the leisure suit on the fat man, then spray the fat man with a face of saliva, and then ask, can you drive or not? Of course, this is only depressed Boca. Think about it, but just think about it. He felt that his mind seems to be more of a tightrope in the middle of the spell, is constantly tightening. This kind of pain, although he can tolerate, but endure when the hard to bear, not to mention how painful it is. I'm not ashamed to ask, look at you, you must be secretly slandering me, deserved it. Fatty gloated. For the time being, Boca was kind of wasted, so Fatty had to lower the window and call an estate security guard and ask about it. The start button was right in front of Fatty's eyes, only that although Fatty could speak a mouthful of authentic Cockney English, he happened not to recognize even a single English word, and as a result, he naturally grasped at straws. It's very simple. Why do you think you're suffering? Just tell me directly. Fatty looked at Boca, who was clutching his head in pain, shook his head and sighed, put it in gear and drove on. After a full 20 minutes, Boca only slowed back from the severe pain. Just now he only slightly thought about it, did not think that it could also be considered to be a descent to the master. triggering the effect of the 7 reversed soul capture formation. This can be considered a time. If there are 6 more times, then it will definitely be to die in the most miserable appearance. However, it did keep Boca honest and no longer dared to go belly up to the fat man indiscriminately. I'm actually a pretty good driver, see, I haven't run into any cars after driving for so long, Fatty said proudly. Master, Boca spoke with a lowered brow. You're going the wrong way. Fatty. Boca set up a navigation. The fat man realized, good guy, he froze in the opposite direction of the straight drive for 20 minutes. If you continue to drive forward, may not be headlong into the sea. Adjusting the direction, the fat man turned up the music, pressed hard on the gas, and with a roar, the Cayenne rushed to its destination like a wild beast. Spain's highways don't have toll booths, but instead of highways connecting all parts of the country like in the U.S., it's similar to Huaxia, with highways being particularly accessible in some places, and only rugged trails in others. Boca is considered to have seen what is called Jinfengshan car God. Fat driving simply does not care how the road conditions, as long as the direction is determined. There is a spacious asphalt road as what speed, to the pothole area, or what speed. It's probably still appropriate to describe this Cayenne as windy, but it's just bitter for Boca, who's riding in the car. It is important to know that the driver of the car and the person sitting in the car feel different. Due to the control of the steering wheel, the driver will often have a kind of human vehicle feeling, even if it is a sharp turn, but also be able to well in advance to control the center of gravity of their own body to deflect, so the car does not have much impact on the driver. However, for the person in the car, a sharp turn is likely to stick the whole person to the glass. Boca is now this situation. Whenever the fat man drove a sharp turn, either the whole person affixed to the car window, or the whole person lying on the fat man's thighs, which, if the people who do not know to see, thought that the fat man and the Boca have some kind of unspecified relations especially when the car over the road is more rugged, also not flat enough hours, Boca felt that he lost the balance of his body, lost control of his body, just short of the final weightlessness. When going up his head will hit the roof of the car, when coming down the whole person seems to be shorter, which is up and down, left, right, as if in a roller coaster ride. Boca regretted that he hadn't put his seatbelt on, but on the rough road, even grabbing the near seatbelt became a luxury, let alone putting it on. It was hard to get away from the bumpy road and back onto the asphalt, so Fatty pressed the gas hard to the floor. Huge pushback feeling ran shares. Boca watched the scenery in front of him quickly pass, his face even more white, feet against the base, left hand grasping the seatbelt socket, right hand grasping the handle above the windshield, want to fasten the seatbelt. Unless he is 3 hands. The original 10-hour drive took Fatty less than 6 hours to reach his destination. Destination reached. A beep came from the navigation system. Fatty, this way is in accordance with the cue to drive. In front of just a turn, the fat man is very natural to hit the direction, and then a foot will throttle dead. Heavy Cayenne directly on the road to a drift, actually steadily stopped on the side of the road, the wheels away from the teeth of the road. There is less than 2 centimeters of clearance. What's wrong with it? I'm not the god of the Golden Phoenix Mountain car for nothing, am I? The fat man asked proudly. Boca Raton opened the door and rushed out of the car, coming to 5 on the ground and kissing the ground frantically with his mouth. Finally, we've landed. Fatty. Chapter 145. Taoist Priest Yi Chan. Ronald Town is one of the many small towns in Spain. Is extremely inconspicuous, sparsely populated, the town of 10 rooms, 7 empty. Most of the residents migrated to other towns to live and develop. To go, the town's functional departments, in addition to the post office, other than all deserted, no police, no mayor, and even the cleaning of the roads are the residents to do things themselves. More than 50 years ago, the town of Ronald had also transformed itself into a tourist adventure mecca, welcoming explorers from all over the country for nearly 2 years, and in those 2 years, more people had died than the total number of deaths that had occurred in the town of Ronald in the past 10 years combined. So gradually, Ronald Town no longer have explorers to come. Residents of poultry and livestock and even dogs will inexplicably disappeared, and then turned into babies, and children disappeared, under the fear of the people. the town gradually declined. The townspeople simply hid in their homes and watched the two outsiders curiously through the glass, not in any way repulsed or welcoming, merely curious. After lunch, with the fat man carrying the two knives on his person and Boca's hands empty, the two of them traveled through the town and ahead. As soon as he left the town, Fatty felt that the temperature around him seemed to become chilly all of a sudden, and a putrid smell gradually became clear. The Forest of Doom used to be the famous mecca of exploration in Ronald's town, but ever since explorers came and died in droves and were yelled at by a certain explorer who came back alive as a vampire, a demon, it's been a forbidden place for explorers. Boca said, pointing to a cloud of shadows in front of him. Although it is now noon, but the distance is also 500 or 600 meters ahead is a shadow, hazy as if by the fog. To the general, in the fog, there seems to be a silhouette looming. That one can't be a ghostly shadow, Fatty thought darkly. The last time I brought my canine son here, it was to capture bloodthirsty bats, but when I entered the Forest of Doom, I realized that not only are there bloodthirsty bats here, but there are also even more terrifying kinds of plants and creatures. Boca continued to introduce the situation. After all, the more one understands, the more likely one is to succeed. The destination was getting closer and closer, and the figures in the mist were getting clearer and clearer. How there are still outsiders here. Boca was instantly alerted and made an attack posture, although without the instinctive compulsion, the strength was greatly reduced, but in terms of melee combat, Boca was still very confident in himself. Wait, don't do it. Fatty drank Boca down after getting a good look at the man's clothing. This person was wearing a set of robes, carrying a long red sword on his back. Looking at the material, it should not be metal. His hands were in front of his body, being blocked by his body to see what he was doing, and his long hair was tied up in a bun on the top of his head, which was exactly the most common dress of Chinese Taoist priests. At the man's side sat a large travel bag with a set of clothes, obviously just changed. The man heard a voice behind him and slowly turned his body. Wow, Pseudo-Maiden Chun, these two words immediately popped up in Fatty's mind after seeing this person's face. This wearing a Taoist robe, a young man dressed as a Taoist priest looks to be in his early 20s, his face is handsome to the extent of the outrageous, single eyelid, two slender sword eyebrows, high nose and thin lips. The five senses are extremely clear. It looks like a dummy, on this appearance. It is exactly those so-called idol dramas and the male protagonist of the current standard of appearance. The young man in the Taoist robe visibly froze for a moment after seeing the fat man, and then revealed a smile. It was only then that Fatty saw that the other party was actually grasping a compass in his hand that was 2 or 3 times larger than his palm. My name is Yi Kan, 49th generation disciple of the Maoshan Sense of Heaven sect. Hello fellow Taoist. The young Taoist priest opened his mouth and introduced himself with a very polite attitude. Hello, my name is Sun Dawei, my friends call me Fatty, I'm a witch doctor. Fatty hurriedly introduced himself. My main profession is to divine good and bad fortune for people, selecting yin houses and surveying yang houses, but all the children of Maoshan have the duty to subdue the devil and defend the Tao. Fatty was confused by what he heard. Is this considered an advertisement? Just as Fatty was feeling puzzled, Yi Kan spoke the following. Tai demon, why don't you quickly tie your hands and wait for Master Dao to beat you to death? Yi Chan pointed at Boca, who was standing beside the fat man, and chided. When Fatty and Boca froze in unison, this young Taoist priest named Yi Kan dropped his compass, his body rushed forward, and the red longsword on his back appeared in his hand in a divine manner, so fast that even Fatty, who had extremely strong eyesight, did not see how it was done. A faint layer of greenish-colored light enveloped the long sword, and the surrounding slightly thick fog seemed to be afraid of this greenish-colored light in general, and even quickly flew back towards the side. Misunderstanding. There must be some kind of misunderstanding here, Fatty shouted in a hurry, quickly stepping forward, his hands probing out like lightning, wanting to seize the sword. Yi Chan's figure flashed. His speed was not much slower than Fatty's. The main thing was that his stance was extremely strange. His footsteps were extremely flexible, which even made Fatty's 10 sure moves empty. When Fatty stopped and twisted his head for such a few short seconds, Boca was surprisingly already kicked over on the ground, and the red long sword was already pressed against Boka's throat, with a greenish light gulping, as if it might penetrate Boka's neck in the next second, turning him completely into a dead bat. Dao brother, misunderstanding, he is my newly accepted servant. The fat man shouted anxiously, but his feet were rooted and he didn't dare to move, lest his small movements caused the other party to be alerted and finish off Boka first. Servant Yi Chan stopped all his movements and asked doubtfully, although he is a human body, he is doing things that only beasts can do, this kind of person deserves to die, how could you accept this kind of person as a servant? Fatty breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Yi Chan's judgment of Boka was extremely correct. Beasts, bats are not beasts that can fly, or beasts for short. Dao brother, let's come over and talk, come over and talk. Fatty said in a continuous voice, taking the lead and walking to the side. Yi Chan held his sword in his right hand and counted repeatedly on Boka's body before he turned around and said, there's no need to go, I've already closed off his 5 senses and divine sense, he won't hear anything we say. Closed the 5 senses and consciousness, that is not a vegetable. Fatty was surprised pretty much. Yi Chan nodded. To close the 5 senses of a person's consciousness, so that the person has eyes cannot see, have ears cannot hear, have a nose cannot smell, the fat man is also able to do, but definitely cannot do as Yi Chan so lightly and instantly get it done, although from this point of view cannot say that Yi Chan is better than the fat man, but it is able to illustrate that Yi Chan in a certain aspect of the indeed very strong. In fact, in yesterday he was still my enemy, came to seek revenge, but was caught by me. Originally I also wanted to kill him, but I turned to think, if I can have a spokesman in foreign countries, at least want to buy some things, entry and exit of the guarantor and so on are a bit more convenient, so I used the secret method to control him, and turned him into my servant. Fatty simply explained. Yi Chan nodded. It seemed that he was not the kind of old bull nose with a rigid mind that couldn't eat the past, but a modern person who was able to accept new things. Besides, even if he is a demon doing something worse than a beast, but also has nothing to do with us, not my kind of heart will be different, he is willing to scourge on the scourge to go, and not scourge our Chinese people, get a few foreigners killed. What? Fatty continued. A smile appeared on Yi Chan's face as he nodded his head and said, what Brother Dao said is very true. Fatty finally let go of his heart. I see that there are folds between Dao brother's forehead, it must be that he had many twists and turns of fate when he was small, and his life was not long, but his forehead is very full, obviously he has met a nobleman and brought back the dead. I wonder what Dao brothers your original clan does, Yi Can asked with a smile. I am a member of the Golden Phoenix Mountain Witch sect, my main profession is a witch doctor, and I also practice as a compulsor, magician, and witch formation master. Fatty replied. So it's a person of the witch sect. I heard that a compassionist can control insect beasts, I don't know if it's true or not, Yi Can asked curiously. The guy who was just a Taoist bone and a mortal wind had turned into a curious baby all of a sudden. Of course it's true, my innate compulsion is the golden silkworm. I'll show you my newly learned ability to control an extremely large number of insects. Wow. Are you kidding me? You can make so many bugs line up to look like Asuka's sister and be so lifelike. Small potatoes. Look at this again. I'll go, fat brother, I'm kind of convinced, you even acted out the scene in the computer screen with insects. Haha, why does this male lead look so familiar? Holy shit, it's me. In front of Fatty and Yi Chan, a picture of male and female coitus was formed by tens of thousands of insects. From the face, the female protagonist was naturally the sister of Aoi Aoi, who belonged to all the men in the world. As for the face of the male protagonist, it could be vaguely seen that it was Yi Chan's appearance, being able to control the insects to such a degree. It was naturally extremely marvelous for Yi Chan. Handsome brother Yi, you are from the Taoist sect and I am from the witch sect. In your eyes, we witches should belong to the evil sect, right? The fat man suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Yi Chan's face still had a smile that was so handsome that it made all the little girls let out a scream, but it was devoid of the horny feeling that he had just had. What is the good school? What is the evil school? Always someone said good and evil are not two opposites, but good and evil is so good to judge this year. The Buddhist quiet place of colorless and desire. There are abbot driving a Hummer wrapped in a second wife living in the villa. You say that the Buddhist is positive or evil? We also have a branch of the Taoist sect that specializes in transporting corpses for people and manipulating them, so you're saying this is evil or not? If someone messes with me, I'll use the formation to disgust him too. You say I'm positively evil. As long as the heart is right, do not go to do for the people fish and meat people, do not go to do pit money cheating money to make the good people suffer, make the bad people laugh, that is right, follow the heart of the nature, how can be considered as the evil faction? Fatty couldn't help but applaud and praised, yes, you're right, it's the same as what I thought, why don't we behead a chicken and burn yellow paper, worship the hand and wait for a chance for us to go to the island country, call out both Xiao Tsung and Xiao Zhe, and get high together. Yi Chan was speechless as he looked at the hand-waving Fatty, 3 black lines rising from his forehead. Chapter 146, Bloodthirsty Bats. Handsome Yi. Can you not take the last name? Why do I feel so awkward? Okay, Handsome Yi, I'll call you Handsome from now on, what do you think, Handsome Yi? Yi Chan was once again speechless, he realized that this fat man's logic ability was just too jumpy and completely out of line, so he could only remain silent. Handsome, what are you doing in a foreign country if you don't stay in China? Fatty asked. School. Learn what? The fat man asked, curiously. Natural philosophy. Fatty almost sprayed, a Taoist priest, to learn natural philosophy, or foreign natural philosophy, this is too philosophical, right? The Taoist sect is concerned about one method to pass 100 methods, man-made nature, Taoism is natural. In China we are not very good at mixing with the sense of heaven sect, so I came out to mix a diploma, and in the meantime, I tasted the taste of a big foreign horse, gilded back to the country, at least it is also considered a successful person. Yikan explained. In China is not very good mix, Fatty asked, he a witch doctor are mixed very well, how the heritage is more orthodox, easier to be accepted by ordinary people, but the Taoist priests are not good to mix. The city management is too ferocious, Yi Chan said with deep feeling. What does the Taoist sect have to do with the city administration? Fatty wondered. The main business of the sense of heaven sect is divination and fortune-telling, and it costs a lot of money to substitute for people, so I always need to find a camp to make money, so I went down to the mountains to set up a stall, and then... Okay, Fatty gets it. Wouldn't you get a business license and rent a house? The city police won't care about your regular business. Do business license to what? For the name of divination and fortune-telling? Absolutely not. Information consulting, or Zhou lectures. I learned is the Taoist authentic, not those 3-legged cats 3 knives. Read 2 books, thought they could break through the heaven and earth of the Jiang cheat scant insult the teacher's legacy, Yi Chan said helplessly. Fatty nodded. This is not a dead brain does not know how to turn around, but a kind of faith inheritance problem. Even if the fat man, let him go to the name of Chinese medicine to open a clinic, he will never do it, although the witch doctor also belongs to the traditional Chinese medicine, belongs to the category of Chinese medicine, but the witch doctor is the witch doctor, cannot be confused with the ordinary people in the eyes of the Chinese medicine. Then what are you doing here? If you don't go to school properly, are you here to catch bloodthirsty bats as well? Fatty asked, strangely. What is a bloodthirsty bat? I came here to seek treasure, Yi Chan replied. Treasure hunting? Fatty asked in surprise. Yi Chan nodded and said, a week ago, I have nothing to do in the dormitory, on the projection of the heaven and earth, and found that in the south of my location is actually invisible main gold, the main Qian, but also in shrouded, suppression, as the so-called Qiankuan, dry for the Yang Kuan for the Yin, the dry Kuan entangled and invisible main gold. Obviously there is a treasure here. You look at me again, this compass. Yi Chan will pick up the compass to the fat man to see. Compass, this thing is who can read it anyway. Fat man look is dizzy. Frozen do not know. Yi Chan let him see exactly what is. As if Yi Chan had found a good listener, he crackled with a bunch of sectarian terms, confusing the fat man, and finally summarized, so there must be a huge treasure buried here, and according to the laws of European countries, the treasure belongs to the unclaimed, and can be split in half with the local government if it is found, so that's why I'm here. The fat man nodded his head, seeming to understand, and seeming to understand nothing. I say, handsome, are you going to release my servant first? Fatty pointed at Boca, who was lying on his back on the ground with his hands and feet bent and cocked like a turtle without moving at all. Sorry, I got a little carried away when I talked about kanji. Yi-chan even apologized and walked over to undo the spell on Boka. Boka returned to normal, but there was always a deep fear when he looked at Yi-chan. This can't be blamed on Boka. We should know that Boka's hand, even if it is not as powerful as Fatty's, but at least he can fight with Fatty for a few rounds, but in front of this Chinese who is almost as young as Fatty, but with a thinner figure, he is simply unbeatable. Just a photo, but he was taken down unpredictable. I'm afraid that's what Boka had to say about Yi-chan. Boka, do you have any men over here? In a moment we are going to help Handsome to find the treasure. If we find it, I don't want Handsome to have to take out half of his treasure and give it to others. Find me some men to transport the treasure to Handsome. Fatty said. Many thanks. Yi-chan arched his hand and smiled. Boka was speechless. He just stood on the side of the two have been from the mouth of the Yi-chan came here to understand the purpose of the so-called treasure, but the so-called treasure is still 8 pull not hit. Half of the shadow has not seen it in front of the eyes of the two Chinese young people even think that the treasure has been in the bag, and even began to discuss the transportation of the matter but to say that the treasure, Boka believes that there is a real possibility that there is treasure here. Spain's history of fortune is to pirate, colonize, plunder the bloody process, when the whole of Spain's pirate fleet of no less than 100, and even a lot of pirates are simply the Royal Navy of Spain. These guys crisscrossed the oceans without doing anything wrong, and no one could even put an exact figure on the wealth they plundered. Later on, they turned on each other, shipwrecked, part of the pirates buried at the bottom of the sea, and part of the gold pot, living a common life, and those who plundered the wealth at that time, but also completely disappeared from the eyes of the world. The Forest of Doom was terrifying and mysterious, but the more such a place was, the rarer people would enter it, and it was indeed the best choice for burying treasure. By the way, this is the evil-resisting pill. Swallow it and you won't be harmed by the miasma. Yikan seemed to have thought of something, took out a porcelain bottle from his pocket, poured out 2 green-colored pills, and handed them to Fatty. Fatty only took one and threw it to Boka, then laughed. I'm a body that can't be harmed by 100 poisons, and a mere miasma is of no use to me whatsoever. Yi-chan was instantly envious. In fact, whether it is a treasure hunt or walking in the Jianghu, poison is a topic that cannot be avoided. The process of treasure hunting, the ancients are likely to place a number of organs. Poison is one of the most likely to kill the offender's stuff, and walking in the Jianghu, what the sweatshop and other poisons are even more defensible. If you can be invulnerable to all kinds of poisons, more and more the likelihood of success. The deeper into the forest, the thicker the miasma. Originally the sun was shining at noon, there should be no visual dead zone, but after entering the depths of the forest, it felt that all the surroundings were thick fog. Visibility is only 2 or 3 meters. There were always all kinds of strange sounds in the forest, sounding like ghosts crying and wailing, causing goosebumps to pop out and hairs to stand on end. Yi-chan waved his right hand, and without seeing any movement of taking his sword, the red long sword behind his back appeared in his hand, followed by a snake head as big as a volleyball falling to the ground. Then Yi-chan picked his right hand and the long sword flew up, falling just enough to be inserted back to the place where the sword was stuck behind his back, as if there was an invisible thread pulling it. From Yi-chan's sword to chop the snake, to retrieve the long sword, Yi-chan and Fatty had been talking and laughing, and didn't even bother to care about this dead giant snake, while Boka, who followed behind the 2 men, was getting more and more alarmed, and he always felt that the originally terrifying Forest of Doom seemed to have changed from a tiger to a kitten in front of these 2 Chinese young men. Boka, where are the bloodthirsty bats? Fatty opened his mouth and asked. They had been walking for almost half an hour, yet they hadn't seen anything, and hadn't even encountered any dangers, except for that unlucky viper. Of course, it is not that there is no danger, but Fatty's golden silkworms control all the insects, so that these little guys in front of the road, not to mention the rabbit rats, even if the jackals, wolves, tigers and leopards encountered the wave of insects, can only be the part of the defeat. That giant snake is because of the entanglement in the tree to avoid the wave of insects, but did not escape Yi-chan's long sword. Of course, even if Yi-chan does not do it, Fatty will also be in the danger of killing the giant snake before the danger comes. It's less than 100 meters ahead. Boka replied. Hee hee, 100 meters ahead, Yi-chan stopped his steps, picked up the compass and looked at it, strangely saying, "The compass above indicates that the location of that treasure is also 100 meters ahead." Fatty and Yi-chan glanced at each other and instantly understood. The person who buried the treasure is really bullish, actually buried the treasure in the territory of the bloodthirsty bats, like the Forest of Doom. This kind of place itself is relatively remote, there is no need for any development, and want to spend the smallest cost to enter the place is simply impossible thing. If you open the road with guns, the cost is really too big again. So this place became off the beaten path, and no one would have nothing to do but run here and play for their lives. Go! Fatty and Yi-chan said in unison, running forward with quick steps. There was no warning at all, just the feeling of danger surging up in the hearts of Fatty and Yi-chan at the same time. The two of them leapt to the sides violently and rolled on the ground during their runa blood-red shadow like lightning swept past the position where the two had just stood, but it was Boka who followed behind who was more unlucky, and was actually knocked out by this red lightning, and crashed heavily into a big tree, almost knocking his old bones out of shape. And that was only the beginning. Before the Boka had even landed from the tree, this red lightning bolt struck again, pouncing on the Boka's body with a bite. Boka let out a scream, thrashing and kicking his hands and feet haphazardly, finally driving the terrifying red lightning away. When Fatty and Yi-chan arrived and fixed their eyes on it, they sucked in a breath of cold air. The chest area of the tuxedo on Boka's body had broken open a fist-sized hole. The skin on Boka's chest had been completely bitten through, dripping with blood, if not for the fact that Boka's reaction was fast enough to desperately swing his fists and feet. Maybe his sternum would have been bitten off by now. In addition to the location of Boka's chest, in the area of Boka's two ribs, the shoulder area, a total of 4 locations, all left 4 deep visible blood holes. Blood don't want money. Generally gushed out. Fatty's heart was in awe. It looked like this mission was not going to be easy. Chapter 147, Trapped Demon Spell. Boka is not only seriously injured, from the wound out of the blood color, first red, then became black, and Boka's breathing also became rapid up to be able to find. This bloodthirsty bat attack is with toxicity, and toxicity is not weak. In order to the fat man tasted all the poison to see, in the knowledge of the poison at least ranked on the top 15, throwing a poison expelling pill into Boka's mouth. The witch power in his body surged into Boka's wound, and in just the twinkling of an eye, the bone-deep wound was already restored as good as new. Boka awoke only to feel refreshed and with more energy in his body than before. This is natural. Boka can only be regarded as a branch of the sorcerer's door. Practicing is the evil way of sorcery, coupled with sucking the blood of others in the body of the compulsion. The energy is messy, with the sewage river to the analogy of the river people think it is to look up to him, but the fat man is the sorcerer's door is the authentic. The body of the sorcerer's power is pure and incomparable, just like the top of the water quality of the river in general, although it is the treatment of the Boka's injuries, but it also removes some of the Boka's body of the old energy dirt. It is considered to be a great advantage. He is considered to have gotten a great bargain. Yi-chan watched the whole process of Fatty's treatment of Boka, only to feel incomparably amazed. This miraculous medical skills, simply unimaginable. Even if it is the master doctor in the Taoist sect of those saints, in the restoration of the above, patting the horse is also difficult to half as much as Fatty's means somehow. The bloodthirsty bats didn't appear just now when Fatty was treating Boka. Otherwise, if they attacked at this juncture, Fatty and Yi-chan might not be in danger of losing their lives, but Boka was guaranteed to die. Fatty looked ahead in deep thought. With the speed of the bloodthirsty bat just now, definitely not below the golden silkworm and purple sable, this lightning speed, if he did not have a warning first step to dodge, and then to act when he saw the red shadow, I'm afraid that it is already too late. Such a speed, want to capture, is definitely not an easy thing. It is not allowed to say that you have to use the witch array. Utilizing a witch formation was not a big deal, but Fatty did not know exactly which witch formation he should use to do so. Among the witch formations known to Fatty, there were those with extremely strong killing properties, as well as those with supporting properties, and naturally there were those with extremely strong defenses, but he did not know that there was a kind of witch formations masters that were purely for the purpose of trapping their opponents. After all, people in the witch sect could easily go to extremes in their actions, and practice the truth of shoot first and ask questions later, never mind the others, first discard their own dangers before saying anything else. Therefore, the fat man was in a difficult position. Wanting to kill these bloodthirsty bats was not a difficult task, but now he had come here for the purpose of capturing bloodthirsty bats for Boca, so that Boca could refine the bloodthirsty bats to become an insta-companion, so that it would be easier to seize the throne of the prince, and to seek greater benefits for himself. Dead bloodthirsty bats. No shit. Yeekin was also a person with a delicate heart, seeing Fatty showing a difficult expression, and then associating it with Fatty's extraordinary agility when he had just dodged the blood bat's attack, he immediately knew why Fatty was in a difficult situation. To catch them alive, Yi-chan asked. Fatty nodded his head. He was sort of out of tricks, although he was not afraid of the bloodthirsty bat's poison, but he was also a mortal body, not a brick wall. If he was scratched by the bloodthirsty bat, he probably would not be any stronger than Boca. Leave it to me. Yi-chan laughed. It was Yi-chan's way of being a human being to reach out and pull his friend when he was in trouble. If there's danger, forget it. Fatty said seriously. Small point. Yi-chan laughed. With a wave of his right hand, the red longsword appeared in his hand as divinely as ever. Then Yi-chan's left hand probed into his bosom and took out a few pieces of yellow paper. Qiankuan as a guide, heaven and earth, trapped god-bound soul Tai Shang Lao Jun Tu, urgent as the order to go. Yi-chan hand longsword waved up, a sheet of yellow paper was picked up into the air, and then windless self-burning, in all directions flew over. Half an hour later, Yi-chan took back the long sword, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said with some embarrassment, "It's been a long time since I've used it, I'm a bit rusty, good thing I got it done." Fatty looked around and couldn't feel any fluctuation of aura at all, so he couldn't help but wonder. Brother Dao. Just call me Fatty Law, my friends all call me that, don't say brother and brother, it's too foreign, Fatty said. Oh well, Fatty, come over here and look, this should be the boundary of the territorial range, where that kind of big bats live. Just now we were attacked because we crossed this line, so what you have to do now is to cross this line and lure the big bats over. Yikin said. Fatty carefully looked at the ground. Just now, because he was focusing on hurrying, he didn't pay attention to his feet at all. After all, after living in the forest for so many years, even if there was an obstacle on the ground, it was not possible to trip Fatty. Now that he fixed his eyes on the ground, he understood Yikan's meaning. There is actually a man-made shallow pit on this ground, long extending to both sides. There seems to be silver light fanning in the shallow pit. Fatty bent down and twisted a small handful of soil, and understood at once. This place has been set up a witch formation, just don't know whether this witch formation is for the bloodthirsty bats or for the other creatures that mistakenly enter here. Yikan's side was ready, nodded his head and signaled to Fatty, standing outside the formation. Boca was nervous, patted his feet and stared wide-eyed, but he couldn't even see a silhouette. The miasma in the forest was just too dense. More than 5 meters there would only be grayish-white miasma left. Fatty did not hesitate, immediately stepped over the line and entered into the formation. After entering with both feet, the alarm sign in his mind was born in vain, and his body violently lunged to the diagonal back. Sure enough, exactly the same as what had just happened, a red lightning bolt shot past the spot where the fat man had just stood. Only the process is the same, but the ending is completely different. Last time Boca was caught with a broken chest and almost lost his life, but he didn't even see the red lightning clearly. But now, Boca is in the safest place. The red lightning, however, has been trapped. What trapped the bloodthirsty bat was a seemingly invisible but tangible cage. This cage was 9-sided, giving the impression that it was made of glass, but in the middle of this cage, no matter how desperately the bloodthirsty bat fought, it was unable to escape from the range of the 9-sided cage. Go up and grab it. Yikan stood at the eye of the formation in a relaxed and easy-to-write manner and said aloud. Fatty hemmed and laughed and pounced. Dealing with a free bloodthirsty bat wasn't an easy task, but dealing with a bloodthirsty bat that had lost its freedom and could only flap its wings wasn't much harder than catching a live crab. Seeing the right time to jump up, he stepped on a wing with each of his 2 feet, and then with his fat hand, he pressed the ratty head of the bloodthirsty bat downwards, and like lifting up an old hen, he easily grabbed the bloodthirsty bat that kept struggling. This bloodthirsty bat probably weighed about 30 to 40 pounds, with a wingspan of nearly 2 meters. If you remove the wings to see it, it looked like a big rat that had become a spirit, and although the mouth was not big, there were 2 upper and lower, a total of 4 sharp teeth that were about 5 centimeters long, and the end of the teeth was slightly upwards with a small hook. There were 2 falcon-type sharp claws at the end of each leg, and 2 sharp claws grew in the middle part of the wings, and if the neck was longer, the head was rounder, and the beak was sharper, it would have been a pterodactyl alive and well. After thinking about it, Fatty drew out 2 golden needles and stabbed them into the back of the bloodthirsty bat, then casually threw the bloodthirsty bat to Boca, who was standing at the back. Poor Boca is looking forward to, but suddenly saw a red shadow pouncing on his own, suddenly panicked on the ground to a donkey roll, at least as to avoid the teeth and claws of the bloodthirsty bats. But surprisingly, the bloodthirsty bat didn't take this opportunity to fly away, but instead landed softly on the ground, and by the sound of it, it was as if half a porker had fallen on the ground. After the bloodthirsty bat fell to the ground, although it strongly supported itself and climbed up, its body staggered as if it had drunk too much, completely losing its previous toughness. Boca quickly discovered the 2 golden needles inserted in the back of the bloodthirsty bat, and although he didn't know how the fat man had turned the bloodthirsty bat into this bear, now was obviously not the time to ask questions. Boca bit through his index finger. The blood did not gush out immediately, but after a moment, it slowly squeezed out a drop of slightly black blood as if he was constipated, which was the essence blood in Boca's body. Then, Boca's left hand quickly drew a black line in the air, utilizing sorcery, pulling the essence blood on his finger to slowly float up, stabbing into the forehead of the bloodthirsty bat as if it were an electric jet. The bloodthirsty bat's body, which was struggling hard to get up, violently paused for a moment after Boca's essence blood was shot into his forehead, and gradually, the eyes that looked at Boca changed from ferociousness to softness, and the softness of the eyes continued to change, gradually turning into affection. And Boca slowly stretched out his right hand and probed to the mouth of the bloodthirsty bat. The distance was so close that as long as the bloodthirsty bat's body moved forward a little bit, he could stab the 4 sharp teeth into Boca's hand. But a surprising thing happened. The bloodthirsty bat not only did not go to bite Boca's hand, but instead issued a pampering squeak, while spitting out his tongue, gently licked Boca's hand. Look at this way, where there is still a ferocious bloodthirsty bat's appearance, it is completely in the owner's side of the pampered puppy in general. Boca was about to pull the 2 golden needles off the back of the bloodthirsty bat when he saw another red shadow shoot up. Boca was overjoyed. It seemed that not only was his recovery of strength just around the corner, but he could also utilize the strong strength of the bloodthirsty bats to consolidate his position and enhance his strength. Just now, Fatty was just testing. After familiarizing himself with the attack method of the bloodthirsty bat, he let go of his guts. A bloodthirsty bat was lured. Fatty merely rotated his body for a moment, then without stopping, he rushed back to the formation set up by Yi-chan, stomped the bloodthirsty bat, stabbed it with the golden needles, and then threw the bloodthirsty bat to the location where Boca was located. From the very beginning of one for a minute or two, all the way to the back of a dozen seconds is one, until all of the fat man's golden needles are used up. The fat man is not yet exhausted quite down. Handsome guy, I have to thank you. Fatty patted Yi-chan's arm and thanks. Yi-chan laughed, what a big deal. I'll now clean up these bloodthirsty bats, but also for the process of finding the treasure easier it. The 2 of them, Fatty and Yi-chan, were laughing and joking as they walked backward, but as a result, they saw a sad-faced Boca fuming over the bloodthirsty bats that were piled up in a heap like dead chickens. Too much, Boca cried. Chapter 148, Slaughtering Blood Bats. Boca at the moment really do not know what words should be used to describe their feelings. There are times when happiness comes too fast is also unbearable. For example, if there is a pervert, if one day someone gives him a superb beauty to have a good time, then he will certainly accept the gift with great joy. If a second beautiful woman was given to this pervert would probably be very happy as well. But if one after another, this lecher is given 10 beautiful women, 20 beautiful women, then the lecher won't be happy, and he's afraid he'll have to go on a search to see if he can find that little blue pill. That's the trouble with happiness. Boca is just happy and in pain at the moment. Bloodthirsty bats were definitely the best material for Boca's type of people to use for the benthic compass, but the problem was that the size of this bloodthirsty bat was just too big, and even when the bloodthirsty bats were compared to this type of bloodthirsty bat, it still gave off a kind of huge size disparity between a Chihuahua and a Sumu. The huge size of the body represents the increase in the consumption of the master's essence blood. Boca can raise dozens of blood bats at once, but in the face of this kind of top-level bloodthirsty bats, to be able to raise 10 of them would be to sneer at it. And Fatty just didn't even bother to calculate how many bloodthirsty bats were caught and thrown over by him. Really don't know without looking. A look shocked. Fatty's needle bag has a total of 108 gold and silver needles on it. All of them are used up, and the bloodthirsty bats in front of Boca's face that are not being used are more than 40 in number. Master, what should be done with these bloodthirsty bats? Boca asked cautiously. In fact, if Boca was allowed to decide on his own, he decided that he would pull out his cell phone at the first opportunity to call his son, daughter, son-in-law, anyway, as long as they were people he absolutely trusted, and ask them to change their instinctive compulsion to bloodthirsty bats. After all the bats, bloodthirsty bats were definitely number one, but with Fatty here, that decision naturally couldn't be made by Boca. Kill them all. Fatty said in a chilling voice, drawing out the short knife on his chest and plunging it into the middle of a bloodthirsty bat's head. It took the poor bloodthirsty bat only a few short seconds to turn into a bat's skin. Yi-chan glanced at the short knife in the Fatty's hand in surprise, wanting to say something but trying his best to hold back. Yi-chan was very clear in his heart, he and the fat man are only acquaintances, mutual help is just a hand up, not familiar enough to tell their secrets to the other party's degree. If asked now, it will only make the other party to be wary, then, not to mention as a friend, even the passers-by may not be able to make. Boca corner of the eye twitching, looking at the fat man. A knife one will be left completely no resistance ability of the bloodthirsty bats to finish, only feel heartbroken. This is a bloodthirsty bats. So much bloodthirsty bats, can be their own strength of the men to enhance at least one level, even so by the fat man slaughtered, this is considered a waste of heavenly goods? Fatty struck decisively, and after finishing off these bloodthirsty bats, he retrieved the golden needle and silver needle, before explaining, bloodthirsty bats are indeed a good thing for you guys in Boca, but if you can have bloodthirsty bats, there's no guarantee that other people can have bloodthirsty bats as well, and monopolization is the hard way these days. Boca's mind was slightly more comfortable. Yi-chan suddenly spoke, Fatty, it seems like there is more to your reasoning than just that. Fatty looked at Yi-chan and nodded his head and smiled, bloodthirsty bats are evil to me after all. This kind of monster is really a disaster to ordinary people if it stays in this world too much. Since it's a disaster, it's better to nip them in the bud. Yi-chan nodded appreciatively. In fact, even if Fatty didn't do it, he would have made such a request. Bloodthirsty bats, it was better for such monsters not to stay in the world too much. In fact, the real reason for Fatty to take out these bloodthirsty bats is, God knows that the evil sorcerer who betrayed China and came to the UK, how many vampire families actually got out, in case there are still a lot of vampire families, and then have the bloodthirsty bats as a life compulsion, how many more tough enemies they have to come out. It's better to save for a rainy day, and take out as many as you can. Let's go, we can go treasure hunting, Fatty shouted excitedly. Don't lure out the remaining bloodthirsty bats to finish them off. Before going in, Yi-chan asked hesitantly. They had already seen the power of bloodthirsty bats with their own eyes, and if there were still a large number of bloodthirsty bats ahead, it would definitely be a layer of hindrance to the treasure hunting process. It's not like there's any experience to be gained from luring monsters, so it's better to just kill them all the way through, Fatty laughed. Haha, you also play online games? Yi-chan asked happily, as if he had found a confidant. Fatty nodded his head and named a few online games he had played, not realizing that Yi-chan had also invested a lot of energy in these games. The two immediately found a common topic and chatted happily. Boca looked at the gleeful two Chinese young people, is really very speechless. The key is that he cannot urge these two people a master of his own, a body strong to his completely no resistance ability of the strong, that is, the legend of the master. He can only be a legend of the grandson. Therefore, although Boca was bored, he could only obediently stand on the side as a background, well, at least as a background, not to worry about his own life. The two people chatted for half an hour, and finally stopped. but only temporarily stopped. The two have made an appointment, until the end of the treasure hunt, to leave here. We must find a cyber cafe to have a good sparring session, then see whether it is the mouth out of the powerful, or the operation of the more powerful. You guys follow, I'll open the way in front, pay attention to your safety. Fatty shouted, his right hand explored, although it was not as dashing as the way Yikan took his sword, but it was still very handsome, except that matched with his size. The word handsome was really a bit inappropriate to use on his body. I am afraid no one can give a correct answer as to how many bloodthirsty bats there are. However, as long as you think about a normal nest of bats have thousands of scale, it is not difficult to guess. Bloodthirsty bats, even if the number of bats is less than the number of ordinary bats, I am afraid that the number of bats is also less limited. Stepping into the huge witch formation, the poisonous gray-white miasma seems to be much lighter. At least the field of vision is much wider, visibility is instantly raised, and the more you go inside, the higher the visibility. Now even do not need Yi-chan to use compass to point out the way, as long as along the miasma color fading direction to go, surely able to arrive at the treasure spot. Red lightning attacked. Fatty took a step across beforehand, his speed remained unchanged, his left hand short knife was held backwards at his side. This first incoming red lightning was like a rash person crashing into it by himself. Without waiting for the power to be released, the short knife had already stabbed into the head of the bloodthirsty bat at a much faster speed. Although the time was very short, only about a second, the bloodthirsty bat's head had completely dried up and was too dead to die. If it had been a little longer, then this bloodthirsty bat would have ended up the same as the bloodthirsty bats outside of the formation, and would have been able to merely have a bat's skin left. A single bloodthirsty bat was naturally unable to stop Fatty, and a new bloodthirsty bat immediately attacked, only it wasn't just one, but a swarm. Fatty's agility level was violently upgraded by a notch, his chubby body with a string of residual shadows flipping and prancing in the forest. In his hands, the long knife hacked and slashed, the short knife stabbed and stabbed. Every time he swung the knife, there would always be an unlucky bloodthirsty bat killed on the spot. Yi-chan looked at the action of the fat man, was shocked by the light. Really cannot find what words can describe a movement agile to the outrageous fat man, thought for half a day. Yi-chan held out a sentence, you open hung ah. This witch formation was obviously a territorial area set against the bloodthirsty bats, and the closer to the center, the more frantic the bloodthirsty bats' attacks became. The order of the bloodthirsty bat's attack is also in accordance with this distance. Now among the three people, the closest one to the center is Fatty, sending a bloodthirsty bat's attack focuses on Fatty's body, and for Yi-chan and Boka, who are not far behind Fatty, they don't really pay attention to it. Boka is a composter, this is not known for its speed, of course. He can also make the newly received instinctive compulsion into two big wings to fly a little bit, but in this place, flying and looking for death is no difference. It is better to use two legs safer. Yi-chan's speed was reflected in short distances. Long distance running was simply no match for Fatty. Therefore, the fact that the bloodthirsty bats did not attack the two men allowed the two men to barely keep up with Fatty's pace, and it also allowed the two men to keep Fatty's perverted and strong stance in the back of their minds. There was no need to question the power of these bloodthirsty bats. Their lightning speed was their greatest advantage, and their sharp teeth and claws ensured that the vast majority of defense equipment was a virtual nullity in front of them. But Fatty had just memorized the bloodthirsty bat's attack methods and paths of attack in his mind when luring the monsters, and with familiarity, the bloodthirsty bat's speed had directly turned into a life-saving talisman for them. There was a scare. The fat man led the way to a dark hole. This hole is in the center of the Forest of Doom by a pond of a considerable size. From the outside of the hole can clearly see the swirling light of the water inside. This is bad, it's going down, Fatty giggled. Since childhood living in the primitive forest, whether it is in the forest shuttle or climbing trees, Fatty to say that he is the second in the world, I'm afraid that not many people dare to say that they are the first in the world. After all, the monkeys and squirrels are all chased by Fatty ran all over the mountain. Not to mention the people, but there is no place to swim in the primitive forest, so the fat man is simply a dry duck. Cannot swim, diving is not a problem. Hold your breath. How to hold on for 2 or 3 minutes, but the problem is here, if the entire tunnel is submerged in the water, then it is not 2 or 3 minutes to solve the problem. Therefore, the fat man hesitated, worried, and was afraid. Chapter 149 Weird Cave Entrance. Although Fatty didn't know how he should go about it, the movements of his hands didn't stop, and a single bloodthirsty bat died under his blade without even touching the corner of his coat. Crap, I didn't even prepare diving gear when I came here, or I'll go back and get 2 sets first, Boca shouted with a headache after seeing the water glistening in the cave entrance. This kind of waterway has nothing to do with being able to swim or not anymore. Yi-chan looked at the surroundings and said strangely, this won't be a treasure hiding place. Why, said the fat man, without saying it, he also knows that the treasure is at the end of the waterway. The terrain here is a typical phoenix leaving the nest. Look at the hill over there. Does it look like a bird's nest? Then look at the woods over there. From the height, does it look like it is a bird? You guys look again, Yi-chan said as he pointed at the surrounding terrain. Fatty just listened to 2 sentences on the dizzy. This what with what? He froze, did not see. Yi-chan said the place exactly like what? Anyway, all directions and locations look similar. Boca looked carefully at the direction Yi-chan was pointing and nodded, it does look like it. Fatty wanted to kick Boca down the water hole, because Boca's answering words counted against Fatty's lack of vision. Volcano, hurry up and say the conclusion. Okay, your set of things is a heavenly book for witch doctors. Fatty called out with a bitter face. Yi-chan laughed embarrassedly, sorry, occupational disease. The conclusion is that there is absolutely no way that this is a treasure cache. Fatty rolled his eyes, there didn't seem to be much difference between that and not saying it. Yi-chan explained, the place where the phoenix leaves the nest is a place of great evil, yet a place of great good fortune. A contradiction, the fat man called out. No contradiction, Yi-chan laughed. Phoenix away from the nest, as the name suggests, is the phoenix left the nest. Although the phoenix is auspicious beasts, but it is also a vicious beast. The world only knows that the phoenix appeared to be beautiful and fantastic, but forgot that the phoenix itself is a fire bird. The fire bird left the nest, that is to burn the world. The living souls are in abundance, not an inch of grass, which is the phoenix left the nest will happen after the thing. Therefore, the phoenix leaving the nest. And the fierce tiger going down the mountain, the water dragon entering the sea, and the Insha arching well and other terrains belong to the murderous land, that is, the dead land and the extinct land. Jedi can only be formed naturally, absolutely not human can be arranged out. The sea change that is not 1,000 years can appear, so, do not worry about the ancients will be buried in the treasure here when it is other terrain, and later because of the geological evolution and become now this terrain with this premise in place. It meant that even if the other party had come here at that time, they definitely wouldn't have buried the treasure here. Of course, the other party might also have been assisted by a high-ranking person who specially chose this place to lure people with a prying heart for the treasure over and stay here, in which case the treasure would naturally be safe and sound. Get to the point. Fatty shouted impatiently. The corpses of the bloodthirsty bats around him were about to pile up a small mountain, but the bloodthirsty bats still showed no signs of extinction and were still fearlessly charging up. The conclusion is that this place is nothing but a blindfold imposed by the ancients to lure all the treasure hunters here to finish them off, and the terrain of the phoenix leaving the nest is a great good fortune amidst a great evil. So just hypothesize what kind of chances the phoenix will have after leaving the nest. Yi-chan laughed. Fatty's brain turned quickly and quickly understood what Yi-chan meant. On the contrary, Boca, who knew too little about Chinese culture, listened in a daze and had no idea what Yi-chan meant by that. The phoenix left the nest, which means that the phoenix is safe in its nest. Not only is it safe, but if we are lucky, there might even be a phoenix egg, and the phoenix egg is the treasure we are looking for. Fatty said. Bingo, congratulations on your correct answer, but unfortunately there are no extra points. Yi-chan laughed. Then what are we waiting for? The fat man said sharply. Wait until you kill all the bloodthirsty bats. Yi-chan said. Holy shit, could it be that I was born to be a hard laborer's life? These things, even if we kill all of them, what can we do? We just need to get out of the range where they live. Won't we not be attacked by them? Fatty asked with a wailing face. According to encyclopedic knowledge, bats are supposed to congregate in damp and dark caves. There aren't any caves here, Yi-chan said. Yikan just opened his mouth. Fatty reacted, "That's right, animals have habits, this habit is the nature of life, and will not change because of the increase in living conditions. Take people for example, the ancient apes knew to live in caves, because caves can block the wind and rain, and can block the siege of monsters. Modern people, even if the technology is more advanced, it is only a change in the level of comfort of life, even if they are camping in the wilderness, but also bring a tent, this is the nature of the nature." So, the fact that these bloodthirsty bats stayed in the middle of the woods instead of finding a dark and damp cave to stay honestly was a problem in itself. If my guess is correct, this place should also be considered a treasure hiding place, but what's hidden isn't gold, silver, or jewelry, but an extremely mean object. After all, only extremely mean objects can be attractive to bloodthirsty bats. Yikan summarized. Success, volcano, let's both switch positions, you kill these bloodthirsty bats, and I'll set up the witch formation. Fatty called out. Yikan wasn't displeased by the fat man calling the volcano, the nickname thing to be said from a friend's mouth, it would represent the closeness of the relationship, not an insult. The two of them exchanged positions, and all of a sudden, the bloodthirsty bats all attacked Yi-chan, and looking at Yi-chan, although his movements were not as ferocious as Fatty's, he had a rhythm that was hard to describe in words, as if he was dancing, but his efficiency was definitely not half a point lower than Fatty. The red long sword in Yi-chan's hand was enveloped by the green light, laying down layers of sword net around him. No matter how fast the bloodthirsty bats were, they couldn't get close to the distance of 1 meter around him, and every time they reached this distance, the bloodthirsty bats stopped as if they were weightless, and then they obediently waited for the red long sword to take away their lives. Fatty practiced being prepared. This time he came out with not only enough food, but also a lot of materials used to set up the witch formation in order to help Boca capture the bloodthirsty bats, except that he didn't expect the bloodthirsty bats to be so fast that the witch formation wasn't of any use at all. Before a 10,000 deadly array was quickly set up, and after Fatty greeted him, Yi-chan made a big circle, avoiding the witch formation set up by Fatty, and retreated to the back. This made Fatty the one at the top again. When Fatty unleashed the 10,000 deadly formation, the bloodthirsty bats that entered the witch formation were like idiots sent to the door to be slaughtered, having their bodies pierced by countless sword chi condensed from yin chi. Fatty realized that the 10,000 deadly array was set up in this place with abundant yin chi, and with it, its power increased by several times, and lo and behold, the sword chi condensed from this yin chi was denser and more powerful than normal. Standing outside the witch formation, Yi-chan and Boca had no idea what was actually happening in the witch formation, as they were not disturbed by it and could not empathize with it. But that didn't mean that the two of them didn't feel anything at all. After seeing that the bloodthirsty bats would be torn to pieces by an invisible force when they rushed into a certain range, they knew that this witch formation that Fatty had made was absolutely horrifying in terms of its killing power. Before Fatty killed the bloodthirsty bats with the long and short meow knife, every bloodthirsty bat that was killed looked as if it had been sucked of its blood chi, and Yi-chan's attack was even more sure to hit the head of the bloodthirsty bats without too much blood chi spilling out. But now Fatty is using the extremely lethal witch formation. Those bloodthirsty bats were torn into pieces as soon as they entered the formation. Blood and flesh splattered, and the taste of blood attracted more bloodthirsty bats to come, and as a result, the heavier the blood aura, the more bloodthirsty bats were attracted, and the attack of just a few bloodthirsty bats at the beginning gradually turned into a dozen or so, and in the end, it was simply as if it was covering the whole sky. 15 minutes later, not a single bloodthirsty bat appeared anymore, and Fatty finally stopped the witch formation to breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the attack method of these bloodthirsty bats was similar to a parallel charge rather than a dive in the air, otherwise it was highly likely that there would be individual bloodthirsty bats that were not subjected to the attack of the 10,000 Fury formation and would directly attack Fatty now. A huge six-main star formation was formed around Fatty, and in the formation, the outer ring had been filled with the blood and flesh of bloodthirsty bats, and the pungent smell of blood was really vaguely nauseating. The fat man sprinted 2 steps and leapt up violently, like a winged rock, crossing the blood-filled outer circle and landing cleanly in front of the dumbfounded Yi-chan and Boca. "You are awesome." Yi-chan gave the fat man a thumbs up and praised him from the bottom of his heart. We're the same, we just each have our own merits. The fat man gave a rare moment of modesty. Now that the bloodthirsty bats had been cleared, it didn't mean that the Forest of Doom had become a safe place. The miasma would still threaten the lives of the vast majority of people, and this place would, in the future, remain off the beaten path. After taking care of the bloodthirsty bats, it was natural to collect the loot, but the three of them stood in front of the water hole, all feeling helpless. I said volcano, how are we going to get down there? Fatty asked with a bitter face. Yi-chan was also in a difficult position. Master, with your cultivation level, you should be able to use a beast's native compulsion, right? Asked Boka suddenly. Fatty nodded. There are already preparations, but it's not time yet. Fatty naturally could not tell Boka about the caracal, firstly, because a monster like the caracal was too shocking, and secondly, Fatty didn't want anyone to know his secrets, which, at times, could be received with miraculous results, and were life-saving. If you don't want to waste your instinctive compulsion on an ordinary beast, then you can temporarily refine an ordinary beast compulsion. Then let the beast compulsion go down to hunt for treasures, isn't it? Boka said. Fatty slapped his thigh when he heard Boka's words. Yeah, how come he didn't think of this? Then, Fatty set his eyes on the bloodthirsty bats behind Boka. Master, don't, Boka screamed miserably. The fat man skimmed his lips and rolled his eyes. Disgusting. Yi-chan froze for a moment, then laughed out loud. Boka's words, if it was from a maid's mouth, that's only right now from an old man's mouth, indeed disgusting. Chapter 150 Refining Compulsions and Taking Treasure. There were as many types of beasts as there were methods of refining the intrinsic beast compulsion. But in the final analysis, the most basic conditions were summarized in just 2 words of submission. A compassionist could use the worm compulsion as a lead compulsion and refine the beast compulsion by using the parasitism of the worm compulsion. He could also refine the beast compulsion by using the essence blood to establish a direct connection like Boka. He could also refine the beast with sorcery like arranging a sorcery array. And he could refine the beast in the same way as he would refine a sorcery medicine. What Fatty needed now was a beast that could dive for long periods of time. Which wasn't very easy to find. Fish is absolutely not. Look at the history of the sorcerer's family for thousands of years. There is not a sorcerer to run to the fish to refine into a compulsion, because the limitations of the living space of fish is too big. Even if it is a shark, it is not much use. Of course, if you want to play ocean treasure hunt, refining sharks into life compulsion is an excellent choice. However, the wealth of the land is already inexhaustible for wizards. Why risk the great dangers to run to the ocean to find the treasure? Besides, no one will refine the shark's method. Therefore, Fatty targeted the amphibian soon. Boka found an amphibian and yelled loudly with excitement. Fatty and Yi-chan hurried over. After seeing the animal in Boka's hand, Fatty kicked Boka on all fours, and Boka's hand sent that animal bouncing away. You idiot, can a toad be refined into a beast compulsion? Fatty angrily rebuked. Boka dutifully got a bad rap from the fat man. I don't know if it's because frogs don't have toxicity and attack power, and toads have toxicity, but their attack power is too weak and too disgusting to look at, but anyway, this kind of animal no parasites will go to choose. And in the witch door, frog and toad are the most vicious curses, worse than fuck you, if not for the fact that Fatty knew that Boka could only be considered a witch door sidekick and didn't understand the issues involved. He would have already stepped in to finish off the idiot. Trying to find an amphibian in the miasma-shrouded forest was not an easy task, and in the end, Fatty squatted on the ground and cried and laughed as he looked at the final choice laid out on the ground. This is a Brazilian tortoise, naturally of Brazilian origin, and this tortoise is one of the most disgusting among tortoises, known for destroying the ecological balance. Brazilian turtles don't live as long as other turtles, but have an extreme ability to grow, and the largest Brazilian turtles can even compete with sea turtles for size. The main thing is that Brazilian tortoises have extremely hard shells, almost no natural predators, and a strong ability to reproduce, so once the Brazilian tortoises go on the rampage, the ecological balance of an area will be destroyed. Picking a Brazilian turtle as a pet would be nice, as a beast compass would be kind of gross. With no other choice, for the sake of the baby, Fatty could only hold his nose and endure. Refining the turtle could be said to be the easiest, but it would be more troublesome to establish a spiritual connection with the turtle without refining it into a life compass. The fat man thought for a few moments before coming to a decision, finding a random twig and teasing the end of the Brazilian turtle's nose a few times. The highly aggressive Brazilian turtle naturally refused to tolerate this kind of teasing, and almost at the instant when the branch was close to the end of its nose, it poked out its head and bit the branch to death in its mouth. Fatty's empty hand immediately pinched the Brazilian turtle's neck, and with Fatty's strength, no matter how much the Brazilian turtle struggled, there was no way for it to retract its head back into its shell and hide it. Fatty grabbed the head of the Brazilian turtle, which was as big as a faceplate, and lifted the guy up. Clondra, Cecile, and Fatty bit through his right middle finger and squeezed out a drop of blood, quickly drawing an arcane pattern on the hard shell of the Brazilian tortoise's abdomen, and as the pattern stretched out, the last bit landed on the forehead of the Brazilian tortoise. "Isn't this the way to refine an Instacompass?" Boca exclaimed in surprise. The importance of the essence compass to a compass master was naturally self-evident, so every compass master would be very careful when selecting their essence compass. After all, if the instinctive compulsion dies, it is a very heavy blow to the compounder, as can be seen from the fact that the old witch formation master in the villa was poisoned to death because of the instinctive compulsion, and was killed by the fat man, a weak person, even though he was obviously strong in his own strength. The instinctive compulsion is simply the lifeblood of the compounder. The biggest difference between a compulsion and an instinctive compulsion is that a compulsion can be given up at any time, while an instinctive compulsion can't be easily replaced unless there is a better choice, and only as a last resort will it be done, but often accompanied by up to several months of conditioning for the compounder. The refining method that Fatty was using now was clearly used to take in the benevolent compass. How could this not make Boca worried? No harm done. Fatty finished refining the parasites and casually dropped the Brazilian turtle on the ground, smiling and comforting. "How can it be harmless, a master? Such a useless instinctive parasite is simply a weakening of your strength," Boca exasperatedly shouted. "Oh Boca, have you ever heard of the mirror image refinement method?" Fatty asked. Boca naturally shook his head. At best he could only be considered a side branch of the witch sect. His understanding of the vast and profound witch sect techniques could only be considered a drop in the bucket, and how could he possibly know this kind of profound refining method? What Fatty used on the Brazilian turtle was indeed the method of refining the benthic compass, but it wasn't all about that. If he was going to turn the Brazilian turtle into his own benthic beast compass, it would be unless he was brain dead. Ordinary beast parasites could follow simple commands from their masters, such as attacking and stopping attacks, just like before. Outside the matter, when Boca controlled the 10,000 insects to launch an attack on Fatty, such parasites had no self-awareness, and could only simply follow orders, and losing their master's control was tantamount to regaining their nature. But what Fatty needed was a beast compulsion that could establish a spiritual connection with him and listen to his commands. In order to go down to the water to find the treasure, and simple commands were of no use at all, so he had to choose the pseudo-benevolent compulsion method. This kind of pseudo-instinctive compulsion refining method was also known as the mirror image instinctive compulsion refining method, which was made by a certain legendary level super bull from the witch sect, and to put it bluntly, it was just a trick of the greed of the human heart. The first basis for accepting the instinctive compulsion was submission. If there was no submission, the instinctive compulsion could only be considered a pseudo-proposition, and that cowman took advantage of this, using the method of refining the instinctive compulsion to refine the beast that did not submit. In this way, the spiritual connection between the two parties had a timeliness. With the passage of time, the master's control over the pseudonatal compulsion would become less and less, and eventually disappear completely, and such a natural disappearance was not like the death of the natal compulsion, which would not cause any harm to the master, while as the master, he could continuously pick more powerful creatures as temporary natal compulsion, and continuously enhance the strength of his own natal compulsion. Of course, although this method allowed the composter to pick and choose, it also had a great disadvantage. The longer the instinctive compulsion was kept, the closer the spiritual connection between it and its owner would be, and its strength would gradually increase. What's more, since this pseudo-benevolent compulsion was not submissive, when in combat, if it encountered danger, It would not even bother about whether or not its master was safe, and would be the first to choose to save its own life, casting its master to the side. As such, this pseudo-benevolent compulsion has more spiritual connection than ordinary compulsion, and is able to follow orders, but will not serve the master to the death like the benevolent compulsion. After listening to the fat man's explanation, Boca immediately expressed his admiration for the fat man's endless means, while Yi-chan thought that the fat man still had 2 brushes. With this Brazilian turtle, the first treasure hunting trip naturally does not need Fatty personally in the water. The Brazilian turtle poked out his head to look at Fatty grudgingly, the 4 short legs moved up to the speed is not slow, and then plopped into the water, and disappeared in the twinkling of an eye. Fatty didn't care if the ground was dirty or not, he sat down on his knees, his eyes slightly closed, and a scene in the water immediately appeared in his mind. This was the biggest advantage of the instinctive compulsion, and many sorcerers specializing in treasure hunting expeditions would be equipped with an instinctive compulsion with a strange attribute, either with superb defense, the ability to be invulnerable to 100 poisons, or a speed as fast as lightning. Whenever he came to a dangerous place, he would first find a safe place to sit down and use his own life compulsion to explore the road with the super strong attributes of his own life compulsion, coupled with the compulsion master's response. He could often defuse countless killings, and get the treasures that countless people could only dream of. It is rumored that a certain confidant of Chow Chow's was the originator of grave robbers, specializing in digging up the burial goods of his predecessors to supplement his military expenses. This person was a master treasure hunter of the Taoist sect, and under this person, there was a sorcerer specializing in scouting the way out, which is why this team acquired the largest amount of treasure and the highest survival rate, both at that time and in the afterlife. This water hole was not deep enough to see the bottom, but other than a few small fish, there were no other dangerous creatures present, except that this small fish was too attractive to the Brazilian turtle, causing Fatty to simply give up after controlling it twice, letting the guy fill his stomach first. After tossing and turning for more than 20 minutes, the Brazilian turtle was content to resume his treasure hunt. It was also fortunate that the Brazilian turtle was allowed to go on a treasure hunt, which would have killed Fatty and the 3 of them if they had jumped in without underwater breathing equipment. The Brazilian turtle dived down a full 30 meters or so and took several turns, and eventually, a piece of crystalline purple jade appeared in Fatty's mind. Fatty almost jumped up. It was really a case of stepping through iron shoes without finding a place to get it. In this place there was actually a soul-refining stone. This could be an absolute unexpected joy. At that moment, there was no need to hesitate. Fatty immediately ordered the Brazilian tortoise to carry out this piece of purple jade soon. This piece of purple jade fell into the hands of Fatty, while the Brazilian turtle was temporarily restricted by Fatty's freedom. An hour, that is, 2 hours later, the pattern on the Brazilian turtle will gradually fade away until it completely disappears. At that time, Fatty will naturally give back to the Brazilian turtle that has made a great achievement to be free. Wealthy, Fatty exclaimed as he grabbed the fist-sized purple jade. Yi-chan and Boca glanced at each other. They felt that Fatty wasn't getting rich, he was going crazy. Chapter 151 Meditation Spell.